Chapter 590. Endurance, Shatter, Death. Translator. Chibi, General Editor. Chibi, General Ah. The pitiful scream was so shrill that it could pierce eardrums. Chang Ji-yu was in so much pain that he was shivering from head to toe. His muscles were exploding, as the 6 arms behind his back were dancing around chaotically, making loud sounds like that of stirring wind and rolling thunder. But Fang Yuan only needed one hand to hold him tightly in the air. At this moment, his eyes were like lightning as he manipulated his goo worms, shouting loudly, "My son, endure it! Now is the time!" Chang Ji-yu was about to lose his sense of reasoning due to the pain. This was an inhuman pain. Even though he transformed into a heavenly zombie and almost lost his sense of pain, he could still feel every single piece of his skin and every muscle tearing and breaking ruthlessly. But Fang Yuan's words were like cold spring water that were sprinkling on Chang Ji-yu's heart. Chang Ji-yu was forcing himself to his limit just as he was about to faint. The intense pain dissipated like a subsiding tide. Success? Chang Ji-yu breathed roughly. His head was hurting intensely, and he barely managed to open his eyes, seeing that the skin on his arm had already turned back into living flesh and blood. In fact, the 6 arms on his back were also slowly shrinking. There was nothing more attractive to Chang Ji-yu than turning back into a human. This moment, he was almost going to cry of joy. "Oh no!" Suddenly, Fang Yuan spoke, his tone extremely solemn. Chang Ji-yu's newly recovered arm turned back into the heavenly zombie state in an instant, like that of a rotting log. The 6 arms on his back grew back as well, becoming tougher and stronger. No, why did I change back? Father! Chang Ji-yu was screaming in fear, subconsciously turning towards Fang Yuan for help. But when he saw the intense fatigue that Fang Yuan was pretending to show on his face, Chang Ji-yu could not say a word. Father is tired. That's right, these days he had been helping me, thinking of hundreds of methods to solve this without any rest or sleep. He expended countless goo worms in the process. I saw at least 70 to 80 rank 5 ga. What reason do I have to blame Father? This is all because I was too careless and committed a grave mistake. Father, this son has not lived up to your expectations and nurturing. Chang Ji-yu was heartbroken and ashamed. He had a sensation of bliss from being taken care of by Wolf King as his child, like a small strand of grass being shielded by a tall tree. Damn it, this heavenly zombie form is really stubborn. Even this method is not working. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth secretly. He asked in his mind, "Mo Yao, what other ideas do you have? Tell me." The dozen ideas that Fang Yuan came up with were all proven to be useless, one by one. The current experimental method was all Mo Yao's idea. This was also one of Fang Yuan's schemes. On one hand, he was experimenting on Chang Ji-yu continuously and attempting to find a way to restore him back to human. On the other hand, he was trying to get Mo Yao's will to think and expend her limited energy. Mo Yao was silent for a while before saying, "There is still a way, but it is quite dangerous. The person testing the goo will endure 3 times the pain as before. Most likely, he would die from the pain alone. He is a heavenly zombie. He is technically dead. How can he feel pain?" Fang Yuan was confused. He is only half dead. The body is dead, but his soul still remains in his body. Unless his soul was absorbed into the door of life and death, then he would truly be considered dead. Mo Yao explained. The door of life and death was a secluded domain of heaven and earth. It was very famous and was recorded in. But the current era was different from the immemorial era. The life and death door had vanished, and after going through numerous owners, its control over souls of the demised had weakened greatly. This was the reason for the existence of monsters like zombies. Mo Yao's idea carried huge risks. It could shatter the person's soul due to pain, breaking into irrecoverable pieces. Once Chang Ji-yu's soul shatters, he would be truly dead. Mo Yao urged, "Lad, when there is gain, there is also loss. The killer move has unrivaled attack power, Thus, the flaws will be extremely hard to get rid of. These few days, you have experimented so many times and spent a huge fortune, even borrowing extensively from Hay Tribe. I'm sure you understand the difficulty of this now. This is my final method. I cannot guarantee that it will work. Moreover, this method is extremely dangerous. There is barely a chance of success. You can decide whether or not to do it. Your son has already turned into a heavenly zombie completely. He has good battle strength. He listens to your words obediently. It is too wasteful to sacrifice him like this. I would suggest that you keep him by your side as a helper. Fang Yuan was silent and did not reply. Father, please rest more. I am not anxious. At one end, Chang Ji-yu muttered. Fang Yuan concentrated and looked over, although Chang Ji-yu had turned into a heavenly zombie and looked very ugly. His eyes were crystal clear, showing great admiration and love for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. Son, I have thought of a good method, but this method is extremely dangerous. Your life will be in danger. The success rate is very high, though, thus father cannot decide. Sigh. In his mind, Mo Yao sighed deeply. Although Fang Yuan said this, Chang Ji-yu, who hated his current self and wanted to recover, would only make one decision. As expected, once Chang Ji-yu heard this, he hesitated for a moment before his eyes shone brightly. Lord Father, please use this method. Living in my current form is simply worse than death. Fang Yuan stared at Chang Ji-yu's eyes intensely. But you are my only child. Father, Chang Ji-yu cried. He kneeled on the floor as he hugged Fang Yuan's leg. I cannot bear to part with you either, father. But son really cannot live with such an appearance. Even if there is some bit of hope, I will work hard and fight for it. Fang Yuan was silent for a while, before sighing a long, deep breath. All right. Humans should live according to their own wishes. Father is unwilling to see you live in such agony as well. Go rest for a few days. Father will go prepare. A few days later, we will go with the final try. A few days later. Ah! Chang Ji-yu's screaming voice had already turned hoarse. Endure it for a bit more. Fang Yuan's gaze was warm, but his heart was cold as ice as he encouraged. But the next moment, Chang Ji-yu's screams and cries came to a stop. This was the 307th time he had fainted from pain. Completely useless. Fang Yuan's expression was dim as water. He snorted unhappily as he stopped using the goo worms. This experiment had to be undergone when Chang Ji-yu was conscious and awake. Otherwise, it would not work. Chang Ji-yu fainting meant that his soul was already forming cracks and chips. He was at the brink of collapsing. Fang Yuan had to stop and use soul path goo worms to nourish and heal his soul. I said before, this method has little hope. It is better to preserve his life. In his mind, Mo Yao spoke in a sad tone. Fang Yuan snorted coldly, squinting as a cold light flashed across his eyes. One more try. We will try it one last time. Chang Ji-yu slowly woke up, his vision turning from blurry to clear. He looked at Fang Yuan beside him. In his eyes, his father was extremely worn out and exhausted. This made his heart tighten as tears flowed down his eyes again in shame. He choked as he said, Father, let's try again. Don't lose hope. Fang Yuan laughed as he encouraged. Father, if I still faint this time, then stop trying it. Father, this was all my fault. You really need to take a rest. Chang Ji-yu said. Yes, after trying this, it is really time to rest. Fang Yuan sighed. The precise, deeper meanings in his tone were not able to be perceived by Chang Ji-yu. First, 3 rank 5 goo worms were activated together. Next, more goo worms were added. These goo worms were all floating around the face of Chang Ji-yu. Some drilled into his skin while others mixed into his blood, flowing towards his heart. Ah! The intense pain assaulted him again. Chang Ji-yu gritted his teeth in pain, but he soon opened his mouth and growled, his expression twisting from the pain. Fang Yuan's movements were smooth and methodical as he continued adding in goo worms. The more goo worms that were added in, the more intense the pain Chang Ji-yu felt. He struggled desperately, his eyes rolling as he felt pain to the point of losing reason, almost as if he was becoming deranged. Stop. His soul cannot take this. In his mind, Mo Yao urged, but Fang Yuan acted like he did not hear it, continuing to add goo worms regardless of what was going on. Enough. This amount has exceeded all our previous attempts. He is really going to collapse. Mo Yao could not bear to see this. Fang Yuan snorted coldly, not saying a word. This is too much. If you continue messing around like this, he will really die. In his mind, Mo Yao's will protested. What can we achieve if we do not take risks? Fang Yuan laughed coldly, adding more goo worms until it was the limit. His eyes were shining with an excited light. Just 3 more goo worms and we will see the effect. This is the first. All right, this is the second. Fantastic, this is the final one. Success or failure will depend on this. Eh? Fang Yuan's expression froze. The surrounding goo worms were breaking apart like the scattering of fireworks. Chang Ji-yu no longer struggled. He was floating in the air motionlessly. He was dead. His soul had shattered and dissipated from the pain. His expression, however, was very calm. The surroundings became dead silent. You've killed him. In Fang Yuan's mind, Mo Yao's will spoke coldly. Yes, I've killed him. Fang Yuan's brows lifted, laughing lightly. He did not die in vain after all. At least I got to find out how stubborn this killer move's flaw truly was. Mo Yao did not speak. She did not want to respond to Fang Yuan's cold and unscrupulous nature. She hid her form and vanished from Fang Yuan's mind. Fang Yuan's smile gradually vanished. He was progressively discovering how big of a threat this will of Mo Yao in his mind was. Did she know about the way to resolve the flaw of the 6-arm heavenly zombie king killer move or not? Did she know the method but was unwilling to say it? Or was she not thinking so as to preserve herself? Especially when this killer move's flaw is so severe. If Mo Yao's will attacks Fang Yuan's mind during the crucial moment and cause his thoughts to become chaotic, he would not be able to stop the killer move even if he wanted to. What was the goo used to create this will of Mo Yao's? These days I have been collecting information on Wisdom Path and purchased many Wisdom Path goo worms that could create wills. But I have not found any goo worm which can allow her to hide and completely conceal herself like this. This is such an unfathomable will. Sigh. I don't have much time left. Right now, 88 True Yang building has formed about 60 floors already. He Lu Lan is attacking the 39th floor right now at full force. It seems his target is the wooden chicken goo. I have to work faster. I cannot wait anymore. Chapter 591. Sacrifice. Double chapter. Translator. Chibi. General Editor. Chibi. General, it had been so long since Fang Yuan had come to Imperial Court-blessed land, and he had entered 88 True Yang building so many times, but he had never forgotten his original intention in coming to Northern Plains. That was to save Danghun Mountain. He needed landscape as before Gu to save Danghun Mountain. There were many difficulties and challenges to obtain this Gu. The main thing was, it was with a person. This person was Tai Bai Yunsheng. Ever since Tai Bai Yunsheng joined He Tribe Army, Fang Yuan had been placing his attention on him. Several months ago, Fang Yuan uncovered some information. When He Lo Lan obtained the One-Edge Owner token, he was able to explore the rewards of every round. Tai Bai Yunsheng had gone to visit him and inquired about the existence of Lifespan Gu. But at that time, 88 True Yang building did not yet have Lifespan Gu. When the 55th floor had condensed, He Lu Lan informed Tai Bai Yunsheng he had discovered a 15-year Lifespan Gu. After the 55th floor completely formed into shape, He Lu Lan investigated the location of the Lifespan Gu and could precisely tell it was the reward for clearing the 85th round. From then on, Tai Bai Yunsheng had put all his energy in the 55th floor. He called up many Gu masters, forming an enormous group, and forcibly crashed through the rounds. Relying on his might, prestige, and enormous rewards, along with repeatedly requesting He Lu Lan and other experts, he was actually making fast progress. Hard work paid off. Tai Bai Yunsheng spent all his wealth and finally was able to reach the 85th round. Fang Yuan naturally did not wish to see Tai Bai Yunsheng obtaining what he desired. Tai Bai Yunsheng was old and did not have much lifespan left. It was natural behavior for him to increase his lifespan with lifespan Gu. But if he really obtained this lifespan Gu, he was definitely not going to risk advancing into an immortal. If he did not risk advancing to an immortal, there would not be the inspiration from heaven and earth that would form the immortal Gu landscape as before. If there was no landscape as before Gu, how would Fang Yuan save Danghun Mountain, which was about to completely wither away? Especially the past few days, he had learned more information. Tai Bai Yunsheng had attempted many times to pass the round, and he had already found hope. He did not stint on borrowing from He Lu Lan, and even agreed to He Lu Lan's condition of becoming an external elder of He tribe. Tai Bai Yunsheng was then able to use He tribe's resources to recruit large numbers of experts and form a powerful lineup, charging into the 55th floor to make the final attack. Despite Tai Bai Yunsheng taking the risk to advance to an immortal in the memories of his previous life, Fang Yuan was cautious and did not dare to take the risk, deciding to personally intervene. Time waits for no man. Fang Yuan had intended to get rid of Mo Yao's will first, dealing with the internal problem before attacking the external problems. But this matter had not made any progress, so now he used his owner token to secretly infiltrate into the 55th floor. The situation of the 55th floor had already been probed out by Tai Bai Yunsheng. There was a majestic and grand blood river flowing here, and in the depths of the river, there was a legendary and mythical blood palace erected. The blood palace had 3 great halls and 69 auxiliary halls. Every hall contained large numbers of bloodpath Gu worms, as well as blood beast guards. The large groups of bloodpath Gu worms were of huge strength, but as long as they were killed one by one over a period of time, there would be a point when they are all slaughtered. The problem was the blood beasts. Even after these blood beasts were killed, they would absorb blood and resurrect within a short moment. One could say that they could be killed but not killed. There was no way of reducing their numbers. Tai Bai Yunsheng's several attempts at passing the round had all been thwarted by these blood beasts. But at the last attempt, he had unintentionally discovered a pleasant surprise. As long as they keep on charging forward to the depths of the Great Hall and take out the command token hanging on the main beam, they could make the blood beasts dissipate. This discovery birthed a strong confidence in Tai Bai Yunsheng. He was thoroughly poor now, and did not hesitate to sell himself to He tribe, borrowing funds and forming a Gu master group to charge through this round. When Fang Yuan secretly entered this floor, Tai Bai Yunsheng's group had already charged through 33 side halls and were presently in a fierce battle to reach a towering main hall. Fang Yuan took out the 6-edge owner token, and with a thought, immediately had complete control over this floor. The 6-edge owner token could let Fang Yuan control up to 6 floors of 88 True Yang building. Fang Yuan had already used it once to control the 7th floor. Now he was using it a second time to control this 55th floor. He Lu Lan had a 1-edge owner token, and the floor he controlled was the 5th floor. With a shift of thought, Fang Yuan's figure disappeared on the spot and appeared on the main beam of the Great Hall. He leisurely sat on the main beam, and not far from him was that crucial command token. With a bit of concentration, the battle scene of Tai Bai Yunsheng and his group appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. The deeper they went towards the Great Hall, the more blood beast guards there were, and the battles that occurred were extremely intense. This group of Tai Bai Yunsheng did not even have 50 people now. They had been charging forward the whole way, suffering disastrous casualties which left behind a trail of corpses along the way. Two great rank 5 Gu Master experts, Zhu Zai and Gao Yang, took turns as the front vanguard of the group. Meanwhile, Tai Bai Yun Sheng, as the #1 healing Gu Master of Northern Plains of this generation, was protected in the center of the formation. He continually used man as before Gu, rays of light shooting forward and shining upon the corpses, resurrecting the Gu Masters, or shone upon live Gu Masters, healing their injuries and recovering their primeval essence in an instant. But even Tai Bai Yun Sheng, a rank 5 peak stage Gu Master, was in a very sorry state. Gu Masters were falling down time and again, and although he used all his strength, he truly could not save everyone. The countless blood beasts surged out of every corridor near the Great Hall and every room, blocking the group's way with very dense numbers. The closer they got to the main command token, the stronger the blood beasts became. And blood beasts could absorb blood to quickly recover and resurrect. By the time Tai Bai Yun Sheng and the group charged to this place, the blood beasts they had killed on their way had once again resurrected and chased them, blocking their way back. The situation was getting very dangerous. No wonder Tai Bai Yun Sheng risked advancing to immortal in my previous life. This round's difficulty is rather high, unless a Bloodpath Gu Master works with them. Fang Yuan was in control of this place and could see the actions that Tai Bai Yun Sheng took as easily as reading the lines of his palm. To a Bloodpath Gu Master, this round was no less than a paradise. With so many Bloodpath-willed Gu to subdue and blood beasts to devour, their Bloodpath cultivation would strengthen rapidly. It was a pity Bloodpath could not be easily revealed. Because of Blood Sea Ancestor, a Bloodpath Gu Master would be hunted persistently by the righteous path the moment they appeared. And because Bloodpath Gu Masters could quickly increase their battle strength, even demonic Gu Masters widely feared it. Often when a Bloodpath Gu Master was discovered, not only would they be hunted down by the righteous path, they would also suffer sneak attacks from demonic path Gu Masters. There was not even one Bloodpath Gu Master among He Tribe army. Even if they existed, they were hidden deeply and would not appear for Tai Bai Yun Sheng's use. Fang Yuan ascertained for a moment and knew clearly that the chance of Tai Bai Yun Sheng succeeding was extremely minute. The worry in his heart immediately dissipated by more than half. Fang Yuan laid back on the beam and took out, passing the time while paying attention to Tai Bai Yun Sheng's progress. Death was possible when advancing through 88 True Yang building. Fang Yuan was scheming for landscape as before Gu, and could not allow Tai Bai Yun Sheng to die at the moment. Kill, we must break through this siege, otherwise we are all going to die. Tai Bai Yun Sheng's face was filled with bloodstains, roaring loudly to raise the morale. Waves of blood beasts roared and snarled, before pouncing on the group like a blood-colored giant wave. The Great Hall was a scene of tranquility. Fang Yuan leisurely flipped through the pages while adjusting his posture to make himself more comfortable. Grrr. A blood beast with the head of a tiger and body of a horse madly snarled while rampaging in the group of Gu Masters. 2 Gu Masters met its attack. One died while the other was heavily injured. Man as before, Tai Bai Yun Sheng shouted and raised his palm. A white light immediately shot out and shone upon that injured Gu Master. The Gu Master immediately recovered his previous uninjured state. The terrifying injuries from the blood beast's attacks disappeared without a trace. The Gu Master panted roughly. He was still frightened, retreating back behind the front lines. The defensive gap he left behind was immediately filled up by another Gu Master. But that dead Gu Master's corpse was swarmed by the blood beasts and roughly dragged away. Tai Bai Yun Sheng did not make a move. Without advancing to an immortal, even a rank 5 Gu Master would have limited primeval essence and have to use it cautiously. Moreover, that dead Gu Master's Gu worms were severely damaged. His defensive Gu worm was even pierced and destroyed. Even if he was resurrected, he would be killed again. The remaining Gu Masters grieved and cursed, but they could only look as their companion's corpse was madly torn apart by over 10 blood beasts. Blood beasts were extremely sensitive to blood, and even a bit of bloody odor could make them go crazy. By swallowing stronger organisms' blood, they could strengthen themselves. Soon, the dead goo master's blood was completely absorbed by the blood beasts. The whole corpse became a dried-up mummy, creating a wretched spectacle. The beasts that had absorbed his blood started to grow human-like forms. Some grew human-like eyes, some grew several human ears, and some grew agile human arms. But when they were spending time in absorbing the corpse, the pressure on Tai Bai Yun Sheng and the group greatly reduced, and they took this valuable opportunity to break through and moved forward tens of steps. Fang Yuan flipped through greater than less than to Chapter 3, Section 14. Northern Dark Ice Soul awakened his elder sister, Desolate Ancient Moon, and the two again asked for advice from Cognition Gu on how to save their father. Cognition Gu said, "Humans, Chengbai Mountain has disappeared. Who knows when it will form again? I am also not clear on other ways to bring your father back to life. But no need to be dejected. You can try asking Wisdom Gu. I am its mother. Wisdom is the crystallization of cognition. The student surpasses the master. The things Cognition Gu did not know, Wisdom Gu might not necessarily be unknowing of. Under Cognition Gu's directions, Northern Dark Ice Soul and Desolate Ancient Moon found Wisdom Gu. Wisdom Gu had somewhat of a connection with Renzu. Back then, Renzu had used rules and regulations Gu to capture it. But it was able to escape in the end. At first, Wisdom Gu was not willing to help Northern Dark Ice Soul and Desolate Ancient Moon, but seeing that they were introduced by its mother Cognition Gu, it reluctantly said, "Oh humans, I can show you the right path, but I need remuneration. One of you need to hand over your middle age to me." "I will give my middle age to you," Desolate Ancient Moon immediately replied with no hesitation. She was awakened by her little brother, Northern Dark Ice Soul, and had been bestowed with the meaning of her life, which was to bring her father, Renzu, back to life. Thus she replied immediately without the intention of passing it to others. Northern Dark Ice Soul was not able to argue with his sister and could only let her offer her middle age. This meant, once Desolate Ancient Moon's youth had passed, she would directly skip middle age to reach old age. But to save her father, she did not have many misgivings. Wisdom Gu obtained Desolate Ancient Moon's middle age and gave her directions. In the center of the Golden Desert in the west, there is a still blue sea with no ripples, as flat as a mirror. That is the source of all living beings. All lives in the world originates from there. And in the depths of the blue sea lie many life Gu shining upon all living beings. You need to infiltrate the sea, catch a human-shaped life Gu, and bring it to shore. This human-shaped life Gu can bestow your father a new life. But remember, you cannot spend over 15 minutes in the sea, otherwise you will be assimilated by the sea. Wisdom Gu added another sentence in the end. It is extremely difficult to find human-shaped life Gu. Only a person who has truly comprehended the truth of life can do it. If you are not able to do it, don't blame my solution for not being easy to use. Desolate Ancient Moon wanted to ask something, but Wisdom Gu quickly flew away and did not give the siblings any chance to make inquiries. The clamorous shouts and cries resounded everywhere. The blood beasts surged forward like sea tides. Tai Bai Yun Sheng and the group were like a reef, resisting the attacks of the blood beasts time and again, while also moving forward step by step with difficulty. "Almost there. We are only 300 steps away from the Great Hall door," someone shouted, boosting the morale. "Careful." Suddenly a Gu Master at the side warned. That Gu Master who had tried to boost morale was dazed, and the very next moment, a blood beast with the head of a dragon and body of a bear fiercely smashed into him. Crack! The Gu Master's ribs instantly shattered from the crash, and the blood he puffed out contained pieces of internal organs. His body was sent flying from the smash. The Gu Masters behind tried to stop him with all their strength. In an instant, the formation turned chaotic and there was a crisis of it collapsing apart. Hold on. Continue to hold on. Tai Bai Yun Sheng, his face stained with blood, shouted furiously with extreme anxiety. In such a battle situation, if the Gu masters scattered, they would immediately be torn to pieces by the surrounding countless blood beasts. Only with the Gu masters working in a tight formation could they have a chance at survival. But the Gu masters were retreating step by step. Large numbers of blood beasts broke the defense line and fiercely pounced upon them. Miserable screams started rising continuously. Many Gu masters were still recovering their primeval essence as much as possible. Being caught unawares, they were immediately torn to pieces by the blood beasts. A mantis-like blood beast brandished its sickle arms and charged in the very front. Swish! A Gu master's head was slashed apart. Blood started spurting out of the Gu master's neck and the head flew high. But before it fell down, it was grabbed by a blood beast flying in the air and with a gulp was swallowed down. But the red-hot blood fell down, splashing right at Tai Bai Yun Sheng's face. Tai Bai Yun Sheng quickly wiped away the blood and was barely able to open his eyes. The dense, bloody stench assailed his nose and agitated a group of blood beasts. Finished! Tai Bai Yun Sheng's heart sank to the bottom, but right at this time, a figure pounced down like a tiger getting off the mountain. Boom, boom, boom. After several rounds, the figure killed the mantis blood beast and finally stabilized the formation at this final juncture. It was Zhu Zai, a rank 5 Gu master, a famous expert of the demonic path. Everyone was saved, feeling like they were dragged back from the cliff. But Zhu Zai also paid a price. There were 3 new wounds on his body, all of them so deep one could see his bones. Tai Bai Yun Sheng quickly activated Man as before Gu to heal him. Zhu Zai recovered his previous state, and the new injuries completely vanished. At the same time, his intensely depleted primeval essence recovered back. It was only that the several expendable Gu he had used to gain a burst in his battle strength earlier could not be restored. Man, as before, could only target human bodies and had no effect on Gu worms. This Man, as before, has marvelous effect, but unfortunately, it cannot be used on one's own body. Fang Yuan sighed before gazing back to the book in his hand once again. Desolate ancient moon and northern dark ice soul traveled an arduous journey through the golden desert and arrived at the center of the desert where they saw the blue sea. The blue sea was so beautiful that nothing more beautiful than it could be imagined. Just like Wisdom Gu said, even strong winds could not cause the slightest of a ripple on the blue sea. With the soft golden sand surrounding it, it looked like a deep blue gemstone embedded on this golden cloth. The siblings infiltrated into the depths of the sea and sure enough found large numbers of life Gu packed together in the sea depths. These life Gu were like blue gems, but they were of different sizes and shapes. Some looked like a colt, some like a tiger or leopard, some like an eagle or dove, while some like a snake or flood dragon. The siblings were dazzled from the sight. They saw all kinds of life Gu from flowers, birds, fishes, insects, beasts, snowmen, hairy men, and all other shapes, except the human-shaped life Gu. Helplessly, the siblings could only get out of the sea and back to the shore. The moment they had left the blue sea, a deer-shaped life Gu northern dark ice soul had been holding, let out a soft light before jumping on the sand and turning into a fawn. This was the birth of a life. The siblings looked at this sight in wonder, with their eyes wide open. Only when the fawn had hopped far away, the elder sister Desolate Ancient Moon suddenly comprehended. No wonder Wisdom Gu flew away immediately after speaking and did not let us question it. I have understood the truth of life. The truth of life. What exactly is it? Northern Dark Ice Soul quickly asked. Desolate Ancient Moon pointed at this blue sea in front of them and asked in return, "Tell me, if we were to really find a life Gu, a human-shaped blue gem, and we bring it back, what will it transform into?" Northern Dark Ice Soul thought for a moment and replied, "It should be like that fawn and turn into a real active life form, right?" He suddenly looked distracted. Desolate Ancient Moon looked at him with a smile. It seems you have also understood. We are these life forms. We were formed from life goo. We ourselves are human-shaped blue gems. Northern Dark Ice Soul completely understood. Where did humans come from? Wisdom Goo had already made it clear before. This blue sea is the source of all living beings. All lives in the world originate from here. Humans naturally also originated from here. Their father Renzu was once a blue gem in the depths of this sea. By some opportunity and coincidence, it was able to come out from the sea and form a zestful life form that roamed the world, surviving with difficulty and reaching this stage. But humans were the spirit of all living beings, so how many human-shaped gems could there be in such a large sea? It was definitely extremely few, and it was very possible Renzu was the only one. Searching for a small blue gem in such a vast sea, how big of a project was this? This was innumerable times more difficult than desolate ancient moon looking for the only success goo in Chengbai Mountain. I know a method which can get us a human-shaped life goo quickly, desolate ancient moon suddenly said. What method? Northern Dark Ice Soul had a bad feeling. Desolate ancient moon smiled. That is, I will go into the bottom of the sea and assimilate with this blue sea, returning back to a life goo. Although Desolate Ancient Moon had transformed into a monster, she was intrinsically a human. The essence of her life had not changed. Since she was a human, once she was assimilated, she would form a human-shaped blue gem, like life goo. This speculation was not wrong. No wonder Wisdom Goo said. But remember, you cannot spend over 15 minutes in the sea, otherwise you will be assimilated by the sea. Wisdom Goo's words did not have any superfluous words. Wisdom Goo had also said, if you are not able to do it, don't blame my solution for not being easy to use. One could analyze from this sentence, it was extremely likely there were no human-shaped blue gems in the blue sea. If the siblings were not willing to sacrifice themselves, they would not be able to obtain human-shaped life goo. As such, don't blame me, the Wisdom Goo, if you are not able to do it. No, you can't sacrifice yourself like this, elder sister. Northern Dark Ice Soul immediately dissuaded. Although he wanted to bring his father back to life, he did not want to sacrifice his own sister. I need to do it. The meaning of my life is to bring father back to life. Desolate Ancient Moon replied tranquilly. Northern Dark Ice Soul suddenly could not say anything. It was him who gave this meaning to Desolate Ancient Moon's life, and Desolate Ancient Moon was living for this. In other words, if her father could not be brought back to life, there would be no meaning in her life. Then what would be the use in continuing to live? As long as she sacrificed herself, she could bring her father back to life. This was the greatest meaning of Desolate Ancient Moon's life. Humans originally were gems of the world. It is only that whether the gems are bright or not require us to polish them. Every effort we make, every choice we take, are all polishing each of our gems. And humans can only obtain life by sacrificing life. Desolate Ancient Moon leisurely spoke before sinking into the blue sea. Northern Dark Ice Soul tried his best to stop her, but he was not able to. Desolate Ancient Moon had become a monster with incomparable strength, and he was not her match. After 15 minutes of time, Desolate Ancient Moon was assimilated by the blue sea and turned into a human-shaped blue gem. But this blue gem was not of a healthy human shape, but a badly damaged, less than half a proper human shape. This was because Desolate Ancient Moon had given her middle age to Wisdom Goo. Humans, in the process of understanding what life was, would often have already used up half of their lives. Northern Dark Ice Soul held this blue gem with tears in his eyes and left the golden desert. He did not have any of the happiness of success, but instead sank down into extreme remorse. From a certain perspective, it was him who had killed his elder sister. There are still 50 steps left, Tai Bai Yun Sheng shouted with all his strength. They pushed forward with difficulty, with a companion falling down every short moment. The intense and bitter battle had left them with only 5 people now. but success was right in front of their eyes. Just a little more of a push. I will tear these blood beasts into pieces. Zhu Zai and Gao Yang protected Tai Bai Yunsheng from left and right. They also shouted to raise the morale. 30 steps. 2 more fell down, leaving behind Tai Bai Yunsheng, Zhu, and Gao. The surrounding blood beasts brandished their claws and fangs, looking extremely malevolent. They advanced wave upon wave in their endless numbers. 10 steps. Zhu Zai and Gao Yang used all their strength, suffering disastrous losses to their goo worms because of excessive use, and their primeval essence was also almost depleted. This old man owes both of you a favor. I swear I will definitely reward you heavily sometime in the future. Tai Bai Yunsheng's eyes shone brightly, his tone extremely earnest and sincere. Old sir, what are you saying? We were saved by you back then. Without old sir, we would not be alive today. Old sir's life-saving favor is as heavy as a mountain. Even if we die today, it can be considered repaying your favor. Gao Yang and Zhu Zai replied, full of emotions. There existed two-faced hypocrites in the righteous path, and demonic path likewise was not without true heroes. 5 steps. Save me! Zhu Zai shouted, and without caring for defense, pounced on the blood beasts blocking the way forward, perishing together with them. Tai Bai Yunsheng stretched out his palm, but the white light did not come out. He shouted out involuntarily, "Not good! My primeval essence is finished." This bad news immediately made Gao Yang's expression turn pale white. All along, Tai Bai Yunsheng had served as the core of the group. Only with man, as before Gu's continuous support, everyone was able to push forward this deep. It doesn't matter. No blood beasts will enter the Great Hall. As long as I can enter the Great Hall, I can recover my primeval essence quickly and save Zhu Zai, Tai Bai Yunsheng shouted. Gao Yang's spirits rose. Tai Bai Yunsheng was right. Blood beasts might tear apart the corpse, but their main priority was absorbing the blood. As long as most of the corpse was intact, there was hope of saving Zhu Zai. Snarl. Next moment, a strong blood beast that looked like a giant python suddenly moved in from behind and swallowed Gao Yang in one bite. 2 steps. The Great Hall's door was very close. With a body filled with injuries, Tai Bai Yunsheng staggered forward through a small gap among the blood beasts. At the crucial moment, he used up his final precious bit of primeval essence to summon a golden armor, which resisted the blood beast's attacks. He reached. Humans can only obtain life by sacrificing life. Gao Yang, Zhu Zai, I will remember your sacrifices. Tai Bai Yunsheng exerted all his remaining strength to push open the door. He fell down inside the Great Hall. The blood beasts behind him roared, snarled, and brandished their claws, but did not dare to enter the Great Hall. It was just like what Tai Bai Yunsheng had investigated before. Tai Bai Yunsheng lay down on the ground with no strength left in his body. The injuries all over his body were continually transmitting intense pain. He took a few strong gasps of breath and suddenly started laughing heartily, but his laughter contained a sobbing tone. Tears were overflowing on his face. This round has 3 great halls and 69 side halls. If one crosses the round completely within a certain time period, they can obtain high-grade evaluation. Passing 2 great halls and 46 side halls will be considered middle-grade evaluation. I surpassed 23 side halls and 1 great hall. I can only obtain low-grade evaluation. But regardless, I have obtained lifespan goo. 15-year lifespan goo can increase my lifespan by 15 years. A whole 15 years. Tai Bai Yunsheng was exclaiming with deep and boundless emotion, when suddenly, his eyes blacked out and he fainted. Chapter 592. Deep Dark Shadow Translator. Chibi General Editor. Chibi General Fang Yuan lowered his head, observing Tai Bai Yunsheng, who had already fainted and lost consciousness. He was the culprit who caused Tai Bai Yunsheng to fall unconscious. At this moment, Tai Bai Yunsheng's body was bathed in blood. He was lying on the ground, and within his deep eye sockets, his eyes were tightly shut. There were lots of injuries on him. His snow-white hair had stuck together because of dried blood. He no longer had the demeanor and appearance of the #1 healing Gu master in Northern Plains. Merely a few steps away, outside the main hall's doors, a sea of blood beasts were growling. The messy overlapping noises were sent over with great force. Fang Yuan raised his head, staring at them as he opened his mouth and said lightly, "Shut up." Almost immediately, there was silence outside the hall. The blood beasts all became quiet, lying prostrate on the ground like obedient cats or dogs, staying motionless. Fang Yuan made use of the 6-edge owner token to control this floor. He was the master of this floor. These beasts were all his to control. They listened to his commands and moved according to his will. Fang Yuan shut his eyes, his mind entering this floor's control system as he let his senses observe the area. At the moment, in this particular round, there were many Gu masters remaining. Among these Gu masters, some were Gu masters recruited by Tai Bai Yun Sheng, but during the earlier fighting they had been separated from the main party. Another portion were the information gatherers of all the different forces. They were all investigative Gu masters. They came from He tribe, Ma tribe, Ye Lui tribe, and all the other large forces, with the intention of observing whether Tai Bai Yun Sheng failed or succeeded. As for this hall and its surroundings, within them, other than those rotten and dried corpses, only Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yun Sheng were left now. Fang Yuan closed the great hall's door, half squatting on the ground as he stretched out his right palm, grabbing onto Tai Bai Yun Sheng's skull. His Gu worms had been prepared long ago. He activated them one by one. Very soon, above Tai Bai Yun Sheng's head, a weak, shining white light was formed, becoming the only source of light in this dark and dim great hall. As the light got more and more intense, Tai Bai Yun Sheng's face gradually showed a painful expression, and his brows were frowning more intensely. After a moment of stillness, Fang Yuan suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes had no pupils. It was pure white in color. The whites of his eyes gave off a weak light, as at the same time, a large number of images flashed across in Fang Yuan's mind. Tai Bai Yun Sheng's life, from his old age all the way until he was young, all the memories had been extracted by Fang Yuan. An old man was walking in Northern Plains. The sky was vast and the wilderness was boundless. The winds blew as the grass was drooping in response. Wolf groups were howling freely. "Old sir, we brothers will never forget the kindness you have displayed by saving our lives." Gao Yang and Zhu Zai kneeled down together before Tai Bai Yun Sheng. A purple-haired old beggar opened his mouth, showing his remaining few teeth, laughing in a weird manner. "What kind of Gu master do you want to become? Heh heh heh. I happen to have 3 complete sets of inheritances with me here. This lad has a passable appearance. We will choose him." In the Inkman city, an Inkman was pointing at Tai Bai Yun Sheng, who was in his youth as he laughed loudly and said, even further back during the time when he was even younger, Why did you betray me?" On the night of their joyous wedding, Tai Bai Yun Sheng fell weakly on the ground as extremely loud shouting and fighting noises resounded outside the tent. As for his wife, she had an expression full of coldness and hatred. She slowly got close to him as her eyes shone with a ruthless light. She gritted her teeth as she said, "Tai Bai Yun Sheng, if you want to blame someone, blame your parents. They were the ones who devoured my tribe. They killed my parents. I want to exact revenge for them." During the time of his childhood, "My son, you are the next generation tribe leader of our Tai Bai tribe. You are not allowed to cry. Do not have the heart of needless sympathy. To survive in Northern Plains, we need to have a tougher heart, a tougher stance. After all, in the future, you have to lead our Tai Bai tribe." His father was scolding him in a very strict manner. "Ah!" Fang Yuan was screaming from the intense pain. In his mind, countless images were flashing. They were depicting Tai Bai Yun Sheng's entire life, a legendary tale. Such a huge amount of information had a large impact on Fang Yuan's mind and caused great damage to him. Thankfully, the images were not endless and unceasing. There came a time when they finally ended. After browsing through Tai Bai Yun Sheng's entire life, Fang Yuan immediately stopped using his goo worms, sitting down on the ground to rest. He was breathing roughly and panting. His entire body was coated in sweat. A long time later, his pupils regained their original color. Soul-searching. This was not an easy action, especially when Fang Yuan was concerned about Tai Bai Yun Sheng's safety and did not want to cause harm to his life. He could only endure most of the pressure of the soul search himself. After stopping the soul search, Tai Bai Yun Sheng was still sound asleep, but his tightly knitted brows had slowly eased as he relaxed. His breathing was more stable now, and his expression was rather peaceful. In contrast, Fang Yuan's brows were starting to frown instead. "I did not find it." He heaved a long sigh in pity. "What did you not manage to find?" In his mind, Mo Yao's will could not hold in her curiosity as she asked. Fang Yuan's actions were very strange. It made her very curious. Fang Yuan did not answer her. He only frowned even more as time passed. The matter of landscape as before, Gu was related to his grand scheme after Rebirth. How could he possibly tell this to Mo Yao? Landscape as before Gu was an immortal Gu that Tai Bai Yun Sheng obtained only after he became an immortal. Rumors said, this Gu was created naturally on its own when Tai Bai Yun Sheng became an immortal, and heaven and earth resonated with him, causing it to spontaneously condense. But there was another possibility, that within Tai Bai Yun Sheng's mind, he had the immortal Gu recipe for landscape as before from the start. If he really had the immortal Gu recipe, then Fang Yuan could steal this Gu recipe, along with river as before Gu and mountain as before Gu, bringing to Xianxia blessed land and asking Xianxia land spirit to help by refining this immortal Gu on his behalf. This way he did not have to take a risk and seize the food from the tiger's mouth. It would greatly reduce his danger. But after this soul search, Fang Yuan obtained a horrible result. Fang Yuan did not manage to find the immortal Gu recipe for landscape as before. This indicated that the rumors were really true. Landscape as before Gu was indeed a product of the resonance of heaven and earth during the moment when Tai Bai Yun Sheng became a Gu immortal. That also meant that, if Fang Yuan wanted to obtain this immortal Gu, he would have to snatch this Gu by force from Tai Bai Yun Sheng, who had already become an immortal by then. Fang Yuan was still not a Gu immortal. As for battling an immortal as a mortal, Fang Yuan had never heard of any examples of success in his life. It was no doubt tougher than ascending to heaven. But what other choices did he have? Back then, among the three options, this was no doubt the easiest way. He had already invested time and effort into this plan. Although Fang Yuan did not have absolute confidence of success, he had no choice but to continue making preparations and take a risk to try it anyway. Outside 88, True Yang Building, Tai Bai Yun Sheng's image appeared slowly. He is back, he is back. How was the result? Someone saw Tai Bai Yun Sheng fighting his way into the main hall. Oh no, Lord Tai Bai Yun Sheng is motionless. It seems he has fallen unconscious. The surrounding Gu masters immediately went over as a crowd. After taking a look, all of their expression changed mildly. Tai Bai Yun Sheng's body was filled with extremely serious injuries. They were all secretly stunned in their hearts. He is still breathing. Someone stretched out his finger and placed it below Tai Bai Yun Sheng's nose, shouting loudly, "Quick, who is a healing Gu master? Quickly stabilize old Sir's current injuries." "I will do it, I will do it. I am also a healing Gu master." Many healing Gu masters quickly helped out. Tai Bai Yun Sheng's reputation and extremely kind-hearted nature had already been ingrained in everyone's hearts. There was no doubt that he was much more popular and loved by people compared to He Lu Lan and Chang Shan Yin. Even Lord Tai Bai Yun Sheng suffered injuries to such a grave extent. Sigh. It seems that this time, the round might not have been passed. Someone sighed. The time for the challenge has already ended, but most of the Gu masters did not return safely. We have truly suffered a huge loss this time. Among all of you, Has anyone seen Lord Gao Yang and Zhu Zai coming out? Someone jolted abruptly, suddenly asking. Everyone started looking around frantically, but they just ended up staring at each other. No one saw the figures of Gao Yang and Zhu Zai. Meanwhile, in 88 True Yang Building, that round was still intact and available for challengers, except that in this short period, Gu Masters were not allowed to enter again. Everyone was very clear about what this implied. Ever since 88 True Yang Building had formed, 5 rank 5 experts had already been sacrificed. Such grave casualties and losses, it caused the entire area to go into deep silence. When Tai Bai Yun Sheng opened his eyes eventually, he found himself lying on a bed. His entire body was feeling weak to the point where he even had difficulty sitting up. Seeing that he opened his eyes, a servant nearby who was attending to him shouted immediately out of joy. "Old sir, you are finally awake. You have finally woken up. Someone quickly come. Someone quickly come. Old sir has woken up." Very soon, Tai Bai Yun Sheng could hear a large number of footsteps rushing over towards him. A group of healing Gu Masters came to his side, checking his body's condition for him collectively. "Lord Elder, rest assured, your injuries are no longer a problem, except that you are of old age, so the injuries this time have affected your physical condition. From now on, you have to recuperate carefully, especially for the next few months. Your body is weak and lacking in nourishment. You need to rest and recover slowly." The head of the healing Gu Masters urged him in a gentle tone. In order to get a team to challenge the round, Tai Bai Yun Sheng had no choice but to agree to He Lu Lan's request, and had already become an external elder of He tribe. Tai Bai Yun Sheng's gaze was completely unfocused. Ever since he woke up, he had been in a daze. After hearing these words, he regained some of his senses as he asked, "Where is this place?" Replying to Lord Elder's question, "This is Lord Hai Lu Lan's residence. Ever since Lord Elder failed in challenging the round and returned barely alive, our tribe leader has been very concerned. He personally brought you here to receive treatment. The servants have already reported your awakening. I believe that very soon, Lord Tribe Leader will be here to see you." The leader of the Gu Masters once again replied, "Failed in challenging the round and returning barely alive." Tai Bai Yun Sheng frowned slightly. The memories in his mind were slowly surfacing as he recalled that final scene that had happened. He expended his final portion of primeval essence, activating his defense Gu as he successfully charged into the Great Hall amidst the attacks and rampaging of the blood beasts. But soon after, he fainted and fell unconscious, losing perception of all his senses. When he woke up, he found that he was lying here. "Does that mean I really failed in challenging the round?" Tai Bai Yun Sheng's tone suddenly turned sharp as his gaze became sharper than ever. "Lord Elder." The healing Gu Masters around the bed all looked at each other. They wanted to offer words of consolation, but they could not bring themselves to say a thing. Thus, they could only lower their heads silently. The room suddenly became completely quiet. Tai Bai Yun Sheng's gaze was staring into the distance. After being silent for a while, he suddenly raised his head and laughed. "Ha ha, so I failed after all. All that sacrifice for nothing. All that sacrifice for absolutely nothing." He could not get up now, so he could only use his palm to slam the side of the bed with all his strength, laughing maniacally. "Lord Elder, Lord Elder." The healing Gu Masters were frantic. They quickly tried to calm him down. "My pitiful Gao Yang, my pitiful Zhu Zai, they sacrificed their lives in order to protect me." Tai Bai Yun Sheng's eyes were overflowing with tears. His laughter was filled with pure agony. "My condolences to Lord Elder. There is a limit to what a person can do. Lord Elder had already done his best. Lord Elder, the fact that you managed to survive is already the greatest fortune among misfortunes. People die when they are killed. The dead cannot be resurrected, old sir. You have to stay strong for all of us." Everyone spoke one after another, trying to calm down the unstable Tai Bai Yun Sheng. But these words felt like utter sarcasm when they entered Tai Bai Yun Sheng's ears. They were like needles stabbing into his heart one by one. At the final crucial moment, Tai Bai Yunsheng preserved his primeval essence and did not choose to save Gao Yang and Zhu Zai. It was for himself, to activate the defense gu and charge into the main hall. That was him. For his own selfish gains, he had ignored the sacrifices of his comrades. Was this still Tai Bai Yunsheng? Was this still that admirable and publicly recognized figure in Northern Plains who helped and saved the injured, healing people everywhere? The Tai Bai Yunsheng who eliminated pain and suffering. Why did he do that? But at that crucial moment, he had no time to think about it carefully. He chose to do it in an instant, purposely sacrificing Gao Yang and Zhu Zai to obtain a chance for himself to obtain that 15-year lifespan gu which was the reward for passing the round. It was for his own purpose of extending his life. Such a decision made Tai Bai Yunsheng feel very unfamiliar with himself. He felt extremely ashamed, extremely inferior, and extremely regretful. Back then there was no hesitation. He did not think about it. That decision had transformed his morals into a whip, interrogating his soul and lashing at his conscience. Tai Bai Yunsheng shut his eyes in great pain. His fists were tightly clenched. Lord Tribe Leader has arrived. Subordinate pays respects to Lord Tribe Leader. The entire room kneeled as Hai Lu Lan carried a smiling expression and walked towards Tai Bai Yunsheng. Seeing Tai Bai Yunsheng's pained expression, Hai Lu Lan frowned lightly, but soon his frown vanished. Elder Tai Bai, I am very glad that you are awake. I have already heard about the situation, you, Gao Yang, and Zhu. As I had displayed the bravery and courage of us Northern Plains men. Although you failed, it was an admirable attempt. As long as you learn from this attempt, I am sure you'll be able to pass this round in the future, overriding failure with success and washing away the humiliation. Tai Bai Yunsheng did not open his eyes. He did not speak a word as his expression remained painful. He had already understood the reason why he failed. After he charged into the main hall, he had successfully avoided the attacks of the blood beasts as he fell on the main hall. But after succeeding, he laughed wildly in great joy, and because his state of mind had been greatly volatile and fluctuating, together with his grave injuries, he lost consciousness. To get through this round, there was a time limit as well. Once the time was up, his unconscious self was sent out forcefully along with the other Gu Masters at the fringe of the battlefield. He was obviously a single step away from success, but he failed because he had fallen unconscious. Such an ironic ending. This was not the source of the intense pain in Tai Bai Yunsheng's heart. His pain was because he had abandoned his comrades for his own selfish gains. Was this still Tai Bai Yunsheng? His memories flashed in his mind one by one once more. From youth, he had always believed in the power of love. Since he was a child, he had been reputed to have a kind heart. When Tai Bai tribe devoured other tribes, he saw that his childhood friend was going to suffer the horrible fate of becoming a female slave. Thus he stepped up and requested to marry her. Because of this, the batch of captives were also spared, but on the night of their wedding, his wife betrayed him. The captives contacted outside enemies and assaulted his tribe, causing his parents to die from this incident. His slave life after that was extremely tough and pitiful, and he had always been suffering the intense guilt and regret in his heart. Finally, one day, he gave an unacquainted old beggar a bowl of water out of kindness, and the old beggar gave him 3 immortal inheritances to choose from. The first could allow him to bathe in flames and step on fire, surpassing the mortal realm. The second could allow him to control wind and fly in the air, roaming the world freely. The third could allow him to surpass life and death, gaining the ability to assist the world's people. Tai Bai Yunsheng chose the third inheritance. From then on, it was as if he found the light in the darkness. His heart was no longer in turmoil as he had no regrets anymore. He had been completely reborn. After so many years, the old beggar's laughter was still ringing in his ears. Surpassing life and death, gaining the ability to help people, this had become his life's goal. And indeed, he truly achieved this in his life later on. Countless people felt gratitude towards him. His kind reputation had spread widely. His light was shining over the entire northern plains. He was a living legend. But right now, he had failed. His failure was not in that he did not receive the lifespan gu, but because he betrayed his comrades, he betrayed the way of life that he had set for himself. But the most ironic thing was, all these were done by his own subconscious. He spent almost his entire life to establish a way of life for himself that he believed in, but that at moment, he completely destroyed his own ideals. He had seen the other side of himself, his own selfish nature. He had once thought he was the person everyone knew him as, walking on the grassland under the setting sun, helping and saving people throughout the region, the savior of the world. But now, in his heart, this image was slowly leaving him. It was limping away from him. In the brilliance of the setting sun, his shadow was stretched out and extended into the horizon. The shadow was extremely dark. Chapter 593. Appearance of the Strength Path. Immortal Gu Translator, Chibi. General Editor, Chibi. General He Lu Lan's brows furrowed as he walked out of Tai Bai Yun Sheng's room. An expert cannot become conceited by success nor discouraged by failure. Who could have thought the grand-renowned Tai Bai Yun Sheng was no more than this? He was very dissatisfied with Tai Bai Yun Sheng's mental state. Tai Bai Yun Sheng is the #1 healer. If his state is not good, the difficulty for me to cross the rounds will increase by a lot. He Lu Lan raised his head and looked above. On the summit of the sacred palace, the bright aurora was surging majestically. 88. True Yang Building had already condensed 67 floors and was currently condensing 68th floor. He Lu Lan gazed at 88 True Yang Building with an obsessed look, a cold light of ambition flashing in his eyes. In the 68th floor there existed a strength path, Immortal Gu. He Lu Lan possessed an one-edge owner token. This strength path Immortal Gu was assimilated into 88 True Yang Building just moments ago, and he could immediately perceive it. This was a rank 6 strength path Immortal Gu called Flying Bear Strength Gu. The Flying Bear was a desolate beast with battle strength that could match Gu Immortals. Flying Bear Strength Gu could allow the Gu Immortal to have a definite probability of bursting out with a Flying Bear Phantom during battle and strike with the divine strength of Flying Bear. This was the Immortal Gu He Lu Lan wanted. With it, he could advance into a strength path Gu Immortal. I must get this Immortal Gu in my hands. My plan for revenge only has hope if I have it. He Lu Lan unconsciously clenched his fists, but soon relaxed. His trusted aide He Shu came towards him in short, quick steps and kneeled before him. He Lu Lan's expression quickly changed back to normal. Even in front of his trusted aide, he did not reveal even a trace of his true emotions. Every day, during this time, He Shu would come to report on the movements of every great expert in the sacred palace. Lord Chang Shan Yin is still at the 90th round of 7th floor and has still not made any progress. Lord Yalui Song is at the 49th floor. He has crossed the 81st round. 30% of the Gu Masters with him have perished. He Lu Lan had completely opened up 88 True Yang Building to everyone. It was a generous move that was rarely seen in the history, attracting a craze in everyone to explore 88 True Yang Building. Even though every owner token's price was raised to a sky-high amount, there were still countless people scrambling for them madly. Humans die for wealth and birds die for food. Blinded by greed, many had lost their lives. Adding the casualties from the attempt of Tai Bai Yun Sheng, 5 rank 5 experts had died already. Chang Biao, Pan Ping, Hao Ji Liu, Gao Yang, and Zhu Zai. This was an enormous loss to He Lu Lan. The smaller the forces he could mobilize became, the harder the difficulty in getting Flying Bear Strength Gu. Of course, there was also a certain benefit by completely opening up 88 True Yang Building. As long as the participating Gu Masters could survive, most would be able to experience rapid increase in strength. There were also not a small number who were able to successfully advance, creating many new Rank 4 and Rank 5 Gu Masters. 88 True Yang building was originally arranged by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable for the benefit of his descendants. This 68th floor is the main focus of our tribe. It even far surpasses winning over the 39th floor. This is a task specially handed to me by a certain supreme elder of our tribe. Thus, every bit of strength in the sacred palace needs to be treasured. Hey Shu, make this news public. Starting now, 88. True Yang building will be closed and everyone will listen to my arrangements. After breaking through the 68th floor, 88 True Yang building will be opened again. He Lu Lan instructed, his tone containing a will that could not be questioned. When He Shu heard this was actually a task given by the tribe's supreme elder, his body shook and his expression turned extremely solemn. Get to work. He Lu Lan waved his hand. He Shu accepted the command and retreated. Every imperial court contest was a chess game played by Gu immortals. Even the stronger Gu masters were no more than chess pieces. To seek some kind of immortal Gu immortals would provide support to certain tribes participating in the imperial court contest. This was a common set of circumstances. He Lu Lan was sure that everyone would be dissatisfied by his decision to close 88 True Yang building. But under the pressure of a Gu immortal's reputation, no one would dare to raise an issue. Tai Bai Yunsheng's injuries are too severe, but I can make him participate in the battle after he rests for about half a month. After all, he is a healing Gu master and will be in the rear of the battlefield. He needs lifespan Gu. I can start from this aspect, to mobilize him. Chang Shan Yin is fighting the 7th floor. His days have not been easy because his son suddenly perished in this round. To get back his reputation, he must pass this round. But he demanded Flying Bear Phantom Immortal Gu from me before, taking loans and owing me a great deal of resources. I can mobilize him. There is also Ye Lui Sang. He has a Fire Path support type Immortal Gu and would be of strong help to me. I can entice him with heavy bait. Of course, the crucial point will still be using the strength of the 3 Gu immortals, Shu Songzi, He Cheng, and He Bai. I should send them letters. He Bai was extremely excited after reading He Lu Lan's letter. I waited so long, and now finally the wooden chicken Gu has appeared. I did not think it would be within the 68th floor. He did not doubt the contents of this letter in the least. After all, He Lu Lan was He Cheng's son, and was the current He tribe leader. If his loyalty was doubted, then was there anyone in the world who was worth trusting? He Cheng smiled brightly. Virtuous brother, every cloud has a silver lining. Hard work will eventually pay off. Did the letter mention anything about Strength Path Immortal Gu? He Bai's face flushed red. I am ashamed. I was only thinking of wooden chicken Gu and forgot about Nephew's situation. Nephew has great strength, true martial physique. He must have a Strength Path Immortal Gu to advance to Gu Immortal. Nephew has mentioned about this in the letter, but unfortunately, a Strength Path Immortal Gu has yet to appear in 88 True Yang building. Still no Strength Path Immortal Gu? He Cheng frowned. Previously, when He Bai had been worried about wooden chicken Gu, he was consoled by He Cheng. This time, it was He Bai's turn to console He Cheng. Brother, no need to worry. 88 True Yang building has altogether 88 floors. There are still 20 floors that have not condensed yet. He Cheng nodded, sighing. Immortal Gu Dark Limit won't be able to mask his physique any longer. This can almost be considered as my son's final chance at life. Sigh. Man proposes and God disposes. We can only leave things to the will of heaven. He Bai's heart was fervent as he changed the topic back to wooden chicken Gu. He reminded, Brother, time waits for no man. Let's quickly prepare to give some help to He Lu Lan. Yes, this matter demands immediate actions. Which place did the letter mention? He Cheng slowly stood up from his seat. He Bai also followed suit and stood up. It is near Demon Blood Hill. Let's go. The 2 Gu immortals were very straightforward as they immediately set off. Not long later, they arrived at the sky above Demon Blood Hill. Demon Blood Hill was a famous area in northern plains where 4 great tribes of the Righteous Path had allied to annihilate a gang of demonic path bandits who had been ravaging around northern plains. The demonic path bandits were extremely fierce because of their deep background, with demonic path goo immortals secretly supporting them from the dark. After the intense battle, the bandit gang was completely annihilated while the Righteous Path also suffered serious losses. The blood of demonic path goo masters dyed the whole hill red, and thus later generations called the hill Demon Blood Hill. He Lu Lan had requested help in the letter. He tribe's 2 goo immortals had already prepared for a long time and were ready to leave at any time. This was to help He Lu Lan to clear the floor as fast as possible. But 88 True Yang Building was located in Imperial Court Blessed Land. Why would the 2 goo immortals from He tribe come here? 88 True Yang Building structure needed to be mentioned for this. The previous ink text had explained. 88 True Yang Building was a rank 8 immortal goo house formed from innumerable small towers, with Divert Disaster Goo as one of the main cornerstones. There were gaps of several li between each small tower, covering Imperial Court Blessed Land in accordance to each region of northern plains. During ordinary times, the small towers would be taking in the wild goo within Imperial Court Blessed Land. As every 10-year period arrived, these small towers would start to sink one after another, sacrificing the wild goo inside them, while also resonating with the blizzard in the outside world to achieve a miraculous power. This power would carry out an enormous plundering of the whole of northern plains, taking in the precious goo resources of northern plains to above the sacred palace in Imperial Court Blessed Land, and thus condensing floor after floor of 88 True Yang Building. These floors would form on top of one another, finally forming the complete 88 True Yang Building. Back then, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's plan had been rejected by Longhair Ancestor. Longhair Ancestor was a refinement path supreme grandmaster, and thought of an exquisite plan with a different approach, refining the current 88 True Yang Building. Every time 88 True Yang Building formed was a process of refining goo once again. It not only made use of the wild goo in the small towers, but also the goo worms absorbed into it. For example, looking at the 68th floor, 88 True Yang Building first absorbed Flying Bear Strength goo and refined it, using the strength of the goo to form the 100th round. Again absorbing other strong goo worms to form the 99th round. Following was the 98 round, 97th. It was like building a high building. One must first build a strong foundation. If there were not qualified goo worms, then 88 True Yang Building would replace it with goo recipe, primeval stones, inheritance secrets, and so on. Everyone knew the harder the rounds in 88 True Yang Building were, the more bountiful the rewards would be. Conversely, the more bountiful the rewards or stronger the goo worms, the more difficult the round would be. One could say every goo worm assimilated into 88 True Yang Building was a part of its structure. Countless Imperial Court contests passed by while countless generations of sagely immortals had been probing before the workings of this mechanism of 88 True Yang Building were finally discovered. Originally, there were no flaws in this, but with the passing of time, changes started to appear which created a loophole, allowing Northern Plains goo masters to exploit it. This loophole was in the aspect of refinement. 88 True Yang Building plundered northern plains and absorbed goo worms, refining them and using their strength to form rounds. What did goo refinement rely on? Will. Back then, how did Fang Yuan refine the liquor worm? By using primeval essence as a carrier for the goo master's will to continually wear down the goo worm's will, until the goo worm was filled with the goo master's will, thoroughly turning into the goo master's tool. When Fang Yuan refined goo, he had used immortal goo Spring Autumn Cicada to get the desired result at the least expense. If the goo worms differ by 2 ranks or more, there would be suppression. Fang Yuan used Spring Autumn Cicada's aura to force the lower-ranked goo worm's will to curl up at a corner, and then poured in his primeval essence and will straight into the goo worm, swallowing the withdrawn goo worm's will. 88. True Yang building was not a goo master. How could it refine other goo worms? Giant Sun, immortal venerable, thus intentionally left behind his will. Giant Sun's will. Fang Yuan had seen Giant Sun's will when he was refining the guest halt stele before. It was genuinely majestic and vast like the sun. Comparatively speaking, the will Fang Yuan left behind after refining the guest halt stele was as minute as an ant. 88. True Yang building refined goo worms by using Giant Sun's will. Immortal venerable were unrivaled. Their wills were also similarly unrivaled and could easily extinguish other wills. Thus, 88 True Yang building had never encountered any problems when refining goo worms. However, there was a problem. Wills were formed from thoughts. If there was not a soul to act as the carrier, continuous thinking would only lead to unceasing consumption. To resist such astonishing consumption, the will would often choose to hibernate. When Fang Yuan entered Water Pavilion, Mo Yao's will, which was stored inside, had awoken from her hibernation. Giant Sun's will might be vast as the sun, but Giant Sun immortal venerable had passed away for countless years now. The will was gradually unable to resist the power of time and also chose to hibernate. When Giant Sun's will went into hibernation, 88. True Yang building's goo refinement speed slowed down. This reduction in speed caused a loophole to appear in 88 True Yang building. Chapter 594. Plan activated. Translator, Chibi, General Editor. Chibi General strong winds blew and snow wreaked havoc. Demon Blood Hill, which used to have dark red grass growing all over, was now a scene of whiteness. The lofty hill also had surrendered to the power of 10 years' blizzard, appearing weak as a baby. Roar, roar, roar. Enormous figures that were as tall as 30 feet appeared and disappeared in the blizzard. These were monsters that only appeared during the blizzard. Snow monsters. These snow monsters were stronger the larger their size. A 30 feet tall snow monster could battle a rank 3 goo master. 40 feet tall had the strength of a rank 4 goo master, and 50 feet tall had the terrifying power of a rank 5 goo master. Following the blizzard, the snow monsters began to devastate the whole of northern plains. They slowly converged together and attacked several surviving areas of northern plains, bringing destruction to the dying humans and living beings. But there is a weakness to everything. Snow monsters were snowmen's prey. Snowmen could rapidly propagate by devouring snow monsters' meat and blood, even prolonging their lifespan. He Bai and He Cheng stood on the summit of the Demon Blood Hill for a while. Their black robes were exceptionally conspicuous in the white snowy land. Beside them were corpses of hundreds of snow monsters. Unless snow monsters that had reached the height of 60 feet appeared, even in great numbers they could only be trash throwing away their lives when fighting goo immortals. He Bai and He Cheng had already waited for a long time now. Suddenly, He Bai's expression shook as he got a response, his sharp gaze looking at his left. There, maelstroms of wind and snow started to form in the air. Within a blink of an eye, they turned one by one into whole giant hands formed from wind and snow. Flying Snow Hand. After the enormous flying snow hands condensed completely, they grabbed at He Bai and He Cheng. "Ha ha! We have been waiting for you." He Bai laughed brightly and flicked his finger repeatedly, sending out large numbers of rank 5 goo worms. He Cheng also made his move. The enormous flying snow hands grabbed goo worms and soon each of them clenched tightly. The snow hands crumbled apart while the goo worms inside disappeared without a trace, captured tightly by a power that took them into Imperial Court, Blessed Land. He Tribe's 2 goo immortals did not resist in the slightest, and let the goo worms be taken by the flying snow hands. Such a situation lasted for a whole hour before all the rank 5 goo worms were captured away. He Bai and He Cheng only then stopped, looking at each other with a smile before flying away rapidly, disappearing into the horizon in a blink of an eye. Support has arrived. After some time, He Lu Lan got a response. His gaze burned as he gazed above at 88 True Yang building. At the peak of the sacred palace, an aurora was shaking. The 68th floor was still condensing, with the 100th round already being formed before. The still not formed 68th floor was only in its embryonic stage. The aurora around it continually shook like liquid, holding the large numbers of goo worms captured just before from outside the blessed land. A part of these goo worms were wild goo, whereas a portion came from He Chung and He Bai, two goo immortals. 88. True Yang building chose the strongest among them to form the 99th round, 98th round. He Lu Lan carefully sensed it for a while before slightly frowning. The two from high tribes have already made their move, but that Shui Songzi is still biding his time. He had bribed Shui Songzi to reach an agreement. One of the contents of the agreement was Shui Songzi help him at a designated time period. However, Shui Songzi was not showing any signs of movement at present. He Lu Lan was displeased, immediately sending a letter through a goo worm. Soon, he received the reply. In the letter, Shui Songzi complained about how the two goo immortals from He tribe were pressuring him these days, and how his snowman business had taken a dive, already running at a loss. He also added how he had already supported He Lu Lan with many rank 5 goo for wooden chicken goo some time ago, and it was beyond his power to send support now. Lies! He Lu Lan was furious, almost pinching this letter goo to death. There is indeed no one good in the demonic path. They all are treacherous and sly bastards. But soon, He Lu Lan's anger subsided. Truthfully, he had predicted this. After all, he was only a mortal, while Shui Songzi was a lofty goo immortal. A mortal dealing with a goo immortal was like an ant negotiating with an elephant. The two were simply not at the same level. If the goo immortal refused to acknowledge and reneged back on the promise, the mortal could do nothing about it. He Lu Lan was secretly worried. The 68th floor was in the process of condensing, and the longer the time went by, the weaker the effect of a goo immortal's support would be. It seems I need to first obtain wooden chicken goo to make Shui Songzi help me, He Lu Lan sneered, immediately sending an order to convene everyone. Wooden chicken goo was on the 39th floor of 88 True Yang building. For months now, He Lu Lan's efforts had been concentrated on this floor. He also had Shui Songzi's help. Thus, the progress was very smooth, succeeding in pushing to the last round. Wooden chicken goo was exactly the reward for this final round. This last round. It was difficult in a sense, but it was also very simple. What it tested was patience in putting in effort over a long period of time. He Lu Lan had personally led people and attempted the round for 40 to 50 times altogether, now already having grasped its details. Every time he would progress slightly, and the accumulation of such progress gave shocking results. He was only a paper-thin distance away from success. This is good too. Grasping this 39th floor would raise the morale for when we tackle the 68th floor. He Lu Lan thought for a while and immediately took action. The next day he mustered large numbers of people, convening all the goo masters in the sacred palace, and held a pep rally. That very evening, he led everyone and successfully broke through the 100th round, obtaining rank 6 immortal goo wooden chicken. Just like He Lu Lan expected, the breakthrough of the round raised morale and fighting spirit greatly, sweeping away the haze of Tai Bai Yunsheng's defeat. With immortal goo wooden chicken, He Lu Lan's confidence rose greatly, and he used it to lure Shui Songzi into helping him. 7 days later, the 68th floor had completely taken form. He Lu Lan impatiently led everyone to charge into the floor. However, after arriving at the floor, he did not tackle the rounds anxiously, instead commanding the goo masters to spread out. Over 100 refinement path goo masters were included in the troops. These people were all carefully selected, and their loyalty could be trusted. Although they had not attained master level, they were elites. The refinement path Gu masters formed a round formation upon which He Lu Lan slowly walked into the center. He sat down cross-legged and took out the two-edge owner token. The two-edge owner token slowly flew into the air, and at the same time, He Lu Lan's body also began to let out gray light. The light rays were sharp as needles, piercing into the air. Not only He Lu Lan, the remaining refinement path Gu masters also let out sharp gray radiance. These needle-sharp light rays continued to strengthen, becoming thicker and longer, flooding the whole round formation. The individual needle-sharp rays started to touch each other, instantly linking together. A giant gray radiance slowly stretched out from the round formation, directly piercing into the two-edge owner token, which was floating in the air. Outside the round formation were large numbers of Gu masters spectating this while guarding against emergencies. "What are they doing?" a young Gu master asked in confusion. An aged senior beside him patted his shoulder. "Heh heh, this is the ability of super tribes. Kid, watch properly. The next scene will make your eyes open and jaw fall down." As he was saying this, the owner token suddenly shook. The tremor was weak, but following the dissemination of the giant sharp gray radiance, the scope of the tremor quickly increased. By the time this tremor spread to the round formation, it had already become a heavy tremor. The gray light rays condensed in the round formation like a light lake. From this heavy tremor, the lake suddenly erupted with dazzling light, forcing everyone to narrow their eyes. The gray light shone on every corner of the first round's area. Just like the melting of snow, the world in the round gradually started turning transparent before completely dissipating. It was like a cover had been lifted, and as if the second layer underneath was revealed, He Lu Lan and the group arrived at the second round. "This is..." "We actually passed the round without even making a move?" After a moment of silence, many young Gu masters started making a big fuss. That young Gu master from just before had eyes wide open and his jaw hanging down. "What in the world is this method?" the aged Gu master beside replied with satisfaction. "This is a refinement path killer move that all super tribes have. Gray Meltdown. It can be used to rapidly pass rounds in 88 true Yang building. Kid, the scope of your vision should have expanded, right?" The young Gu master, whose vision was expanded, nodded his head non-stop and praised. "Amazing. Truly an amazing method. But what do they need us for with such a method in their disposal?" The aged Gu master's smile turned forced. "This method is not effective every time. Some rounds can be crossed with this method, while some cannot." "Tisk, tisk. This trick is quite interesting." In Fang Yuan's mind, Mo Yao revealed her body. Her posture was enchanting, and her eyes had a hint of seduction. She mumbled to herself in an analytical way. This should be digging into the hibernating will of Giant Sun's control, attacking with coordination from both outside and inside. The Gu masters outside the Blessed Land would release Gu at certain places, and these Gu worms would be absorbed into 88 true Yang building, refined into the rounds. But Giant Sun's will is hibernating, so the speed in refining the Gu worms has become slower. At best, they could only be considered half-refined. The so-called killer move Gray Meltdown uses the owner token to connect with the half-refined Gu worms. As such, the core of the round will be directly refined. The round will naturally not be able to continue anymore and switch to the next round. To do this, the crucial key is time. The state of the half-refined Gu won't continue for long. Even if Giant Sun's will is hibernating, as long as there is sufficient time, it will completely refine these Gu worms. In the case that these Gu worms are refined, the Gu masters tackling the round cannot induce any reaction, and the chance to forcibly refine them would be thoroughly lost. Heh. You are indeed a refinement path grandmaster, being able to analyze so thoroughly with just a glance. Fang Yuan laughed in his mind, not stinting on his praise towards Mo Yao. To speak bluntly, this method was fighting with 88 true Yang building to refine the Gu worms. If Giant Sun's will was awake, the goo worms would be refined instantly, not leaving behind any opportunity. But it was hibernating now. The refinement had become slow, and as such, there was a loophole that could be used. Fang Yuan was from the future, thus he knew this clearly. In his previous life after Central Continent's goo immortals had broken through Imperial Court-blessed land, they had shown this method in the image clips they had disseminated everywhere. But this method could only be used as support. What Central Continent's goo immortals truly relied on was still the glass owner token. This secondary owner token could be considered a divine treasure. Who knew how much energy and resources Central Continent's forces had to spend for it, and now it was in Fang Yuan's possession, raised to 6 edges. Taking advantage of everyone concentrating on the second round, Fang Yuan secretly took out the 6-edge owner token. He stroked the 6 edges of the owner token and sighed, muttering inwardly, "Such a long time of planning, and now it is finally time for the plan to begin in full. Flying bear strength, goo with my flying bear phantom goo, isn't that what it should be? Heh heh, I also think so." With that and a thought in his mind, he instantly grasped control over this floor.
Chapter 595. Green Vines Blocking the Round. Fang Yuan's Backstabbed Translator. Chibi General. Editor. Chibi General. He Lulan gazed ahead at the troops making slow progress in the dense jungle. The intense battle had already lasted for over 6 hours. This was the second round. The weather here was hot and damp, and the terrain was a vast ancient rainforest. To cross this round, goo masters needed to traverse through the whole jungle and reach a stone palace at the other side. However, this jungle could not be taken lightly. There might not be any beasts in the jungle, but it was full of green vines. These green vines were coiled around tall trees and piled up on the damp ground. Every green vine had the thickness of a king-sized bowl and length of 70 to 80 feet in the minimum. The common green vines among these were called green snake vines, which had snake scales growing all over their surface, and when goo masters neared them, the vines would suddenly move and coil around the goo masters, constricting them to death. In every 100 paces of the rainforest, there were about 1,000 green snake vines filling the whole area. The difficulty in progressing forward was thus extremely high. The whole journey was filled with green snake vines attacking from all sides. Some shot down from sky, some creeped through the ground, and some ambushed from under the ground, causing the group to struggle and not be able to defend properly. The group's progress was met with attacks from the green vines at all times, seemingly like they were among an ocean of green vines. The green vine had powerful attacks and quick speed. Even more dangerous were the woodpath goo worms that lived on their bodies. It was precisely because of these goo worms that the group had suffered huge casualties. Reporting, we have discovered a green snake vine king ahead. Currently, Lord Ye Louis Song is already in a fight with it. After a while of moving forward, an investigative goo master returned from the front group to report to He Lulan. He Lulan nodded, still continuing with his slow movement. In every group of green snake vines, there was a green snake vine king which had the battle strength of a rank 4 goo master. However, Ye Louis Song was a rank 5 peak stage expert, the current tribe leader of the superforce Ye Louis tribe, and the fire path he cultivated subdued woodpath goo worms completely. There was also the fire path support type immortal goo on him. Taking care of a green snake vine king was a cinch. Sure enough, after a while, the report of victory came from ahead. Lord Ye Louis Song has eliminated the green snake vine king and has now retreated from the front lines. Lord Changshan Yin has switched with him and is leading the wolf group to open the path. Okay, He Lulan lightly replied. Wolves were good at offense and not at defense, and were not a good match for the vines, but Changshan Yin had defense-specialized wolves like turtleback wolves. He also had vermilion fire wolves upon which lived fire path goo worms. In this situation, they were a sharp weapon to cut open the path. Wolf King is truly powerful. He can even be said to have the #1 battle strength, especially when he also has the flying bear phantom immortal goo. A mere minor round cannot obstruct him. Hai Lulan pondered while walking. Flying Bear Phantom Goo and Flying Bear Strength Goo, if the two are paired up, that would be perfect. I will first make Changshan Yin pour in his utmost effort for me, and when the time is ripe, I must make him hand over that Flying Bear Phantom Goo. As long as I become a Goo immortal, wouldn't a mere Wolf King be mine to toy with? This second round seemingly tests the Goo Master's strength in doing prolonged battles, but more than that, it is actually testing investigative ability. In this jungle, there are not only the green snake vine groups, but also green dragon vine groups. Green dragon vines are dozens of times more terrifying than green snake vines. They are mutated beings among plants. The path we took avoided these green dragon vines as much as possible. There are only 1 or 2 territories of green dragon vines in this path, and presumably there will be 1 or 2 tough battles, and that will be the greatest difficulty of this round. Hai Lu Lan felt proud. We are getting closer to the finish line. At this speed, we will cross this round in an hour. He had just thought of this when suddenly a change occurred. Swish, swish. The green snake vines around the group suddenly penetrated the air with terrifying speed, even producing sonic booms. The offense of the vines had suddenly increased by dozens of times. The previous battles were the ones where the Goo Masters fought with the green snake vines nearby while the vines outside the range stayed still. But now, the green vines within 100 li, no, 1,000 li, were engaging in the battle, surging out crazily like a tsunami as they pounced towards the Goo Masters. The Goo Masters were caught unprepared, immediately suffering heavy losses. Countless Goo Masters were killed within a few moments of time. How could this happen? The green snake vines are rioting all of a sudden, the experts shouted in fright. Someone save me quickly! Surrounding Goo Masters were wantonly constricted and twisted apart by the green vine group. I command all troops to attack. Hold them off no matter the consumption. If we can't hold them back, it will be our death. Hai Lu Lan shouted and rose to the air, attempting to control the situation. Soon, 100 or so green dragon vines rose to the sky, charging towards him. Hai Lu Lan gave a shout of fury and used his dark path abilities, killing 20 to 30 green dragon vines instantly before moving towards the ground. But the ground was also not safe. Countless green snake vines and green dragon vines broke through the soil, trapping the entirety of the troops. How can this be? The scouting had been done properly. How could we encounter a green dragon vine group here? The corners of Hai Lu Lan's eyes were threatening to tear as he could not make sense of this no matter what. Green vines were strongly territorial, but as long as one does not encroach upon their territory, they would remain still and not take the initiative to attack. These green vine groups, however, had completely gone crazy, pouncing upon the Goo Masters like they had killed their father. Green vines possessed strong vitality, and even if they were cut into 5 to 6 parts, these 5 to 6 parts could still attack before dying. Hai Lu Lan even saw many green dragon vines struggling free from their root systems and flying out to attack. How is this possible? What the hell is happening? Hai Lu Lan could not make sense of it no matter how he thought. By cutting off their own roots, these green dragon vines were looking for their own death. All living things possessed survival instinct. How deep a hatred was it for them to erupt in such bitter suicidal attacks? The large army was broken apart, each fighting for themselves while slowly starting to retreat bit by bit. In a moment, many youths lost their lives. Could it be this second round is actually a giant trap? This is too strange. This is only the second round. How could its difficulty be so high? Hai Lu Lan was dumbstruck, a huge doubt rising in his heart. This was indeed a huge trap. But the one who laid this trap was not 88 True Yang Building, but the one in control of this floor, Fang Yuan. He had been patient, ordering the green vines everywhere in this round to stealthily move here. He then accepted the command to participate in the front line and switched with others from time to time, intentionally lowering the speed of progress to stall for time. When large numbers of green vines had gathered, Fang Yuan immediately ordered a surprise attack without any hesitation. The Goo Masters suffered disastrous losses because of the ambush. Fang Yuan was an enslavement pathmaster. The green vines, which had lower intelligence than beasts, coordinated together under his control and disregarded their own lives to burst out with 100 times their normal strength. Especially for the experts like He Lu Lan, Ye Lui Sang, and Tai Bai Yun Sheng, he had paid even more attention and mobilized green dragon vines, which were comparable to mutated beasts, to obstruct them. Retreat! Retreat quickly! There are green vines everywhere around us. If we continue on, the casualties will become even more severe. Lord High Tribe Leader, my tribe leader requests to retreat. Several large tribes hurriedly sent their representatives. Anyone could see they had landed into an ambush by the green vine groups. How could the green vines become so sinister? Right now, no one had the time to tackle this issue. Hai Lu Lan fiercely gnashed his teeth. His face showed a struggling expression several times before he squeezed out a word. Retreat! He also knew the situation was already out of control. The green vines were charging without fearing death and had already led the formation to turn chaotic. And the experts were not able to fight properly for the fear of hurting their own men. If they suffered such serious casualties in the second round, then how could Hai Lu Lan have the power to seize the immortal goo in the last round? Retreat was naturally a wise move, but it would depend on whether Fang Yuan would allow it. He was in control of this floor, sealing the exit and entrance was only a small thing. Soon, everyone made a terrifying discovery. They could not leave. This discovery was a huge blow on the morale. The whole army seemed to be about to crumble apart. At the crucial moment, Hai Lu Lan felt the situation going awry and stood up, his voice spreading everywhere. All of you, persevere. I will use the killer move Grey Meltdown to forcibly cross this round. If we persevere, we will win. We will survive. The despairing Goo Masters heard these words and felt like they were drowning men who had found a life-saving straw. The morale that had fallen to the bottom did not crumble in the end and instead stabilized. Everyone again started fighting, opening a path and forming a tight and connected formation. Under the heavy protection from all the troops, Hai Lu Lan led a group of Refinement Path Goo Masters to form a round formation and began to use the killer move Grey Meltdown. Lord, if we forcibly activate it, we will probably lose 30% of our men. An old Refinement Path Goo Master who was familiar with the inside information advised Hai Lu Lan with a pale face. The killer move Grey Meltdown naturally had its limitations. This killer move relied on the coordination of the inside and outside. This required the reward of the round to be goo worms deliberately provided by either He Tribe's Goo Immortals or Sui Song Zi. But 88 True Yang building would not coordinate. It only chose the suitable goo worms from those absorbed and refined them to form the rounds. The first round's reward were goo worms that came from He Bai. Thus, Hai Lu Lan could use the killer move Grey Meltdown to exploit Giant Sun's will, still not having fully refined the goo worms, to forcibly refine them. Like this, he would get the reward and pass the round. But the second round's goo worm reward was wild goo. Hai Lu Lan was unable to connect with these wild goo and the killer move Grey Meltdown could not be used. The second round could only in accordance with this be completed by going through its requirement. But the current situation was critical. Hai Lu Lan was left without a better option, but to forcibly activate killer move Grey Meltdown to skip through the second round and connect to the goo worm reward of the third round. The third round's goo worm reward came from Shui Song Zi. The goo worm was only half refined, thus still contained most of Shui Song Zi's will. As Hai Lu Lan was working together with Shui Song Zi's will approved him. He could thus use Grey Meltdown to connect to the third round's reward and refine it. As such, the third round would be passed, and when the third round is crossed, the second round would have no foundation, collapsing apart. Because when 88 True Yang building condensed each floor, it would first form the 100th round, then 99th round, 98th round. However, if Hai Lu Lan did so, the killer move Grey Meltdown's power would increase by several times, far surpassing the amount these Refinement Path Goo Masters could bear. Whether it was success or failure, a portion of the Refinement Path Goo Masters would not be able to bear it and die. Tens of refinement path goo masters dying is better than the whole army dying. He Lulan gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with chilly and cruel light. The situation had forced him to choose the lesser of the two evils. The old goo master did not say any more and retreated back to the formation. Chapter 596. Preparations from long ago. Mo Yao's shock and suspicion. Translator, Chibi General. Editor, Chibi General. The refinement path goo masters had solemn expressions while quickly moving into formation. Gray rays of light gradually blossomed and merged into one. Under everyone's expectant gaze, Hai Lulan waved his hand and threw the two-edge owner token into the air. The owner token floated in midair, and the giant gray radiance which had been condensed in the round formation shot towards the owner token. The gray radiance was so dazzling that one could not look at it directly. Ha ha ha, this is the moment. Fang Yuan had been observing this from the outside and sent a thought at this time. The two-edge owner token immediately disappeared, landing in his hand the next moment. He was in control of this floor. Teleporting a small owner token was as simple as breathing. Without the owner token, the gray radiance immediately collapsed, and the killer move gray meltdown forcibly ended. The refinement path goo masters in the round formation gave a frightened howl, puffing out blood, with almost all of them dying from the backlash in that instant. Spurt. Hai Lulan, who was in the center of the formation, was no exception to this, spurting out a mouthful of blood and retreating back several large steps like he had received a heavy impact. My owner token! He lost his self-control and howled with an extremely shocked, angered, and doubtful expression. Everyone was also stupefied by this change. Sun Shihan was baffled, Tang Miaoming covered her mouth, and Pei Yanfei was also despondent. Even Mo Yao's will was raving in Fang Yuan's mind. Brat, what did you do? His owner token has no more than 2 edges now. Adding in your 6 edges, it is only 8 edges. What are you in such a hurry for? Wouldn't it be good if you had waited for his owner token to rise to 4 edges? You don't know shit. Fang Yuan sneered, and under the cover of his large sleeve, calmly put away the 2-edge owner token. The whole process happened under the bystanders' gazes, but it was completed in total secret without incurring any suspicion. What the hell happened? Yelui Sang rushed towards Hai Lulan with a fretful expression and asked, Where is the owner token? How would I know? Hai Lulan's eyes seemed to shoot out flames of anger. His voice raised an octave higher as he burst out with foul language. What the fuck happened? In the past records of history, there had never been a situation where the owner token suddenly disappeared. Gray Meltdown had been used so many times by all the large forces and the winners in the past. How could it suddenly fade away in Hai Lulan's hand? Damn it! How do we go on without the owner token? Fang Yuan also hurried over at this moment. His brows were furrowed into a knot, and he had a genuine and heavily anxious expression, making others sympathize with him. The killer move, which everyone had placed high hopes on, failed at the crucial moment. The 2-edge owner token was also inexplicably lost. The Green Vines offensive was becoming more fierce like a flash flood, not giving anyone the time for a breather. Morale had fallen to the abyss, and many started fleeing in disorder. It's over. We are done for, Shi Shui mumbled. Will I die in this place? Is this the final ending? Tai Bai Yunsheng laughed bitterly. In this recent period, he was being tormented by his conscience, and his body looked extremely weak and thin. However, the next moment, someone shouted in joy, We can leave! Someone left! We can leave! Fang Yuan did not want to get rid of all these people in one go and left a lifeline, allowing the goo masters to freely enter and exit this floor. If He tribe was completely annihilated, he would definitely attract the all-out revenge of He tribe's goo immortals. Moreover, Fang Yuan still required Tai Bai Yunsheng to refine landscape as before goo. Therefore, the collapsed and despairing army started retreating. I am actually alive. This time was too terrifying. I don't want to enter there again. Boo-hoo-hoo, father, you died so miserably. The plaza around the True Yang building became a scene of gloomy misery. He Lulan had convened a large army and entered the tower with grand and vigorous momentum. But such a change while leaving the tower was beyond the expectations of almost everyone. Hai Lulan's expression was ashen as he glanced at the plaza before leaving without any words. He tribesmen followed behind him, silent and heads lowered. Ye Lui Sang heaved a long sigh and shook his head, leaving the plaza. Tai Bai Yunsheng had a complex expression as he looked at He Lulan's receding figure. After this expedition, it will probably be difficult to form a presentable party within a short period of time. Tai Bai Yunsheng was wrong. The very next day, He Lulan again formed a large army and attacked the second round. So what if he lost the owner token? Even if he could not use Grey Meltdown, he could use brute force to pass the round. Hai Lulan had deceived two great Gu immortals in his pledge to take revenge. He could no longer turn back. He must force himself to continue on. However, during the night of the defeat, Fang Yuan had quietly entered 88 True Yang building. You are too impatient. You now only have 8 edges. What can you do now? Mo Yao sneered in his mind. Fang Yuan walked slowly along the secret treasury corridor, while gently touching the crystal wall, looking on as treasure after treasure swept past his gaze. He had a slight smile on his face, replying calmly to Mo Yao's will. You are an impressive refinement path grandmaster, a fairy of spirit affinity house. Just speak clearly if you want to ask, why probe so superficially? Mo Yao heard this and immediately changed her expression, smiling coquettishly. Young man, looks like you already have a plan. That goes without saying. Fang Yuan's steps paused and he lightly stroked the right crystal wall, taking out a treasure stored within. Ever since he had refined the guest halt stele, he could take out any treasures around this distance. Fang Yuan walked a few steps further and took out 3 goo worms on top of that. He then moved to the left crystal wall and took out the objects within. As this went on, Fang Yuan had taken out tens of goo recipes, over 100 goo worms, all kinds of information on inheritances, and over 20 documents on cultivation insights. Fang Yuan kept around 80 of the goo worms outside, while sending the rest into storage goo worms. Mo Yao had observed the whole process quietly, getting more curious as time went on. These goo worms that Fang Yuan left out here did not match together. She really could not tell what he was doing. The video of Central Continent's Gu immortals attacking Imperial Court blessed land in his previous life appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. There were altogether 11 Gu immortals who attacked Imperial Court blessed land, men and women, each with extraordinary presence. A female immortal was the leader. A domineering aura lingered around her which pressured people. Other Gu immortals were cautious and respectful towards her. She was known as Fairy Black Moon. A half-mask covered her nose, mouth, and cheeks, only revealing the upper half of her face, which showed her strong contours, sharp and long brows, bright eyes, and a heroic aura. A dark gold armor covered her whole body, bringing a heavy feeling of suppression on any that looked at it. Fang Yuan's current actions were replicating Fairy Black Moon's actions to the smallest details. The treasures he took out were actually of great background. Countless years back, Central Continent's Gu immortals sent outstanding Gu masters to infiltrate into northern plains. The Gu masters would pass some rounds with high-grade evaluation, entering the treasure room and arranging these treasures here. The whole process consumed close to a millennium. Fang Yuan walked past the guest halt stele and walked over 300 steps into the long crystal corridor before stopping. It is here. He looked around him and, after confirming it, began to put the goo worms he had taken earlier into the crystal wall. Whether it was left or right, top or under his feet, they were placed in a certain pattern. As for the original treasures within the crystal wall, Fang Yuan took some, left some, and shifted the position of some. This, could it be? Mo Yao was bewildered. She had been watching carefully and had gradually inferred some clues with her refinement path grandmaster attainment. In the range of tens of steps after Fang Yuan's adjustments, the goo worms in the crystal wall had ingeniously formed a formation. Right, This is precisely the refinement path killer move Grey Meltdown. No, to be even more exact, this killer move originates from Grey Meltdown, but its effects are much stronger. Fang Yuan chuckled. What in the world are you trying to do? Mo Yao asked. Fang Yuan's gazed eerily, a confident smile appearing on his face. Just watch. He then sent out several goo worms which floated in the air. The goo worms in the surrounding walls started to shake slightly one by one. Dust seemed to rise up in the air. The dust gradually became denser till it formed a thick gray fog. The gray fog kept on accumulating and soon entirely submerged Fang Yuan. He could not even see his own hands. Fang Yuan stood within the gray fog with his eyes closed and his right hand clutching the six-edge owner token as he tried to carefully sense something. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and shouted, "Come back, fixed immortal travel!" Rumble! The crystal corridor shook strongly, and 88 True Yang building had a sudden tremor. The 21st floor, where 17 rounds still remained, disintegrated into nothingness. The rewards for the 17 rounds penetrated through space and appeared before Fang Yuan. Among them, one goo worm was dispelling a rank 6 aura, shining with a green gem-like luster, and flying elegantly like a green jade butterfly. Its powerful presence pushed the rest of the goo worms to the side. What else could it be but fixed immortal travel? Immortal goo! This is fixed immortal travel? Mo Yao blurted out. Fang Yuan stored the other rewards into storage, goo worms, while the immortal goo fixed immortal travel was left outside, sitting on his shoulder. Immortal goo fixed immortal travel was a rank 6 goo, and at its peak state, his mortal aperture could not store it. Fang Yuan had not stored flying bear phantom goo either, instead directly holding it in his pocket. There is one more. Fang Yuan licked his lips in excitement. Another explosive sound rang out. 88. True Yang building shook greatly. The 12 remaining rounds of the 34th floor were immediately passed. The rewards appeared in front of Fang Yuan out of thin air, and one goo among them, an immortal goo that looked like nothing special, just like a lump of earth. It was Immortal Goo Gruel Mud. Mo Yao's will blurted out the name. Fang Yuan laughed and stored the other rewards while putting the gruel mud into his pouch. Back then, he had buried fixed immortal travel and gruel mud deep under the ground, waiting for this precise moment. When 88 True Yang building condensed, it plundered the whole of northern plains. This was the arrangement of an immortal venerable. His might extended up into the heavens and down into the abyss. Nothing could stop his overwhelming force. Immortal Goo Wooden Chicken had escaped the pursuit of Shui Songzi and He Bai, but was still captured by 88 True Yang building in the end. The wild immortal goo ended up like that, while Fang Yuan's meticulously buried immortal goo did not even have the will to resist, and were naturally collected by 88 True Yang building. After the capture, they were placed separately as the last rewards for the 21st and 34th floor. But due to Giant Sun's will being in hibernation, the two immortal goo had all along been in a half-refined state, just as Fang Yuan had planned for. Brat, who in the world are you? This is not a small arrangement. You were actually able to mobilize two immortal goo. Tell me, which region are you from? Which force sent you here? Mo Yao was unable to hold back after she saw this, and began to ask questions after questions. Chapter 597. True Inheritance, Secluded Domain, Unexpected Event. Translator, Chibi General Editor, Chibi General. The appearance of two great immortal goo was way out of her expectations. Mo Yao was very surprised. What was even more scary was, Fang Yuan had made ample preparations. The goo worms he used were originally treasures kept inside the crystal walls. His killer move was even more perfect than Grey Meltdown and had stronger effect. To get to this point, it was not something a single person could achieve. In fact, this could not be achieved with merely decades of setup. Huge amounts of strength and effort needed to be invested, at least hundreds of years of infiltration in order to hide all the goo worms inside the crystal walls, and to prevent the goo worms from being taken away by people. They needed to prepare several of each goo. All in all, this was not something a person or an ordinary force could accomplish. It had to be a super force with Gu immortals at least. Against Mo Yao's suspicion, Fang Yuan smiled lightly and did not speak. All these were the setup of Central Continent's Gu immortals. But Mo Yao had died long ago. Her will was slumbering within Water Pavilion and was unaware of the changes in the outside world. Fang Yuan was someone who had been reborn. He had a huge advantage. Using the Gu immortals setup, he could accomplish all of this successfully. To speak the truth, he should thank those Central Continent Gu immortals who went around to distribute the footage. Without the guidance of this clip, Fang Yuan would not be so sure of the inside information of 88 True Yang Building. His method was inherently the same as He Lu Lan's, but Fang Yuan was sensing his own immortal Gu, while He Lu Lan was sensing other people's mortal Gu. Refining an immortal Gu was at least 100 times as difficult as refining a mortal Gu. Thus, Fang Yuan was not in such a rush for time, unlike He Lu Lan. The two immortal Gu were constantly in a state of half-refinement. Most importantly, the refinement path killer move that Fang Yuan activated was the revised version of Grey Meltdown that Central Continent's Gu immortals had painstakingly researched in. It had an amazing effect, freeing the Gu Master and saving them the trouble of facing backlash, as 88 True Yang Building would be the one enduring the pressure. At the same time, he had to thank all of the Gu Masters who charged through the rounds enthusiastically. If the rounds were intact, Fang Yuan would need to traverse 100 rounds to communicate with the immortal Gu. It would be filled with difficulty. But there were only 17 rounds left on the 21st floor, and the 34th floor had even fewer rounds, at 12. After Fang Yuan successfully took the two immortal Gu, these two floors were passed automatically. He took out the two owner tokens. The glass owner token was still at 6 edges. After all, it was a cheat item and was not authentic. Meanwhile, the owner token snatched from He Lu Lan had turned from 2 edges to 4 edges. Combining the two, they were 10 edges. 10 edges. That meant that Fang Yuan had met the minimum requirements to receive an immortal venerable inheritance. Immortal venerable inheritance. Fang Yuan chuckled. According to what was shown in the footage, he combined the two owner tokens and created the 10-edge owner token. Swoosh. The next moment, he vanished on the spot. The scenery before him changed drastically. When Fang Yuan finally reacted, he found himself in an area of void. The surroundings were pure darkness. There was neither heaven or earth. Fang Yuan was floating silently in the air. Several traces of green or red starlight shone from far away. This is 88 True Yang Building's True Inheritance secluded domain. To think that after so many years, I can come here again. Mo Yao's will was surprisingly dejected and downcast as she muttered to herself. Eh? You've been here before? Fang Yuan's heart jumped. Back then. I'm not going to talk about it. It is your greatest fortune to be able to come here. Although with 10 edges, you can only receive the lowest grade ordinary true inheritance. But this will not hinder you from gaining some knowledge and experience. What you are going to see will surely broaden your vision. You will never forget it. In just a moment, Mo Yao's will went back to normal. Fang Yuan laughed. Mo Yao's arrogant tone did not make him angry. In fact, he nodded in agreement. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, I cannot compare to him yet. Today, this will indeed hugely broaden my vision. Saying this, he waved his hands like he was swimming in water, moving his body forward slowly. In the video from Central Continent in his previous life, there were many details omitted during this period. Central Continent's Gu Immortals invested more heavily than Fang Yuan. They used more than 10 Immortal Gu to raise the owner token to 43 edges. They gained a lot, but all of the gains were concealed. Such an act was no doubt a defensive measure to prevent attracting the greed of the viewers. This, however, increased Fang Yuan's interest and anticipation towards Giant Sun's true inheritances. He followed after a blood-red starlight, getting closer to it. As he got closer, the starlight became brighter, and eventually, Fang Yuan stopped before a round circular light. This lump of red starlight was the size of a bowl, silently floating around. This is an ordinary true inheritance. If you want to understand the contents, You just need to let your consciousness enter it. Mo Yao advised at the appropriate timing. Fang Yuan was carefully navigating with his mind as images flashed before him. A grand and huge ancient forest. Ancient and tall trees. Beasts at the size of mountains. Ha ha ha! A person with a broad shoulder and thin waist was laughing with his head facing up. His image was blurred, but his skin was covered in rainbow colors as ancient totems of every description were carved on it. His dominating presence pervaded heaven and earth. He stepped on the gray clouds and treaded strong winds. His purple hair was fluttering as there were seemingly flames burning within his double pupil eyes. Fang Yuan saw this and his heart was pounding. He could feel difficulty breathing. He recognized this person immediately. This is one of the 3 demon venerables of the olden antiquity era. Reckless, savage demon venerable. He is facing the immemorial desolate beast, primordial ash owl. Strange, why is there a demon venerable's item within Giant Sun's inheritances? What's so strange about this? Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was the venerable of an era, the supreme ruler of heaven and earth, the invincible being in the universe. He searched the entire world and obtained an item of reckless savage demon venerable, placing it inside his building for his descendants. This is very normal, Mo Yao said. Immemorial desolate beast, overlords that had existed within heaven and earth since the immemorial era. They had rank 8 Gu immortal battle strength. This primordial ash owl had a bird head and beast body. It had 2 pairs of golden pupils and a dragon's horn on its head. Its muscular body was covered in thick rainbow feathers. Its bestial aura could overwhelm the world. Its limbs moved quickly and could easily destroy mountains and rivers. With one growl, its voice could travel 10,000 li, causing ripples in the air of the entire world. Reckless savage demon. Venerable praised, good beast. The primordial ash owl had intelligence that could rival men. It got angry upon hearing that. Shooting out thunder like that of the heavens from its mouth, the blue thunderbolt shot out and pierced 10,000 li into the sky, instantly arriving before reckless savage demon venerable. Fang Yuan's expression changed. The magnitude of the lightning and thunder was beyond his imagination. Right now he was like an ant, but even if it was his Gu immortal self from his past life, he could not survive for 3 breaths' time from this. But reckless savage demon venerable did not move at all. He allowed the frenzied thunderbolt to hit his body directly. From within the electricity, his bronze-colored body was intact, shining brightly. His muscles were like stone blocks, and all the totems on his body were like living beings, as all sorts of fierce beasts were roaming on his body. From within the exploding lightning plasma, reckless, savage demon venerable's face showed an expression of enjoyment. He laughed heartily as he punched with his right fist. Bam! Immediately, heaven and earth changed colors as winds and clouds moved violently. The lightning vanished slowly, mountains were trembling, and forests were weeping. With just one punch, the intense winds blew like an apocalypse. The clouds in the sky vanished, the heavens were stripped bare, and permeating sunlight dispelled all darkness. Just one punch. With the intensity of the force that repelled ghosts and deities, the primordial ash owl was crying out pitifully. It was an immemorial desolate beast, an overlord of a region. It was untamable and wild earlier, giving off a strong aura, but the next moment its bones were crushed to bits as its rainbow feathers floated in the air. Its golden pupils were full of fear, and it laid on the ground like a dead dog. Fang Yuan was completely moved. This was the first time he had seen the attack of a venerable, reckless, savage demon. Venerable, with the prowess of rank 9, he was truly invincible in all heaven and earth. 9,999th Ash Owl, reckless savage demon. Venerable said plainly, opening his palm and grabbing the air. The next moment, the primordial ash owl was held by a formless strength. It was like a chicken that was grabbed by a butcher. It was helpless and was shrieking for help. Transform. Reckless savage, demon venerable's body shuddered. He expanded along with the wind, becoming a giant in an instant. What a true giant. He was as tall as heaven and earth, as if he could grab the sun if he wished. No tribulations could move him, as he could barely be held by the universe itself. The giant slowly opened his mouth as the primordial ash owl struggled intensely, and yet to no avail as it was sent into the giant's mouth. The giant swallowed in one mouthful, chewing several times with a sound as if a mountain collapsed, lightning striking everywhere. It was loud as thunder. With a gulp, the giant sent the primordial ash owl into its stomach. He actually ate an immemorial desolate beast, a rank 8-level existence, just like that. The prowess of reckless savage, it was truly terrifying. After eating this rank 8 desolate beast, the giant patted his stomach. The sound was loud as thunder, but his expression was like he did not have enough. And on his belly, there was a new totem, in the form of the primordial ash owl, but among the innumerable totems on his body, it was not eye-catching. The giant seemed to have sensed something as he suddenly turned around and looked straight at Fang Yuan. Urgh! Fang Yuan fell on the ground like he had suffered a huge blow, vomiting out a mouthful of blood in the process. His soul was trembling intensely. A strong sense of dizziness assaulted him, only recovering after a long time. Gasp, gasp, gasp. He breathed roughly, barely opening his eyes. His eyes could not take it either, as 2 streams of bloody tears flowed out, flowing from his face towards the ground. But thankfully, this place did not restrict goo worms. Such an injury could be easily healed with goo worms. This is the test of the inheritance. Fang Yuan healed himself as he asked. What sort of test is this? In his mind, Mo Yao was gloating, replying in an arrogant tone. This inheritance has a trace of reckless savage demon venerable's will within it. Only goo immortals could withstand it. But after getting this inheritance, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had already modified it such that mortals could endure it. You owe it to Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's mercy that you are still alive. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. His mercy is only towards his bloodline descendants. What does that have to do with me? Anyway, Giant Sun true inheritances are not so easy to obtain. There is great danger inside. That is, of course, the case. But you have already survived this test, and remember that this true inheritance is only an ordinary true inheritance. With the 10-edge owner token, you already have the authority to inherit it, Mo Yao said. As expected, when Fang Yuan's mind entered, the red light lump opened its doors, as reckless savage demon venerable's figure did not appear again. Primordial ash owl transformation. Fang Yuan realized now that this was a transformation path killer move. This killer move could allow a goo immortal to transform into the primordial ash owl, gaining a huge boost in strength. Reckless savage demon. Venerable was the progenitor of strength path, but he was also the creator of transformation path. His strength could shake heaven and earth. He was the fiercest venerable out of the 10. At the same time, he could transform into countless fierce beasts, having an endless number of transformations, and he could even revive from a drop of blood. Fang Yuan did not hesitate. He let go of the red light lump and allowed it to fly away from him. Although the true inheritance was precious, it did not suit him currently. Fang Yuan was very calm and held even more expectations. To think that within Giant Sun's true inheritances, there would be something involving reckless savage demon venerable. And this particular inheritance was only the lowest grade ordinary true inheritance. He could not imagine what other ordinary true inheritances there could be. As for the even greater unparalleled true inheritance, what would they be? He moved his arms and swam towards another area within this silent and dark void. Chapter 598. 3 Olds, 3 True Inheritances, Using Will. Translator, Chibi General Editor. Chibi General Fang Yuan worked hard to swim towards a jade light. This lump of jade light was harder to get closer to compared to the red light from before. It was flying slowly, continuously twisting and turning as Fang Yuan chased after it for a while before managing to grab it. It was also as large as a bowl, and Fang Yuan's consciousness carefully entered it. An unspeakable force of vibration spread from the jade-green light into Fang Yuan's body. "Be careful, this is old immortal Kong Jue's item." In his mind, Mo Yao's will recognized this item and warned. "Don't worry, it cannot escape." Fang Yuan's tone was certain. He grabbed onto this light lump tightly. "Idiot, I am not referring to that. Quickly let go." Mo Yao said this, but it was already too late. The mystical vibration spread from within the jade light all the way into Fang Yuan's aperture. Fang Yuan's aperture started vibrating. In his 90% filled aperture C, waves were crashing violently. Swish, swish, swish. The huge waves crashed on the surrounding aperture walls. The rank 5 peak stage crystal clear walls were starting to develop cracks from the pressure of the waves. Fang Yuan was shocked. This true inheritances test was very peculiar. It was hard to defend against. It actually directly affected the Gu Master's aperture. "Lad, quickly cut off your arms using Gu worms. Only by making a sacrifice can you save your life," Mo Yao's will shouted in Fang Yuan's mind. "Cut off my arms?" Fang Yuan's expression sank. Sweat was forming on his forehead. He tried letting go of it, but this lump of jade light gave off an extremely strong suction force, keeping Fang Yuan's hands tightly attached to it. Fang Yuan could not get free from it, and the vibrations in his aperture were getting stronger. "I got it!" In the moment of crisis, Fang Yuan had an inspiration as he quickly moved the primeval essence in his second aperture into his first aperture. The vibration moved into the second aperture through the primeval essence. The second aperture also started vibrating uncontrollably, but this way the two apertures were enduring this together, and the first aperture's crisis was soothed to a great extent. Mo Yao gasped. As the jade light became dim and the vibrations vanished, it seemed that Fang Yuan had passed the test. "What is going on? You have two apertures?" Mo Yao said. With two apertures enduring the test together, although the aperture walls were cracked, they did not break. "Lad, you hid this very deeply. You actually have two apertures. Second aperture. To think that the rumors that had been going around have been confirmed by you," Mo Yao said with deep emotions. Fang Yuan was not willing to talk about this. He asked instead, "You mentioned old immortal Kong Ju earlier. Is it that refinement path Supreme Grandmaster from the olden antiquity era?" "That's right, it's him. Refinement path Supreme Grandmaster. Even throughout human history, since ancient times, there had only been three. Future generations called them the Three Olds. They were the remote antiquity era's old eccentric Tiannan, olden antiquity era's old immortal Kong Jue, and medieval antiquity era's refinement path Supreme Grandmaster Long Hair Ancestor." Mo Yao continued recounting. Among them, old eccentric Tiannan had a weird personality. He tried to refine the sky and ended up losing his life. Old immortal Kongju had the deepest research in apertures. He created the greater than and helped the 10 extreme physiques to become immortals. Before him, there had never been any cases where a person of the 10 extreme physiques rose to become an immortal. As for Long Hair Ancestor, he had the longest lifespan and refined the most immortal Gu, 88. True Yang building was refined by him. In fact, there were rumors that he could refine lifespan Gu, causing old ancestor giant sun to attack Langya blessed land, although there were no results from that. Mo Yao talked about many famous pieces of information. 3 old beings, 3 supreme refinement grandmasters. Each of them was a legend. They were the 3 peaks of refinement path in human history. Even rank 9 venerables could not mask their glory and reputation. Old immortal Kongju's inheritance tests the fated person's aperture. You actually had 2 apertures. You managed to get through luckily. Look, this inheritance is very good. It will be a huge help to you. Mo Yao continued. Fang Yuan's consciousness went in again. This inheritance was known as the Immortal Ascension Vital Information. It recorded old immortal Kongju's understanding of the immortal ascension process of all the different paths of Gu Masters. all the difficulties they might face, and how to deal with those difficulties. It listed the most crucial points for rising to immortal. Fang Yuan assessed in his heart. Although this is not a gu recipe or an immortal gu, it has a huge value in terms of theoretical guidance. If gu masters get it, it will not only help themselves but even allow them to understand other paths. It is truly an important treasure. This immortal ascension vital information dates back to long ago. It might not be useful for the currently trending paths. After all, these years of development have caused the rise of many new paths. It is no longer as dull and simple as back in the olden antiquity era. What I want to remind you is, the essence of this inheritance is not the immortal ascension vital information itself, but Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's notes when he read through it. His assessment is like the summary of the most important points. It gets right to the point and is truly worth more than 1,000 gold. Mo Yao gave another shocking revelation. Old Immortal Kong Jue was a refinement path supreme grandmaster on par with Long Hair Ancestor. His research, along with the Immortal Venerable's notes, truly has immense value. When a gu master reads it, it will greatly increase the chances of them successfully rising to immortal. In addition, using the perspective of an Immortal Venerable, they can develop in the right direction. Their gu immortal journey would be guided, and they could avoid many pitfalls along the way. This inheritance had really shocking attraction, especially for geniuses like Fang Yuan, who desired to take one more step and was not satisfied with being immortal. But Fang Yuan did not choose it. He had his previous life's experiences. He could repeat his run on the blood path. He had other motives for coming into the true inheritance space. Thus, Fang Yuan let go and allowed the jade lump to fly away from him at a speed faster than the red light as it went into an unknown zone. You are really giving it up? When you think about this in the future, don't regret it. In his mind, Mo Yao sighed. Regret? Heh, there is no such word in my life. Fang Yuan laughed lightly, continuing his search. He swam in the darkness for a while, discovering the third light lump. This light lump was shining with a gray light. Its speed was even faster than the first 2 light lumps. It was like a shooting star. As it flew in the space, there was a frost-colored tail trailing behind it. Fang Yuan tried to get close to it, but Mo Yao said, "Actually, you don't have to take such a risk every time. Since you have already collected many wisdom path gu worms, why don't you display their true value?" Oh? What do you mean? Fang Yuan's speed did not get any slower. Lad, thank me well. The move I'm going to teach you will allow you to avoid the test of the true inheritance and search for the content of the true inheritance directly. Mo Yao's method was not very complex. After Fang Yuan found the true inheritance light lump, the first step was for his consciousness to enter the lump, and that would trigger the test of the inheritance. Mo Yao's advice was to use wisdom path gu worms to create wills. By injecting this will into the true inheritance, he would wait for a while before recalling it. This way, he would be able to avoid intimate contact with the true inheritance. It was an opportunist method. Wisdom path has thought, will, and emotion. The so-called mind is made up of heart sense and divine sense. When your mind enters, your thoughts are exploring and interacting. Thoughts are like water droplets. They are the easiest to create and also the most fragile. Because the numbers are huge, the droplets will merge into a river and enter to do the investigation. During this process, the gu master's mind has to continue creating them without any pauses. As for will, they are superior to thoughts, like an ice cube. They have greater defense, but are harder to create. They can, however, move independently and recalled when needed. Mo Yao explained. Fang Yuan was silent. Lad, at this point in time, why are you hesitating? I know you have been collecting information on Wisdom Path and also purchasing those Wisdom Path gu worms. Your special will gu, deliberate will gu, play will gu, keep will gu, and new will gu are all useless now. When will you use them? Mo Yao laughed alluringly. Pausing for a while, she continued urging. Right now, you must already be clear. My will is residing in your mind. it is already deeply connected to you. When you use these gu to create wills, they would be pure and flawless. I cannot infiltrate them. Haven't you been wary of me? This method has a huge advantage. You can use it to avoid those true inheritance tests and check the secrets of the unparalleled inheritances. Unparalleled inheritance, they have much greater value than ordinary inheritances. What are you? Fang Yuan's gaze was hesitant. All along, he had never been so outspoken about his situation with Mo Yao. To think that Mo Yao would talk about it openly like this now. What was her true intention? Was it really like what she said? She only wanted to return the rank 7 immortal Gu House Water Pavilion back to Spirit Affinity House? Mo Yao's honest expression created ripples in Fang Yuan's heart. Maybe he was too vigilant and was too wary of Mo Yao. But wills were not like thoughts. Thoughts were simple and were not good at deception. A land spirit formed from obsessions only spoke the truth. But wills were different. They were the product of many thoughts fusing together. They were much more complex than thoughts. Thus, they could lie to others. Fang Yuan shook his head, sending these chaotic pieces of information out of his mind. Now was not the time to think about this. Honestly speaking, Mo Yao's words were truly useful in Fang Yuan's viewpoint. He was successfully convinced to attempt it. Fang Yuan took out the Wisdom Path Gu worms that he had bought. He had the land spirit Little Hu Immortal and could connect to Treasure Yellow Heaven at any time. Standing on the foundation of a Gu Immortal, it was extremely easy for him to purchase Mortal Gu. Right now, the 8 Wisdom Path Gu worms in his hands could produce wills, but they were all different. Special Will Gu could produce special wills. It could only be activated under special circumstances. Deliberate Will Gu could create deliberate wills. When such a will is produced, it would be like carvings on a steel board, extremely difficult to get rid of compared to other wills. Play Will Gu creates playful wills. It is the will that is most capable of creating emotions. There are also Keep Will Gu, New Will Gu, Battle Intent Gu, and others. What was worth mentioning was that these Wisdom Path Gu worms could produce different types of wills that were effective against other wills. For example, Special Will Gu can produce special wills, but can also devour special wills. Deliberate Will Gu can create deliberate wills. They were hard to get rid of, but if one uses the right methods and finds the deliberate Will Gu, it can be easily removed. Why did Fang Yuan buy these Gu worms? It was because of this. He wanted to deal with Mo Yao's mysterious will, but he had already bought so many of these Gu and discovered that none could deal with Mo Yao's will. With the current situation, choosing which Will Gu to use was not important. He casually chose the Special Will Gu, injecting primeval essence as a will was formed. The appearance of the will was similar to Fang Yuan. He looked like a youth with dark, eerie eyes, but different from the main body. His face was more manly and had a more decisive expression. Wills can only reside within the soul. If you want to send this will out, you will need a small soul worm, Mo Yao reminded. Small Soul Gu was a rank 1 Gu in Soul Path. It was very common but was the foundation of Soul Path. Many higher rank Soul Path Gu worms were refined step by step with it as the foundation. Mo Yao's reminder was redundant. Before she finished speaking, Fang Yuan summoned a Gu worm. It had no solid body, it was palm-sized and looked like a butterfly, flickering like light and shadow. If someone grabbed it, they would not be able to catch its hollow body. It was the rank 2 big soul worm. Fang Yuan patted it lightly, sending his special will into the big soul worm's body. Next, he used the big soul worm and made it fly to the closest lump of green-white true inheritance light lump. The big soul worm's speed was much faster than him moving alone. In just a short moment, it entered the true inheritance light lump, and a while later, the big soul worm with a tattered body flew back while wavering. Fang Yuan retrieved his will and looked. This third true inheritance was also an ordinary true inheritance, but to some Gu masters, or even Gu immortals, it had much greater value than the first 2 true inheritances, Chibi General, more valuable than tips for ascending to rank 6. 599, longevity, hard. Translator, Chibi General. Editor, Chibi General. The third true inheritance had huge value because it talked about the method of extending lifespan. The saying goes, better to live a bad life than have a good death. Unless there were special reasons, there was nobody who wanted to stop living or not live longer. Gu masters, although they could cultivate, and reaching rank 6 would improve the essence of their life, they could not gain lifespan directly. Ever since the way of Gu had developed, countless talents had tried all sorts of methods to create a method to extend their own lifespan, like first Gen Gu Yue on Qingmao Mountain who chose to become a zombie, or the demonic path Gu master in Southern Border Century Boy, using the return to childhood Gu on himself to maintain a child's appearance and reduce the speed of the loss of his life force. These were only mortal methods. Gu immortals had even more mystical methods. This third inheritance was a lifespan increasing method targeted at Gu immortals. The person who created it was none other than Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. A lifespan increasing method created by an immortal venerable. One could imagine the value of this true inheritance. According to the content, on a certain year, month, and day, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had an inspiration, and it created a brilliant idea. He named this immortal art Possession. The core was a rank 6 possession immortal Gu. Other than that, there were about 3,000 rank 5 mortal Gu of all kinds. To think that Possession Immortal Gu's origin is actually here, Fang Yuan looked at this with a palpitating heart. In his previous life, during the chaotic battle of the 5 regions, Possession Immortal Gu had been extremely well known. Many high-ranking Gu immortals managed to extend their lifespan, and that changed the situation of the 5 regions battle. Although Possession Immortal Gu was rank 6, it was a crucial Gu worm that could change the very structure of the world. In an instant, Fang Yuan had a sudden urge. This is the origin of the Possession Immortal Gu. As long as he took it and grasped the origin, in the future during the 5-region battle, he would be able to sell this Possession Immortal Gu and gain a terrifying profit. Especially with his previous life's memories, he knew who had the greatest need for this Possession Immortal Gu. As long as he planned properly, the benefits were unthinkable. But soon, Fang Yuan calmed down. The special will on the big soul worm sent even more information. This true inheritance was only an empty shell, the Possession Immortal. Gu inside, along with the 3,000 mortal. Gu had all been taken away by someone already. Inside 88 True Yang Building, there were 88 true inheritances that were set up by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. But after so many years, a portion of them had already been taken by people. Mo Yao had once said, during her time, when she explored 88 True Yang Building, out of the 88 true inheritances, only 53 were left. Mo Yao was an expert from 10,000 years ago, as 88 True Yang Building's rounds were hard to pass. For every 10 years of the Imperial Court contest, there were very few occasions in which a winner reached 10 edges. But even so, after so many years, there were some capable individuals who managed to enter the true inheritance secluded domain. The number of true inheritances left now was definitely smaller than 53. Eh? This is... While communicating with the special will on the big soul worm, Fang Yuan's pupils expanded suddenly. Although the true inheritance was taken away, Fang Yuan's special will still made some shocking discoveries. Using the soul to take over a body, it is nothing but a struggle at death's door. Death is still unavoidable. To extend one's life, lifespan Gu is the best option. The road of a Gu immortal is filled with calamities and tribulations. It is hard for the body to resist them, and it is hard for the soul to exist independently. The maintenance of longevity means the defiance of heaven. It is hard, hard, hard. Inside the true inheritance, there was such a paragraph. These words directly criticized Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's method of possession. The tone was simply too arrogant. After looking at multitudes of lifespan extending methods, lifespan Gu still remained as the best choice. The final 3 hard words were truly filled with emotions. Finally, the person who wrote this also left his name, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Seeing this name, one would feel that it was only natural for the criticism to exist. Spectral Soul Demon, Venerable and Giant Sun. Immortal Venerable had the same status. They were both rank 9 Gu Masters. But Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was an Immortal Venerable during the medieval antiquity era, while Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was a Demon Venerable who appeared after Giant Sun. 200,000 years after Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's demise, the demonic path Venerable Spectral Soul who had the greatest nature for murder was born. 88. True Yang Building had such a huge reputation. When Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was invincible in the world, he naturally found his way into 88 True Yang Building. It was nothing strange. Don't tell me Possession Immortal Gu was taken by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. No, the possibility is very slim. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was the creator of Soul Path. He was the greatest expert in terms of souls. Not even Giant Sun Immortal Venerable could match him in that. From the words that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable left behind, he had no interest in the possession method at all. He wanted to exist alongside heaven and earth, but he as one person was facing increasing difficulties one after another. Seeing that a predecessor had also searched for a longevity method, he felt some deep emotions and left behind these words. Fang Yuan analyzed. Even rank 9 venerables invincible in the universe during their time could not resist the flow of time. Time was the greatest enemies of heroes and beauties. Lifespan Gu was hard to find, their location was fixed, and they were produced in limited supply. Only heaven and earth could create them naturally. The rank 9 venerables searched the lands, using up all of the lifespan Gu, but failed to find new lifespan Gu. Thus, they can only find new ways to extend their lives. The number one people in this world, behind their invincible authority, there was the sadness and anxiety towards their limited lifespan. Thus, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's possession technique made Spectral Soul Demon Venerable lament about the difficulty of longevity. Even Immortal Venerables or Demon Venerables, such invincible beings, cannot escape the fate of death. Sigh. The wheel of fortune goes round and round. They may rule for generation after generation, but after their primes they will inevitably break down, and those at rock bottom can have their fortunes reverse. In this world, can there be any eternal existences? In his mind, Mo Yao had a heavy emotion as she sighed deeply. But this was not what Fang Yuan thought. He had an eerie gaze. The great Tao of heaven and earth focuses on the balance of all beings and the restraints they place on each other. But when a Gu master cultivates, they search all over the world and gather resources, using them to promote the growth of oneself. Thus, this is really the path that defies the way of heaven. Maybe this is why tribulations and calamities occur. But precisely so, eternal life that surpasses longevity is the goal that is worth my pursuit. Thinking so, there was a fire burning in his heart, becoming brighter and hotter. Immortal venerables and demon venerables could only have a long life, but his goal was the greater level of eternal life. This was a realm that venerables could not reach. Using a phrase from Fang Yuan's previous world, that would be competing against heaven, competing against earth, competing against humans. The joy is endless. Water can only produce beautiful waves when they hit on rocks. People can only feel the joy in life when they engage in competition. In Fang Yuan's previous life, he was only rank 6, close to 7. Towards the rank 9 existences, he had never looked up to them. He only felt a strong aspiration in his heart. Here, he saw another side of the venerables: fatigue, weakness, helplessness. These made his fighting spirit surge to another level. The true inheritance ahead of him was empty. It was not worth wasting time for. Fang Yuan continued searching. Next, he found 2 ordinary inheritances. They were all involving wisdom path. These 2 true inheritances had 2 rank 6 immortal Gu respectively. One was false emotion fake will Gu, and the other was loving affection Gu. Giant Sun. Immortal Venerable's wisdom path attainment was very profound. This was a well-known fact. Especially in terms of emotion Gu, he had expanded it and created many new Gu recipes. Giant Sun, immortal, venerable, created a harem and collected beauties, making girls all over the world fall for him. This showed the power of his emotion Gu. These two inheritances were not what Fang Yuan wanted. He chose to let go. Strange. Didn't you say that there were not only ordinary true inheritances, but also unparalleled inheritances in this secluded domain? After searching for such a long time, why haven't I found one? Fang Yuan was confused and asked Mo Yao. During this period, Mo Yao had not said a word. She seemed to have taken a blow from the possession immortal art. Her fighting spirit had dwindled, and she had hidden in Fang Yuan's mind without showing herself. Hearing Fang Yuan's words, she showed her figure and said plainly, How long has it been? You are already impatient. Back in my day, I searched for a whole 3 months. The secluded domain is extremely huge, and all the inheritances are moving around. There are only a few unparalleled true inheritances. It is normal that you have not found one. Have some patience, lad. Fang Yuan asked again. Actually, you came here before. What good inheritances did you find? Give me some details about it. This was his true question. I saw many inheritances, of course, but here the true inheritances fly around random with no pattern. There is no use in telling you. You can only rely on your luck to search. Beware of the time. The more inheritances you come into contact with, or the longer you stay here, the faster these true inheritances fly and the more dangerous your situation becomes. Back then, with my Gu immortal realm, I could only stay for 3 months, and nearly died here. As Mo Yao said this, her tone was filled with lingering fear. Even you almost died here? Fang Yuan saw the main point in her words. Lad, you are immortal. You are too weak. I estimate that you can only check 8 true inheritances, and can stay for at most a month. Right now, you have already seen 5 inheritances. You have to be careful. Mo Yao vaguely reminded him. What was it that threatened the life of a grand Gu immortal like yourself? Fang Yuan asked. But Mo Yao only smiled tenderly, saying, If you are fated for it, you will know when you experience it, before concealing herself. Fang Yuan's expression turned slightly grim. He had always held a suspicion. In the video in his previous life, there were 11 Gu immortals from Central Continent, but after they entered the true inheritance secluded domain, after the omitted parts, there were only 9 of them who reappeared, all with injuries. Does that mean the 2 missing had died in the secluded domain? Sometimes having this Mo Yao's will was advantageous. Fang Yuan had gotten Mo Yao's reminder and became more careful, slowly investigating. 3 days later, he got close to the 6th true inheritance and used the special will Gu and Big Soul Worm to obtain the information inside the true inheritance. This inheritance came from Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. It was similar to the 3rd inheritance in that they were both lifespan-extending immortal arts. It involved a new path that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had created from researching Renzu. He called it Yin-Yang Path. To use this method, 2 Gu immortals, 1 male and 1 female, have to cooperate and copulate to achieve the result of one of their lifespans increasing. But there was a flaw. If one gains lifespan, the other must lose the same amount. In other words, it was transferring the lifespan of one person to another. This inheritance had also been taken by others already. The popularity of lifespan-extending methods could be seen clearly here. This is the 6th true inheritance, Fang Yuan muttered, thinking of Mo Yao's reminder. According to Fang Yuan's endurance, he could see 8 true inheritances at most. Beyond this number, a huge crisis would descend upon him. If he wanted to obtain a true inheritance, Fang Yuan needed to be careful now. After all, he only had 2 chances left, and at the same time he needed to be wary of the inheritance being emptied out already. 13 days later, Fang Yuan found the 7th true inheritance. This true inheritance light lump was the size of a washing basin. It was shining brightly in white light and had a stronger aura compared to ordinary inheritances. Lad, this will broaden your vision. This is an unparalleled true inheritance. In his mind, Mo Yao said. Chibi General. Chibi General. Translator. Longevity through yin-yang path. Deji, Deji. No wonder it's hard, hard, hard. Chapter 6, 100. Supreme, True Inheritance. Translator. Chibi General Editor. Chibi General. Unparalleled, True Inheritance. Fang Yuan's gaze brightened upon looking at the lump of burning white light in the distance. He quickly took out special will goo and a big soul worm. He condensed a will and moved it into the big soul worm, looking as it flew towards the true inheritance, light lump. Unparalleled true inheritances far surpass ordinary true inheritances. I want to see what is so different about it. Fang Yuan was waiting expectantly, but an unexpected thing happened. As the big soul worm approached closer to the true inheritance light lump, Fang Yuan sensed his connection with the big soul worm was weakening. When the big soul worm had not even reached 300 steps from the light lump, the connection between it and Fang Yuan had thoroughly broken. What is this situation? Fang Yuan was startled, looking at the unparalleled true inheritance flying away leisurely in its original orbit. And the big soul worm he had released showed no signs of movement, being completely still. Saying it was dead was also not appropriate, but no matter how Fang Yuan commanded it, it quietly hovered without the slightest bit of response. Hey, this unparalleled true inheritance is not simple. Be careful. Mo Yao's will also gave a sound of surprise and warned Fang Yuan. What is going on? Fang Yuan curiously and cautiously approached the big soul worm, picking it up for examination. There was no signs of injury on the big soul worm, but the will that had been instilled into it was completely gone. Big soul worm was a rank 2 goo, and its wild will was removed after being refined by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's will occupied its body, thus he could maneuver it like moving his fingers. But right now, Fang Yuan's will that was in it, refined into special will by using special will goo, had inexplicably disintegrated with not even a trace remaining. The big soul worm had become completely ownerless. Anyone would be able to send a trace of their will and instantly refine it. This was also the reason why Fang Yuan could not command it, regardless of what he did. The previous several times, Fang Yuan had exploited special will to probe out true inheritances, ingeniously avoiding the test of the true inheritance. This method had been proved successful time and time again. He had never expected it to fail before even verifying the unparalleled true inheritance. What was this unparalleled true inheritance hiding that could completely clear Fang Yuan's will? Ah, I remember. So it was this. Just as Fang Yuan was hesitating, Mo Yao suddenly spoke up. She laughed coquettishly. Kid, should I say it is your good luck or bad luck? There are not many unparalleled true inheritances, but there are not few either, and what you are encountering now is the most special among them. Please advise me. Fang Yuan's expression turned calm. I saw this true inheritance before, and it also left behind a deep impression on me. Back then, even I had to expend a lot of effort to approach it. Heh. Inside it is a rank 7 immortal goo giant sun. Immortal, venerable, personally refined, called human chi goo. Its ability is mysterious and could even be said to be strange. Even I had to spend a lot to investigate it clearly. Mo Yao sighed. While Mo Yao was alive, she had been a rank 7 goo immortal, a fairy of spirit affinity house with awe-inspiring reputation. However, she had to pay a considerable price to approach this true inheritance. Fang Yuan was only a mortal now. It was natural for him to not even be able to approach it. Human Chi Gu, Fang Yuan pondered over this crucial name. He had a realization and asked, could it have some relationship with the 3 elements of immortal ascension? Lad, your guess is correct. Mo Yao sighed and explained, in the advancement to Gu Immortal, the 3 chi of heaven, earth, and human are particularly crucial. When advancing into a Gu Immortal, you would need to completely shatter your aperture and take in the Heaven Qi and Earth Qi. The more Heaven Qi and Earth Qi you can take in, the higher your chance of succeeding. But Heaven Qi and Earth Qi cannot be accumulated limitlessly. They need to be on an equal level with Human Qi. And Human Qi is the sum of the Gu Master's own accumulation. The Gu Master's battle strength, toughness of their physical body, the depth of their soul, familiarity with Gu worms, understanding of heaven and earth, awareness of their own nature as well as luck, talent, aptitude, fortuitous encounters, insights, and so on would transform into Human Qi when advancing to Gu Immortal. The more the Gu Master has accumulated, the more Man Qi they would have. The more Man Qi there is, the more heaven and earth Qi they can take in, and the higher their chance of advancing to Gu Immortal. And this Man Qi Gu's purpose is to take in the Man Qi of other people, purify them, and add it to oneself when advancing to Gu Immortal, thereby greatly raising the chance of the breakthrough, as well as deepening the foundation and the potential of Gu Immortals. Mo Yao's words greatly broadened Fang Yuan's vision. He could not help but praise. There is actually such an immortal Gu, created with such an idea. Terrific. In human history, Gu Immortals had always been in extremely few numbers. The difficulty of advancing to a Gu Immortal, among numerous famous rank 5 Gu Masters, there might only be one who could successfully advance. Among the crucial keys of advancing to a Gu Immortal, one was at the top, the Gu Master's accumulation. Many Gu Masters don't have deep accumulation. The Man Qi they could condense when advancing to Gu Immortal would be very little, but the amount of heaven and earth Qi instead appears in very high amounts. As such, the balance would not be reached. Heaven and earth Qi would suppress and swallow the Man Qi. Finally, the Gu Master would be assimilated by heaven and earth and perish. But if there was Man Qi Immortal Gu, this difficult test would be eliminated. By collecting others' Man Qi, purifying them and gathering it into one's body. Even if the accumulation is not enough, it would not matter. One could say, with Man Qi Immortal Gu, the chances of advancing to Gu Immortal would increase to the extreme, raising the numbers of Gu Immortals. And raising the numbers of Gu Immortals would mean a distinct increase in a region's strength. No doubt, this was a Gu that could change the battle situation of the 5 regions. As long as the news was leaked, all super forces would fanatically rush over like ducks. However, Man Qi Immortal Gu was too strong. It was at rank 7, higher than the Spring Autumn Cicada currently. Fang Yuan had a mortal body. He could not endure the might of Man Qi Immortal Gu. His will had been devoured by the Immortal Gu before it was even able to approach it, purified into a negligible amount of Man Qi and stored. If not for Mo Yao giving the information, Fang Yuan would still be in the dark and unknowing of what happened. Man Qi Gu is definitely good, but it does not suit me. Fang Yuan regretfully glanced one final time at the burning white light lump and sighed, shaking his head before leaving in another direction without the least bit of reluctance. Man Qi Gu's realm was too high. Fang Yuan simply did not have the qualifications to control it. Man is the spirit of all living beings. Gu are the essence of heaven and earth. To Gu Masters, Gu were tools. But Man Qi Immortal Gu was too strong. If it was an ice blade, Fang Yuan was an infant. He would be frozen by the cold aura let out by the ice blade before he even approached it. The most crucial point is that I cannot use Man Qi Immortal Gu. I need to break through from mortal to advance to Gu Immortal. Before that, I simply cannot handle Man Qi Gu. And if I become a Gu Immortal, what would I need Man Qi Gu for? Helping others. Man Qi Immortal Gu was not suitable for the lone Fang Yuan. Only those super forces would need it. Unless Fang Yuan formed his own force. He slowly flew around in the true inheritance secluded domain. Fang Yuan gradually comprehended something and said, after a moment of silence, "Mo Yao, I realized the danger you spoke of." Heh. Mo Yao smiled, not surprised. When Gu Masters enter the true inheritance secluded domain, every time they come in contact with a true inheritance, or the longer the time they stay here, the faster these true inheritances would move around, thus urging the Gu Masters to quickly choose a true inheritance. By the end, the true inheritances would move as fast as meteors. Gu Masters simply would not be able to capture them. Because of this, the Gu Masters could lose their lives at any minute. Pausing a while, Mo Yao continued, "And the danger to life originates from the true inheritances. You saw the unparalleled true inheritance just before. Your will had not even neared it before it was refined into Manchi by Manchi immortal Gu. Think about it. If it crashes into you with the speed of a meteor, you won't have any time to dodge. What will happen then?" Fang Yuan lightly snorted. He could completely imagine that scene. If a mortal body was struck by the burning white light lump, no matter their physical body, soul, or will, everything would probably disintegrate and be refined into man-ki. Like I said before, you are too weak, only at the mortal realm. Even the tests of the ordinary true inheritances are a difficult hurdle to you. Unparalleled true inheritances are even more troublesome. Let me tell you, there is a higher level of inheritance above unparalleled true inheritance. Supreme true inheritance. Mo Yao revealed a sensational piece of information. Supreme true inheritance? In this whole true inheritance secluded domain, there are only 3 supreme true inheritances. Mo Yao sighed with deep emotions, seemingly immersed in the depths of her memory. It is simply impossible for a mortal to receive these 3 supreme true inheritances. The difficulty of an unparalleled true inheritance is already extremely high. Moreover, Imperial Court Blessed Land prohibits the entry of Gu immortals. This is also the reason for 88 True Yang building being able to stand tall for so long. Among the 88 true inheritances, there are still over half remaining. Fang Yuan carefully pondered and approved of Mo Yao's words. Entering true inheritance secluded domain was extremely difficult, and the opportunity was very uncertain. First of all, one needed to be the winner of the Imperial Court contest held every 10 years. Secondly, they needed to complete at least 10 floors of 88 True Yang building. Finally, after entering, they still needed to successfully pass the test of the true inheritance. In other words, every 10 years among the many heroes of Northern Plains, there would only be one who would rise above others and take control of the owner token. Simply relying on the owner token was still not enough. The winner must have a strong force which should not be exhausted too greatly in the Imperial Court contest, and also should have enough experts beside him. His force should have enough talents in all fields and involving a wide range of paths. Only then could he hope to pass 10 floors. After fortunately being able to enter True Inheritance secluded domain, the tests of the true inheritances would further wipe away a batch of these winners. The tests were very difficult. Even Fang Yuan, a reborn old monster, almost suffered a setback, let alone these people. What was more absurd was that even if they passed the test, would that true inheritance be coincidentally suitable for them? Not necessarily. Those who could reach this step were usually dragons among dragons, phoenixes among phoenixes, heroes among heroes, with all 3 aspects of aptitude, talent, and fortuitous encounters. Such characters would have extremely high aspirations and would naturally think about it a lot and look through more options. As such, by the time they could no longer stay within true inheritance secluded domain, it would be too late for regret. Who is to say they might not die here? The true inheritance's flying speed is getting faster. You have one more chance left. No matter which true inheritance it is, take it quickly and leave. Eh? Not good. Leave! Just as she was persuading him, Mo Yao's tone suddenly changed and let out a startled cry. Fang Yuan turned his head around to take a glance and saw a true inheritance, the size of an adult man, blossoming with all kinds of mysterious colors, whizzing towards him. In the dark, secluded domain, it had a very long, dazzling, and burning tail trailing behind it. A light lump the size of a large bowl was an ordinary true inheritance. A basin-sized light lump was an unparalleled true inheritance. Then, what was a light lump the size of an adult? Fang Yuan instantly thought of the name, Supreme True Inheritance. In the whole true inheritance secluded domain, only 3 supreme true inheritances existed, and now, one was heading towards Fang Yuan. Chapter 6. 101. Profiting from the situation. Translator. Chibi General. Editor. Chibi General. Supreme True Inheritance. Fang Yuan's pupils enlarged and his gaze burned brightly. When the True Inheritance light lump was still 1,000 steps away, Fang Yuan felt its surging aura. This was a feeling which ordinary true inheritances and even unparalleled true inheritances did not have. Under the effect of this aura, thoughts started to gather in Fang Yuan's mind. Countless thoughts emerged out of thin air, and his memories flashed past continuously. If his mind was like a deep pond during normal times, then right now, the rapidly increasing thoughts were like a huge waterfall crashing down into this deep pond. Thoughts surged madly, creating waves after waves. This feeling was incomparably wonderful, and Fang Yuan was not able to find an accurate word to describe it. The memories buried deep within his mind started to emerge, one after another. The dust on them removed as they realistically and vividly appeared in his mind. Great numbers of inspirational lights flashed past, and all sorts of lively ideas emerged in Fang Yuan's mind. Some problems and doubts regarding cultivation were being instantly solved under the inspirational lights. An extremely strong self-confidence involuntarily arose in Fang Yuan's mind. This was an indescribably wonderful feeling, as if everything was within his control, as if there were no problems he could not solve. This was a special power that people could not help but be deeply addicted to. Lad, wake up quickly. I also know how intoxicating this feeling is, but if you don't want to die, don't lose yourself in it. Look at yourself quickly, Mo Yao shouted. This voice awakened Fang Yuan, and when he looked at himself, he was pale with horror. In just a short moment, his body had become weak and exhausted. His glossy forehead now had wrinkles. His strong arms gave a feeling of being old and decayed and were turning even more weak. If not for Mo Yao's reminder, Fang Yuan might have lost himself in that wonderful feeling and overlooked the changes to his body. This goo is... Fang Yuan thought of an incomparably shocking answer, and at the same time used his movement goo to quickly retreat. True Inheritance secluded domain did not prohibit the use of goo worms. The supreme True Inheritance also was not chasing Fang Yuan and just continued to fly on its path. Fang Yuan rapidly pulled distance with it before fearfully looking at this supreme True Inheritance that was flying far away, cutting open the dark space. This is only the aura of a supreme True Inheritance, and it almost made me lose myself and die. How difficult would its test be? Fang Yuan exclaimed in shock. He could not even get near human Qigoo, an unparalleled True Inheritance. There was no need to speak of supreme True Inheritance, let alone approaching it. Just by nearing it a little, the aura it leaked out almost took his life. Just like Mo Yao said, Fang Yuan as a mortal was too weak. This inheritance was definitely a great thing, but he did not have the strength to bear it. It was like a bee picking honey. If the honey was as big as a fist, the bee would instead drown to death. The immortal goo of this supreme True Inheritance, could it be that legendary goo? Fang Yuan spoke with almost 80% certainty. But this answer was too shocking, making him somewhat unable to believe it. Mo Yao laughed. Lad, your guess is correct. Even I did not dare to believe it back then. But the truth is right before your eyes. There is no choice but to believe it. Right, the immortal goo contained in this supreme True Inheritance is the rank 9 goo of legend. Wisdom goo. Wisdom goo. It was recorded in... This was a rank 9 immortal goo which could give endless wisdom to the goo master. But the price to use it was extremely high. The legends of Renzu clearly recorded that Renzu and Desolate Ancient Moon had to give their middle age to it to obtain its help. In other words, using wisdom goo meant using up lifespan. Fang Yuan had not even approached it, but his lifespan had been worn down rapidly. Wrinkles appeared, and his body aged in just a short period of time. In regards to Fang Yuan, wisdom goo was a true death god. I really don't know how Giant Sun Immortal Venerable obtained it back then, and even more, what heaven-defying methods did he use to seal it here? No wonder Giant Sun Immortal Venerable thought up all kinds of methods to extend lifespan. He must have used wisdom goo a lot. Fang Yuan was deeply moved. Mo Yao instead sighed. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable probably used wisdom goo for one reason: to extend lifespan. Unfortunately, the more wisdom goo was used, the shorter his lifespan became, and in the end, he did not obtain the solution he wanted as well. According to the historical records, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable lived for over 8,000 years before dying. 8,000 years was already a result on the middle to upper level among rank 9 venerables. Primordial origin. Immortal Venerable, who had the longest lifespan, lived for 25,000 years. The one with the shortest lifespan was Red Lotus Demon Venerable, who only lived for 3,000 years. Other venerables generally had a lifespan of around 7,000 years. There are 3 supreme true inheritances in True Inheritance Secluded Domain. Tell me, what are the other 2 like? I really want to experience them. Fang Yuan's eyes let out an indescribable radiance. Mo Yao felt something wrong with his tone and quickly persuaded, "Lad, don't have stupid thoughts. Pick up an ordinary true inheritance quickly and leave. You have the 10-edge owner token and can only take away an ordinary true inheritance anyway. Even if you pass the test of an unparalleled true inheritance, you cannot take them. Don't even mention supreme true inheritances. Your weak body that can be blown away by the wind cannot even endure their aura." Fang Yuan laughed loudly. "Your words make me even more interested to see them. This opportunity is extremely rare. I am afraid I won't get another chance if I miss it this time." "Brat, have you gone mad? Do you not know you lost at least 2 years of your lifespan just a few moments ago? If you continue squandering time like this, and the true inheritances start flying with the speed of a meteor, you won't be able to get anything, and you might even lose your life." Mo Yao was anxious. Fang Yuan kept on laughing without being moved. He continued to wander, detouring far away when he saw ordinary true inheritances and unparalleled true inheritances, with not even a bit of intention to take them. Mo Yao's will became more anxious. "You lunatic! Heavens, what in the world are you thinking in your brain? You are letting so many true inheritances go away just to broaden your horizons? You idiot! If you die, what should I do? What about Water Pavilion? If I die, this will of yours will also not be able to survive. But you can rest easy. You still have a will left in Water Pavilion. You can wait for a fated person and entrust this precious task upon them." Fang Yuan unhurriedly replied. Mo Yao tried to persuade him again, but Fang Yuan was adamant in doing things his own way. He kept on exploring non-stop, and after several days, the true inheritances were moving faster. Fang Yuan went into dangerous situations every now and then. Several times, he faced the danger of losing his life, but narrowly managed to escape in the end. Mo Yao had been trying to persuade him the whole time, the anxiety making her go mad. "Lad, I surrender. You are truly stubborn." "All right, you don't have to continue. I will tell you about the other 2 supreme true inheritances. The first is a luck path inheritance founded by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Using his unique luck path attainment, he was able to become invincible in the world. Second is the control rights of 88 True Yang Building. This tower was refined by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Long Hair Ancestor. It can plunder the goo worms of a region. There would be endless goo cultivation resources for one who obtains it. She was truly anxious. Normally, she might not necessarily be in the mood to provide such inside details to Fang Yuan, even if he asked. Now, however, she revealed it, afraid Fang Yuan would continue acting foolishly. But what she was afraid of happened. Fang Yuan chuckled and, as if he had not heard anything, continued to wander. Several days later, the true inheritance's flying speed was already as fast as birds. It was extremely easy for Fang Yuan to evade 1 or 2, but True Inheritance Secluded Domain seemed to be shrinking, and all sizes of true inheritances had to fly in the narrowing space. The long tails of all sorts of colorful lights they dragged were almost interweaving a thinly spread light web. Fang Yuan could only survive moving through the cracks of it. At this stage, Fang Yuan was using all his concentration and did not dare to relax for even a moment, for a moment of carelessness would lead to the tragedy of his death. Leave quickly. You can't even take away ordinary true inheritances now. As long as you continue to stay here, the danger will increase by each second. Sigh, you have actually gone crazy in such a crucial moment. Mo Yao was getting dispirited from all the persuading. Fang Yuan's gaze was burning, suddenly asking, "Tell me, is there a possibility I can find an opportunity to reap benefits when two true inheritances collide?" Mo Yao was stunned upon listening to this, but soon she shouted in a shrill voice, "You fool, you idiot! Would the grand giant son immortal venerable commit such a clear mistake? So you were thinking like that. I overestimated you. I overestimated you too much. You have clearly become a victim of your own ingenuity. How could there be such an obvious loophole for you to exploit? You have thought too wishfully. You are too naive." So it was just my wishful thinking. Fang Yuan chuckled, his expression undisturbed as he continued to explore. Actually, he had already known this, but intentionally said it to provoke Mo Yao. "Why are you still not leaving? Are you looking to die?" Mo Yao was provoked and was completely driven mad by Fang Yuan. "Whether I die or not is my matter. It is none of your concern. You have already died. Why is a dead person making such a din?" Fang Yuan indifferently ridiculed her, his expression still tranquil as if the one in danger was not him. "Damn it! Scoundrel! Idiot!" Mo Yao's face flushed with rage and started hurling out curses. Rumble. Right at this time, an explosion suddenly occurred a great distance away. Fang Yuan gazed at the source of the sound, seeing two true inheritances colliding, which then sprang towards different directions. Fang Yuan was dumbstruck. He had not expected his nonsensical words to come true. True inheritances actually collided, especially when one of the inheritances seemed to be a supreme true inheritance. Mo Yao was also dumbstruck. How is this possible? Her voice rose an octave higher into an ear-piercing sound that had no demeanor of a refinement path grandmaster. "Back then, when I explored this place, why did not I encounter such a good thing?" But soon her eyes opened wide, coming to a realization. So it was like that. That is the luck path supreme true inheritance. Back then I did all I could to open up a crack in it to obtain the fortune-rivaling heaven goo, but in the end it flew away. I could only use the other inheritances I obtained to settle for the second best option, refining calamity, beckoning goo. Mo Yao had created a crack in this supreme true inheritance. Because it was no longer in a perfect state, the original balance was tilted, allowing true inheritances to collide into one another. Boom! Another sound of a collision. Fang Yuan's eyes opened wide. This collision seemed to have caused a goo to fly out from the luck path supreme true inheritance. Fang Yuan was stumped. "What is that?" Mo Yao was also stupefied before shouting, "That is a luck path goo worm. What are being dazed for? Aren't you going to take it?" Fang Yuan, however, hesitated. "If I try to take this goo, wouldn't I be met with the luck path true inheritance's test?" Luck path true inheritance was a supreme true inheritance. Fang Yuan would never be able to endure its test. What damned test! The collision has enlarged the crack in the true inheritance light lump. It is breaking down. Take it and leave quickly. If you don't leave now, you are going to die here, Mo Yao shouted. Fang Yuan chuckled and moved forward, dodging here and there, before being able to approach with great difficulty and pick up that goo worm. This was a rank 5 mortal goo and not an immortal goo. "Lad, you are still not leaving?" Mo Yao was almost howling by now. "Ha ha ha, what's the rush?" Fang Yuan laughed heartily, but did not leave, instead staying within true inheritance secluded domain, observing everywhere. Looking at the time, with the current chaos, it is almost ready, he mumbled. Lad, what did you say? Mo Yao had just spoken when Fang Yuan sprinkled many goo worms which activated together to form a whirlpool. The whirlpool let out a majestic force of attraction, absorbing all the true inheritance lights. Several breaths later, the whirlpool slowed down and crumbled with a loud sound, revealing a door. All according to plan. Fang Yuan threw himself in without hesitation. The next moment, he saw the land spirit.
Chapter 6 102 Frost Jade Peacock, Translator Chibi General Editor Chibi General. The scene before one's eyes was that of a grand and elegant white jade hall. 4 huge pillars were holding up the roof. On the ground, light casted shadows on a person. Be it the walls, pillars, or roof, they were pure and white as snow. They were all created using white jade stones. At the center of the hall there was an elevated area with 23 steps of stairs. On the elevated area there was a green copper divine bird statue. The divine bird was looking up and spreading its wings, but there were countless black chains, each with the size of an ancient tree, coiling around the divine bird's body, tangling around its long neck, its slim legs, and even piercing through its feathers and lodging itself into its body. The divine bird's eyes were sharp as daggers. It was frowning and had its mouth wide open, almost as if screaming out loud. Its expression was very moving. It looked so real with delicate details, and there was an indomitable spirit of resistance oozing from it. This spirit could leave a firm impression after a single gaze. Fang Yuan appeared on the stairs, looking at the tall and huge green copper divine bird statue covering his vision. His dark pupils seemed to have flames burning within. This. The sudden turn of events shocked Mo Yao to the point of stuttering. She gulped as she pointed her finger, shouting, "This is actually the Frost Jade Peacock, Imperial Court Blessed Land's land spirit." Ah, what's there to be surprised about? Fang Yuan's lips curled into a smile. He said, "Imperial Court Blessed Land originally had a land spirit. Otherwise, it would not have recognized Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and made him its master. The land spirit is formed by the combination of an obsession and the Blessed Land's heavenly power. To get rid of the land spirit, you will have to deal with the entire Blessed Land. If the land spirit dies, the Blessed Land will be destroyed. If the Blessed Land is destroyed, the land spirit will die too. Currently, Imperial Court Blessed Land is still in good shape. It means the land spirit is still alive." His words made Mo Yao shout in anger. "You bastard! Such obvious reasoning! How could I not know this?" Mo Yao had done all she could to research 88 True Yang Building for her lover Bo Qing, in an attempt to get the fortune rivaling Heaven Gu and help Bo Qing advance to rank 9. Eventually, although she succeeded in entering the True Inheritance secluded domain, because of her insufficient power she could not obtain fortune rivaling Heaven Gu. Instead, she had to settle for something else, using her inheritance information and her own foundation as a refinement grandmaster to refine the calamity beckoning Gu. Because of this, she understood the value of the land spirit of Imperial Court Blessed Land extremely clearly. Back then, when Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was not rank 9, he had won in the competition for Imperial Court Blessed Land's inheritance and became the owner of Imperial Court Blessed Land. When he became rank 9 and was invincible in the world, he had the superior Grotto Heaven, Longevity Heaven, and thus Imperial Court Blessed Land became one of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's multiple residences within the world. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable created 88 True Yang Building and set it up within Imperial Court Blessed Land. This formed a relationship. If one was targeting 88 True Yang Building, they would need to first enter Imperial Court Blessed Land. Imperial Court Blessed Land thus became a protective shell for 88 True Yang Building. After Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's arrangement, this shell had been exerting great use in that Gu Immortals could not enter. But in this setup, there was a huge flaw. Any Gu Immortal could see it clearly. That was the existence of the land spirit of Imperial Court Blessed Land. This flaw did not exist when Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was still alive. Because Giant Sun was the master of the land spirit would obey and do whatever he told it to do. But after Giant Sun Immortal Venerable died, Imperial Court Blessed Land became ownerless. As long as one could meet the land spirit's expectations, anyone could become Imperial Court Blessed Land's new owner. And 88 True Yang Building was situated inside Imperial Court Blessed Land. Thus, whoever controlled Imperial Court Blessed Land would have 88 True Yang Building in their grasp. As long as one was a Gu Immortal, they would understand this from just a small amount of thinking. In Mo Yao's lifetime, when researching 88 True Yang Building, she had spent a huge amount of time and effort in this field. But eventually, she made no progress. All the hard work and effort she put into this resulted in nothing. What sort of person was Giant Sun Immortal Venerable? How could he be unaware of this loophole? He dealt with this perfectly, sealing the land spirit deep within, and in Mo Yao's eventual exploration, she could not even find a single feather of the land spirit. To think that the land spirit was hidden inside the true inheritance, secluded domain. Only when the true inheritances fly at a certain speed would this loophole appear, and allow for the possibility of opening this gateway. Mo Yao's heart was shaken. At this moment, she understood what had happened. The more she thought about it, the more she viewed Fang Yuan with a new and higher level of respect. This lad, I underestimated him. What sort of background does he have? He actually knew this method of entry. Mo Yao was shocked and curious. Fang Yuan's performance was very shocking. It greatly exceeded her expectations. What she did not know was, this was inside the video from Central Continent's Gu Immortals in Fang Yuan's previous life. In fact, the deep research of Central Continent's Gu Immortals was actually built upon the foundation of Mo Yao's findings. Mo Yao was an impressive refinement grandmaster. For her lover, she researched the 88 True Yang Building and charged in alone. After she died, the previous research material that she left behind was in the hands of Spirit Affinity House. For the 10,000 years after that, generations after generations of geniuses within Spirit Affinity House continued their research on it. At the same time, 88 True Yang Building had been corroded by the power of time, showing more and more loopholes over the years, becoming easier to exploit. But Spirit Affinity House knew that to take down this juicy meat called 88 True Yang Building, it was not something a superforce could do alone. Thus, Spirit Affinity House secretly worked with several other Central Continent sects and planned this for thousands of years. Spirit Affinity House took the lead as they controlled the most important research materials from beginning to end. Later, good preparation would be the key to success. When Central Continent's Gu Immortals attacked, the group was led by Spirit Affinity House's fairy of that generation, Black Moon. As he walked up the stairs, Fang Yuan arrived at the foot of the green copper divine bird. This tall statue was Imperial Court Blessed Land's land spirit, Frost Jade Peacock, except that it was sealed tightly by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and could not move. Since hundreds of thousands of years ago, throughout the ages, it had been standing here without any movement. As they got closer, Mo Yao had a discovery. "Heh, lad, your plan will be hard to execute. The green paste on the Frost Jade Peacock's body is created by the Rank 7 Immortal Gu Earth Prison. The black chains that are coiling around its body are made from the Rank 7 Immortal Gu Earth Net." While saying this, Mo Yao thought of something and her words stopped. At once, in Fang Yuan's mind, she was staring with her eyes wide open, like she had seen a ghost. Because she had suddenly remembered. Not long ago, Fang Yuan summoned 2 immortal Gu. One of them was Gruel Mud, Earth Prison Gu, Earth Net Gu. Although they were Rank 7 immortal Gu and were higher than Gruel Mud by 1 rank, but they were one-time expenditure Gu. They vanished after 1 use. The 2 Rank 7 immortal Gu worked together to seal the land spirit, but after hundreds of thousands of years of corrosion from time, this strength had weakened greatly. And Gruel Mud was a direct counter to this strength. Ha ha ha! It seems you have already thought about it. You are not too stupid. Fang Yuan laughed heartily as he took out the gruel mud immortal goo from his pocket. Although this goo was rank 6, because it was an expenditure-type goo, it was comparatively easier to use. There was no need to inject immortal essence into it, he just needed to squeeze it. Fang Yuan squeezed lightly, and it shattered. The goo worm burst and oozed out a brown-green light that was like liquid. The light followed Fang Yuan's will and flew up, fusing into the divine bird statue. Throughout the process, Mo Yao watched in a daze, unable to say a word. After the light fused into the statue, a slight tremor occurred. But this tremor was simply too light. It was almost like an illusion. But soon, this tremor became larger. The entire divine bird statue starting shaking. Cracks were forming on the green paste covering the divine bird statue. Next, the chains starting colliding with one another, making a loud and sharp noise. Soup. Success? Don't tell me, after hundreds of thousands of years of wear and tear, the powers of the two immortal goo were used up? Mo Yao muttered to herself. She had a complex expression. There were disbelief, surprise, suspicion, and denial. But afterwards, the tremors became smaller. The divine bird statue became silent, and the chains stopped clashing. The entire white jade hall became quiet once again. Mo Yao was deeply disappointed, she sighed. Failed in the end. There was the difference of a rank. Plus, this was the setup of an immortal venerable. Heh. But at this point, Fang Yuan laughed lightly. Mo Yao, look at the divine bird's head. Mo Yao's will looked over and was shocked. The green paste on the land spirit's head is slowly melting. That's right. This is the gruel mud, immortal goo's real effect. I was too caught up with the commotion and got carried away. I lost my bearings and did not think of this. Heh. Laughable. How laughable. Mo Yao suddenly shook her head and sighed. Immediately afterwards, her expression had vanished completely, restoring the demeanor of a legendary goo immortal, a refinement grandmaster. Actually, she could not help but briefly lose her cool. In her life, she had paid too huge of a price for imperial court-blessed land, for 88 True Yang building. Right now, Earth Prison Goo and Earth Net Goo, the powers of these two immortal goo, although corroded mostly by the power of time, they still had a portion remaining, although gruel mud. Immortal goo was effective against them. It was only rank 6. It was still very difficult to get rid of the remaining power. But don't forget about the existence of the land spirit. The tremors earlier were due to the land spirit. It was the one which exerted strength, causing the two immortal goo to divert the majority of their power to suppress it, allowing the gruel mud immortal goo's power to sneak in. As the green paste melted, it turned into gruel mud on the white jade floor. The green-black mud was a great contrast to the white tiles on the ground. Drop by drop, they fell on the ground. The frost jade peacock's head was released, but after getting to its neck, the speed of melting greatly reduced. Evidently, Earth Prison and Earth Net Goo's remaining power reacted and started to resist gruel mud, causing the efficiency to reduce greatly. Heh. Just like in the video in my previous life, it is exactly the same. Fang Yuan laughed as he looked at the land spirit, Frost Jade Peacock. O Imperial Court land spirit, look down at your feet. I was the one who released you. How does it feel to breathe again after hundreds of thousands of years? As long as you recognize me as your master, I will help you to regain freedom. Frost Jade Peacock's angry expression was still fixed on its face. Hearing Fang Yuan's words, it laughed arrogantly. I am one with the blessed land. All the things that happened in the blessed land for the last hundreds of thousands of years are clear in my heart. If you want to be my new owner, you will need to fulfill one condition. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, giant sun immortal venerables fulfilled this land spirit's request and became Imperial Court-blessed land's owner. Today, Fang Yuan was facing this request as well. At this point, the video in his previous life had no more value. Fang Yuan laughed as his eyes shone, asking, What condition? Chapter 603. Sleepless Night. Translator, Chibi. General Editor, Chibi. General, no, don't abandon me. Save me, benefactor. The voices were reverberating in Tai Bai Yunsheng's ears. He opened his eyes suddenly and sat up on his bed. Huff, huff. He was panting with his body covered in sticky sweat. It was very uncomfortable. Another nightmare. Under the dim light, this rank 5 peak stage expert's face showed an old and weary expression befitting his age. In the silent room, Tai Bai Yunsheng's breathing sounds became softer as his frown slowly eased. Sitting on his bed, he fell into deep silence, like he was in a daze. There was an extreme fatigue hidden in his gaze. Ever since he failed the round, he had been in deep guilt and self-blame for causing Gao Yang and Zhu Zai to be sacrificed due to his own greed. Almost every night he had the same nightmare. In the nightmare, blood was pouring everywhere. The smell was overbearing. All sorts of ugly blood beasts bared their claws and fangs as he was encircled, facing Gao Yang and Zhu Zai's pleas. They called him benefactor. They asked him to save them. But every time, even though Tai Bai Yunsheng had an aperture full of primeval essence, he would be unable to move. Watching Gao Yang and Zhu Zai get surrounded by blood beasts and eventually consumed, leaving behind their pale white bones. Throughout the process, Gao Yang and Zhu Zai would sometimes beg him, sometimes they would protect him, or curse furiously, or taunt him. Eventually, when they turned into pale white skeletons lying in the pool of blood, they would still say with their remaining skulls, "I believe in Lord Tai Bai. He is so kind and righteous. He will definitely never abandon us." I believe in him too. Even if I die, I will believe. Tai Bai Yunsheng was in pain. He felt sadness, helplessness, and regret, especially at the end. He would kneel on the ground helplessly in his dream, letting the blood dye his white hair red as he cried profusely. He felt that he was no longer Tai Bai Yunsheng. This experience made him reevaluate himself, but every time he examined, it resulted in a severe negative answer. Sometimes, when he looked in the mirror, he felt that he was looking at a stranger. Tai Bai Yunsheng was not the only person who had a sleepless night. It was late at night. Imperial Court Blessed Land's night was dazzling with silver light, shining on the land. He Lu Lan looked out of the window above the sacred palace. 88. True Yang Building was still forming new floors. The dazzling aurora was shining brightly in the sky, creating a beautiful scenery. Damn it! The owner token went missing. What in the world happened? Thinking back to the time when he challenged the round, He Lu Lan gritted his teeth. He clenched his fists as his eyes shone with ruthlessness, ready to devour people with one glance. Throughout history, there had never been any lord of the Imperial Court who lost their owner token. But this had to happen to He Lu Lan. Forget it. So what if I don't have the owner token? So what if I cannot use the Gray Meltdown killer move? Whatever the difficulties, they cannot stop me from getting the Strength Path Immortal Goo. Mother, if you can watch this from the afterlife, see how I take revenge for you. Fang Yuan was slowly walking in the sacred palace's garden. His expression was not nice. He had a grim look on his face. In the flower garden, there was a jade fountain and a stone bridge, with flowers blooming and flourishing like it was spring. This beautiful environment was not something he could currently enjoy. Right after coming out of the White Jade Hall, Fang Yuan was feeling vexed about the matter of subduing Imperial Court land spirit. In his mind, Mo Yao's will chuckled. Heh heh heh. To think that Imperial Court Blessed Land's condition for ownership was like that. Lad, with your gloomy personality, it will not be easy for you to find a woman that you love, while she also has to be deeply in love with you. Not long ago, Fang Yuan faced Imperial Court Land Spirit Frost Jade Peacock and was told the condition to become the owner of Imperial Court: true love. To make the Frost Jade Peacock willingly submit to a master and obey every command. One person was not enough. It had to be a Gu master couple who were deeply in love. It was very easy for Giant Sun Immortal Venerable to fulfill this condition. But for Fang Yuan, it was filled with difficulty. Not mentioning the other parts, just requiring Fang Yuan to be truly in love with a certain woman was a near impossible matter. If this was in my previous life, I would be able to fulfill it. But now, Fang Yuan took a few steps and stopped at the stone bridge. He rested on the railing and looked at the jade lake below the bridge, laughing coldly. The lake was like a mirror, under the radiance of the silvery night sky. It was a dazzling sight. What he did in 88 True Yang building that night was really a scary experience. But that was over now. At this moment, he was basking in the beautiful scenery around the sacred palace compared to the dangerous predicament he was in earlier. This truly felt like a dream or illusion. Life is like a dream, like morning dew and nocturnal flower, like the shadow of a bubble, Fang Yuan muttered, going into a daze. The light breeze caused ripples on the surface of the lake. Among the ripples, a blurry image of a woman's figure seemed to appear in Fang Yuan's absent-minded gaze. That was the woman he had buried deep in his memories. In Fang Yuan's previous life, he had faced disaster and was a destitute wanderer. During the lowest time of his life, he had met her. The world's encounters were just so amazing, and the toying of fate was simply cruel and merciless. If we are talking about true love, why am I thinking of her? Fang Yuan's fingers, which were holding the railing, exerted force unknowingly. He frowned suddenly, and his gaze turned ice-cold. The woman's figure silently vanished, and the surface of the lake appeared before him once again. Fang Yuan fell into deep thought. The current situation was not looking good. Frost. Jade Peacock was formed from the obsession of the Blessed Land's original owner. Although it was arrogant, it would acknowledge true love. But it was near impossible for Fang Yuan to meet its requirements. If he could not subdue the land spirit, then Fang Yuan's plan for taking over 88 True Yang building would fail completely. He would have to stop here. No wonder the central continent Gu immortals in my previous life chose to destroy Imperial Court Blessed Land and destroy 88 True Yang building. Gu immortals have lots of deep secrets and often have extreme personalities. It is harder for them to experience true love than mortals. After using gruel mud, even though the melting is slow, the land spirit's seal is getting weaker. After being sealed for hundreds of thousands of years, the land spirit is filled with hatred and desires. Freedom badly, it will definitely try to break the seal. Although Giant Sun's will is still slumbering, when the seal melts to a certain degree, or if the land spirit continues to resist, it will definitely awaken. This was Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's will. When an immortal venerable rages, blood would flow like a river. All beings would mourn. But the land spirit has the territorial advantage. As long as the blessed land remains intact, it would have a continual source of strength. When the two contest, it would be scarier than deities fighting. At that point, those who were mortals like Fang Yuan would suffer, especially when Fang Yuan was the culprit who released the land spirit. If he was targeted by Giant Sun's will, he would face a terrible end. There was no way out. Fang Yuan's original plan was like this. First, he would enter northern plains and make his way into Imperial Court Blessed Land. He achieved this flawlessly, using his previous life's memories. He killed the Wolf King Changshan Yin, who was at his last breath, taking over his identity and becoming a higher-up of He tribe army. Next, he hid within the Alliance army and got into Imperial Court Blessed Land. The second step was to get into 88 True Yang building and gain the most benefits for himself. Using the video from the Central Continent Gu Immortals in his previous life, he would subdue the land spirit, and without alerting the immortal venerable's will, he would become the new owner of Imperial Court Blessed Land. The third step, after becoming the owner of the Imperial Court, he would not be in a rush to take down 88 True Yang building. Instead, he would hide in the background and develop in secret. Within 88 True Yang Building, there was an immortal venerable's will. It was not easy to deal with. Imperial Court Blessed Land was a sacred place in the hearts of Northern Plains Gu masters. It could not be defiled or tainted. If he was discovered, Fang Yuan would face the assault of the entirety of Northern Plains. Such frightening power, even if Fang Yuan escaped to other places, it would be pointless. There would not be a single superforce that would protect him from the pressure of the whole of Northern Plains forces. Unless it was during the chaotic 5 regions battle, when no one had the spare energy to bother with him, and when all 5 regions suffer setbacks, Fang Yuan would survive even if he was exposed. After becoming the land spirit's owner, Fang Yuan would order the land spirit to stay inside the White Jade Hall, while cooperating with 88 True Yang Building's operations. This way, everything would progress smoothly. First, he could use Imperial Court Blessed Land's strength to deal with the Gu immortal Tai Bai Yunsheng. This way, he would have a greater chance of success, and regardless of how their battle end up, Fang Yuan would not lose. Even if he failed to take the immortal Gu landscape as before, Fang Yuan would not be in any mortal danger due to the land spirit's protection. Secondly, Fang Yuan could use fixed immortal travel to move between Hu Immortal Blessed Land and Imperial Court Blessed Land freely. Hu Immortal Blessed Land was being covetously eyed by Immortal Crane sect, and every once in a while there would be an earthly calamity. It would be the center of many struggles and not the ideal place to cultivate peacefully. By becoming the owner of Imperial Court Blessed Land, he could use Hu Immortal Blessed Land as his cover and Imperial Court Blessed Land as his true base. While cultivating, he could scheme against Immortal Crane sect to gain the most benefits. If it failed, he could discard Hu Immortal Blessed Land and retreat into Imperial Court Blessed Land. Imperial Court Blessed Land was protected by an Immortal Venerable's setup. It was hard for Wisdom Path Gu immortals to make deductions involving it. Moreover, Fang Yuan would continue to fix and repair the loopholes in the future. Thus, it would be much safer than Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Thirdly, Fang Yuan would own this precious resource. Every time True Yang Building opens up, he could collect all these vast amounts of resources, including Immortal Gu, without putting himself in danger. When the time comes, he would do what he did in his previous life, subduing a Bloodpath Gu worm and becoming a Bloodpath Gu immortal. It would be slow and steady, safe and sound. But though the plan was perfect, reality was not. Fang Yuan put in his best effort, but he was stuck at the second step. Unable to become the land spirit's owner, he could not borrow its strength. As a mortal, there was nothing much he could do. The situation was progressively getting worse. Giant Sun's will was definitely going to awaken. If Fang Yuan wanted to escape, he could use Whole Earth Gu and connect to Hu Immortal Blessed Land to flee. But he could not bring these few Immortal Gu with him. Moreover, even if he obtained landscape as before Immortal Gu, how would he quickly and safely return to Hu Immortal Blessed Land? Without the land spirit's help, as a mortal, Fang Yuan could not do that. At present, the plan can only be to first think of every possible method to convince the land spirit. If I'm on its side, we can deal with Giant Sun's will together, and I might be able to borrow some of its strength. Sigh. I really do not want to use that final method. Chapter 604, Luck Inspection Gu Translator. Chibi General Editor, Chibi General. Half a month later, 88 True Yang Building. The wind scythe birds were densely packed together. A great number of them engulfed the sky as they charged towards the Alliance army. These wind scythe birds had beaks as sharp as swords. Their wings were curved and razor-edged, like that of a scythe. They flew extremely fast, leaving behind afterimages in the air, and had no fear when they charged towards their enemies. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" Hai Lu Lan shouted. The black smoke around his body was rolling, creating multiple black tentacles as they one after another captured the surrounding wind scythe birds and devoured them. The battle of the army fighting against the wind scythe birds had been ongoing for an hour, with both sides suffering heavy casualties. The floor was littered with bird corpses, but there were also many dead goo masters. Ah! Hai-Lu Lian screamed. He was going berserk from fighting, stretching out his right hand. His right arm was in a claw shape, as a dark spiral was formed. It rotated in the air and converged at the center of his right claw. In the blink of an eye, thousands of dark streams gathered like they were flowing into the sea, into Hai-Lu Lian's right claw like a black light ball. The light ball was dark and mysterious. It spun on its own and gave out a thunder-like sound. Go! Hai-Lu Lian's eyes suddenly opened wide as he shouted, using all his strength to point his claw at the sky. He grabbed the round ball of black light like he was lifting heavy weight. His movement was very slow and strenuous. Following this movement, the light ball slowly flew into the air. In the air, it rapidly expanded. In a few breaths' time, it expanded to the size of a mountain. At once, the black light ball occupied the sky, covering half the Alliance Army's surface area. Countless wind scythe birds were engulfed by it, melting and corroding. Not even their bones were left intact. The entire process was silent and strangely overbearing. People's hearts were turning cold from seeing this. This was Hai-Lu Lian's signature killer move, Dark Vortex. After lasting for 6 breaths' time, the vortex killed tens of thousands of wind scythe birds. The numbers of the wind scythe birds were too huge, and because they gathered above the Alliance Army, they were a terrifying threat. After the dark vortex vanished, a huge clear hole appeared in the sky. But soon, the wind scythe birds flooded in like a tide, covering up the hole again. Above the Alliance Army, there were countless wind scythe birds again. This was the 25th round of the 68th floor of 88 True Yang building. The numbers of wind scythe birds were too great. Among them were large numbers of bird kings. Their assault was too powerful. Actually, according to their experiences, they knew there had to be an easier way to challenge this round. But Hai-Lu Lian directly charged in and mobilized all his strength to overwhelm the birds. This attracted the revenge and counterattack of the frenzied wind scythe birds. Ha ha ha! Kill all these damn birds! At one side, Ye Lui Sang laughed. Hai-Lu Lian's explosive strength triggered his fighting spirit. Ye Lui tribe was on the same level as He tribe. They were both super forces, having Gu immortals backing them. Ye Lui Sang and He Lo Lan had the same status. They were both the tribe leader of their respective super tribes. When he saw Hai-Lu Lian's killer move that killed countless wind scythe birds, he was not willing to hold back anymore. Look at my newly developed killer move, Flame Demon! Ye Lui Sang shouted loudly as his sleeves fluttered, and his primeval essence rushed into the goo worms in his hands. With a loud thud, his body was clad in flames as the flames burst out. All goo masters near him moved away. Within the radius of a few hundred steps, he was the only person left. His body trembled, and the flames that could rise to heaven split to form a 10-meter bronze ape that was completely made of flames. The flaming bronze ape had an ugly appearance with teeth like a gorilla, strange horns, and bulging muscles. This was the Flame Demon. The Flame Demon rose into the sky, crashing around as all the wind scythe birds that collided with it were ignited, screaming from being burnt alive. Along its path, flames were burning, causing a straight line of them to form in the sky. Large numbers of wind scythe birds were roasted, falling to the ground. The Flame Demon rampaged arrogantly, attracting the attention of many birds. It greatly reduced the pressure of the goo masters in the Grand Army. What fire demon? It is nothing much. Far away, Hai-Lu Lian laughed loudly, showing his smug arrogance. Ye Lui Sang laughed as well. Hey, tribe leader, take another look. In saying this, his body shook as the flames fell off him, forming another flame demon. Hai-Lu Lian's expression changed. Not just him, even Fang Yuan, who was in the army, took a serious look. The flame demon had great strength, but to think he had more than one. 88 True Yang building gave lots of opportunities. It was not just Fang Yuan and Hai-Lu Lian who were improving. Other goo masters were gaining many rewards as well. When 6 flame demons entered the battlefield, the flames on Ye Lui Sang were finally extinguished. 6 flame demons, thankfully. Fang Yuan retracted his gaze. He Lo Lan's expression soothed as well. Ye Lui Sang had true capability. This killer move was really extraordinary, but that was as far as it got. In terms of power, it could only be on par with Dark Vortex. The flame demons rampaged for an hour as their strength fell more and more, eventually perishing among the wind scythe birds. But soon after, Fang Yuan, Tai Bai Yun Sheng, Shi Shu, Pei Yan Fei, Tao Yo, Gu Guolong and others attacked, using all their killer moves. The great strength of rank 5 experts quickly changed the battlefield, tilting the scales of victory towards the Alliance army. Eventually, they succeeded, getting into the 26th round. Reporting to Lord Tribe Leader, 13 tribe leaders have submitted a letter of request. They are asking for a temporarily halt of advancement. They are worried about the huge casualties. They need to rest and recover. Before Hai Lu Lan had finished probing this round, his attendant He Shu had already reported. Hai Lu Lan frowned immediately, shouting, "Begrudging already despite such few casualties. These useless bums. They are all useless cowards. Return this request to them and tell them we will advance no matter what. Whoever dares to escape or run away from the Alliance army will have their entire tribe and any related tribes executed. None will be spared." Saying so, he held the letter in his hand and tore it into pieces immediately. "Continue advancing, charge!" Hai Lu Lan waved his hand, shouting as he commanded the army. He was anxious. These days, 88 True Yang building would emit a strange tremor every few days. Coupled with the disappearance of the owner token, Hai Lu Lan felt that this was not a simple matter. His instincts were telling him that something unthinkable was about to happen. To avoid any accidents in the future, he had to quickly get the Strength Path Immortal Gu now. Only after advancing to a Gu Immortal would he have the strength to control this changing situation. The challenge this time lasted until the 28th round. Only after everyone was unable to continue and the casualties were too heavy, did Hai Lu Lan have no choice but to retreat and recuperate. In his room, Tai Bai Yun Sheng showed a bitter smile as he held several East Window Gu in his hand. These East Window Gu contained the cultivation experience of previous generation Gu masters. Among them, most were time path attainment. These were all the round rewards obtained from 88 True Yang building. Don't tell me, this is the arrangement of destiny. For me to advance to Gu Immortal Realm. Back then, Tai Bai Yun Sheng had failed in searching for a lifespan Gu. After wasting all his life savings, he had to become He Tribe's external elder. He was a time path Gu master, rank 5 peak stage. With his sensitivity towards time, he knew that he had little time left since a few years ago. Although advancing to Gu Immortal Realm could allow a Gu master's life to improve qualitatively, it could not increase his lifespan. But Tai Bai Yun Sheng's situation was a little special. His time path inheritance was extraordinary. It was a Gu Immortal inheritance. The core of his inheritance had 3 Gu, river as before Gu, mountain as before Gu, and man as before Gu. The inheritance has theorized long ago. When he becomes an immortal, using the supreme opportunity of the resonance of heaven and earth, he could advance his man as before Gu into an immortal Gu. The mortal man as before Gu could only be used on others. Immortal Gu man as before could be used on himself. If I have the man as before immortal Gu, I can use it on myself and extend my lifespan. Unfortunately, man as before is not like the Spring Autumn Cicada. I cannot save Gao Yang and Zhu Zai Sai. Thinking of this, Tai Bai Yun Sheng's heart was worried. The intense regret and guilt assaulted him once again. Fang Yuan stood at the peak of the tall tower, looking at He Tribe. Luck Inspection Gu had been activated for a while. It gave him a different field of vision from others. This rank 5 mortal Gu was the sole, unexpected gain that he obtained inside the true inheritance secluded domain. Luck Inspection, as the name suggests, could be used to inspect luck. It was an investigative Gu worm. In his vision, in the living quarters of He Tribe, There were countless smoke-like luck strands, but among them, 2 were extremely thick, like cranes among chickens. Even the palace's rooms could not hide them. One came from He Lu Lan. His luck was like a huge pillar, with an azure color. It was thick and long. The other came from Tai Bai Yun Sheng. His luck was like the flames burning during sunset, red and bright. It accumulated above the roof of his house. It was like the feeling of dazzling flames. The luck of these 2 are extremely high, but they are different. He Lu Lan's luck has a lasting feeling. Tai Bai Yun Sheng's luck is like a pile of old firewood, burning at the last moment. In recent days, I secretly manipulated the rewards and placed many time path attainment experiences as rewards to give them to Tai Bai Yun Sheng. Every time he gets one, the fiery red luck above him turns brighter by a bit. The possibility of becoming an immortal also increased slightly. Fang Yuan thought about it for a long time. He sighed in his heart when he thought about the mysterious and unfathomable luck path. But he had only obtained a single luck inspection gu. He did not know the details of the inheritance. It was like opening a new window. Towards this new path, he could only explore it slowly. He used the luck inspection gu on himself. Fang Yuan's body was shrouded in black ink-like luck. This luck gathered and formed a huge coffin shape, completely covering his body. They were emitting a dense death energy, the energy of great misfortune. Even though Fang Yuan had looked at this many times, his heart always sank when he observed this. My luck is not looking optimistic. But these days, all my talks with the Imperial Court land spirit have had no progress. This land spirit is too arrogant. It only wants to break the seal and regain its freedom. True Yang building has already shaken 38 times eventually. Giant Sun's will would awaken. Eh? Fang Yuan gasped. He looked at a group of gu masters. They were all shrouded in a black coffin-like luck, heading in the direction of He tribe. A moment later, they all entered Tai Bai Yun Sheng's residence. Fang Yuan thought about briefly before understanding their intentions. This is a good opportunity for me to understand the meaning of this black coffin luck. Fang Yuan's gaze was dark. He gave a deep glance towards Tai Bai Yun Sheng's location. Chapter 605. Pitiful Person. Double Chapter. Translator. Chibi. General Editor. Chibi. General. We implore you to help us, old Sir Tai Bai. I am sincerely asking old Sir to go forward and plead for us. The whole of my tribe, our elderly, the weak, the women and children too, the future of all of our tribesmen are in Lord's hands. In the room, a group of gu masters were kneeling on the ground, crying profusely or showing a sad expression. They were desperately asking Tai Bai Yun Sheng for help. These gu masters had rather special identities. They were all the tribe leaders of their respective tribes. Lu tribe, Shi tribe. All of these tribes were middle-sized tribes or small-sized tribes during the process of challenging 88 true Yang building. They suffered the greatest numbers of casualties. If this were to continue, they might face the threat of being wiped out for good. The previous few times they had as a group written letters of request, asking to retreat, but they were all harshly rejected by He Lu Lan. Survival was the #1 priority. He Lu Lan's oppressive and all-out tactics had already severely harmed the survival and development of these small and middle-sized tribes. But because of the Black Tyrant's fierce reputation, these tribe leaders did not dare to approach He Lu Lan himself. After discussing among themselves, they decided to jointly approach Tai Bai Yun Sheng for help. Tai Bai Yun Sheng was the current #1 healing master in all of Northern Plains. He was well known to be kind and merciful. His reputation in Northern Plains was second to none. Now that he had become He tribe's external elder, he was greatly trusted and depended on by He Lu Lan. If they could obtain Tai Bai Yun Sheng's help, their respective tribes might very well gain the precious time to rest and recuperate. Please get up and speak, Tai Bai Yun Sheng urged them. Old Sir, if you do not accept our request, we will not get up. Please go take a look at our tribes. You will understand our pain and grief then. Our injuries and casualties are simply too great. Our women have lost their husbands, our children have lost their parents, and our elderly have lost their children. Old sir, please go and talk to Lord Hai Lu Lan. If this carries on, our tribe is going to perish for good. We did not die in the imperial court contest, but instead, we are facing extermination within imperial court-blessed land. If word gets out, where would He tribe's reputation go to? This is simply too ironic. The tribe leaders talked one after another. They held a firm attitude and refused to get up from the kneeling position. Sigh. Tai Bai Yun Sheng heaved a long sigh. He had already been very unhappy with He Lu Lan's actions to begin with. There was enough time to go about this slowly. Why did he have to be so anxious and rush their advancement? Causing such grave and severe casualties, he could not bear to see this in his heart. From Tai Bai Yun Sheng's perspective, most likely, losing the owner token during the challenge of the second round had triggered He Lu Lan. Another reason was that the supreme elders of He tribe were pressuring him greatly. Because of this pressure, He Lu Lan had no choice but to give it his all in challenging the rounds. My servants, quickly come and serve tea to the tribe leaders. Tai Bai Yun Sheng instructed his servants. He next turned around and consoled the band of tribe leaders. This old man will do his best to talk to tribe leader Hai Lu Lan, but all I can say is, I will try my best. Old sir, you are truly a kind person. You are so benevolent. Gaining old sir's help, it is truly our tribe's greatest fortune. Old sir, this is a letter of request that we have written collectively. We will be waiting for old sir's good news patiently. All the tribe leaders were filled with gratitude and joy. Tai Bai Yun Sheng received the letter of request from them and kept it in his pocket. After bidding farewell to the tribe leaders, he came to the grand hall and looked for He Lu Lan. He Lu Lan was not settling the administrative matters of the army in the grand hall. Instead, he was relaxing in the flower garden. Tai Bai Yun Sheng hurried over quickly, and when he saw He Lu Lan, the latter was playing chess in the lake pavilion. He Lu Lan heard his intentions and first rejected him strictly, but when Tai Bai Yun Sheng urged him with reasoning and kind words, He Lu Lan slowly became less strict as he said, "How about this? I can let these tribes rest and recover temporarily, but they must lend out all of their goo worms. My army will continue to advance, but we cannot reduce our strength just because of their absence. Every goo worm that they lend will entitle them to one person who can rest. Rank 2, goo worm will exempt a rank 2 goo master. A rank 3 goo worm will exempt a rank 3 goo master, and so on. Lord Tribe Leader is wise and merciful. I will thank Tribe Leader for his magnanimity on behalf of all the different tribes and their tribesmen." Tai Bai Yun Sheng knew this was the best result he could get. Thus he returned and informed all of the tribe leaders about this result. The tribe leaders looked at each other as they pondered over this, eventually accepting this condition. Goo worms were the foundation and base of a goo master. Goo worms that were lent out were easy to get damaged, but it was much better than losing their own lives. The casualties that these tribes were facing were simply too severe. The next day, He Lu Lan ordered the Black Banner Army to go to the respective tribes' resting area and collect their goo worms. Being late was not an option. He also sent Tai Bai Yun Sheng to control the situation and settle the relevant administrative matters. After 3 days, this matter was finally settled. Tai Bai Yun Sheng returned and reported to He Lu Lan, who invited him to a banquet. During the banquet, He Lu Lan lifted his wine cup as he said, "Old sir, please have a drink. It was our great fortune that old sir joined our tribe, allowing the army to face much fewer casualties and injuries. Old sir, you revived countless people. You have accomplished great deeds. I am not worthy of such praise, but we have to try our very best at things. Whether we succeed or not is up to heaven. With longevity, heaven watching us, we can only do our best." Tai Bai Yun Sheng showed a look of shame, replying as he raised his cup. He Lu Lan's praise reminded him of Gao Yang and Zhu Zai. In truth, ever since he returned from the blood hall, every word of praise that he heard felt like an insult, like sarcastic comments that were whipping at his soul. But today, after settling this matter, he resolved the conflict between He tribe and many small and middle-sized tribes. In a way, he saved the lives of many Gu masters. This made him feel slightly better. With longevity heaven watching us, we can only do our best. Hai Lu Lan drank his wine in one gulp, putting it down as he muttered, sighing. Old Sir's words are very accurate and articulate. It is truly well said. Longevity, heaven is watching us. The road to the future is filled with mystery and unexpected circumstances. As mortals, we can only do our best. Elder Tai Bai had already done his best. I, Hai Lu Lan, should do the same as well. Tai Bai Yun Sheng heard this and suddenly felt that Hai Lu Lan had some additional meaning in his words. He immediately asked, Lord Tribe Leader, what do you mean by that? Hai Lu Lan laughed heartily. He was about to speak when He Shu came in with a report. His body was covered in blood. His expression was respectful and cautious. He came to Hai Lu Lan's side and said, Reporting to Lord Tribe Leader, the Black Banner Army has not failed your expectations. We have already settled it appropriately. Tai Bai Yun Sheng felt the killing aura around him and had a very ominous feeling. He quickly asked, What do you mean by settled it appropriately? He Shu, what did you guys settle? He Shu did not speak. He raised his eyebrows as he gave Tai Bai Yun Sheng a passing glance, showing disdain in his eyes towards Tai Bai Yun Sheng's compassionate and benevolent attitude. Ha ha ha, Elder Tai Bai. It is exactly like what you said. We can only do our best. You are doing your best and I am doing the same. Yeah. I have to do all I can to break through the rounds and accomplish the mission given to me by the Supreme Elder. Tell me, these people ran away in the middle of our task. What crimes have they committed? They were able to develop to this extent because they relied on me, taking advantages when they can and hiding when there is trouble. Is there such an easy and simple thing in this world? If everyone was like that, would my army need to exist anymore? Will there be anyone left who would challenge the rounds with me? Hai Lu Lan said this with a sharp and resolute tone. His eyes were shining with a ruthless light. Saying this, there was no need to mention what the task given to the Black Banner Army was. Hai Lu Lan, you! Tai Bai Yun Sheng stood up in a flash. He stared at Hai Lu Lan with a furious gaze. He showed shock, anger, and even hatred on his face. Insolent! He Shu was unhappy and was about to strike, but Hai Lu Lan stretched out his hand and stopped him. Elder Tai Bai, do not forget your current status. Hai Lu Lan kept away his ruthless expression and poured another cup of wine indifferently. Tai Bai Yun Sheng clenched his fists. His body was shivering from pure anger. He stared at Hai Lu Lan fixatedly. He wanted to scold him, but no sound came out of his mouth. Hai Lu Lan chuckled, pouring a cup of wine for Tai Bai Yun Sheng personally. Old sir, take a seat. Such beautiful and relaxing scenery paired with good wine and food. We should not let it go to waste. Screw your good wine and food. Tai Bai Yun Sheng swept his sleeves furiously. With a loud crash, all the wine cups fell onto the floor. Hai Lu Lan was unmoved. Instead, he pointed at the dishes on the table as he laughed loudly. Elder Tai Bai, this is a banquet to celebrate your success. If not for your support, why would they trust us so much and lend out their goo? As they did not have their goo worms with them, my Black Banner Army could quickly swoop in and take them down, easily obliterating them. I have no one but you to thank for this. Tai Bai Yun Sheng heard this and felt like lightning had struck him. He staggered 3 steps back as his face turned completely pale as paper. Hai Lu Lan, you are really an unscrupulous scoundrel. Unscrupulous, I cannot believe this. You are saying such naive things. Elder Tai Bai, you were also once the young tribe leader of a tribe, after living for so many years. Have you not seen the reality of this world? These so-called political affairs have always been dirty. Tai Bai Yun Sheng wanted to rebuke him, but there were no words he could say. He snorted coldly, turning around and leaving, walking out of the hall quickly without even turning back once. Lord Tribe Leader, should I send people to surveil Tai Bai Yun Sheng? He Shu inquired. He Lu Lan raised his wine cup. His expression was plain, without a bit of nervousness. He glanced at Tai Bai Yun Sheng's back as he laughed coldly. Tai Bai Yun Sheng is merely a healing gu master. What's there to be afraid of? His reputation. Heh. After this matter, who would dare believe in him again? Good deeds go unnoticed, while bad deeds travel 1,000 li. He Shu heard this and his heart jumped. Anyone who holds a high political position is an unfathomable schemer indeed. At this point, he could see that He Lu Lan's actions were killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Firstly, by causing bloodshed in these small and middle tribes, he was creating an example to show the others. Secondly, he could suppress Tai Bai Yun Sheng, making him understand what status he is currently holding. Thirdly, it is to attack Tai Bai Yun Sheng's reputation in order to strengthen his own political power. Tai Bai Yun Sheng walked quickly towards the scene of the incident. The slaughter had ended. In order to create more fear in people, He Lu Lan did not order his men to clean up the area. Tai Bai Yun Sheng looked around, his expression turning white, and his heart was shivering. The sacred palace was dyed in blood. Corpses were everywhere on the ground. Not just strong adult men, there were even the old, the weak, women and children. Some of them had their eyes wide open, dying an indignant death. Some of them had their arms and legs chopped off. Some were cut in half. It was a gruesome sight. Some had messy clothing. Their expressions were twisted and in agony. It was evident that they had been humiliated in an inhuman way before they died. All of this. It was all caused by me. If not for me trusting He Lu Lan, if not for me trying to mediate the tension between the two. I was too foolish. I was too naive. I did not manage to see He Lu Lan's ugly and evil intentions. All these people, they all died because they placed their trust in me. Tai Bai Yun Sheng's body was shivering. The intense smell of blood was assaulting him, and the scene of a sea of corpses lying on the ground was causing a huge impact on his fragile state of mind. His back was hunched. The mild wind blew at him and caused his beard to move slightly. He had deep wrinkles and a dazed expression. His fists were tightly clenched, soundlessly expressing the grief, agony, regret, and self-blame that he was feeling deep in his heart. Plop. He kneeled on the ground weakly, holding himself up with his hands as the blood dyed his palms, his knees, and his pants bright red. Sorry, I am sorry. Tai Bai Yun Sheng wept profusely, at once. His face was like an overflowing river. This is a good person. Even though there is also darkness in his heart, in the end, there is great terror when one is between life and death. Facing death, which normal person would not lose themselves. Far away, at a hidden corner, Fang Yuan had been observing this intently and silently. He watched the scene unfold with his very own eyes. It turned out that the black coffin luck represented a severe disaster that would threaten his life. The extermination of these tribes was the best proof of that. Meanwhile, the death energy on his body was more than dozens of times thicker than these tribes' members, even 100 times as thick. Heh, this is so interesting. Luck, huh? Fang Yuan's lips curled into a cold and arrogant smile. He wanted to see if this so-called bad luck could stop him in his steps. In this life there is no person, any reason, or any difficulties that can affect my determination in moving forward. His gaze was cold and still as ice, looking towards Tai Bai Yun Sheng. Who said that kind people will be rewarded? Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's cold expression turned into one that had a trace of sarcasm. Then let me give you a hand. He activated his goo worms in secret, forming an illusory voice that was untraceable, as the sound waves entered Tai Bai Yun Sheng's ears one by one. Tai Bai Yun Sheng's state of mind was close to collapsing. his mind was extremely susceptible to influences. At this moment he could hear a voice. It sounded just like Gao Yang and Zhu Zai. "I believe in you. You will definitely save us, isn't that right? Old sir, you are our benefactor. We are grateful to you. We are willing to risk our lives in order to come forward and help you." "Ah!" Tai Bai Yun Sheng screamed suddenly, opening his eyes abruptly. With his blurred vision due to his tears, he looked at the blood puddle on the ground. The blood puddle rippled as the nightmare that haunted him appeared once again. The image of Gao Yang and Zhu Zai dying from the sea of blood beasts. Tai Bai Yun Sheng's body shuddered. He was still like a statue. But the next moment, he raised his head and screamed with all of his energy. His shrill and hoarse voice resounded in this bloody slaughterhouse. Ha! When his screaming ended, Tai Bai Yun Sheng started laughing like a maniac. His laughter contained the feeling of madness, but also anger and sadness. There was also a trace of mockery towards himself, towards the mortal world. "Crazy! He's crazy! Elder Tai Bai has gone mad!" The surrounding He tribe Gu masters were shouting in shock. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan was curling his lips and smiling. He was a transmigrator, and had also undergone rebirth. His rich life experience had allowed him to grasp the psychology of people to a very precise degree. Tai Bai Yun Sheng was a very good person, but his subconscious action in the blood hall was akin to betrayal. This action created suspicion, doubts, and denial that he felt towards himself in terms of his personal values. If a person denied himself and suspected himself, then he would no doubt fall into a deep abyss of agony. Very evidently, Tai Bai Yun Sheng was in great pain. He felt guilt in his heart almost every night. He was tormented by a similar nightmare. For him to accept that he had some kind of despicable and lowly character as a fact, it would be impossible to do so. His entire life revolved around justice and benevolence. He had walked on this road for too long. He wanted to return to it, but he knew that in the deepest part of his heart, this action formed a barrier that he could not cross. He was stuck in the abyss of agony, sinking deeper and deeper the more he struggled. The tribe leader's request towards him was a chance that he had towards salvation and a redemption for his mistakes. If he could really succeed, it was undeniably the best medicine for him to pay for his sins, and he would be able to forgive himself. But the truth was, Hai Lo Lan ordered a mass slaughter, not leaving even a single woman or child behind. This in turn caused Tai Bai Yun Sheng to become the biggest assistant in this murder spree. His medicine turned into a heart-piercing poison. The intense toxins caused him to lose himself. His mental state was close to breaking down. At this juncture, Fang Yuan pushed him lightly, finally causing Tai Bai Yun Sheng to explode, breaking from the deepest part of his heart. Perhaps only Fang Yuan could understand him at this point. To put it in another way, after searching through his soul, Fang Yuan, who had seen Tai Bai Yun Sheng's entire life, could be said to know him intimately. But the cruel reality was, this person was not his kin or his friend. He was an enemy plotting against him. Fang Yuan, who was hidden in the darkness listening to Tai Bai Yun Sheng's laughter, looked on with an expression of appreciation, smiling lightly. This was a respectable and pitiful old man. He screamed his lungs out in his laughter. On his face full of tears, he was questioning himself. He was questioning the cruelty of this mortal world. Fate was toying with him, and he was helpless to resist. "If you deny even yourself, what can you do?" Fang Yuan muttered lightly. His gaze was as deep as night. "Go to the blood hall again and try to challenge the round? No, if you are there, your mind will be full of Gao Yang and Zhu Zai's images. Go seek help? Who can help you now? Hai Lo Lan? It can be assumed that you have just fallen out with him. Or rather, even if you manage to get the lifespan Gu, will you be able to use it with peace of mind? Heh. The current you, what options do you possibly have? What choices can you still make? Denying yourself, wallowing in self-pity. feeling intense pain and grief. You, a person who is facing a trial of your conscience, what option do you have? In Fang Yuan's heart, an answer was becoming clearer. Thus, go ahead and make your decision. I hope you will not let me down. In the darkness, Fang Yuan's gaze was shining as he looked at the crazy Tai Bai Yun Sheng. Tai Bai Yun Sheng was laughing wildly. His voice was bitter like he was wailing. He tore his clothes, as tears and mucus were mixing on his face. He did not have the demeanor of a rank 5 peak state expert at this point. He was someone who feared death, but he was also a good person who was pushed into a corner by this cruel and ice-cold mortal world. In truth, he was more like a pitiful person. Since some time ago, a mild wind had started blowing. The wind gradually grew bigger and bigger as clouds were forming in the sky. With Tai Bai Yun Sheng as the center, the surroundings were quietly and rapidly transforming. Some sort of mystical change had started. Heaven and earth were beginning to tremble. You did not disappoint me in the end. Fang Yuan was extremely excited. He took his leave and vanished without a trace. He rapidly traveled far away, retreating. Because it was no joke when a Gu master advances into an immortal. Soon the wind and clouds went wild as heaven and earth changed. The dark and thick black clouds looked like they were about to collapse at any time, destroying the sacred palace. In and out of the sacred palace, shouting could be heard everywhere. What is going on? What in the world is happening? Countless people did not know what was happening. They fell into a panic. Could it be? Some people with greater knowledge and experience stared at this grand scene with a dumbfounded expression. Go investigate. Go investigate. Who is it? In the hall, Hai Lu Lan was furiously screaming. Lord, it is Tai Bai Yun Sheng. He Shu was full of sweat as he stumbled his way into the hall and reported this. Hai Lu Lan's expression froze. He was as still as a statue for a moment. A few breaths later, he reacted and shouted with a twisted expression. Retreat! Order everyone to leave the sacred palace. Of course, those who wish to die can stay here. Chapter 606. Beginning translator, Chibi General Editor, Chibi General. The sky turned dark and gloomy, and the wind howled. A formless heavenly power slowly lifted Tai Bai Yun Sheng into the air. He laughed maniacally, his white beard fluttering in the wind. There were no signs of the usual warmth and benevolence on his face. It was replaced by a crazed and distorted look. Everyone in the sacred palace was in panic. Gu masters fled in a hurry, forming a huge stream of people that was fleeing for life towards the outside. Only after running an immense distance did the crowd anxiously stop. Expert Gu masters moved toward the peaks of hills or directly flew to the sky, and used investigative Gu worms to observe the scene above the sacred palace with different thoughts going through their minds. Other Gu masters also raised their heads to gaze at the floating Tai Bai Yun Sheng, with looks of respect, reverence, affection, worry, envy, and so on. The news of Tai Bai Yun Sheng advancing to Gu Immortal had already spread amongst everyone. Advancing to Gu Immortal. This was something that most people would not experience in their whole life, and unexpectedly it was happening before everyone's eyes at this very moment. Inconceivable. Tai Bai Yun Sheng has yet to use any Gu worms, but he actually caused such a change in weather. Looking at the surging clouds and hearing the raging winds, many Gu masters shouted out in surprise. Soon the surprised voices surged into a commotion. Because it was not only the weather that had changed, even the ground under their feet was beginning to shake. At first it was only a negligible tremor, but soon vast smoke and dust started to rise from the ground. This is the turbulence of Earth Qi. According to the records in the tribe, Gu masters have to first break their aperture to advance to Gu Immortal. After breaking their aperture, they can attract Heaven Qi and Earth Qi. Ye Lui Sang, He Lo Lan, and some others were from super tribes, and knew a lot more than normal people. At this moment, shock could clearly be seen in their eyes. The first step in advancing to Gu Immortal was breaking the aperture. using primeval essence in an all-out assault to completely shatter one's own aperture. Like this, the sealed aperture that was covered by the crystal wall would turn into a hole in the Goo Master's body. Just this first step needs extremely great courage, because there is no turning back after shattering the aperture. Goo tribe leader Gu Guolong said with a sigh. Advancement to a Goo immortal is extremely difficult, with minuscule chances of success. Tai Bai Yunsheng is too courageous, actually daring to take this step. He truly leaves us in admiration. Nai tribe leader. Nai Yaqing was deeply moved. He Lu Lan's expression was complex. He knew some inside details. A part of the reason why Tai Bai Yunsheng was advancing to Goo immortal was probably due to his actions. I was the one who provoked Tai Bai Yunsheng, leading to him choosing to take the risk to advance in his crumbling mental state. This is good. Although I learnt about immortal ascension from records, I really want to personally observe it. Tai Bai Yunsheng's advancement into Goo immortal will provide a great reference and be helpful to me. It is just that, so be it if he fails. But if he really successfully advances into a Goo immortal, how should I treat him? Hai Lu Lan immediately frowned at this thought, feeling a headache. Fang Yuan observed the scene while sitting on a back of an azure wolf king, surrounded by an azure wolf group. Advancement to Goo immortal. His dark gaze had excitement and also showed an expression of recalling the past. He again used luck inspection Gu to examine Tai Bai Yunsheng. The luck on him was now like a raging wildfire. Originally, it had been like flames with a growing red glow. Now, it was even more flourishing, blazing like an inferno. His luck is blazing. He had successfully advanced into a Goo immortal in my previous life. That should not be a big problem for him in this life. Fang Yuan inwardly nodded. Unlike He Lu Lan with his doubts and hesitation, Fang Yuan already had a plan to face the Goo immortal Tai Bai Yunsheng. He tried to look once more, but the luck inspection Gu actually suffered injuries from the extreme pressure. His own eyes also felt a burning pain. Fang Yuan immediately stopped the activation, not surprised at all. Tai Bai Yunsheng had already broken his aperture, attracting heaven and earth qi in a huge surrounding range. Using Gu worms in this range will naturally create chain reactions, making the heaven and earth qi surge and trigger a backlash. If one was stubborn and forcibly activated their Gu, even an immortal Gu would be injured and might even die, not to mention mere mortal Gu. Fang Yuan had not considered using Gu worms at this time to plot against Tai Bai Yunsheng because of this reason. If he rashly made a move in this period, he himself might be implicated. In an instant, the dark clouds in the sky surged, and together took the shape of a giant vortex. In response to this, yellow-brown dust churned endlessly on the ground, creating a vortex that resembled the formation of a loophole. This Tai Bai Yunsheng has deep foundation and accumulation. His human qi is so majestic, actually attracting so much heaven and earth. Qi. This scene is actually more spectacular than when my tribe's supreme elder advanced. Ye Lui Sang was endlessly shocked. Tai Bai Yunsheng had an immortal inheritance and roamed northern plains his whole life, gaining extremely rich experience. By now, he had almost run the course of his entire life, thus his accumulation was incomparably deep. The two giant vortexes covered miles of range. Tai Bai Yunsheng gazed up and saw the majestic and fierce vortex which looked like a giant beast opening its mouth. In comparison, Tai Bai Yunsheng's body was small, like a tiny insect near a pond. But Tai Bai Yunsheng still kept on laughing maniacally. "Come, come!" he shouted. His body shook with fear and excitement, but also relief. Even if he failed, he would at least be freed from this nightmare. Seemingly hearing his shout, the brewing vortex began to slowly rotate. In the sky and on the ground, two giant vortexes rotated like a millstone. Lightning flashed in the dark and cloudy vortex in the sky, with the thunder rumbling repeatedly. On the ground, the dusty vortex caused purple smoke to ascend with violent, explosive sounds. Like grinding stone, The dark and cloudy millstone sprinkled down a clear and bright aura, while from the dusty one below rose a golden aura. They were Heaven Qi and Earth Qi. Heaven Qi was clear and moved freely. Earth Qi was profound and dense. And Tai Bai Yun Sheng's body released a white human Qi. This human Qi was extremely dense and like a cocoon. It formed a large sphere that tightly covered Tai Bai Yun Sheng. Heaven Qi was raining down while Earth Qi was bubbling up, both intertwined in the air with human Qi. Heaven, Earth, and human. The three Qi converged together and began fusing. First step is breaking the aperture. The second step is taking in the Qi. He Lu Lan mumbled. Breaking the aperture is a point of no return. The only possibility of survival is in success, and failure means certain doom. And taking in Qi tests the nature of the Gu Master and their ability to control it. This step is extremely crucial and is like walking between cliffs on a tightrope. If the balance is even a little off such that the human Qi is slightly in excess, it will lead to self-detonation. If Heaven Qi is slightly more, the Gu Master will dissolve into the sky. If Earth Qi is slightly more dense, the Gu Master will turn into a fossil and suffocate to death. Difficult, truly hard, truly difficult. Ye Luisang lamented while shaking his head. Even as a spectator, his heart shook at this sight. One can only move forward when they begin the advancement to a Gu immortal. There is no going back. The danger is extremely high. Thus many rank 5 peak stage Gu Masters, even if they knew the method to advance to a Gu immortal, would not choose to take the risk unless as a last resort. The expert observes the process while the layman simply enjoys the show. Most people only watch the sight while bustling with noise and excitement, but the few expert Gu Masters who knew the inside details were dripping with sweat, their hearts palpitating with fear from the sight. Fang Yuan was the one with the most experience regarding this. The process of charging to Gu Immortal realm and becoming a blood path Gu Immortal in his previous life had left behind an extremely deep impression on him. This second step is extremely difficult. It not only tests the Gu Master's ability to control the balance, what it tests even more than that is the Gu Master's nature. He inwardly sighed. Heaven Qi and Earth Qi attacked the body, and the three Qi converged. This was the process of immortal blending with heaven and earth. An ordinary person would never have such a moment where they are this intimately close to heaven and earth. Heaven and earth were the cornerstones to nurture all living beings. The resonance between Heaven Qi and Earth Qi would fill the Gu Master's mind with the wonders of the Great Tao. Experiencing the Great Tao was an extremely rare opportunity, and the Gu Master could easily lose themselves in it, not being able to extricate themselves. This could very easily lead to an imbalance between the three Qi. Even more crucially, the higher the amount of Heaven Qi and Earth Qi taken in, the higher the chance of advancing to a Gu Immortal. At this crucial time, the Gu Master would often get greedy and take in too much Heaven Qi and Earth Qi, leading to an imbalance between the three Qi and perishing. Tai Bai Yun Sheng did not disappoint Fang Yuan. He persevered and stabilized the situation, controlling the three Qi perfectly and progressing slowly. This Tai Bai Yun Sheng probably received an expert's guidance. Tai Bai Yun Sheng actually accomplished it. The second step could not stump him at all. This man really is not simple. We need to keep on watching. Being able to do it now does not mean he can maintain the state until the end. He Lu Lan and Ye Luisang were feeling bewildered. Rumble. Right at this time, a change occurred. As the aurora in the sky shook, 88, True Yang building experienced intense tremors. As its cornerstone, the sacred palace started shaking as well. Dust rose and many beautiful courtyards collapsed. What is going on? 88, True Yang building. Everyone shifted their gazes in shock. It is here. Fang Yuan sneered, but was well aware of this. Inside the True Yang building, the land spirit was furious. Tai Bai Yun Sheng advancing to a Gu Immortal meant he was taking in Heaven Qi and Earth Qi. But this world was not the outside world of northern plains, but was imperial court, blessed land, a small world of its own. Tai Bai Yun Sheng was using up this small world's heaven chi and earth chi, which was akin to weakening imperial court, blessed land, and was basically extracting the source of the land spirit's strength. Could the land spirit not be angry? It had been imprisoned for countless years, and now finally had the hope of obtaining freedom. Although it was formed from an obsession and did not know how to tell lies, but it had intelligence and understood the strategy of concealing itself. The land spirit had originally planned to restrain itself, fearing Giant Sun's will. It would wait till gruel mud had corroded the shackles on it to a certain degree before it broke out in one violent move. But now that Tai Bai Yun Sheng was charging into Gu immortal realm, he was not only extracting the strength of the land spirit, but was sure to awaken Giant Sun's will. The land spirit would then have all its hopes dashed. Even more likely, it would be forcibly suppressed by Giant Sun's will again. With no choice, it could only make a quick decision and take advantage of Giant Sun's will still being in hibernation at the moment, to resist and avoid giving Giant Sun's will time to be prepared. Thus, everyone looked on as the true Yang building shook, bringing destruction to the fish in the ponds as many structures in the sacred palace collapsed. In the true Yang building, the land spirit Frost Jade Peacock let out a loud cry. Its attack was extremely effective as the green paste covering its body immediately melted until below its neck, and 5 to 6 black chains on its body also broke. Huh? A light mumble, as if just waking up from a dream, echoed out from the depths of the true Yang building. Who has such guts to awaken me from my slumber? From the infinite and eerie darkness, a giant will resembling the sun slowly woke up. It was originally only a small glimmer, but soon brightened up to the extent that it could pierce through 10 layers of the underworld, sweeping past every corner of the true Yang building. Fang Yuan's will that had refined the guest halt stele simply could not defend itself and was immediately wiped out. The glass owner token he held also started becoming boiling hot. Chapter 607. Ambushing Giant Sun's Will. Translator, Chibi. General Editor, Chibi. General A will blazing like the sun passed through the glass owner token and attacked Fang Yuan's mind. The will was like a golden flood as it rampaged directly into Fang Yuan's brain. Will was formed from large numbers of specific thoughts. If Giant Sun's will was allowed to erode his mind, Fang Yuan could very likely turn into a demented amnesiac. This is bad. Quickly throw away that damned owner token. Mo Yao's will appeared in his mind, and screamed. She was the will of a Gu immortal who had reached rank 7 before death. Her background knowledge of will was much deeper than Fang Yuan's. Her own gains and losses were linked to Fang Yuan like 2 locusts tied with a thread. The mind was a vital place. Fang Yuan would not want to start a battle in there. No need to worry, he sneered. He was already prepared, so he was not concerned, soon activating the special Will Gu. The special Will Gu received the primeval essence and directly flashed into Fang Yuan's mind, blocking the will of Giant Sun. The golden-like will came to an abrupt stop, completely halted by special Will Gu. The special Will Gu then burst out with a strong absorption force, devouring Giant Sun's will unceasingly. The small will swallowed the big will, as if an ant swallowing an elephant, but Giant Sun's will had no ability to resist. Mo Yao's will was stumped for a while before coming to a realization. So Giant Sun's will was a special will. Wisdom Path had developed for a long time since its start at the remote antiquity era, continuing to this day. Will was classified under Wisdom Path, and naturally the contents regarding it were plentiful. Not only was will divided into many types, there were also all sorts of effects. Back when Fang Yuan had just ventured into it, he had already bought many Wisdom Path Gu worms. For example, Special Will Gu, Deliberate Will Gu, Play Will Gu, Keep Will Gu, and New Will Gu, which were specially used to condense Special Will, Deliberate Will, Play Will, Keep Will, and New Will. These 5 types of will had their advantages and disadvantages, requiring the Gu master themselves to choose the appropriate will according to the situation. Among them, special will could be arranged in advance and automatically trigger under special conditions. To explain this in a simple fashion, let's take a rat trap as an example. When a rat comes in contact with the trap, fulfilling the special condition, the rat trap will then activate, trapping the rat. The prior setup is triggered, activating the trap. Giant Sun. Immortal Venerable considered dangerous situations occurring in the future, and for the benefit of his descendants, he chose to use the most suitable special will Gu to create a will of himself, and placed it in 88 True Yang building. As long as the danger reached a certain degree, the special condition would be fulfilled, and the special will would trigger Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's prior setup. As for what the activation requirement of this prior setup was, outsiders did not know. Even Fang Yuan, who had been reborn, was not clear about it. But from the video clips in his previous life, he knew Giant Sun's will was a special will. Knowing this made it easier for Fang Yuan. Giant Sun's will was an Immortal Venerable's will, but it must also follow the laws and great Tao of the world. The will was condensed by a Gu worm, and similarly could be subdued by the corresponding Gu worm. Thus, Giant Sun's special will was greatly restrained by special will Gu. Within Fang Yuan's mind, Giant Sun's will had yet to show its might before it was swallowed by Fang Yuan's special will Gu. After swallowing this will of Giant Sun, special will Gu's belly immediately bulged like a fatty who had stuffed himself to the limit. Ha ha, what a great will! Fang Yuan praised it but was inwardly shocked. That was dangerous. Although it was restrained, it was after all an Immortal Venerable's will. Even if it was only a strand, it was really not easy to deal with. The glass owner token was a part of 88 True Yang building. Giant Sun's will attacked Fang Yuan through this owner token. But if the owner token was compared to a passage, this passage was way too small, and could only allow a strand of Giant Sun's will to pass. If the passage was just a bit bigger, the situation would be completely different. This strand of will that special will Gu had eaten was simply negligible compared to the Giant Sun's will in True Yang building. Falling prey to Fang Yuan's small scheme, Giant Sun's will could not contain its anger. "Swindler, you dared profane my Giant Sun's honor. I will crush you to pieces." Rumble. True Yang building started shaking, giving off all kinds of lights which infused the sky. A peerless power seemed to manifest, shaking heaven and earth. Even though Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had already died and was unable to mobilize 88 True Yang building using just his will. But within 88 True Yang building, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had left behind a large amount of rank, 9 yellow apricot immortal essence. Wild Gu could directly absorb the primeval essence in the air, but would lose this ability when they are refined and have to absorb the Gu Master's primeval essence. 88. True Yang building was an immortal Gu house and was under the command of Giant Sun's will. It could activate by absorbing the immortal essence left behind by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. It was extremely simple and easy, as if it was natural. "Run!" Looking at 88 True Yang building about to show its power, Mo Yao's will anxiously warned Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was a despicable thief who had refined a part of True Yang building, and now that Giant Sun's will had awakened, it classified him as an enemy. Fang Yuan did not have Giant Sun's bloodline. This enmity was too big. Fang Yuan was directly marked down, and an unprecedented killing intent was about to befall upon him. There's no hurry. Calamity was coming right for him, but Fang Yuan appeared indifferent and relaxed. He tightly held the glass owner token. This particular token was not simple. It was a product created by expending an immortal Gu using an owner token as the base. It was a crucial key for which Central Continent's Gu immortals and several large forces had prepared with meticulous care over thousands of years. Still causing trouble after death. What era are we living in now? Fang Yuan snorted and with no fear sent a thought through the glass owner token, launching an ambush. True Yang building shook intensely. The aurora that filled the sky instantly collapsed by over half. The phantom image that appeared when condensing the floors was like a candle in front of a great wind, as it collapsed and dissipated. Everything came to an abrupt stop. In true Yang building, Giant Sun's will let out a frightening and furious howl as it was besieged and attacked by countless special will goo. These special will goo were the preparation of Central Continent's goo immortals, which had been accumulated for thousands of years. A trump card specially arranged to deal with Giant Sun's will. Giant Sun's will's weakness was thoroughly targeted, like a sheep surrounded by a pack of wolves. It had immediately wanted to activate goo worms to massacre these special will goo. 88. True Yang building was an immortal goo house, a solidified killer move formed from many immortal goo and mortal goo. Naturally, it had methods to clean up the enemies, but Central Continent's goo immortals had researched deeply and already calculated this. Coordinating with special will goo's attack were other shocking methods, actually sealing all of the yellow apricot immortal essence, Giant Sun. Immortal Venerable left behind. True Yang building was not able to move without the immortal essence and immediately stopped all actions. Even though Giant Sun's will was seething with rage, it did not have any method to instantly resolve this, thus landing in a predicament. True Yang building sank into deathly stillness as Fang Yuan put his mind at rest. In his previous life, Central Continent's goo immortals relied on this method to slay Giant Sun's will and destroy 88 True Yang building. A pity I am still immortal and not a goo immortal. There is no way for me to reap profits from this. Fang Yuan felt a slight regret. This was Giant Sun's will. Even at its weakest moment, it was not something he could meddle with. In truth, even if he advanced into a goo immortal, with just one goo immortal's battle strength, the result would not be good. When the Central Continent goo immortals attacked Imperial Court-blessed land, they had altogether 11 goo immortals, each of them an elite expert, but even then only 3 were able to return in triumph. However, the sacrifices were worth it as they received rich battle spoils. True Yang building was a spiritual symbol of Northern Plains, and when it was suddenly destroyed, the whole of Northern Plains suffered heavy impact. Their morale fell to the abyss, and they were forced into retreat continually in battles. If not for the goo immortal Ma Hongyun, who repeatedly playing a vital role as a pillar during the most crucial times, Northern Plains would have already been annexed by Central Continent. As for the current Fang Yuan, he was safe for at least a period of time. What happened to True Yang building just now? Could it be the influence of Tai Bai Yun Sheng advancing to a goo immortal was too big and even 88 True Yang building was affected? Imperial Court-blessed land prohibits the entry of goo immortals. Advancing to a goo immortal here like Tai Bai Yun Sheng is an extremely rare event. Does this violate the arrangements made by old ancestor Giant Sun back then? True Yang building's abnormal changes caused this crowd of people who did not know the truth to be bewildered and start making guesses. True Yang building fell into a deathly stillness and did not show any movement for the moment. Soon, everyone's gazes were attracted towards Tai Bai Yun Sheng again. Tai Bai Yun Sheng was floating in between the sky and the ground, continually taking in heaven qi and earth qi, combining them with his own human qi. The balanced 3 qi were pouring into the space where his aperture had once been. An extremely mysterious transformation was happening to his body, whether it was his physical body or soul. They were both being tempered by heaven and earth qi. The essence of his life itself was elevating to a higher level. There were 3 steps in advancing to a goo immortal. The first was breaking the aperture. The second was taking in the qi. Tai Bai Yun Sheng had an intact goo immortal inheritance, and thus had a clear understanding of the key concerns in the process. So far he was able to stabilize with no major hindrances. But how could advancing to a goo immortal only have these obstacles? Compared to the majestic heaven qi and the vast earth qi, human qi originated from only Tai Bai Yun Sheng himself. Thus, There were endless amounts of heaven qi and earth qi, but human qi was limited in quantity. The three qi needed to be in balance. There was no way to take in the surplus heaven qi and earth qi, so they were excluded and left to the side. As time passed, these heaven and earth qi accumulated in the sky and on the ground, gathering and condensing, the sheer quantity causing a qualitative change. Tai Bai Yun Sheng had too deep of an accumulation. He was able to draw in so much heaven and earth qi. Now the extra heaven and earth qi are condensing into calamity and tribulation. Ye Luisang's eyes flashed with burning light. The deeper the accumulation of the Gu Master, the greater the difficulty in advancing to a Gu immortal, but if they succeeded, their potential future accomplishment would be that much higher. The risk and profits in this were directly proportional. He Lao Lan watched on tightly without saying a word, putting all his effort in observing and gaining reference. Heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities, how did they form? The scene in front of them was displaying the whole process before everyone's eyes. Golden earth qi continued to become denser, and the turbid qi condensed into shape, gradually forming a one-horned great tiger, and the green heaven qi condensed into countless giant green willow leaves. Every willow leaf was the size of a boat. The one-horned great tiger was as large as a hill. It raised its head while crouching down, taking a jumping posture. The green willow leaves swayed as they spread in the sky, ready to strike. This is the earthly calamity lofty tiger and the heavenly tribulation willow wind. Fang Yuan's gaze flashed with a sharp light. Tai Bai Yun Sheng stopped his crazed laughter, a grave expression filling his face. The crowd who were so far from all this could feel the endless power of the earthly calamity and the heavenly tribulation. Then what about Tai Bai Yun Sheng, who was at the center of this, the target of the earthly calamity and the heavenly tribulation? The spectating crowd was silent, the atmosphere turning heavy. Imperial Court Land Spirit, however, laughed loudly. The opportunity to break free from my captivity has appeared. Chapter 6 108 Giant Sun's Retaliation. Translator, Chibi. General Editor, Chibi. General inside True Yang Building. The land spirit was using all of its strength to attack the seal on it. Bang, bang, bang. 3 soft explosive sounds could be heard consecutively as 3 black chains binding it were broken. The green paste on it had thoroughly melted from its neck and even to the tips of its 2 wings, revealing the bright and lively feathers. Little sparrow, you dare! Giant Sun's will was bursting with fury. Giant Sun, despite being dead, you actually still imprisoned me for hundreds of thousands of years. Today, I will definitely break out of your damn cage. Frost Jade Peacock let out a shrill scream, similarly furious. Trapped for so many years, unable to even budge, the suffocation and indignance from being in captivity turned into the strength needed to break its seal. Giant Sun's will gave a deep shout. The sun-like will suddenly flared up, rushing in all directions like a majestic golden flood. 10,000 special will Gu were already surrounding him in layers after layers. They were like a dam blocking the flood, which was Giant Sun's will. Giant Sun's special will was completely restrained by the special will Gu. The whole dam held tight without any cracks, but the situation only lasted for a few breaths of time. The special will Gu had already been swallowing Giant Sun's special will to the limit and started to burst one by one. Several breaths later, the dam formed by the special will Gu trembled, broke down, and shattered apart. Giant Sun's special will might have been subdued, but the size of it was extremely large, having originated from Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Even after the wear and tear of over hundreds of thousands of years, this was still not something 10,000 special will Gu could suppress. Restraint was relative. Water could extinguish fire, but if the fire was fierce enough, it could directly evaporate the water pouring on it. Giant Sun's will that was like a sun was extremely grand and large. Although there was a lot of consumption when he attacked special will Gu, it was still able to destroy the 10,000 special will Gu in the end. Without the besiegement of special will Gu, Giant Sun's will was like a tied-up prisoner who had broken out of the shackles and immediately tried to control true Yang building. But the next moment, a full 50,000 special will goo rushed out and gathered again, forming a new encirclement. Central Continent's goo immortals had researched very deeply and would never underestimate Giant Sun's will. Thus they had made sufficient preparations. Special will goo was not an immortal goo. Its quantity could be piled up. Giant Sun's will, who had just obtained freedom, was again sealed off, letting out a furious roar. He started attacking again, his momentum as vast as a rapidly flowing river, breaking apart the encirclement of special will goo. But soon, the third wave of special will goo surrounded it. The quantity was even more this time, reaching over 100,000. Central Continent's goo immortals had spent thousands of years for this. Several great superforces had joined hands, making large purchases, refining goo non-stop, and spending an astronomical amount of goo refinement resources. They had paid such an astonishing price, and now they were all being used by Fang Yuan, displaying extraordinary effects. Being trapped once again, Giant Sun's will did not shout or roar. Giant Sun's will was the will of an immortal venerable, and knew how to think. When he realized he had fallen into a scheme and the enemy side had made sufficient preparations, he became calm again. He began to think and soon discovered a flaw in the encirclement. Although Giant Sun's will was surrounded tightly in all directions by special will goo with no area neglected, this did not signify there was no flaw in this encirclement. These special will goo were refined by goo immortals, and refined goo worms were unable to directly absorb the primeval essence from their surroundings, and there was no supply of primeval essence for them in here. Then, where did the primeval essence used to activate these special will goo come from? There were so many special will goo, and there could even be more. Their primeval essence requirement would be gigantic. Giant Sun's will slightly thought over it and realized what these special will goo absorbed was not primeval essence, but immortal essence. A bead of the lowest grade rank 6 green grape immortal essence could convert to what was practically an almost unlimited amount of primeval essence. Immortal essence was the source of fuel for these special will goo, and these immortal essence were concealed very well. Clearly, there were other supporting goo worms coordinating with special will goo to form an enormous and hidden goo formation. So long as I break their connection with the immortal essence, these special will goo would not be of much threat. Giant Sun's will soon thought of this method. However, to break the connection between the special will goo and the immortal essence, he had to fully grasp this goo formation first. Just like how Central Continent goo immortals sealed all the yellow apricot immortal essence left behind by Giant Sun. Immortal Venerable, to suppress 88 true Yang building. Giant Sun's will also had a similar idea. On the spot, Giant Sun's will thought rapidly and soon found over 10 clues. Following these clues and making deductions, the vague structure of the goo formation began to gradually become clearer. The land spirit naturally would not sit and wait for its death. When it had sensed Giant Sun's will being suppressed, it mustered all its strength to break the seals on it. Gruel mud had terrifying effectiveness against these seals. The green paste on its body was full of cracks, and the edges were rapidly melting down. The black shackles on its wings once again consecutively collapsed, and 4 broke apart. The land spirit, Frost Jade Peacock, gave a shrill cry. Its whole body shook intensely, shaking away most of the green paste on its 2 wings. Shortly afterwards, it impatiently unfolded them. Cold aura permeated out from all over its spotlessly white body as it raised its head high, appearing noble and beautiful. But it had yet to completely unfold its large wings when they were tightly pulled in by the black chains. Its movement came to a sudden stop, the intense pain making it even more furious. Although there were only 3 chains left, they still tightly shackled its freedom. "Break them!" Frost Jade Peacock suddenly turned around its elegant neck, its sharp brows flickering with terrifying cold light. "Damn it!" Giant Sun's will, who had been thinking intensely, could not help but stop his thoughts as he sensed this situation. If the land spirit broke his control, then 88 true Yang building could be thrown out from Imperial Court-blessed land at any time. Without Imperial Court-blessed land's protection, countless Gu immortals would start rushing over to loot true Yang building. At that time, it would be the case of an army of ants devouring an elephant. Even more yellow apricot immortal essence would not be able to stop the consumption from the dauntless advance of countless Gu immortals. But Giant Sun's will was powerless to stop the land spirit at this moment. He had been making several probing attacks while thinking at the same time, and although there were some results and he was able to recover some methods, they were still very limited and were not enough to suppress the situation. At this moment, outside the true Yang building, roar! Lofty Tiger roared and jumped. The world trembled as the hill-sized Lofty Tiger jumped into the air. Its enormous and malevolent tiger claws slammed towards the insignificant insect-like Tai Bai Yun Sheng. Tai Bai Yun Sheng gave a light shout as he dodged quickly. The tiger claws could not strike him, but the huge wind force from it was still able to make Tai Bai Yun Sheng feel uncomfortable. At the same time, the willow winds in the sky fluttered down. These willow winds were as large as a canoe, and their descent was graceful, resembling falling leaves. But the movement that felt slow was actually fast, and the destructive power contained within them was terrifying. Tai Bai Yun Sheng was bathed with blood, paying close attention to the movements of the willow winds. Previously, he had carelessly come into contact with 3 willow winds, but just that had already destroyed all the defensive Gu on him. Right now, when he saw the willow winds falling down, he quickly evaded them. From the earth, the malevolent tiger pounced up, while from the sky, the willow winds fluttered down one after another. Tai Bai Yun Sheng was already finding it difficult to continue after a while. He was in a sorry state and was facing the danger of losing his life. Sigh. It bodes ill for Tai Bai Yun Sheng. His accumulation is very robust, but he has not made sufficient preparations to advance to Gu Immortal. Lord Tai Bai Yun Sheng, you can do it. Even Fang Yuan could not help but feel nervous at this scene. Is Tai Bai Yun Sheng going to fail in advancing to a Gu Immortal in this life? He suddenly had a thought, and disregarding the backlash, forcibly activated Luck Inspection Gu. But the luck on Tai Bai Yun Sheng was still burning and raging like boiling water, and was still blooming. But the next moment, a quarter of this flaming luck had suddenly dissipated. What's going on? It was the first time Fang Yuan was seeing such a change in luck, and right at this time, a light pillar suddenly erupted from true Yang building. The light pillar that was as thick as an ancient tree charged straight to the sky. The willow winds were pierced through by this light pillar, immediately crumbling apart and turning back into clear heaven key, pure and warm. The light pillar swept through repeatedly, shattering most of the willow winds in the sky, before shooting towards the Lofty Tiger. The Lofty Tiger dodged while howling in grief, but the light pillar followed it like a shadow, impossible to avoid. The earthly calamity, Lofty Tiger, continued to decrease in size the more the light pillar touched it, till it vanished into thin air. What's going on? Everyone was shocked. 88. True Yang building has made a move. Old ancestor protected Lord Tai Bai Yun Sheng. Many people cheered, but there were also some who scoffed. Nonsense. Tai Bai Yun Sheng does not have Giant Sun's bloodline. Why would old ancestor protect him? Could it be the workings of the rumored divert disaster Gu? Ye Lui Sang was endlessly shocked. He Lu Lan was even more excited. The Luck Path's divert disaster Gu can divert heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities, greatly reducing their might, even directly obliterating them. If I can obtain this immortal Gu. Divert disaster Gu was one of the cornerstones of 88 True Yang building. It was also one of the limited methods Giant Sun's will could mobilize currently. Giant Sun's will's actions did not stop at this. He had forcibly extracted a trace of yellow apricot immortal essence by rampaging multiple times. After activating Divert Disaster Goo, Giant Sun's will mobilized the human key Immortal Goo in True Inheritance Secluded Domain. Right under Fang Yuan's sight, Tai Bai Yun Sheng's burning luck aura suddenly decreased by another quarter. Human Qi Immortal Goo was activated, which similarly let out a ray of white light. This white light, however, directly shone on Tai Bai Yun Sheng. Human Qi Immortal Goo could increase the Goo Master's human Qi, raising their future potential after advancing to a Goo Immortal. When Tai Bai Yun Sheng obtained its help, the human Qi on him instantly inflated by 10 times. With the increase in human Qi, he naturally needed even more Heaven Qi and Earth Qi. However, Heaven Qi and Earth Qi were drawn out of Imperial Court-blessed land. Tai Bai Yun Sheng laughed heartily. True Yang Building's help had been out of his expectations, but he still quickly accepted it and absorbed large amounts of Heaven Qi and Earth Qi, merging the three elements into one. Not only averting danger, his potential had also greatly increased, and his future prospects had turned much better. The land spirit Frost Jade Peacock gave a shrill, furious cry. Heaven Qi and Earth Qi were extracted in large amounts, causing an intense feeling of weakness to fill its body. "Little sparrow, you are still too green." Giant Sun's will snorted. He had used all the immortal essence he was able to extract on the most crucial area, acquiring the greatest results, greatly relieving the dangerous situation. Giant Sun's will was, after all, a will that originated from an immortal venerable. Its wisdom was extremely high. The situation had turned around quickly now, and it was advantageous to Giant Sun's will. The weakening of the land spirit gave Giant Sun's will plenty of time to grasp the goo formation of the special will goo surrounding him. Once Giant Sun's will breaks apart this encirclement, he would regain control of the situation, and it would be extremely easy for him to undo the seal on the immortal essence then. As long as the seal on the immortal essence was broken, 88 True Yang Building would be able to display the supreme might of a rank 8 goo house in all its glory. This is bad. I still underestimated an immortal venerable's will. I have less than half the expected time left. Fang Yuan was able to understand the situation in True Yang Building through the Glass Owner token. His heart sank. Now I can only put my hopes in Tai Bai Yun Sheng. Hopefully he can quickly become a Goo Immortal and refine landscape as before Goo. Chibi General, Chibi General. Hopefully he dies immediately after Chapter 609. Better to die than not be free. Translator. Chibi. General, Editor. Chibi General. At the center of the scene, the three Qi were fusing. With the help of Giant Sun's will, the thick Qi flows had almost formed a cocoon around Tai Bai Yun Sheng. All his injuries were long gone without any trace. His body, soul, and consciousness were all being refined to a higher level. He looked back on his life, the scenes of the past quickly flashing through his mind. The mysteries of the great Tao circulated in his mind. Inspirations came to him without pause. He was obtaining perfect solutions for the difficult problems in cultivation that had restrained him in the past. At this moment, heaven and earth were like selfless teachers, imparting all their knowledge to Tai Bai Yun Sheng. However, the mysteries of heaven and earth were too vast and profound. The more Tai Bai Yun Sheng knew, the more he realized his minuteness. He had no choice but to focus on his time path, refining and developing his knowledge. His understanding towards time path reached the peak of his lifetime. Inspiration from nature. Man is the spirit of all living beings. Goo is the essence of heaven and earth. Goo masters used Goo, refined Goo, and raised Goo. This was actually an unending process of learning, exploring, and studying the world. In the process of advancing to a Goo Immortal, a Goo master need not use Goo worms to indirectly understand the world. Instead, it was a direct interaction with heaven and earth. This was probably the only chance in one's whole life before becoming a Goo Immortal, to have such a precious opportunity. Rank 5 peak stage was the finishing line of mortal Goo masters. But rank 6 Goo Immortals were beyond mortal. Becoming a Goo Immortal was only a new starting point. At this crucial starting point, every Goo Immortal's future achievements would be different depending on the potential they accumulated. Such a beautiful experience, but my human qi is not sufficient. Tai Bai Yun Sheng wished to continue immersing himself in this feeling, but could not do so, a regretful expression appearing on his face. His human qi was already nearly exhausted, and this was after obtaining the help of human qi immortal gu. Otherwise, the time would have been even shorter. The qi cocoon dispersed, and Tai Bai Yun Sheng's silhouette was revealed again. The three qi had merged and shrunk down to a mass of tricolored primordial qi, condensed into where Tai Bai Yun Sheng's aperture had originally been. This step signified the completion of the second step in advancing to a gu immortal, receiving qi. Next was the final step of becoming a gu immortal, releasing gu. Tai Bai Yun Sheng was being extremely serious, as he took out river as before, mountain as before, and man as before gu. These three gu were his core gu worms, and he was exceedingly familiar with them. Moreover, man as before gu was even his vital gu. Finally, the most crucial moment, Tai Bai Yun Sheng first sent his vital gu to the mass of tricolored primordial qi in his body. Boom! All of a sudden, a mystical sound like that of thunderstorm echoed in Tai Bai Yun Sheng's ears, causing his whole body to intensely shake. The tricolored mass of qi was originally merged together and constantly flowing in circulation. But after man as before intruded in, it was like it had ignited an explosive. The primordial qi mass immediately exploded loudly. There can be no creation without destruction. In death there is new life. This moment was when a mortal could ascend to a gu immortal. The explosive sound was truly mystical, exploding out the marvels of life, exploding out a whole new world. The mortal aperture was broken, an immortal aperture was being formed. The immortal aperture was like a small world. The sky was azure like crystals, and the ground was a desolate wilderness filled with yellow stones. It was like a newborn baby, and intensely demanded nourishment, erupting at the outside world with an extremely strong force of suction and absorption. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Heaven qi and earth qi madly poured into Tai Bai Yun Sheng, flowing non-stop into the immortal aperture. In the immortal aperture, the ground quickly expanded. 2/3 of 1,000 square kilometers, 4/3 of 1,000, 2,000 square kilometers. And time flow also rose from the 1-to-1 ratio to 1-to-10, 1-to-20. The immortal aperture was gradually starting to become unstable from the mad flow of qi. Tai Bai Yun Sheng then sent in river as before and mountain as before, stabilizing the situation. The immortal aperture was expanding continually, and a tributary of the river of time flowed in the darkness, causing the time flow to increase steadily. Time passed. Tai Bai Yun Sheng kept on placing gu worms to maintain the stability of the immortal aperture. 3 1/3 thousand square kilometers, 4,000, 4 2/3 of 1,000, 1-to-30, 1-to-31, 1-to-32, 1-to-33. The immortal aperture had reached its extreme at this point, as if it had drunk and eaten to its fill, abruptly stopping its growth. But the clear heaven qi was still pouring in from the sky, and golden earth qi was still surging up from the ground. At this moment, the immortal aperture absorbed heaven qi and earth qi much slower than before. At first it was drinking in big gulps, while now it was taking slow sips. Heaven and earth qi converged into the immortal aperture. Green and golden mists and clouds filled the whole immortal aperture. The dense qi flow was brewing beads of immortal essence within. They were precisely the green grape immortal essence of a rank 6 gu immortal, 36 of them in total. The tribulation clouds in the sky and the calamity dust in the ground began to gradually dissipate. The mist-like heaven qi and earth qi in the immortal aperture, however, had yet to dissipate. They condensed around man as before, river as before, mountain as before, and other gu worms, causing a dense qi cocoon to form over these gu worms. The two qi mixed, heaven and earth interacted. Within the qi cocoons, each gu worm was beginning to ferment mysterious changes. It is time. A goo recipe flashed in Tai Bai Yunsheng's mind. This goo recipe was only a theoretical goo recipe of an immortal goo. It was from the old beggar's goo immortal inheritance. Tai Bai Yunsheng could not guarantee whether this theoretical goo recipe could succeed, but he no longer had another option. His lifespan was near its end, about to exhaust completely. After advancing to a goo immortal, his senses reached a whole new level. Especially the sense regarding time had heightened the most. It was precise to within a single breath. This novel sensation did not put him in a cheerful mood for long before he fell into silence, feeling oppressed and even afraid, because he could sense that the time he had was truly not much, just like a small puddle under strong sunshine, with his lifespan being the thin layer of water left in the puddle. He had planned to get lifespan goo, but it failed because of Fang Yuan's secret manipulations. The bloody road he had experienced in reaching the Great Hall even became a knot in his heart. Now, his only hope was in man as before goo. According to what the theoretical goo recipe showed, when man as before goo was advanced to rank 6, it could be used on oneself. Refine! Tai Bai Yunsheng gave a soft shout, countless thoughts emerging in his mind. These thoughts formed the theoretical goo recipe, which directly poured into the immortal aperture, and then into the thick cocoon covering the man as before goo. These heaven and earth chi were the source of all living beings. As the two interacted, they evolved into all things in heaven and earth. These two chi were the origin of all living beings, and could replace any goo refinement materials. Tai Bai Yunsheng's thoughts were like keys that directed the heaven and earth chi in the proper direction. The thoughts entered the cocoon and immediately brought upon a violent change. Although it could not be compared to the explosion of the 3 chi in the first step of releasing goo, its effect was not small either. The chi cocoon erupted with devouring force, swallowing the remaining heaven and earth chi in the immortal aperture without pause. Whoosh! 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 The chi flow surged non-stop, forming a screaming gale. Man as before, goo turned into the eye of the storm. Large amounts of heaven and earth chi poured into it, turning into goo refinement resources. This is it. Tai Bai Yunsheng mumbled softly in the air. His tone carried gratification and also expectation. After so much effort and risk, he was now finally seeing the hope of success. Although the process had been filled with inconceivable events. If True Yang Building had not made a move, Tai Bai Yunsheng was sure to fall in the second step. As he thought of this, he glanced at the True Yang Building. He was not of Giant Sun's bloodline, but True Yang Building had actually helped him. This was a fact. Did Giant Sun's will wake up? Tai Bai Yunsheng inwardly guessed. He had a goo immortal inheritance. His experience and knowledge were not lacking compared to people like He Lu Lan and Ye Lui Sang. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable prohibits the entry of goo immortals. I have already violated this taboo by advancing into a goo immortal here. So, why would Giant Sun's will still help me? Tai Bai Yunsheng was puzzled. Even with his plentiful experience, he could not anticipate the things occurring in the True Yang Building. Within the True Yang Building, Frost Jade Peacock gave shrill cries. The green paste on its body kept on shaking and bouncing. The iron chains also shook, producing clanking sounds when they collided with each other. The powers sealing it were melting down from the corrosion of gruel mud. But Frost Jade Peacock showed no signs of joy. Instead, it was filled with fear and anxiety. Giant Sun's will, however, laughed brightly. Little Sparrow, your struggle is of no use. Through Tai Bai Yunsheng, Giant Sun's will was able to exploit some methods to ingeniously strike the Imperial Court land spirit, weakening its strength at its foundation. Despite the powers binding Frost Jade Peacock weakening constantly, Giant Sun's will had already bought some time. He had already seen through most of the special will goo formation that had besieged him. How could an immortal venerable's arrangement be so simple? As long as Giant Sun's will was completely free, he naturally had large numbers of methods to choose from. like metal path, water path, fire path, and so on, to seal the land spirit again. I have slept for too long, but it doesn't matter. I will first put this disobedient land spirit in its place. Then I shall completely eliminate the minute loopholes in True Yang Building. At that time, 88 True Yang Building will once again be like an iron bucket, standing tall for hundreds of thousands of years longer. Giant Sun's Will's tone was deep and profound. I won't let you have your way even if I die. After hearing standing tall for hundreds of thousands of years, all the hairs on Frost Jade Peacock stood on their ends. A land spirit was formed from an obsession, and the matter of recognizing the master was not a flexible one. Frost Jade Peacock was distinct in this even from other land spirits. It was incomparably proud, and would not yield even a little. But Frost Jade Peacock did not struggle anymore. Instead, it strangely lay down dispiritedly. However, its gaze was still sharp as a knife, filled with hatred completely. Giant Sun's Will was stupefied before suddenly realizing something as he shouted in rage, "Little Sparrow, you dare to do this!" Outside the True Yang Building. The tribulation clouds and calamity dust are gradually dispersing. Has Lord Tai Bai Yun Sheng succeeded in advancing to a Gu immortal? Those who did not know the truth felt excited at this sight. I had never expected Tai Bai Yun Sheng to actually reach the third step. Looking at his appearance, the immortal aperture has already formed. I wonder what grade of blessed land he has formed, Ye Lui Song mumbled. In advancing to a Gu immortal, after passing the second step, the Gu master could form an immortal aperture. Immortal apertures of rank 6 and rank 7 Gu immortals were blessed lands. Rank 8 and rank 9 Gu immortal apertures were grotto heavens. Blessed lands are divided into 3 grades corresponding to large, medium, and small in size. The more heaven, earth, and human chi are fused, the higher the grade of the blessed land. Small blessed lands have an area of up to 2,000 square kilometers. They can draw in a small tributary of the River of Time and form over 10 beads of immortal essence. There are few resources. Medium-grade blessed lands can range from 2 2/3 to 4,000 square kilometers. They can draw in a slightly bigger tributary of the River of Time and form over 20 beads of immortal essence. They have plentiful resources. High-grade blessed lands can range from 4 2/3 to 6,000 square kilometers and draw in a large tributary of the River of Time. The quantity of immortal essence formed surpasses 30. And there will be plenty of heaven and earth Qi remaining, which can mutually interact and refine a mortal Gu into an immortal Gu. He Lu Lan's gaze was fixed directly ahead, the relevant information flashing in his mind. His brows slightly furrowed. Tai Bai Yun Sheng was able to pass the second step with True Yang Building's help, reaching the third step. And now, it looked like there was a great chance for him to succeed in becoming a Gu immortal. If Tai Bai Yun Sheng becomes a Gu immortal, then what stance should I take? How should I treat him? He Lu Lan pondered over this issue. If nothing unexpected happens, Tai Bai Yun Sheng will no doubt obtain a high-grade blessed land. However, refining an immortal Gu carries risk, forming calamities and tribulations in the immortal aperture. Fang Yuan's gaze continuously flickered. For a mortal to advance to a Gu immortal, there naturally were special risks. Gu masters were like this. It applied to Gu worms too. Humans took in heaven and earth chi, fusing with human chi. The fusion of the 3 chi would lead to heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. Gu worms took in heaven and earth chi, and also would induce calamities and tribulations. It was hard for outsiders to interfere in the calamities and tribulations within one's own blessed land. True Yang Building could influence Tai Bai Yun Sheng, but it could not influence the blessed land, the immortal aperture in his body. In other words, Tai Bai Yun Sheng could only rely on himself. Huh? Fang Yuan suddenly looked at the sky. Regarding the sky of Imperial Court blessed land, in daytime, golden light glittered, while at night, warm silver radiance shone down. But right now, pitch-black scars appeared in the golden sky from which specks of starlight shone down. This was the night sky of the outside world of northern plains. The whole of Imperial Court-blessed land began to tremble. Everyone started crying out in surprise and shock. The tribulation clouds and calamity dust which had almost dissipated condensed again. Large amounts of heaven and earth qi poured into Tai Bai Yunsheng's body non-stop, directly entering his immortal aperture like moths to a fire. "What's going on?" He Lu Lan was dumbstruck. "What the hell happened?" Ye Lui Sung held his head, shouting involuntarily. Too much heaven and earth qi were absorbed from Imperial Court blessed land. Its foundation was injured. Thus it is revealing the outside world, in linking up with northern plains. Fang Yuan's mind shook. His gaze moved from Tai Bai Yunsheng to 88 True Yang Building. He had guessed the truth. Frost Jade Peacock was actually so proud, it would rather die than be suppressed by Giant Sun's will any longer. It lived up to its words. Chapter 610. The Key to Victory and Loss. Translator, Chibi. General Editor, Chibi. General. When a Gu Master advances to an immortal, their aperture will transform into an immortal aperture. The immortal aperture is a qualitative evolution of the aperture. It is like the creation of a whole new small world. Rank 6 and 7. Gu immortal apertures were known as blessed lands. Rank 8 and 9 Gu immortal apertures were called grotto heavens. If a Gu immortal's lingering obsession was left behind when they died, it would combine with the heavenly power inside the immortal aperture and become the land spirit. Every immortal aperture is unique. It is a part of the Gu immortal's body. In some ways, even if a Gu immortal dies, the land spirit and immortal aperture that they leave behind could still be considered a strange form of life extension for them. Precisely because the land spirit is formed from obsession, it is rigid and not flexible. In history, there were many such cases. For example, if a Gu immortal forcefully takes down a blessed land, but did not meet the requirements to become the owner, the land spirit would reject them. In the end, the land spirit may directly self-detonate, causing the Gu immortal's efforts to be for nothing. Giant Suns will forcefully sealed Imperial Court blessed land's Frost Jade Peacock. This had accumulated hundreds of thousands of years of anger in the latter. Now that he wanted to continue sealing it, Frost Jade Peacock's resolute heart was finally ignited. What is going on? Lord Tai Bai Yunsheng's immortal ascension caused a loophole to form in the blessed land. Imperial Court blessed land is currently being exposed to the outside world. This is unbelievable. This has never happened in the past. This is bad. I have a very bad feeling. Do you think the blessed land is going to be destroyed? In the blessed land, everyone was shouting in fear. They were panicking and their doubts were spreading. In the sky, countless cracks were formed. The sky of the blessed land, which was silver and gold, had lots of cracks now. From these cracks, one could see the starry sky of northern plains. Fang Yuan's gaze was still calm as ever. Imperial Court blessed land would not self-destruct so easily, he muttered in his heart. Regarding this, he was extremely confident. In history, there were many cases of the land spirit suiciding, destroying the blessed land along with them, but that was not going to happen here. This was Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's arrangement. How could it be broken so easily? This was the hard work of a rank 9 Gu Immortal. This setup covered the entire region of northern plains. 88. True Yang Building was the biggest obstacle. If this was in the past, how could the land spirit cause such trouble? Except that now, Giant Sun's will had just awakened. He was caught off guard and had to waste time to resolve this mess. Meanwhile, the seal that imprisoned the land spirit had weakened drastically because of my gruel, Mud Immortal Gu. This allowed the land spirit to struggle so violently. In his analysis, Fang Yuan could not help but internally praise Giant Sun's resolution and methods. He had used the chess piece Tai Bai Yunsheng, and with his limited methods, he managed to fight for precious time and allow the scales of victory to tilt towards himself. However, even though the land spirit cannot self-destruct, it could still do the most basic thing like absorbing its own heaven and earth qi. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan directed his gaze towards Tai Bai Yun Sheng. Above Tai Bai Yun Sheng's head, the scattered tribulation cloud formed once again, and the calamity dust on the ground also started spreading. Large amounts of heaven qi and earth qi gushed out. They were about to form a new heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. What is going on? Why are there still heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities? Wasn't it over already? Seeing this, Ye Lui Sang's eyes were wide open in shock. This is different from what is in the records. There is something strange going on with Tai Bai Yun Sheng. Why are there two heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities in a row? He Lu Lan was very confused as well. Even they had no idea, not to mention the others. Looking at the imposing heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity forming once again, many people were lost for words as they felt very worried regarding Tai Bai Yun Sheng's situation. Tai Bai Yun Sheng's expression was ashen. Why is there still a heavenly tribulation forming? My inheritance did not state that this would happen. He was shocked and furious. Because not just on the outside, at the same time, the immortal aperture inside his body was also forming another heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. When a mortal goo becomes an immortal goo, it is like a goo master becoming an immortal. It is a dangerous process to make a qualitative change that defied heaven. When goo worms were refined into immortal goo, they would need to involve heaven and earth qi. This way, the corresponding heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities would form. Being faced with trouble both internally and externally, Tai Bai Yun Sheng could neither advance nor retreat. He could not attend to one problem while neglecting the other. His situation was very worrying. Fang Yuan used the gruel mud immortal goo to awaken the land spirit. Tai Bai Yun Sheng's immortal ascension became a crucial chess piece in the fight between the land spirit and Giant Sun's will. This immortal ascension had already gone out of his control. Other than Fang Yuan, everyone else was kept in the dark. They were unaware of the truth. Only Fang Yuan knew the land spirit's intention. In a race against time, the land spirit could not compete with Giant Sun's will. Thus it placed its attention on Tai Bai Yun Sheng. The heaven qi and earth qi were extracted by sacrificing the land spirit's own foundation. Its intention was to form the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity that would destroy Tai Bai Yun Sheng. What benefits would the land spirit gain from killing him? This would involve the devouring of the immortal aperture. Mortal apertures were not easy to devour and combine, but after ascending to immortal, the immortal aperture was a small world. Between worlds, they could be devoured and assimilated. There were great benefits to goo immortals. On Tian Tai Mountain back then, Fang Yuan discarded a portion of Hu Immortal Blessed Land's territory, which were quickly taken by the other goo immortals. Swallowing other immortal apertures and strengthening one's own immortal aperture, there was much to gain from this. If the land spirit destroyed Tai Bai Yun Sheng, after he dies, his immortal aperture would remain. It would then be absorbed and assimilated by Imperial Court Blessed Land. After devouring the aperture, the Blessed Land's foundation would rise and the land spirit would become much stronger. This would be a great help for it to break through Giant Sun's seal. In the sky, dark clouds were rumbling as lightning and thunder resounded. Countless purple lightning bolts formed into balls of lightning. On the ground, the calamity dust settled down, exposing the bare earth. A crack formed on the ground. It was hundreds of meters wide, exposing red-hot flames from within. It resembled a desolate beast opening its bloodthirsty mouth. The flames rose up, forming many traces of restraining smoke as they gushed up. Chaotic lightning balls. Restraining smoke. Fang Yuan frowned slightly. The chaotic lightning balls not only had great power, they could even ruin the goo master's mind and will, inducing a chaotic effect. Restraining smoke could seal away the environment. As long as the goo master was trapped within, they would lose their five senses. Like falling into a maze or an abyss, they would not be able to get free. Chaotic lightning balls were not fast. but together with the suppression from restraining smoke, they were perfect partners and could unleash the greatest effect. Fang Yuan could not help but feel some worry. Tai Bai Yunsheng's failure was not what Fang Yuan wanted to see. Holding the glass owner token in his hand, Fang Yuan tightened his grasp as his gaze turned dark. Still too weak. Too weak. With my current strength, I am very heavily affected by circumstances. Howl, howl, howl. The chaotic lightning balls flew through the air, emitting a strange and shrill noise. They sounded like a woman screaming and crying at the same time. It was very painful to the ears. At the same time, the restraining smoke was rumbling, surging towards Tai Bai Yunsheng. Tai Bai Yunsheng's expression turned pale. The chaotic lightning balls changed their directions randomly. Sometimes they traveled right, sometimes left. It was hard to dodge them. Furthermore, there were traces of restraining smoke around him, like he was in the middle of an ancient forest. If I come into contact with the restraining smoke, I'll be finished. Oh no, the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity in my immortal aperture is also forming. Moreover, I have already lost my defensive gu. Tai Bai Yunsheng gritted his teeth. His gaze was shining with resolution. Risk it. His body gave off a shining light. Using several movement gu, his body flew into the air. The intense wind blew this old man's hair towards the back, showing an unrestrained demeanor. Shocked screams could be heard coming from the crowd. Tai Bai Yunsheng charged towards the tribulation cloud. Above him there were countless chaotic lightning balls. Looking from afar, he was like a moth flying towards a fire. Is Tai Bai Yunsheng seeking death? Ye Luisang frowned deeply. Good. He Lu Lan, however, gave high praise. Fang Yuan's eyes also shone. Restraining smoke might seem harmless without any attack power and could only trap enemies, but it held much greater threat than the chaotic lightning balls. Tai Bai Yunsheng understood the situation and made the best decision, only to see that after he charged into the thundercloud, countless lightning balls shot down like fish swimming in water. Bam, bam, bam. The lightning balls continued to explode, but it did not affect Tai Bai Yunsheng at all. He flew left and right, trying to find a survival chance in the barrage of attacks. His movement speed was fast at times and slow at others. He had great control over the situation. Amazing! What level of flying attainment is this? To think that Lord Tai Bai Yunsheng is actually a flying master. He hid himself too deeply, I only found out now. Everyone was overjoyed to find out that Tai Bai Yunsheng was a flying master. To think that Tai Bai Yunsheng was skilled at using cloud path gu worms. Ye Luisang praised. He was not very surprised at the display of flying. Tai Bai Yunsheng was a healing gu master. These years when he roamed northern plains, he had encountered many dangers. He had to have a secret ability in order to survive till now. In truth, most healing gu masters were either skilled in defense or movement. When these gu masters were nurtured, they were specially trained in this manner. That was because in the battlefield, healing gu masters were usually the first to be targeted. Many times they could not receive protection from their teammates. Thus, healing gu masters needed to have certain ways to protect themselves. As the #1 healing gu master in Northern Plains, Tai Bai Yunsheng is not skilled in defense. With his age, it is no wonder he has such flying attainment. Hai Lu Lan thought about this and turned his head, looking at the sky far away. There, Fang Yuan seated on the azure wolf king's back, observing Tai Bai Yunsheng closely. Compared to Tai Bai Yunsheng, Changshan Yin, who was also a flying master, was much younger. Little Sparrow, you are really enjoying yourself. In true Yang building, Giant Sun's will laughed instead of raging. 88. True Yang building was shaking intensely. The aurora was wavering in the sky as a huge pillar of light shot out. Immortal Gu. Divert disaster. The light of divert disaster shone around Tai Bai Yunsheng, piercing through the lightning balls and restraining smoke. Old Ancestor is really blessing Tai Bai Yunsheng. He struck once again. Amidst the shocked screams, there were jealous and envious people too. This is too weird. Tai Bai Yunsheng is not part of Giant Sun's bloodline. To think he could receive such blessings as well. Someone was suspicious. As expected, he struck. Fang Yuan sighed internally. Tai Bai Yunsheng had already become a crucial factor in the contest between the Land Spirit and Giant Sun's will. The Land Spirit wanted to harm him, while Giant Sun's will wanted to protect him. Chapter 6. 111. Landscape as before. Translator, Chibi. General Editor, Chibi. General, luck inspection. Gu. Fang Yuan's heart moved, quickly sending his primeval essence into the Gu. The next moment, his vision changed. Luck inspection Gu, a rank 5 luck path investigative Gu. It could allow him to see luck despite its formlessness. Looking at Tai Bai Yunsheng's luck now, his previous fiery red luck that was originally burning with a glowing red glow had shrunken by a bit. Earlier, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's will was helping him. Thus his luck was being expended. Now that he helped once more, Tai Bai Yunsheng has only a third of his initial luck left. Fang Yuan evaluated. Looking at his own luck, it was still the black coffin luck, as rich and dense as ink, and even larger than before. Fang Yuan's heart jumped, but quickly snickered to himself, looking at the people in the blessed land. The people who were watching Tai Bai Yunsheng ascend to immortal realm had changes to their luck as well. The overwhelming majority of the Gu Masters had unwittingly developed a small layer of black coffin luck. Except for He Lu Lan, he still had his unchanged, profuse, azure luck. Looking around, Fang Yuan felt his eyes hurting. He quickly stopped using the luck inspection Gu. When a Gu Master ascends, there would be endless heaven and earth chi. Using Gu worms in such an environment would cause a backlash. If he forcefully continued to use them, both he and his Gu worms would suffer injuries, or even face death. As his vision returned to normal, Fang Yuan looked at Tai Bai Yunsheng again. He was swimming in the thunderstorm, flying through the crevices of the clouds, showing off his master-level flying attainment. His body had no more defensive Gu. He was relying on his movement to evade the chaotic lightning balls. It was like walking on a tightrope. He was in great danger. In order to avoid the earthly calamity of restraining smoke, he charged into the thunderclouds. This was a wise decision when weighing the two difficulties, but it was also a helpless choice. If not for the fact that I have green grape immortal essence and can dilute it to form endless primeval essence, such an insane flying speed would have drained my aperture dry long ago. Tai Bai Yunsheng was breathing roughly. His hair was in a mess and his body was feeling weak. The situation was getting more dangerous. Swoosh! Suddenly, a chaotic lightning ball changed directions and charged towards him. Tai Bai Yunsheng wanted to evade it, but it was too late. He could only stare indignantly with a furious gaze. In the moment of crisis, a white light pillar shot over, directly hitting this chaotic lightning ball. The lightning ball quickly melted from the ray of light, turning into pure heaven chi. Divert disaster. Gu. 88. True Yang Building's help came once again, saving Tai Bai Yunsheng. So close, even though I became a Gu immortal, I do not have any defenses on me. If I was hit by the chaotic lightning ball, I'd be heavily injured. The consequences are unthinkable. Tai Bai Yunsheng swallowed his saliva, feeling some lingering fear. After becoming a Gu immortal, the foundation of his life had been elevated. If he was still immortal, a chaotic lightning ball could easily kill him. Gu immortals, however, were tougher, even without any defensive Gu. They could endure over a dozen lightning balls without any problems. But the thing was, these lightning balls had special effects. After being hit, they would cause Tai Bai Yunsheng's thoughts to be chaotic. Once his mind is in chaos, he would not be able to think properly. At this crucial moment, as long as Tai Bai Yunsheng stops in the air for a moment, he would be attacked by countless lightning balls at once. If he was hit by these lightning balls consecutively, Tai Bai Yunsheng would have no chance to gather his thoughts. He would just be drowned under the endless lightning balls. Quickly look. 88 True Yang building saved Tai Bai Yunsheng once again. That's right. This has already happened at least 10 times. With True Yang building's help, it seems Tai Bai Yunsheng's tribulation will succeed without fail. Outside, everyone saw this with amazed and envious expressions. Such intensive assistance, will it really work? Hai Lu Lan's eyes were shining brilliantly. He saw the situation with a different perspective. In such an environment, when heaven and earth chi were rampaging, usage of any goo worm would create a huge backlash. Divert disaster goo was no exception. In the history of goo masters, there were many instances of goo immortals helping out during the tribulation, and eventually the backlash destroying their immortal goo. Except that most people were ignorant and did not know such secrets. Divert disaster goo is one of the foundational pieces of 88 True Yang building. It is used for Imperial Court-blessed land to divert away disasters. Without it, Imperial Court-blessed land would face terrifying earthly calamities and heavenly tribulations. Giant Sun's will would not sacrifice such a precious goo for Tai Bai Yunsheng. That means the reinforcement of Giant Sun's will is limited. What happens now is most crucial. It will depend on Tai Bai Yunsheng, whether he can quickly survive the calamity and tribulation in the immortal aperture. Fang Yuan was expressionless as he sat on the Azure Wolf King's back, watching with growing tension. After all, landscape as before goo was one of his main goals in coming to Northern Plains. Tai Bai Yunsheng's speed started to slow down. He was facing troubles both in his aperture and outside of it. The land spirit was causing him harm, while the calamity and tribulation was forming in his own immortal aperture due to his mortal goo's ascension. This internal threat especially, it was taking away much of his attention. Thus his reactions toward the outside world were getting slower. Suddenly, his body shook, completely stopping his movements. Immediately after, countless chaotic lightning balls flew towards him. Divert disaster light pillar was shining brilliantly. It burst out and surrounded Tai Bai Yunsheng. Now is the most crucial time. Fang Yuan, Hai Lu Lan, Ye Lui Sang, and others could see clearly that this was it. Their eyes were shining. At this moment, in Tai Bai Yunsheng's immortal aperture, bright light exploded, engulfing the entire small world. The aura of the immortal goo was spewing out like a fountain. In that bright light, an immortal goo was rising up slowly. It looked like a ladybug. It was fist-sized and had a jade body. On its round back there were natural markings. Half was of rivers and seas, while the other half was of valleys and mountains. So this immortal goo was created by combining river as before and mountain as before. It seems the effect is also the product of river as before and mountain as before, but elevated. Tai Bai Yunsheng analyzed. This was refined during the resonance of heaven and earth. It was not refined by him personally. Thus, he was still unclear towards the effect of landscape as before. After looking at it for a few breaths' time, Tai Bai Yunsheng placed his attention on the most central area of the blessed land. Immortal goo landscape as before. It was not part of his goal, only an additional surprise. Now at the center of the blessed land, man as before goo had turned into a huge cocoon, but cracks were starting to develop on it. Dazzling rainbow light was leaking from the cracks, breaking the cocoon and becoming a butterfly. As the thick cocoon vanished, a colorful butterfly fluttered into the sky. Wherever it went, rainbow light rained down, trailing behind the butterfly's path as a curvy rainbow was formed behind it. Success, immortal goo man as before, ahahaha. Seeing this, Tai Bai Yunsheng was extremely happy. He laughed maniacally. So many years of accumulation, so many years of anticipation and worry, so many times he had fallen into grave danger. But at this moment, he obtained a perfect result. But his internal threat still remained. In the immortal aperture, the azure tribulation cloud was rumbling, forming a huge green-scaled snake. The snake had a silver horn on its head, and its body was hundreds of meters long. The snake tail had turned into chi, fusing with the tribulation cloud. As for the ground, it started shaking, making loud sounds that resembled thunder, causing pain to the eardrums. The newly formed earth burst out with cracks as lava spewed out of it. The smoke was thick as trees as the surroundings withered. Heavenly tribulation, silver horn green scale python, earthly calamity, molten earth. Tai Bai Yun Sheng's heart shook, facing both the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity alone at the same time. He felt an immense pressure. He placed his hopes on the immortal Gu landscape as before. Come, he willed, as a bead of green grape immortal essence flew out, fusing into the landscape as before Gu. The ladybug-like landscape as before Gu immediately flapped its wings, flying away like a flash of lightning. Everywhere it went, in the surroundings, the land returned to spring as the landscape was restored to normal, back to the moment before the earthly calamity struck. Good Gu, good Gu. Tai Bai Yun Sheng's heart settled, with landscape as before immortal Gu. He had no fear towards the earthly calamity. Hiss! The silver horn green scale python opened its mouth, making a shrill sound. It shot out abruptly, its huge body bringing along a draft of wind, as it pounced on the landscape as before immortal Gu. Tai Bai Yun Sheng was nervous. Although immortal Gu had huge capabilities, those which were not defensive Gu were usually fragile. Landscape as before Gu was the same. If it was destroyed by the silver horn green scale python, Tai Bai Yun Sheng's situation would turn bad. Thankfully, landscape as before Gu was born from his aperture during the resonance of heaven and earth. He could control it like moving his limbs. Tai Bai Yun Sheng had deep foundations accumulated in his life. He quickly mobilized landscape as before immortal Gu and escaped. The silver horn green scale python behind him had attacked dozens of times. It destroyed mountains and rivers. The earth was pierced and rocks were sent flying as savage winds ravaged the land. Oh no. At this rate, Tai Bai Yun Sheng was concentrating intensely. After a few breaths' time, sweat started forming on his forehead. His eyes were shut tight. His body was still floating in the air as the chaotic lightning balls crashed towards him. But thankfully, due to the divert disaster, immortal Gu's light pillar, his body was protected. Tai Bai Yun Sheng was unable to care about the outside world since long ago, but he had not forgotten his external threat. This terrible situation forced him to cut his losses decisively. 88. True Yang Building's reinforcement is limited. It might stop any time. I can only do this. With man as before immortal Gu in my possession, as long as I have time, there is hope. Cut it off, Tai Bai Yun Sheng shouted in his heart. Abandoning the territories to protect his headquarters, he gave up a portion of his immortal aperture. The sky began to cut apart. The blessed land was the foundation and base of a Gu immortal. Cutting off the blessed land was like self-mutilation. It reduced their own strength and potential. But Tai Bai Yun Sheng had no other choice. Just like how Fang Yuan survived the earthly calamity back in Hu immortal blessed land, in order to get rid of the blue charm lightning shadow, he discarded a portion of the blessed land. Tai Bai Yun Sheng also had to make such a sacrifice. The blessed land's sky was shaved off layer by layer. Along with the thick tribulation clouds, they were all sent out of his body. Outside his body, it was Imperial Court, blessed land. Frost Jade Peacock joyfully chirped as it devoured these blessed land fragments to increase its own strength. Giant Sun's Will shouted in anger. He was trying to protect Tai Bai Yun Sheng's life, but the latter was now fueling his enemy's strength. Giant Sun's Will had to protect him, because if Tai Bai Yun Sheng died, his entire immortal aperture would be devoured by Imperial Court blessed land. Most importantly, divert disaster immortal Gu was already full of cracks. If he reinforced Tai Bai Yun Sheng anymore, the Gu might get destroyed from the backlash. Divert, Disaster Immortal Goo was one of the foundation pieces of 88 True Yang building. It could not be lost. But if Tai Bai Yunsheng died, it was similarly disadvantageous for Giant Sun's will. At once, Giant Sun's will fell into a difficult predicament. Chapter 612. Hoodwinking the Land. Spirit Translator, Chibi. General Editor, Chibi. General, the sky in the immortal aperture started to peel off layer by layer. The dense tribulation clouds thinned out along with it. The devastating silver horn-green scale python's body decreased to 1/10 of its original size, its might extremely weakened. The situation was taking a turn for the better for Tai Bai Yunsheng. Success is at hand. Tai Bai Yunsheng's eyes were filled with tears when he opened them. The situation in the immortal aperture was already stabilizing, and he had the room to pay some attention to the external crisis. The light of divert disaster was covering him, preventing the calamity and tribulation from touching him. Tai Bai Yunsheng felt gratitude from the depths of his heart. This is all thanks to 88 True Yang building helping me. Otherwise, I would find it difficult to even have a hope of succeeding. The light of divert disaster suddenly dissipated. Tai Bai Yunsheng was caught off guard and was bombarded by the chaotic lightning balls, his mind immediately turning chaotic. He flew around in disorder, knocking into large numbers of chaotic lightning balls as he was unable to act for himself with not even a trace of reason left. Everyone was shocked, but before they could express it, 88 True Yang building burst out with an absolutely powerful absorption force again, directly capturing the hysterical Tai Bai Yunsheng. Giant Sun's will could not sacrifice divert disaster Goo, and also could not let Tai Bai Yunsheng die. The best method was, of course, to throw Tai Bai Yunsheng out of the blessed land. Unfortunately, only Frost Jade Peacock could do that in this situation. Helplessly, Giant Sun's will could only use this inferior method. This was indeed an inferior solution. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the tribulation clouds and calamity dust surged explosively, shrouding 88 True Yang building. Countless chaotic lightning balls crashed down like a violent storm, while restraining smoke coiled around the tower like an immemorial giant python, continually seeping inside. 88 True Yang building had brought in Tai Bai Yunsheng, thus becoming the target for the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. To protect Tai Bai Yunsheng's life, Giant Sun's will chose to forcefully resist the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. How could this happen? Lord Tai Bai Yunsheng was brought into 88 True Yang building. How on earth does he deserve such assistance from old ancestor? This is a heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity we are talking about. They are extremely dangerous to True Yang building. Everyone looked on with stupefied and shocked gazes. Under the presence of the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity, using Goo worms was asking to suffer backlash. 88. True Yang building was a rank 8 immortal Goo house. In its essence, it was an integrated body of many immortal Goo and countless mortal Goo. And now it was forcefully resisting the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. The pressure on it was already enormous. And because of the force of the backlash, the coordination between the Goo worms had been affected. It was clear this was by no means a wise course of action. However, Tai Bai Yunsheng had become a crucial key in the fight between Giant Sun's will and Frost Jade Peacock. Giant Sun's will, forced by the situation, could only settle for such a method. Inside 88, True Yang building, Frost Jade Peacock rapidly moved its wings, continuously dodging in between the gigantic trees. 5 immortal Goo, with all kinds of flaming tails trailing after them, were pursuing and obstructing it. Frost Jade Peacock was not willing to be sealed again and used all its strength to run away. Gradually it lost its head and was unable to take the exact path, crashing into countless giant trees on the way. Under Giant Sun's will's control, True Yang building was a natural cage that could utilize the strength of any round, while Frost Jade Peacock was the bird in the cage. The giant trees turned into treemen, opening their arms to block it. Cow! Frost Jade Peacock screamed shrilly as it suffered damage. It tore apart the defense line of 3 old treemen, but its speed lowered greatly by this, and was caught up by a metal path immortal goo from behind. A golden stream of light rapidly flowed on its body. The golden light condensed into a thick golden shell wherever it touched, firmly covering Frost Jade Peacock. Frost Jade Peacock sensed it could not budge in any areas covered by the golden light. It was instantly startled and furious. It hurriedly flapped its wings to increase its speed again, but the next moment it was attacked by the second immortal goo. An intense sleepiness invaded its mind, causing its eyes to turn hazy as it felt an intense urge to sleep. Boom! It crashed down headfirst onto the ground, unable to fly any longer. It had a premonition that its fate was to be sealed again. 2 rows of tears filled with grief and indignance involuntarily fell down from its eyes. "Don't even think," Frost Jade Peacock mumbled to itself, trying to use all its remaining strength to resist, although there was still the remaining power of immortal goo gruel mud on its body. The 2 immortal goo sealing it again were not restrained by gruel mud. "Even if I die, I won't let you prevail." Frost Jade Peacock gave off an intense suicidal will, and disregarding everything, it drew out the foundation of Imperial Court Blessed Land, Heaven and Earth Chi, to intensify the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. And it was rapidly weakening. Imperial Court Blessed Land was born from a space path goo immortal. Thus the Blessed Land's territory was vast, far surpassing any at an equivalent level. Later it was developed by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, becoming a top-notch Blessed Land and also obtaining the ability to transit between day and night. It could be said to be at the doorstep of transforming into a grotto heaven. If it could swallow the time path goo immortal Tai Bai Yun Sheng's immortal aperture, space and time could converge, which was the greatest supplement to Imperial Court Blessed Land. It was extremely likely for there to be a qualitative change which could allow Imperial Court Blessed Land to advance to a grotto heaven. If that happened, Frost Jade Peacock could break apart most of the arrangements of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Although it could not suppress 88 True Yang building, it would have the power to expel it out of the Blessed Land. However, Giant Sun's will was truly too resolute and would rather suffer the damage from the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity to protect Tai Bai Yun Sheng's life. Frost Jade Peacock was only an obsession left behind after a goo immortal's death. How could it scheme against Giant Sun's will? But it was also because of its obsession. It was brave and unyielding. On the verge of being sealed again, it would rather be exterminated, and disregarding the consequences, it drew out large amounts of heaven and earth chi from Imperial Court, Blessed Land. These heaven and earth chi were like adding fuel to the fire. As they assimilated into the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity, the sky rumbled with lightning. The chaotic lightning balls immediately expanded tenfold in quantity, and the restraining smoke had even more changes. Its body inflated and its dark color turned even deeper. Crack, 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 crack. Lightning balls rained down like a storm, fiercely striking 88 True Yang building. Bursts of explosions sounded out. 88 True Yang building became filled with scars. The eaves of the tower collapsed piece by piece, and a crack even appeared on the outer wall. Restraining smoke turned into an even bigger problem, becoming a deadly smoke calamity. It was much more powerful and seeped everywhere on 88 True Yang building's surface, gradually dyeing it black. The pitch-black walls of the building seemed to have eroded for 1,000 years as they started to peel off. The heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity have become stronger. This is too terrifying. Retreat, retreat. What is happening? Even the wind and snow from the outside world are pouring in. Everyone started shouting in shock. Frost Jade Peacock extracted large amounts of heaven and earth chi, injuring Imperial Court Blessed Land's foundation. If Imperial Court Blessed Land was originally a strong house, now the tiles and bricks were taken out, only leaving behind the framework of the house. This caused countless holes to appear in it, connecting to the outside world. and the outside world of Northern Plains was currently experiencing the blizzard of every 10 years. Divert Disaster Gu was dormant, causing Imperial Court-blessed land to suffer the invasion of the blizzard calamity as well. Imperial Court-blessed land was no longer a refuge. Large amounts of wind and snow poured in. The temperature quickly dropped as the heavy snowfall flew inside. Although it had not reached the level of forming snow monsters, it was not too far away. "Little Sparrow, look at what a big mess you have caused," Giant Sun's Will shouted in annoyance. Blessed lands and grotto heavens would attract all sizes of calamities and tribulations in every set interval of time. The larger their fortune, the stronger the calamities and tribulations. The great snow disaster that wreaked havoc over the whole of Northern Plains every 10 years was actually the calamity and tribulation of Imperial Court-blessed land. Imperial Court-blessed land had 88 true Yang building and was also a peak-level blessed land with territory that was at the size of a small world. The fortune it contained was gigantic. Thus, the calamities and tribulations it attracted were extremely terrifying. Right now, Divert Disaster Gu was hibernating, while Imperial Court-blessed land had connected outside to Northern Plains, causing the once-in-10 years blizzard to return into it. 88. True Yang building could forcibly resist the frenzied attacks of lightning balls, the invasion of the black smoke, but it was unable to contend against the blizzard that could wreak havoc over the whole of Northern Plains. If this situation continued, Imperial Court-blessed land would erode and crumble apart due to the snow disaster. Frost Jade Peacock did not need 88 true Yang building, but 88 true Yang building needed Imperial Court-blessed land. There was one way to salvage this situation. That was to use Divert Disaster Gu to eliminate heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities, and turn them into Heaven Qi and Earth Qi. Making Imperial Court-blessed land take in these Heaven and Earth Qi to stabilize its foundation and close the connection with the outside world of Northern Plains. Giant Sun's Will could take the risk in forcibly activating Divert Disaster Gu. But to make Imperial Court-blessed land take in Heaven and Earth Qi required Frost Jade Peacock's cooperation. Asking this little sparrow to cooperate is simply an impossible dream. Even if it was Giant Sun's Will, this was a difficult problem. He helplessly thought of the only way. Unless Frost Jade Peacock acknowledges a pair of new owners. Giant Sun's Will did not know that Tai Bai Yun Sheng's immortal aperture contained landscape as before immortal Gu which could conveniently deal with this trouble. He thought of another immortal Gu he had, false emotion fake will Gu. The condition for Frost Jade Peacock to acknowledge its owner was a couple who had true love for each other. However, nothing was absolute. Even the land spirit could be hoodwinked. Giant Sun's Will knew as long as he found two candidates to use false emotion. Fake Will Gu on, he could hoodwink the land spirit and make Frost Jade Peacock recognize new owners. Once Frost Jade Peacock was controlled, each problem could be easily resolved. Moreover, this method was very favorable to Giant Sun's Will. If a couple who had true love for each other became the owners of Imperial Court-blessed land, what would Giant Sun's Will do if this couple did not obey his commands? Instead of that, he would hold on to the initiative if he found two unconnected people to use false emotion, fake Will Gu on, and satisfy the requirement to become the owners. Because false emotion fake Will Gu contained Giant Sun's Will. False emotion fake Will Gu was subjected to Giant Sun's Will's control. Even if the two unconnected people were disloyal in the future, as long as Giant Sun's Will still held false emotion. Fake Will Gu, at worst, he could once again select two new candidates. Little Sparrow, you are a long way from being able to fight with me. Giant Sun's Will was shrewd and wise, inheriting some of the main body's intelligence. The seemingly desperate situation could not hold him back. With just some thinking, he thought of a way to resolve it. He immediately mobilized 88 true Yang building strength to inspect the candidates. Right now, in Imperial Court-blessed land, everyone was running away from danger here and there, with many casualties appearing. The situation was quickly worsening. It was so cold that one's spit could instantly freeze into a piece of ice. The majestic blizzard was pouring in without any pause. Tall and formidable snow monsters started standing up from the depths of the snow, selecting targets to devour. But this did not pose any difficulty for Giant Sun's will. 88. True Yang Building could plunder resources from the whole of Northern Plains, let alone two people that were right in front of it. These two people would naturally be those with Giant Sun's bloodline. Giant Sun's will soon selected two candidates who satisfied it. Eh? Hai Lu Lan's vision rapidly changed. He was at rank 5 peak stage, but he did not even have the strength to resist as he was absorbed into True Yang Building. Ah, save me! Not far away, Ma Hongyun was still running frantically and did not realize the changes in his surroundings. Thud. He bumped headfirst into a giant tree in front. Don't tell me this kid was running with his eyes closed. Hai Lu Lan was speechless. Chapter 613, Identity Exposed. Translator, Chibi General. Editor, Chibi General. Painful, painful. Ma Hongyun rubbed his forehead that had turned red, pouting as he got up from the floor. What is this place? He discovered that the blizzard had vanished without a trace. He was surrounded by a spring-like warmth. It was not a world of ice and snow. Instead, it was a vast ancient forest. Around him were gigantic ancient trees, hundreds of meters tall, so thick that even a dozen adults joining hands could not surround it. The ancient trees were very tall, and their lush leaves covered the sky. Rays of sunlight penetrated through the small gaps, forming a tranquil scene under the shade. Compared to the outside world, this was practically a paradise. You are in the center of 88 True Yang Building. A voice suddenly echoed within Ma Hongyun and Hai Lu Lan's ears. Who is this? Hai Lu Lan's pupils contracted. Ma Hongyun cried out in fear. Ghost! He panicked and subconsciously ran to the side of Hai Lu Lan. Ghost! I am no ghost. If I could become a ghost, my affairs would be much easier to settle. Unfortunately, I am merely a remnant will, inferior to even a ghost. Giant Sun's will gave a sigh, and suddenly, in midair, golden speckles of light appeared. These speckles of light rotated slowly and suddenly condensed, transforming into an imposing body of light and shadow, similar in appearance to Giant Sun. Ah, you are? Ma Hongyun stammered, his finger pointing towards the will of Giant Sun in endless shock. Hai Lu Lan's pupils contracted. As the head of Hai tribe, he knew a lot. His complexion turned solemn and respectful. Placing his hands on his chest, he spoke dutifully. Descendant pays respect to ancestor Giant Sun. Giant Sun sighed once again and said, I know the two of you are feeling confusion within your hearts. To make a long story short, this man broke into True Yang Building, undid the seal on the Frost Jade Peacock land spirit, and thus put Imperial Court Blessed Island on the brink of crisis. As he said that, the golden speckles condensed into the image of Chang Shan Yin. Ah, it's Lord Wolf King, Ma Hongyun immediately recognized. It was actually him? Hai Lu Lan also could not help but cry out, but Giant Sun's will immediately continued. What you see is not his genuine appearance. As he spoke, the image of Chang Shan Yin changed, gradually turning into Fang Yuan's true appearance. This is the true face of that person. Giant Sun's will spoke. Fang Yuan disguised himself as Chang Shan Yin using the human skin goo. This goo was a mortal goo. It was able to deceive people like Hai Lu Lan, but it failed to deceive Giant Sun's will. Even though when Fang Yuan explored the true inheritance secluded domain in secret, Giant Sun's will was asleep. But within the 88 True Yang Building, there were many goo worms that had recorded his actions. Seeing the true face of Fang Yuan, Hai Lu Lan and Ma Hongyun were unable to recognize him. So it turned out that this Chang Shan Yin was merely a fake. To actually infiltrate Imperial Court Blessed Land, he is extremely daring. Hai Lu Lan let out a cold snort, sensing such a huge conspiracy. He could not help but be both startled and furious at once. He not only has guts, but he had also made ample preparations. Looking at the two methods he used to scheme against me, these are not something that one can accomplish on their own. There surely must be a larger force backing him. You two are my descendants. True Yang building has been infiltrated by outsiders and is in deep trouble. I now need your strength. Giant Sun's will spoke. He Lu Lan and Ma Hongyun glanced at each other, both expressing their desire to cooperate with Giant Sun's will. Giant Sun's will spoke concisely. In a short period of time, he was able to give a clear explanation. So it was like this. Hai Lu Lan came to a realization, and was now able to understand why True Yang building helped Tai Bai Yun Sheng. His heart jumped. Giant Sun's will's idea was for him to become Imperial Court-blessed land's owner that involved tremendous benefits. Imperial Court-blessed land's ownership condition is special. The blessed land actually requires two owners. No wonder back then, when Giant Sun Immortal Venerable set up the sacred palace, he made it so that his empress could stay in it. He loved his empress very much. Now it seems that the empress also had half the ownership of Imperial Court-blessed land. Using false emotion fake will goo to deceive the land spirit, this is quite a good idea. But this kid, how could he be selected to become Imperial Court-blessed land's owner alongside me? He Lu Lan's eyes sparkled, shooting a glance toward Ma Hongyun, concealing his deep disdain. Could it be that Ancestor Giant Sun thinks that he is an easier pawn to control? Hai Lu Lan's gaze trembled. With Giant Sun's will present, he did not dare to do anything reckless. Differing from He Lu Lan, Ma Hongyun suddenly remembered something and shouted, "Wait a moment. Lady Xiao Yun and my wife Xiao Li are still outside. I do not want to be the owner of the blessed land. Quickly let me out. I need to save them." Lady Xiao Yun naturally referred to Zhao Lian Yun. His wife Xiao Li was Chang Li. Originally, Chang Biao, in order to coax Ma Yingjie, allowed his adopted daughter Chang Li to be married off to Ma Hongyun, consequently turning her into Ma Hongyun's wife. Giant Sun's will seemed to have taken a fancy to Ma Hongyun. He laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, caring for beautiful women. You are truly my descendant. Boy, once you become the owner of this blessed land, this will become your domain. Then, you will be able to have all the women you desire." Ma Hongyun stared blankly, before quickly shouting, "No, it's very dangerous outside. I have to go and save them both. No matter what this affair is, we can discuss it later. Release me outside, quickly let me go." "Foolish boy. Relying on your own strength, you can barely defend yourself. How can you defend other people?" Giant Sun's will laughed. "Be obedient and stay here. Cooperate and become the owner of Imperial Court-blessed land. I will be the one to save your women." Giant Sun's will moved rapidly without delay, starting to act the moment he finished speaking. Great numbers of Gu masters were in the True Yang building, and almost all of them were Giant Sun's descendants. These were his descendants. 88 True Yang building was built for their sake, as an inheritance for his descendants. Naturally, not all of his descendants had the aptitude to become Gu masters. Giant Sun's will had not made a move to save those. Fang Yuan had a panoramic view of this scene. Giant Sun's will made a move. This time, many people were taken into the building. Within his mind, Mo Yao's will spoke. Fang Yuan sat still on the back of an azure wolf king, floating at a high altitude in the sky, gazing at the distant sacred palace. But it was a huge distance away from his original location. The power of the calamities and tribulations getting more fearsome, Fang Yuan, in order to avoid the disaster, could only retreat. In the surroundings of the sacred palace, the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities continued to increase in power. The area was already extremely dangerous. This frost jade peacock was putting in a last-ditch attempt. Even the once-in-10 years blizzard of the northern plains was attracted over. Now the sacred palace had mostly been destroyed, the broken walls scattered in the wind, its former splendor nowhere to be seen. 88. True Yang Building was in a terrible state. It was wrapped in layers of heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. Inside it were the chaotic lightning balls and restraining smoke, while outside was the raging blizzard that was getting stronger. Giant Sun's will has already awakened. He definitely wants you dead. It's a blessing that he isn't targeting you now. He absolutely won't come and save us. We should retreat and return to Water Pavilion. Within Water Pavilion there is some immortal essence that I have left behind in the past. You can use them to move the goo house. You can return to Central Continent, and when you return Water Pavilion to Spirit Affinity House, you will receive more benefits than you can imagine. There is no need for you to take a risk here. Within his mind, Mo Yao continued to coax him. Things had already progressed this far. The entire imperial court, blessed land, had been affected. Giant Sun's will had already awakened. Water Pavilion was still hidden. While True Yang Building was suppressed by the heaven tribulations and earthly calamities, it was a great opportunity to retreat. Retreat? Fang Yuan's eyes were cold and detached, his line of sight turning towards the glass owner token in his hands as he sneered softly. He gripped the glass owner token tightly. This was a crucial trump card he had not expended yet. Central Continent Goo Immortals left behind 3 methods to deal with Giant Sun's will. The first was the Goo formation of Special Will Goo, effective in dealing with Giant Sun's will. The second method was a Sealing Goo formation, which could temporarily seal the yellow apricot immortal essence left behind by Giant Sun. Immortal Venerable. The third method was even more hidden but had greater power. It could temporarily expel Giant Sun's will from the True Yang Building. The glass owner token was the key to all 3 of these methods. Now, both the first and second methods were already used. Only the third method was left. But this third method was much stronger compared with the first 2 methods. It could be said to be a trump card, especially at this moment. 88. True Yang Building was wrapped in heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. Once Giant Sun's will gets temporarily separated from the building, he would definitely suffer the fearsome attack of the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. Mo Yao's plan was indeed mature and stable, but great risks come with great rewards. Meanwhile, in True Yang Building, Chang Li and Zhao Lianyun were brought into the building by Giant Sun's will, appearing in front of Ma Hongyun. "Lady Xiao Yun, my wife Xiao Li." Ma Hongyun was jubilant and dashed towards them. "Husband!" Chang Li was happy to have escaped danger and threw herself into Ma Hongyun's arms. Zhao Lianyun also moved quickly towards Ma Hongyun's side. Her face also full of joy from having returned from death's door, she lightly kicked Ma Hongyun's leg. "Foolish kid, unexpectedly. You were useful for once." "Ha ha ha, it's only natural." Ma Hongyun loosened his hug and cordially looked towards Giant Sun's will floating in mid-air and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, old ancestor." Just as he said that, suddenly, a violent tremor occurred. For a moment, the entire forest shook. "What's going on?" Chang Li and Zhao Lianyun both turned pale. "All right, enough nonsense. The heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities are getting more and more severe. Eventually, even 88 True Yang Building will no longer be able to resist. You must become Imperial Court Blessed Lands owners as soon as possible." The complexion of Giant Sun's wills changed as he spoke. Bam, bam, bam. A group of large tree-men moved slowly, each footstep they took sounding like thunder. The tree-men lowered their waists, opening their branch-like palms, revealing the giant immobilized peacock. "This is the land spirit of Imperial Court Blessed Land, Frost Jade Peacock," Giant Sun's will introduced, while at the same time, false emotion fake will Gu flew towards the Frost Jade Peacock. He Lu Lan and Ma Hongyun stood before the Frost Jade Peacock. As the false emotion fake will Gu let out a yellow light that resembled a fog, gradually enshrouding He Lu Lan, Ma Hongyun, and the Frost Jade Peacock. Chapter 6, 114. Otherworldly demon. Translator. Chibi, General. Editor. Chibi General. Listen to my instructions. Hold your breath. Be calm, be relaxed, and discard any superfluous thoughts. Giant Sun's will spoke in a pensive tone. Hai Lu Lan closed his eyes and slowed his breathing. Zhao Lianyun and Chang Li stood to the sides and did not dare to speak. A light breeze blew, and the tree leaves rustled, creating a tranquil atmosphere. Ma Hongyun looked left and right. Suddenly seeing the frost jade peacock, he was amazed, shouting, "Look quickly! The peacock is alive! It actually shed tears!" The tranquil atmosphere was disrupted, and the voice of Giant Sun's wills stopped. Hai Lu Lan held his irritation and angrily opened his eyes. He berated, "Nonsense! Of course the land spirit is alive. When the land spirit dies, the blessed land will be finished as well. Why do you care if it is shedding tears or not? Quickly follow the instructions." Oh, so it's like this, my bad. Ma Hongyun was shocked by the Black Tyrant's anger. He nodded quickly. Concentrate, clear your mind, don't think excessively. This is the best way to display false emotion. Fake will goose power to its limit. Giant Sun's will continued to instruct. Hai Lu Lan closed both of his eyes and breathed gently. A light breeze blew, bringing with it the sweet fragrance of vegetation. Wait a moment! Ma Hongyun suddenly screamed. "You despicable fellow! Are you courting death?" Hai Lu Lan clenched his fist. An immense rage was building in his heart. He was outraged and anxious. "Old ancestor, I am a man. He is also a man. Creating feelings between the two of us, I am unable to accept it." Ma Hongyun was afraid of Hai Lu Lan's terrifying aura. He whispered, while being on guard against Hai Lu Lan, pleading with Giant Sun's will. "You scoundrel!" Hai Lu Lan gnashed his teeth and clenched his fist until they made cracking noises, his eyes revealing an ominous glint. Were it not for Giant Sun's will being right by his side, according to his brutal nature, he would have already sent a punch over, blowing Ma Hongyun's brains out. Idiot! Saving the blessed land is the most urgent matter right now. So what if you're both men? Just be free and relax. There will not be a problem. I will always support you, Zhao Lianyun called out. She was fearful of Hai Lu Lan, yet simultaneously her eyes showed some unexplainable excitement. That's right, husband. Look at the big picture. I do not mind it. Chang Li spoke softly in agreement. Ma Hongyun rolled his eyes and shouted, "Hey, this does not involve you, so you can talk about it casually. Old ancestor, I have an idea. How about you let me and my wife do it? Our love is genuine and sincere. You can even save up on using the false emotion fake will goo." Ma Hongyun was straightforward, not giving much thought to the complex circumstances. As far as Giant Sun's will was concerned, not using false emotion fake will goo was out of the question. Hai Lu Lan's killing intent burst out. Ma Hongyun's proposal greatly encroached on his benefits. His anger was about to explode, almost reaching his limit. But he did not dare to attack in the presence of Giant Sun's will. He did not dare to flare up. As expected, Giant Sun's will rejected Ma Hongyun's proposal. "Boy, you are too young, true love. Is it so easy to find? When calamity strikes, all the birds fly in different directions. Human couples are also the same. Do you think this young lady truly loves you? Heh heh heh." The words of Giant Sun's will made Chang Li's complexion pale. Indeed, Chang Li had never sincerely loved Ma Hongyun. Originally, she was looked upon as a political bargaining chip by Chang Biao and delivered to Ma tribe, intended to be used to form good bonds with Ma Yingjie. But in the end, Chang Biao died, and Chang Li lost her backing. She could only accept her fate and stay by Ma Hongyun's side. Fortunately, Ma Hongyun could cultivate to rank 3, becoming a Ma tribe elder. The resources he had available to him were incomparable to before, and as he also had Ma Yingjie's trust, he could provide Chang Li with a good life. Ma Hongyun was to become one of Imperial Court Blessed Land's owners, and since he was close to Chang Li and Zhao Lianyun, Giant Sun's will began to investigate them. His investigative method was simple, direct, and effective. He separated a portion of his will and ventured into Chang Li and Zhao Lianyun's minds, looking over their memories and thoughts. With true Yang Building's support, along with the method of an immortal venerable, Chang Li and Zhao Lianyun were not even aware that, at this time, each of their secrets were rapidly being learned by Giant Sun's will. "Old ancestor, what do you mean?" Ma Hongyun pursed his eyebrows. He was foolish and brazen, while He Lu Lan did not dare to offend Giant Sun's will. He dared to ask a direct question. Giant Sun's will laughed. "You are indeed a fool, boy. Your mind isn't that sharp, but it is excusable. I will now give you a lesson. This little wife of yours approached you with an ulterior motive. Her adoptive father deliberately ordered her to come. Even your heroic action of saving this beauty was merely a show." Chang Li's complexion immediately turned deathly pale, and she trembled from head to toe. He Lu Lan was indifferent. He was already accustomed to these dirty political games. How could that be? Ma Hongyun's eyes widened, unable to believe this. Giant Sun's will then said, "And there is also your little female companion, called Zhao Lianyun. Heh. She had matured young and gained some wisdom. She was forced by circumstances to had no choice but to be with you. From the very beginning she had looked down on you, only wanting to protect herself. Of course, now that you have grown stronger, she has gradually become dependent on you." Zhao Lianyun's heart went cold. Her thoughts were exposed on the spot, making her feel extremely unpleasant, as if the clothes on her body had been forcibly stripped off by someone. But facing Giant Sun's will, she did not dare to refute anything. She wasn't a normal child. She was a transmigrator. The suffering she had experienced in this life had made her aware of the mystery and cruelty of this world. "Eh?" Suddenly, Giant Sun's will's words came to a stop, and his image in the air showed an expression of shock and fear with his eyes wide open. To think that. Giant Sun's will's tone changed abruptly. He stared at Zhao Lianyun with a hateful gaze, causing her to take a few steps back in fear. "To think that you are an otherworldly demon. You are actually lurking by Ma Hongyun's side. Heh. You have such guts, you are really daring. Unfortunately, you met me." Giant Sun's will exuded a strong killing intent. "Otherworldly demon, what is that?" He Lu Lan was astonished, as it was his first time hearing this term despite his status and experience. He looked at Zhao Lianyun but could not see anything extraordinary about her. "Old ancestor, what are you trying to do?" Ma Hongyun, no matter how stupid, could recognize something was wrong. He sprinted to the front of Zhao Lianyun, spreading both of his arms, protecting her behind his body. "Boy, you want to protect an otherworldly demon?" Giant Sun's will raised his tone, his expression becoming ice-cold. "What otherworldly demon? I don't know any otherworldly demon. I only know she is Lady Xiao Yun. Without her help, I would likely have been killed already." Ma Hongyun tried his best to defend Zhao Lianyun. Giant Sun's will shook his head and sneered. He had no interest in explaining, yet for some reason, he had to explain. "Killed? Boy, you are a person destined to become a Gu immortal. Had she not helped you, there would definitely have been others who would have given you assistance. Otherworldly demons are enemies of the entire world. They are a huge menace. If we let them grow, the consequences would be unthinkable. In the past, there was an otherworldly demon who managed to grow successfully. The 5 regions were almost destroyed as a result." He Lu Lan's eyes widened. The words of Giant Sun's will were too sensational. Listening to his words, it seemed as if the otherworldly demons could rival rank 9 venerables. How was it possible? But the one who said these words was someone He Lu Lan had no choice but to believe. For a moment, He Lu Lan looked Zhao Lianyun in the eyes, killing intent emerging. "No, Lady Xiaoyun is innocent. You must not harm her." Ma Hongyun was extremely determined. He wholeheartedly wanted to protect Zhao Lianyun. Zhao Lianyun was stunned. She looked towards Ma Hongyun's lonely and powerless back, her eyes glistening with tears. She did not know what bullshit otherworldly demons were, but could surmise that perhaps it was related to her own transmigration. She forced herself to wipe her tears, the corners of her lips raising into a determined arc. Since Ma Hongyun wholeheartedly defended her, disregarding his own life, she consequently must not implicate Ma Hongyun. She took a step forward, stopping in front of Ma Hongyun. She looked at Giant Sun's will, speaking resoundingly. "You want to take my life? Come and take it." "Good." Giant Sun's will had a ferocious smile, killing intent, boiling with no trace of sympathy. He was a huge will congealed by special will goo. The difference between special wills and other wills were that they could be given a special command by the goo master that would be triggered if specific circumstances were met. And Giant Sun's will, during its formation, was given a profound resolve by the main body. If it discovered an otherworldly demon, no matter the circumstances, killing the otherworldly demon must take priority. Giant Sun's will had to kill Zhao Lianyun. To have been able to restrain himself until now was already really remarkable. "No." Ma Hongyun saw the situation going south. He shouted out in a moment of desperation, extending both his arms and hugged Zhao Lianyun within his bosom. "Otherworldly demon, you deserve to die without pity." Giant Sun's will sneered and started to make his move. Yet the next moment his expression became rigid, and shortly after he faced towards the sky and bellowed, "Damn it!" The roaring voice suddenly came to a spontaneous end, and the image of the will abruptly disappeared in midair. Giant Sun's will could sense a formidable, hard-to-resist force that pulled it outside of the 88 True Yang building. What is going on? What happened? No matter if it was He Lu Lan or Ma Hongyun, both stared blankly at the spot, surprised by the turn of events. Just a moment ago, Giant Sun's will was still brilliant and mighty. How could he suddenly disappear? Outside the 88 True Yang building, the golden speckles of the majestic will enveloped the entire True Yang building. Rumble. Large amounts of chaotic lightning balls bombarded in succession. The lightning balls could cause one to sink into confusion and, in essence, attacked wills. Giant Sun's will was restrained by the chaotic lightning balls. In no time, the explosions put him in a tough spot. A portion of his will was damaged and destroyed. Meanwhile, the restraining smoke took advantage of the situation, swallowing up the pieces of Giant Sun's will. Giant Sun's will really was too majestic. Though the outer shell suffered the bombardment of the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity, the inner layer desperately tried to enter the building. 88. True Yang building, presided over by Giant Sun's will, was now an empty building. Although the structure was intact, the goo worms stopped functioning. Like an army of soldiers suddenly losing their commander-in-chief, they can only rely on their instincts to act. At this moment, 88 True Yang building had become exceptionally fragile. Chapter 6. 115. We are fellow apprentice brothers. Translator, Chibi. General, Editor, Chibi General. You little pest, I will kill you. Giant Sun's will was naturally furious at being subjected to such a scheme once again. A portion of the majestic will was immediately sent flooding towards the distant Fang Yuan. However, this torrential portion of will was weathered down by the chaotic lightning balls and restraining smoke in the inner layer, shrinking by 30%. And after being ground down by the outer layer's blizzard, it decreased by another 20%. By the time it approached Fang Yuan, it had already been reduced by more than half. This can only last for about 15 minutes. Fang Yuan turned a blind eye to the rapidly approaching attack. His mind was cool as ice as he silently estimated the duration of this third method. His thoughts moved while tightly clenching the glass owner token, and the next moment he teleported inside 88 True Yang building. This was a feature of the glass owner token. Fang Yuan had been able to move in 88 True Yang building without anyone knowing of it because of this. He appeared on an ice mountain, causing the torrential will to strike empty air. It was a scene of white. The icy cold wind brushed past his face. Grr. Three-eyed snow rabbits, at the size of adult men with bulging muscles, drilled out from the depths of the snowy land surrounding Fang Yuan in a few moments. This was the round that Tai Bai Yun Sheng had been transported to in 88 True Yang building. The snow rabbits kept on appearing endlessly, and soon there were tens of thousands of them glaring at Fang Yuan. Just based on close-quarter combat capability, these snow rabbits did not lose to wind wolves or turtleback wolves. Under the environment of ice and snow, their battle strength even surpassed ordinary wolves. The large numbers of wild goo living in their body further increased their ferocity. One had to spend a lot of time and energy to break through their obstruction. But Fang Yuan was in control of the glass owner token and did not need to use such a forceful method. His thoughts moved and the glass owner token gave a faint glimmer. The crowd of snow rabbits suddenly appeared to be at a loss, their killing intent instantly dissipating. Fang Yuan waved his hand and they dispersed in confusion, drilling into the thick, snowy ground. And before long, they were gone. Fang Yuan was able to control many floors of True Yang building with the glass owner token. He had intentionally held back before and did not use up the quota completely, saving several uses for later. Right now, he used it and immediately obtained control over this floor. Without the obstruction of Giant Sun's will, he was this round's true controller, and it was very easy for him to disperse these snow rabbits. Crack! A glacier split open, revealing a tunnel. The tunnel directly extended down the inner part of the ice mountain. Fang Yuan moved quickly in this tunnel and soon saw Tai Bai Yun Sheng. Tai Bai Yun Sheng was sealed inside an ice block, seemingly in a deep sleep. He had been bombarded by chaotic lightning balls when he tried to pass the tribulations before. His mind sunk into chaos and he was not able to think. Thus, he was easily absorbed into the tower by Giant Sun's will. Tai Bai Yun Sheng was not of Giant Sun's bloodline, and moreover was a goo immortal. Therefore, he could not be easily controlled. To prevent him from causing trouble and to seize the moment to handle the land spirit, Giant Sun's will took advantage of this to seal him here. With a thought from Fang Yuan, the ice block dissolved, and Tai Bai Yun Sheng slowly woke up. Chang Shan Yin. Tai Bai Yun Sheng gradually regained his consciousness. He glanced around and recalled, before gazing at Fang Yuan. Although he found Fang Yuan's cruel way of doing things very repugnant, he was grateful at this moment. "You saved me?" Fang Yuan arrogantly smiled. "If not me, who else could it be? Tai Bai Yun Sheng, do you know you are facing imminent catastrophe?" Imminent catastrophe? Tai Bai Yun Sheng's expression changed, but he was a famed character and was not scared by Fang Yuan's frightening words. Instead, he slowly stood up and lightly smiled at Fang Yuan. "Please explain." Fang Yuan looked at Tai Bai Yun Sheng with indignance and explained, "I was ordered by Master to infiltrate into True Yang building and release the seals on the land spirit, to overturn True Yang building and take control of Imperial Court Blessed Land. Master gave me a glass owner token, which can use 3 methods to deal with Giant Sun's will. But something unexpected happened midway. You suddenly advanced to a goo immortal, and it was used by Giant Sun's will to weaken the land spirit, leading to the current peril. Did you think you were favored by Giant Sun's will? He was only using you to protect True Yang building. Now that you have lost your value, you were sealed up, and if not for me saving you, you would definitely fall into the control of Giant Sun's will and end up in extreme misery." "What?" Tai Bai Yun Sheng's brows furrowed as he revealed a bewildered expression. Fang Yuan's words not only contained a lot of information, but also were very impactful. Tai Bai Yunsheng stared at Fang Yuan, his gaze flashing with a bright light as his brows furrowed deeper. I had been doubting why I suddenly received the help of Giant Sun's will, but later absorbed into true Yang building and sealed up for no reason. Your words explain everything. But if so, who are you? Why did you save me? You might have released me from imprisonment, but it doesn't mean I will believe you unconditionally. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Who am I? Look carefully. He then took a step back and right in front of Tai Bai Yunsheng, he used a knife to slowly cut his skin starting from his forehead. A bloodstain extended down to his stomach, following the tip of the knife. What are you? Tai Bai Yunsheng was shocked. Fang Yuan chuckled. He then held the knife behind his head and cut downwards. Using his hands in turn, he cut down a long wound smoothly. The two long wounds soon exuded scarlet blood. An intense pain attacked him, but Fang Yuan's expression did not change. Next, he started slicing at his arms, thighs, and other crucial areas. His hand was steady as a rock during the whole process. His expression was indifferent, as if the one being cut was not him, but someone else, not expressing even a trace of pain. What are you doing? Tai Bai Yunsheng felt a chill down his spine and took a step back, doubts forming in his mind. But the next moment, his pupils shrunk and his shock could not be concealed on his face. He saw Fang Yuan clenching his teeth and peeling his skin off like stripping clothes. His movement was neat and efficient. There was almost not even an inch of skin remaining on his whole body. Like a blood monster, there was only a terrifying human shape with scarlet muscles and snow-white teeth left behind. Next, Fang Yuan activated healing goo. Under the emerald light, new tender skin started to grow over his body. The skin gradually covered all his body, and after the emerald light dispersed, the one before Tai Bai Yunsheng was Fang Yuan with his real appearance. Ah, so you were not Changshan Yin but were just disguised as him. You, who are you? Tai Bai Yunsheng might have a benevolent character, but he was not foolish. He immediately realized the truth when he saw this scene. His heart was filled with extreme trepidation. Looking at Fang Yuan in front of him, he saw the appearance of an ordinary youth, but the presence he emitted was beyond ordinary, especially that pair of dark eyes, like an ancient lake with unfathomable depths. He was giving off the intense aura of rank 5 peak stage, his gaze as chilling as a knife's edge. Tai Bai Yunsheng had seen countless people, and one look at Fang Yuan told him the latter was a genius character who was lofty, resolute, and did not fear any challenges. Even in all his life, the number of such people Tai Bai Yunsheng had seen could be counted with his fingers. Who am I? Fang Yuan chuckled. The corners of his lips curled up to reveal a smile. His expression was proud and vivid. His burning gaze looked at Tai Bai Yunsheng, his tone serious, containing an earnestness that made people want to subconsciously believe in them. My true name is Fang Yuan. I came to Northern Plains from Central Continent because of an important assignment from Master. We are fellow disciples. Fang Yuan, fellow disciple? Shocked and astonished feelings attacked Tai Bai Yunsheng's mind. What do you mean? You don't even understand the meaning of fellow disciple? It means my master and your benefactor is the same person. Our relation is of fellow apprentices. Fang Yuan's brows furrowed, and his tone revealed some impatience. There was no language barrier between Tai Bai Yunsheng and Fang Yuan. He naturally understood the term, but he was not able to accept the great significance of it at this moment. After he heard Fang Yuan's explanation, an image appeared in his mind. It was an image of an old beggar, with disheveled purple-red hair. Occasionally he was insane. Occasionally he was in a stupor. But when he was clear-headed, his gaze revealed one who had experienced vicissitudes over time, and an awe-inspiring aura manifested in him. When he was young, Tai Bai Yunsheng had given the old beggar a bowl of water out of kindness. When the old beggar became clear-headed, he gave Tai Bai Yunsheng 3 Gu immortal inheritances to choose from. The young Tai Bai Yunsheng chose the 3rd inheritance in the end. This was the most profound memory in Tai Bai Yunsheng's life, and he had never forgotten it in all his life. Many times he had recalled the old beggar's image. It was him who saved the lost Tai Bai Yunsheng, pulling Tai Bai Yunsheng from his lowest point. It could even be said the old beggar created Tai Bai Yunsheng. Without the old beggar's help, there would not have been the current Tai Bai Yunsheng. "Master," Tai Bai Yunsheng mumbled. He had always regarded the old beggar as his supreme benefactor. His whole body involuntarily trembled. He had tried to scout out the traces of the old beggar, and had never given up on this. But so many years had gone by, and he had almost roamed the whole of northern plains without making any progress in his search. The old beggar was mysterious, suddenly appearing before disappearing again. Now when Tai Bai Yunsheng suddenly heard of the news of his benefactor, his heart was filled with excitement, joy, and naturally was even more in disbelief. "Listen well." Fang Yuan pointed at Tai Bai Yunsheng and spoke bluntly. "Benefactor's name is Purple Mountain True Monarch. Master has 6 great disciples. I, Fang Yuan, am ranked at 5th. I cultivate strength and enslavement path. Both are from Gu immortal inheritances." "Purple Mountain True Monarch. Purple Mountain True Monarch." Tai Bai Yunsheng pondered over Fang Yuan's fabricated name like a treasure, his mind involuntarily thinking of the old beggar's disheveled purple hair. Master doesn't care about his appearance and likes to wander around, exploring the unknown. Before I came to Northern Plains, I heard him mention you and how he gave you 3 choices, but you chose the most useless time path inheritance. If it had been me, I would definitely choose the first inheritance. That fire path inheritance that could burn seas and mountains. It has such extreme power. Fang Yuan's tone was filled with anger, yearning, and regret. His expression was sincere and vivid, as if this had really happened. Tai Bai Yunsheng's mind shook. He had never mentioned this experience to outsiders. Fang Yuan, however, described the situation back then so accurately. He naturally did not know Fang Yuan had once searched his soul to confirm if he had landscape as before immortal Gu recipe. "Then you are my apprentice brother?" Tai Bai Yunsheng's gaze towards Fang Yuan was a whole lot different now. Fang Yuan twitched his mouth in dissatisfaction. "At most, you can only barely qualify as a disciple in name. Benefactor has actually taken in many disciples, but they cannot be compared to legacy disciples like me. But according to Master's rule, as long as a disciple in name can advance to a Gu immortal, they can become his legacy disciple. According to ranking, you are my, that 5th senior brother." "Huh?" Tai Bai Yunsheng's brows slightly furrowed. "What are you being proud for? It is only because of your Gu immortal identity that you are ranked ahead of me." Fang Yuan coldly looked at Tai Bai Yunsheng. "Wait till I become a Gu immortal. With my enslavement and strength path dual cultivation, I will push you down and I will be your 5th senior brother. But looking at your elderly appearance, you clearly don't have much lifespan. I might not even need to become a Gu immortal. I just have to wait for you to die of old age." Fang Yuan's attitude was extremely rude, even revealing obvious resentment. This was where the brilliance of his plan lied. If he just spoke eloquent words and made a vow, that might not make Tai Bai Yunsheng believe him too much. But it was because his words contained an attitude of rejection and also deep emotions that made Tai Bai Yunsheng quietly put down his guard and gradually choose to believe him. Tai Bai Yunsheng might be quite old, but his experience paled in comparison to Fang Yuan, who had 500 years of experience in his previous life. Fang Yuan did not openly explain, but using just a few words, he made Tai Bai Yunsheng interpret the whole story himself and see a glance of his master's origin. Tai Bai Yunsheng muttered, "Then, 6th junior brother." Fang Yuan immediately put out his hand. "Don't call me that. I am not close to you. My task had been going smoothly, but it was destroyed by you. Do you know how much time Master had spent to make all the arrangements in Imperial Court Blessed Land? Now the situation has changed like this. How do I explain it to Master? You can just call me Fang Yuan. Tai Bai Yun Sheng was not angry at Fang Yuan's interruption. Instead, a guilty feeling emerged in his heart. He chuckled and cupped his fists towards Fang Yuan, asking sincerely, "Then, Fang Yuan, things have already reached this point. How should I help you to recoup the losses for Master as much as possible?" Success. He, spectacular. This is too spectacular, kid. You are truly insidious, tisk tisk, swindling a Gu immortal to your side using just a few words. Mo Yao had all along been observing this, and at this moment she could not help revealing herself in Fang Yuan's mind to praise him. Fang Yuan sneered inwardly. On the surface, however, he showed an unhappy expression. After such a long time, you have finally spoken sense. Master has a discerning eye. He did not nurture a thankless wretch. Knowing to repay kindness is a trait we should have. The situation right now is very bad. The crucial thing is there is not much time left. I have already used the third method Master left behind. You must cooperate with me now. It will all depend on the two of us. Please instruct me. Tai Bai Yun Sheng bowed. First use this. Fang Yuan grinned and tossed out a 15-year lifespan Gu. This! Tai Bai Yun Sheng's expression changed, an astonished expression appearing on his face at the sight of this lifespan Gu. Use it. You may have immortal Gu man as before, but that thing expends a lot of immortal essence. I don't want you to suddenly end up dead at the crucial moment. Fang Yuan spoke viciously, with an indifferent expression. But Tai Bai Yun Sheng instead felt a warm feeling in his heart. In his previous 500 years of life, Fang Yuan's grasp of the human heart was able to reach to pinnacle after experiencing many trials and hardships. This lifespan Gu. My glass owner token can control only a small number of the rounds. True Yang building only has a single lifespan. Gu, quickly use it. Stop wasting time. But Tai Bai Yun Sheng did not use it. He kept it in his pocket. He thought of Gao Yang and Zhu Zai. Until now, he was still feeling guilty. The lifespan Gu in his hand had a scent of blood that was very familiar to him. What is going on with you? Fang Yuan acted furious, pretending not to know. There are reasons. Tai Bai Yun Sheng's eyelids drooped. He raised his gaze, looking at Fang Yuan with a determined look. All in all, don't worry. I can provide you the greatest assistance. Fang Yuan grabbed onto Tai Bai Yun Sheng, gritting his teeth. Bastard, do you know that I disregarded the consequences in using the glass owner token just to obtain this lifespan Gu? Tai Bai Yun Sheng was silent. His expression was gentle as jade, but he was very determined. Fang Yuan's words made his heart feel great warmth. His last lingering trace of suspicion vanished like smoke. After looking at each other for a while, Fang Yuan seemed to have felt Tai Bai Yun Sheng's determination as he retracted his gaze. If you did not become a Gu immortal and are also a legacy disciple, I would not care if you died. All right, according to the details of your inheritance and your tribulation performance, you should have the immortal Gu landscape as before now, right? Tai Bai Yun Sheng nodded. Yes, that is correct. Fang Yuan's eyes shone, his mouth cracked open to show his snow-white teeth. He did not conceal his joy. Very good, come with me. Saying so, a large number of starlight firefly Gu flew out of his aperture. Oh, that's right. Hold these two for me. Put it on your aperture. I cannot bring them along. Fang Yuan tossed casually. Immortal Gu. Tai Bai Yun Sheng's pupils shrunk. A moment later, Tai Bai Yun Sheng and Fang Yuan entered Hu. Immortal Blessed Land, using the Stargate. Chapter 616. Repairing Dang Hun Mountain Translator, Chibi. General Editor, Chibi. General, Master, you are finally back. Little Hu Immortal was already waiting before the Stargate, and when Fang Yuan appeared, she immediately jumped towards him and hugged his leg, rubbing it with her cute rosy cheeks. Heh, you have worked hard during these days when I was not here. Fang Yuan smiled warmly and lightly stroked Little Hu Immortal's head. Little Hu Immortal's fox ears shivered slightly. A blissful expression appeared on her face, and her snow-white tail started shaking lightly behind her. This is a land spirit? So this is a blessed land. Tai Bai Yun Sheng stepped out of the Stargate closely after Fang Yuan, and was startled at seeing Little Hu Immortal. He had heard Little Hu Immortal addressing Fang Yuan as Master. Fang Yuan was only a mortal, but he already possessed a blessed land. In history, there were some people who had such fortune. The most famous one was Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. He had luckily inherited Imperial Court-blessed land when he was still just a mortal. And in his later cultivation journey, Imperial Court-blessed land was of huge assistance. Ha ha! This blessed land's name is Hu Immortal Blessed Land. I seized it forcibly from several sects of Central Continent under Master's order. Fang Yuan proudly replied. Tai Bai Yun Sheng's gaze immediately changed. There was a difference between immortal and mortal, but right now, he was looking at Fang Yuan as an equal, asking, I would assume that the process of snatching this blessed land was very dangerous, right? Naturally, even now when I think of it, I still have some lingering fear. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. But in the end, winner takes all. Everything is just that simple. I obtained the blessed land, becoming the final winner. The greater the risk, the greater the profits. Tai Bai Yun Sheng nodded, sighing inwardly. This profit is simply too immense. A blessed land with a land spirit was the immortal aperture of a fallen Gu Immortal. Possessing such a blessed land was akin to inheriting the Gu Immortal's immortal aperture and cultivation resources. Simultaneously, the impression of Fang Yuan's audacious nature deepened by another level in Tai Bai Yun Sheng's mind. Master, who is he? His aura is strong. Little Hu Immortal sensed Tai Bai Yun Sheng brimming with Gu Immortal aura. She could not help but be tense, gripping on Fang Yuan's pants, appearing somewhat nervous and on guard. Relax, he is on our side, and is here to help us save Danghun Mountain. Fang Yuan comforted Little Hu Immortal. Take us to Danghun Mountain. Little Hu Immortal's eyes brightened upon hearing this. She trusted her master's words unconditionally. She immediately let down her guard and disappeared on the spot, taking Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yun Sheng with her. The next moment, Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yun Sheng were teleported to the center of the blessed land, the location of Danghun Mountain. Danghun Mountain had already been deformed completely from the corrosion of Gruel mud. Only a small mound remained of the lofty Danghun Mountain. Danghun Palace, which was on Danghun Mountain previously, had naturally been destroyed. Master, if you arrived any later, you would not have been able to see Danghun Mountain, Little Hu Immortal said with a sorrowful voice. Fang Yuan lightly petted her head, then looked towards Tai Bai Yun Sheng. Tai Bai Yun Sheng was a smart man, and from this scene along with Fang Yuan's previous words, he could guess Fang Yuan's intention in bringing him here. He nodded towards Fang Yuan, before taking out landscape as before Gu from his aperture. Immediately, the surging aura of an immortal Gu filled the surroundings. This is... Little Hu Immortal's bright eyes opened wide upon this first encounter with landscape as before Gu. Landscape as before Gu was like a ladybug. It was the size of a fist and had the color of green jade. Its round shell was engraved with natural patterns. Half of the patterns portrayed rivers and lakes that twisted and turned, flowing continuously, while the other half was of mountains and hills, precipitous and overlaid upon one another. Tai Bai Yun Sheng gave a soft shout. A bead of green grape immortal essence turned into a stream of light that instantly poured into landscape as before Gu. The immortal Gu suddenly burst out with green jade light that soared to an extreme height, giving off a radiance that people could not look at intently. The light radiance covered the remaining Danghun Mountain. The corrosion of gruel mud on Danghun Mountain immediately paused under the illumination of the green light. Immortal gruel mud's power was quickly neutralized and then vanquished. The green light gradually dimmed. Tai Bai Yun Sheng then threw in another bead of green grape immortal essence. The green light brightened again, covering the devastated Danghun Mountain and continually cleansing it. The small mound-sized Danghun Mountain started to grow and strengthen at a visible speed under the radiance. Danghun Mountain is changing back. Little Hu Immortal clapped her little hands, prancing around happily. But the good scene did not last long. Danghun Mountain only recovered by 20% when the green light weakened again. Tai Bai Yun Sheng's expression changed slightly. What kind of mountain is this? It actually exhausted a green grape immortal essence. He was able to create 36 green grape immortal essence beads in his ascension to Gu Immortal. But later, using movement Gu crazily to dodge chaotic lightning balls, expended 1 bead of immortal essence. Then in his own immortal aperture, to resist the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity after the formation of immortal Gu, he had continuously activated landscape as before Gu to restore his aperture to its previous condition, spending 3 whole beads on it. Tai Bai Yun Sheng had a clear understanding of how precious immortal essence was. Now he had just started to restore Danghun Mountain, but had used up 2 beads of immortal essence. At this rate, he would have to at least expend 5 to 6 beads of green grape immortal essence. Fang Yuan smiled. Danghun Mountain. Danghun Mountain. When Tai Bai Yun Sheng heard the name, his expression underwent a great change. His eyes opened wide and he spoke with a shocked tone. Could it be? It is indeed the one in... How could there be another Danghun Mountain? Fang Yuan laughed. To think I would actually be able to see the legendary Danghun Mountain. This is the sacred land of soul path cultivators that spectral soul demon Venerable had praised endlessly. Tai Bai Yun Sheng was extremely moved as he kept on exclaiming in admiration. It was the first time even for him to witness a thing of such legend. When he glanced at Fang Yuan, Tai Bai Yun Sheng's gaze had another subtle change. He did not say anything else but quietly used a 3rd bead of immortal essence to maintain the activation of landscape as before Gu. This time, Danghun Mountain was restored to 40% before the green light dimmed. Tai Bai Yun Sheng used a 4th bead, then a 5th bead, and finally a 6th bead before Danghun Mountain fully recovered. It is truly Danghun Mountain, requiring 6 whole beads of green grape immortal essence to recover completely. Tai Bai Yun Sheng mumbled while looking at the tall mountain in front of him. Danghun Mountain was magnificently beautiful. Ordinary mountains could not even compare to it. It was a pink crystal mountain, emitting an unforgettably dreamy radiance. Master, Danghun Mountain's disease has been treated. Little Hu Immortal's eyes had turned red. Sob, she cried tears of joy, before lowering her head and using her delicate little hands to wipe the tears. Fang Yuan also let out a breath of turbid air when he gazed at Danghun Mountain. Now, the objective for infiltrating into northern plains was finally achieved. So many days and nights of effort, taking risks in the battlefields, disguising, racking his brains to scheme, they were all not in vain. At this moment, a soaring fire burned in Fang Yuan's heart. This burning fire had a name: ambition. Restoring Danghun Mountain could no longer satisfy his appetite. There were still opportunities left in Imperial Court-blessed land. Especially now, Giant Sun's will was expelled out of the tower. 88 True Yang building had become akin to an ownerless object. Even if false emotion fake Will Gu was an immortal Gu and was difficult to capture, Fang Yuan had used his silver tongue to obtain Tai Bai Yun Sheng's trust, succeeding in roping in the crucial battle power that could influence the situation. When the time comes, using a Gu Immortal's will, forcefully refining false emotion fake Will Gu was not an impossible matter. Let's go, back to Northern Plains. Fang Yuan came and left just as quickly, with Tai Bai Yun Sheng in tow. Before leaving, he handed Burial Soul Toad to Little Hu Immortal. Burial Soul Toad was a storage goo used to store souls. There were souls of humans and beasts, and they had mostly been gathered by Fang Yuan from the battlefields. These would turn into large numbers of guts goo through Danghun Mountain. When they returned to 88 True Yang Building, the Starlight Firefly goo supporting the Stargate were already spent by over half. Fang Yuan quickly stored what remained into his aperture. It was extremely difficult to accumulate Starlight Firefly goo. The current amount could only support one more activation of the Stargate. "We are back again." Tai Bai Yun Sheng was deeply moved. In this trip, he had directly gone from Northern Plains to Central Continent and back to Northern Plains from Central Continent. It was truly a travel disregarding distance. He felt like he was free to go anywhere in the world. Tai Bai Yun Sheng had only heard of whole earth goo and connecting heaven goo in methods that could allow one to connect between blessed lands and grotto heavens. He had never heard of the method Fang Yuan used. Probably only people like Sixth Junior Brother are worthy of such mystical methods. Maybe this was imparted to him by Master. Tai Bai Yun Sheng trusted Fang Yuan even more after the trip to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Fang Yuan was only a mortal at the moment, but he possessed a blessed land. This by itself was sufficient to prove many issues. Danghun Mountain's magnificent scene was even more deeply imprinted in Tai Bai Yun Sheng's mind. Seeing is believing. Tai Bai Yun Sheng had no choice but to believe it. Fang Yuan first revealed his true appearance, then used lifespan goo, revealing secret information to obtain Tai Bai Yun Sheng's trust. Fang Yuan had also resolved the doubt in Tai Bai Yun Sheng's heart. Why True Yang Building had helped him endure the tribulation for no rhyme or reason. Fang Yuan's words and the evidence he showed to Tai Bai Yun Sheng were almost all true, except the lies at the crucial points. 9 truths and 1 lie. The lie would eventually become the truth, especially when this lie involved the deepest secret of Tai Bai Yun Sheng. Tai Bai Yun Sheng had never revealed it to outsiders while Fang Yuan knew it by soul-searching. Among all these, the true marvel lied in Fang Yuan grasping Tai Bai Yun Sheng's psychology completely. Tai Bai Yun Sheng had been feeling extreme guilt after betraying Gao Yang and Zhu Zai. He denied the value of his own existence. Under stimulation, he went through Gu Immortal Ascension and even charged towards tribulation, thinking of ending it all. But when he successfully passed the tribulation and became a Gu Immortal, he stood at a whole new height, looking at a different scene. His mind came back to life, and after passing the tribulation with much difficulty as well as getting his immortal aperture blessed land, he did not want to die anymore. He wanted to make a fresh start, but he had an unresolved matter tugging his heart. He needed hope. He needed acknowledgement. Tai Bai Yun Sheng himself was not aware of this psychological need. But Fang Yuan was aware and gave him this acknowledgement. Fang Yuan's acknowledgement, in a certain way, represented his master's acknowledgement. And Tai Bai Yun Sheng respected his benefactor deeply. His master's acknowledgement made him feel there was value in him being alive. A mysterious force and a completely new environment attracted his interest. He had been at the peak of mortals and had experienced all that the mortal world could provide, but in the journey of immortals, he was a child that had just begun to move. The 15-year lifespan goo was in his pocket. He was no longer worried and guilty. He chose to believe Fang Yuan, not only because Fang Yuan explained everything and there were not many pieces of evidence he could contest, but even more importantly, in the very depths of his heart, he wanted to believe in Fang Yuan. Every single person who was cheated, was it because they were stupid? No, it was only because they wanted to believe in it from the depths of their heart. Here, your immortal goo. Tai Bai Yun Sheng tossed fixed immortal travel and flying bear phantom goo to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan nonchalantly accepted them. This casual attitude towards immortal goo caused another ripple in Tai Bai Yun Sheng's heart and trust. But he received a great shock when Fang Yuan brought out the glass owner token. as at the next moment he appeared in another round. Tall and ancient trees were everywhere. Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yun Sheng were within a dense forest. Roars and howls interlinked together. Giant trees pulled out their roots and stood up, turning into tall tree men. Within a few moments, Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yun Sheng were surrounded by tree men one after another. Tai Bai Yun Sheng had a grim expression. One treeman was nothing to him, but the number of treemen here was extremely astonishing, and to completely exterminate them would require him to pay a significant price. But the next moment, Fang Yuan lightly waved his glass owner token, and this round immediately became under his control. The treemen stopped moving forward, their killing intent gone as if it was never there. While Tai Bai Yun Sheng was wearing a stupefied expression, Fang Yuan grabbed his arm and directly teleported in front of He Lu Lan and Ma Hongyun. There was already an enormous change in the situation here. Frost Jade Peacock was half lying on the ground, with Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun turtling up under its wings. Surrounding it were layers after layers of tree men unfolding mad attacks. He Lu Lan was fighting nearby with false emotion fake Will Gu resting on his shoulder. He blocked the attacks of the tree men while also launching attacks at Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun at the same time, but these attacks were blocked by the light barrier from Frost Jade Peacock before they could even reach their targets. Lord He Lu Lan, you are also being attacked by the tree men. Your situation is the same as ours. We have neither hatred nor grievance between us. Why must you try to kill us? Ma Hongyun shouted. He Lu Lan snorted. Didn't you hear what old ancestor said? Your girl is an otherworldly demon with a mysterious background and will be a cause of endless disasters. She must be eliminated. Who knows if she and the Chang Shan Yin impersonator are on the same side? Old ancestor was about to attack her just earlier, but suddenly disappeared due to some mishap. You have Giant Sun's bloodline. You are a person of northern plains. You are actually not able to distinguish right and wrong. You dare to shield an otherworldly demon. Ma Hongyun was furious and immediately retorted. She is not an otherworldly demon that you all claim. She is innocent. Lord He Lu Lan, don't waste your strength in vain. We have already received the land spirit's recognition. With the land spirit with us, you can't kill us. When Giant Sun's will was thrown out of the tower, this round did not have any controller and operated by itself. The treemen treated the land spirit, Ma Hongyun and others as challengers challenging the round. He Lu Lan wanted to kill Zhao Lianyun in place of Giant Sun's will. Ma Hongyun was ready to give up his life to save her, which strongly shook Zhao Lianyun's heart, and she started feeling true love for him. Ma Hongyun had already treated Zhao Lianyun with earnest feelings. The two loved each other, and the land spirit acknowledged them as its masters by its own accord. In this dangerous situation, the land spirit raised a defensive barrier around them, protecting them from the fatal attacks of the treemen and He Lu Lan. As for Chang Li, she had already died miserably under the attacks of the treemen. Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yun Sheng appeared on the crown of a treeman observing the battle situation. Ma Hongyun, he actually obtained the land spirit's recognition. This kid's dog shit luck is truly powerful. Fang Yuan mumbled with a complex expression. You know him? Tai Bai Yun Sheng was somewhat astonished, as he had not thought the Grand Fang Yuan would actually recognize this rank 3 initial stage minor character. It is you. He Lu Lan quickly sensed the distant Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yun Sheng. His eyes opened wide as he swiftly jumped back like he was facing a great enemy. His eyes twitched, and his heart had already sunk. Giant Sun's will had suddenly disappeared, and the mysterious man impersonating Chang Shan Yin appeared, with Gu immortal Tai Bai Yun Sheng standing beside him, and the two seemed to have a very close relation at that. This was extremely unfavorable to He Lu Lan. Ma Hongyun, however, did not sense anything. The defensive barrier raised by the land spirit was shrinking constantly as it was attacked by the innumerable treemen. His and Zhao Lianyun's sight were blocked by the dense amount of trees and leaves. What do we do now? Tai Bai Yunsheng asked calmly while casting a glance towards the gloomy He Lu Lan. Fang Yuan sneered. We need Imperial Court-blessed land's land spirit, Frost Jade Peacock's strength to topple true Yang building. Frost Jade Peacock might have already recognized its masters, but because Giant Sun's will is not present, the seals on it are not being manipulated and it is barely surviving. Most of its strength had already been sealed again. The defensive barrier is also on the brink of collapse and simply won't be able to block me. I will go kill Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun. You go deal with He Lu Lan and seize the false emotion fake will Gu. I trust that it won't be a problem with your Gu immortal battle strength. Let's move. We don't have much time. Immortal and mortal are vastly different. It is just like a wide chasm separates them. You don't need to worry. Tai Bai Yunsheng lightly smiled, moving elegantly towards He Lu Lan. Fang Yuan directly shot forward towards Ma Hongyun. The surrounding tree men followed him under his control. Such a pity. Ma Hongyun, I originally wanted to use you as a key to control the events of the future. But who told you to block my way? No matter how good your luck is, your death is certain today. The brimming killing intent in his heart surfaced as a malevolent smile on Fang Yuan's face. Chapter 617. The Reason for Overwhelming Fortune. Translator, Chibi. General Editor, Chibi. General. Bam, bam, bam. 3 10-meter-tall tree men raised their hammer-like fists as they attacked time and time again, crashing on the light barrier. Frost Jade Peacock cried out sorrowfully. Its huge wings were sealed by gold. Only the land spirit's head was still exposed. My masters, I cannot hold on anymore. The land spirit sighed, its long eyelashes trembling slightly. The light barrier was getting weaker, and under the tree men's endless attacks, it was on the brink of collapsing. What was more scary was, Fang Yuan was closing in. Imperial Court-blessed land was already in bad shape, and the land spirit, Frost Jade Peacock, was sealed. The remaining strength of the barrier was not a problem for Fang Yuan. He could break through at any moment. The fatal threat had already arrived, but Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun still had no idea. Even though they could not sense Fang Yuan, the thick aura of death was suffocating them. Zhao Lianyun was silent and did not speak. She hid in Ma Hongyun's arms as she shut her eyes. After all, she was an ordinary woman. Ma Hongyun continually comforted her in a soft voice, even though he felt no hope himself. It's over. Fang Yuan shot out like lightning, stepping on twigs and branches as he entered the innermost layer of the tree man encirclement. But just when he was about to execute the finishing blow, as he was charging, Mo Yao shouted in his head, "Eh? This aura! Wait! Stop quickly! What is it?" Fang Yuan's momentum was lost. He stopped at a high area on a tree as he asked in suspicion. Ever since Mo Yao's will entered his head, he had never felt such intense emotions from her before. At this moment, Mo Yao showed herself in Fang Yuan's mind. She had tears all over her face as her slim body was shivering. She was muttering, "This aura, this aura. There's no mistake. There's absolutely no mistake. This is the aura of fortune rivaling heaven Gu." Fortune rivaling heaven Gu? Fang Yuan's heart jumped, as he immediately recalled. Mo Yao had researched deeply about 88 true Yang building in her lifetime, taking a huge risk to enter the true inheritance secluded domain for her lover Bo Qing. Her original motive was to obtain the supreme true inheritance of Luck Path. She wanted to steal the fortune rivaling heaven Gu in it, but in the end, she only succeeded partially. As she spent a lot of effort and exerted all her strength, she was able to create a crack in the Luck Path true inheritance. However, fortune rivaling heaven Gu flew into this crack and vanished into thin air. But Mo Yao did not return empty-handed. She obtained a portion of the Luck Path inheritance's details. Combined with her Refinement Path Grandmaster Foundation, she eventually refined Calamity, beckoning Gu. But calamity beckoning Gu was inferior to fortune rivaling heaven Gu. Mo Yao used it to help Bo Qing with his tribulation, and in the end both of them died. Eventually, Fang Yuan found Mo Yao's inheritance and refined calamity beckoning Gu once again, accepting Mo Yao's request to return the rank 7 Gu House Water Pavilion to Spirit Affinity House. Now, Mo Yao felt the aura of fortune rivaling heaven Gu. This was a crucial immortal Gu that she had failed to obtain after spending her entire life and putting in immeasurable effort. It was understandable that she had become so agitated and emotional. Fortune rivaling heaven Gu's aura is on this lad. I can't believe it. Mo Yao, spent my entire life and nearly died in the secluded domain. But eventually, the fortune rivaling heaven Gu escaped, and this mortal lad got it by chance. Hehehe. Is this life? Mo Yao raised her head and sighed as she laughed and cried. Her tone was extremely dejected. Fang Yuan squinted, his eyes glowing with cold light. He asked in his heart, "That means fortune rivaling heaven Gu is currently on Mahong Yun. Can you confirm that?" "Of course I can never forget the aura of fortune rivaling heaven Gu," Mo Yao replied unhesitatingly. She continued and said, "Fortune rivaling heaven Gu is a one-time expenditure rank 8 Gu. It is formless and ethereal, being in essence a lump of luck. It is extremely difficult to capture with ordinary methods. Back then my main body could not capture it. Thus it managed to fly away from the scene and vanish without a trace. Even true Yang building could not trap it. It must have escaped to northern plains, roaming until it landed on that lad." "So it is a one-time expenditure Gu." Fang Yuan was extremely disappointed. Fortune rivaling heaven Gu was the greatest treasure in Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's luck path inheritance. It had extremely great value. Fang Yuan was unable to gain benefits in the true inheritance secluded domain, but if he could take fortune rivaling heaven Gu away from Mahong Yun, that would be the best. But unfortunately, fortune rivaling heaven could only be used once before it vanished. "Fang Yuan, you have to be careful. Fortune rivaling heaven Gu is extremely special. Back then, Giant Sun, Immortal Venerable, had fortuitous encounters endlessly. Time after time he would turn disasters into blessings. He unceasingly had great luck, and he relied on this Gu to a great extent. Mahong Yun is affected by fortune rivaling heaven Gu. He is a true child of luck. His luck could be said to be ranked at number 1 in the 5 regions. The luck that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had back then would very possibly be replicated in him. Although luck is formless and ethereal, it is a part of strength and cannot be underestimated." Mo Yao quickly said anxiously, "I know what to do." Fang Yuan held in his killing intent, his expression turning cold as he stopped on the tree branch, not attacking abruptly. He looked down from above at Mahong Yun and others, allowing the tree men below him to attack. Actually, the two were not too far from each other, but even Frost Jade Peacock did not discover him. This showed how weak the land spirit was right now. It was obvious at one glance that the two sides had great difference in strength. It seemed that victory was in sight, and killing Ma Hong Yun was extremely easy. But Fang Yuan did not think so. He was once a Gu immortal. His vision surpassed mortals. He understood. These so-called paths, wisdom path, refinement path, metal path, time path, and others, they looked like they were combinations of complex series of Gu worms gathered together. But in actuality, they were the deciphering of one's understanding towards heaven and earth, towards the mysteries of the universe. Luck path was the same. Based on Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's example, one could see that luck path, even compared to other paths, could more deeply explain the mysteries of heaven and earth in some aspect. Fang Yuan had never looked down on Ma Hong Yun. He had always been vigilant towards him. Because his previous life's memories made him understand how high Ma Hong Yun's future achievements would be. In his previous life, Ma Hong Yun became the pillar of northern plains, the leader that resisted the attack of central continent Gu immortals. When Fang Yuan was killed by the barrage of Gu immortals, He was still growing and developing. Fang Yuan knew about Ma Hongyun's growth, and now he finally understood the origin of Ma Hongyun's heaven-defying luck. That was Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's greatest achievement in luck path, fortune rivaling heaven gu. And the cause of all this was Mo Yao, who was residing in his mind. Luck did not have any physical form, and it could not be touched, but Fang Yuan knew the ability of this mystical power. No wonder Giant Sun's will purposely chose He Lu Lan and Ma Hongyun as the people to become the land spirit's master. He Lu Lan is the strongest person among his bloodline descendants, while Ma Hongyun had fortune rivaling heaven gu. Fang Yuan felt that this situation was troublesome. Although Ma Hongyun was a tiny rank 3 gu master, he had the power of a rank 8 immortal gu protecting him. A rank 8 immortal gu, only inferior to rank 9, such as the wisdom gu and strength gu of legends. It had absurd and unimaginable strength. Anyone who underestimated it would face a pitiful end. Fang Yuan was only a mortal, back then in the true inheritance secluded domain. He could not even get close to the rank 7 human chi gu, not to mention the rank 8 fortune rivaling heaven gu. Ma Hongyun looked harmless, but in all his experiences, when did he ever suffer a true loss? Every time, he benefited from difficulties and had endless fortuitous encounters. All those who wished to harm or kill him faced a terrible end. Although every time he did not personally take action, but there would always be an external force or accident, along with a series of small coincidences. All of these added together to form a shocking power. Fang Yuan suddenly thought of Giant Sun's will. Earlier, Giant Sun's will wanted to exterminate Zhao Lianyun, but Ma Hongyun protected her with his life. This was as if Giant Sun's will had become an enemy of Ma Hongyun. Just as Giant Sun's will was about to strike, Fang Yuan appeared, pulling out True Yang Building and causing the heavenly tribulation to strike him. Even Giant Sun's will fell prey, huh? Fang Yuan looked at this from another angle and was shocked. I have the glass owner token. I can check the situation inside the entire 88 True Yang Building. Why did I not strike earlier? Actually, it was completely unintentional. Or maybe, I heard that Zhao Lianyun was an otherworldly demon and wanted to protect her. I was curious and wanted to investigate this. Fang Yuan recalled the scene. Giant Sun's wills was expelled from True Yang Building. He could be said to be the culprit, but the timing was too coincidental. It allowed Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun to escape death. If I suddenly attack Ma Hongyun, would I be like Giant Sun's will? Will an outside force intervene, or will an accident occur? Fang Yuan grabbed his glass owner token, considering his plans again. Wait! Fang Yuan thought about it again. What I've heard on this matter was only Mo Yao's statement. It seems to be credible, but what if she lied to me due to some special reason? Fang Yuan suddenly thought of this. Thus, he asked Mo Yao in his heart. Strange. Earlier, when I used luck inspection gu, I observed the luck of everyone in the sacred palace. If Ma Hongyun had the fortune rivaling heaven gu, why did I not discover it? I could only see that the two with the highest luck were He Lu Lan and Tai Bai Yun Sheng. Mo Yao seemed to have predicted this question. She immediately answered. What's so strange about this? Fortune rivaling heaven gu is a rank 8 immortal gu. Your luck inspection gu is only a rank 5 mortal gu, an investigative gu that can allow a gu master to see luck despite its formlessness. How can a rank 5 investigative gu discover the luck created by a rank 8 immortal gu? If I cannot see it, how can I be sure that Ma Hongyun has fortune rivaling heaven gu's influence on him? Fang Yuan did not relent. He continued asking. Oh, Fang Yuan, you are too suspicious. Mo Yao sighed, immediately answering. There is a method to make sure. That is to use investigative gu and check your own luck. Every time you act against the child of luck, because of the mutual influence between luck, your luck will become bad or even worse. If you do not believe me, you can check it that way. Time was limited. Fang Yuan immediately used luck inspection gu. His vision changed abruptly. Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun's luck were rather tiny. They were the same as ordinary people. Meanwhile, there was a massive black luck, almost 300 meters tall, high enough to pierce heaven and earth. Chapter 6. 118. Great strength, true martial physique. Translator, Chibi. General Editor, Chibi. General. This black luck aura was so dark that it reached the point of being extremely oppressive. The coffin-shaped aura was tightly covering Fang Yuan. Since an unknown time ago, the black aura on Fang Yuan had become much larger and much deeper. Far away, Tai Bai Yunsheng and He Lu Lan were engaged in an intense battle. The luck aura of the two were exceptionally clear. Above He Lu Lan was still the azure luck aura that gave a lasting feeling like a towering tree. The luck on Tai Bai Yunsheng, however, was smaller than before, not even 1/6 of the original amount. It was no longer the bright burning red cloud. Instead, it was the shade of heavy evening mist that almost looked like a dark cloud. Fang Yuan moved his sight back to above him and started testing like Mo Yao said. Just like Mo Yao said, whenever he thought of attacking Ma Hongyun, the black coffin luck on him enlarged a little and its dark shade seemed to become even gloomier. Fang Yuan, you should leave this troubled place as quickly as possible. The black coffin luck on you right now is too dense and too frightening. Your life is under great threat now. Don't underestimate luck just because it is ethereal. Just think of giant sun immortal venerable's unrivaled powers. You are deep in danger right now. The black coffin luck has not worked its magic yet, but the karma will hit you eventually. It is only that the time is not ripe yet. Mo Yao continued to persuade Fang Yuan, but Fang Yuan coldly snorted and replied with a resolute will. Asking me to retreat? Being scared off by merely bad luck? How could that be possible? He narrowed his eyes, his lips slightly curled up, revealing his snow-white teeth as he looked down from the cover of the treetop. No matter how bad the luck becomes, it cannot attack me directly. It will need to rely on external influences to kill me. Right now, at this moment, at this place, I want to see who can obstruct me. Killing intent surged and bubbled in Fang Yuan's heart. He believed in the power of luck path, but he believed in himself even more. He needed to kill Ma Hongyun. He had to try. If Fang Yuan cowered just because of luck, would it conform to his style? Ordinary people would feel regret after facing the consequences, but Fang Yuan would not feel any. Have you gone crazy? That is a rank 8 immortal goo, Mo Yao screamed when she felt the dense killing intent in Fang Yuan. Heh. Precisely because the enemy is this strong, the battle would be even more interesting, wouldn't it? Fang Yuan instead laughed freely. Right now he no longer had short hair of Changshan Yin, but had long black hair that fluttered freely with the wind, and his countenance revealed a crazed recklessness. He was never against bullying the weak, but even more than that, he had the bravery to fight the strong. How could one obtain a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den? If he did not stake it all at this moment, then when should he? Fate teases the turbulent sea, cowardly insects avoid waves and flow along the current. A brave man does not need much wisdom. There is not regret or pain, even if his body crumbles. Fang Yuan mumbled before restraining his crazed mood, his expression turning tranquil. Lunatic, you have gone mad, Mo Yao continued to mutter. Right now, Fang Yuan's killing intent had accumulated to the peak. The black coffin luck aura above him subsequently inflated, expanding by 3 times within moments. Let me see who will save you. Fortune rivaling heaven goo, let me look at your might. Fang Yuan made a motion to attack. Boom! An explosion occurred. The majestic wind current it created formed into a strong gale that pressed on from a distance. He Lu Lan was standing unstably, while Tai Bai Yunsheng got up from the crater, fresh blood flowing from his mouth. He looked at He Lu Lan, who was floating in the air, shock apparent on his face. "You are actually—" Before he finished his words, He Lu Lan charged at him again. Boom! Ground shook and dust surged everywhere. 10 extreme physique. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk as he muttered the answer in place of Tai Bai Yun Sheng. He had never imagined He Lu Lan to actually have the 10 extreme physique. And from the looks of it, it was extremely likely to be the great strength true martial physique of the 10 extreme physiques. Several breaths later, a shadow flew out from the dust. It was Tai Bai Yun Sheng. His hair was a mess, dust covered his face. His chest was caved in till it revealed the deathly white bones. Blood sprayed out like a spring. But a green light soon covered his body and the blood flow immediately stopped. The heavy injuries on his body also quickly recovered. Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yun Sheng had exchanged intel back at Hu Immortal Blessed Land. And he knew Tai Bai Yun Sheng possessed 2 immortal Gu, landscape as before Gu, and man as before Gu. However, Tai Bai Yun Sheng was clearly not using the immortal Gu man as before, but instead, ordinary healing Gu. Immortal Gu man as before required immortal essence to be activated, and had extremely great effects, but it was not easy to gather immortal essence. Thus, unless as a final resort, Gu immortals would not easily use immortal Gu. Tai Bai Yun Sheng, you are a grand Gu immortal, but are afraid of me. A mortal. A roar shook the sky and earth. He Lu Lan flew to the sky and started hunting down Tai Bai Yun Sheng. Such an intense 10 extreme aura. Terrifying. He Lu Lan not only has the 10 extreme physique, he is also already on the verge of self-detonation. Fang Yuan was able to decipher many details right now. Back then at Qingmao Mountain, Fang Yuan had relied on Bai Ningbing's northern dark ice soul physique to cross realms and fight a strong enemy and overturn the situation. Bai Ningbing was only rank 3 back then. As the 10 extreme physique's cultivation increased, the power of their self-detonation would increase sharply by many times. The self-detonation of the rank 5 peak stage He Lu Lan would be beyond compare. So terrifying that even killing Gu immortals would not be a problem. Tai Bai Yun Sheng had a bitter expression on his face, with not even the slightest battle intent. Previously, He Lu Lan's 10 extreme physique was sealed by immortal Gu dark limit, not leaking out even a trace of its aura. Now that he had torn off the seal, his majestic aura would cause terror to emerge in one's heart. He was now a large, human-shaped bomb. Who would dare to approach him? What if he exploded? Tai Bai Yun Sheng had just advanced to a Gu immortal. Wouldn't it be injustice if he was killed by the desperate He Lu Lan in his impending death? I had never thought He Lu Lan would actually have great strength, true martial physique of the 10 extreme physiques. And he has actually managed to grow to this extent. Tai Bai Yun Sheng fled with astonishing speed. He was a flying master, and his Cloud Path Gu was also one of the better movement Gu. He Lu Lan was hunting him down from behind, but could only look helplessly as the distance between them increased further and further. Rumble! He Lu Lan was furious, suddenly throwing a punch. This punch had terrifying momentum as it directly broke the sound barrier and burst the surrounding air. Following this punch, a fist chi suddenly flew out, forming into a Strength Path phantom figure. Fang Yuan had also attacked with many beast strength phantoms back in southern border, but the phantom that He Lu Lan summoned was not beast-shaped. Instead, it was human-shaped. And this human strength phantom was a vivid image of He Lu Lan. The obese body like that of a bear, the jagged snow-white teeth that were like daggers, a pair of triangular eyes which flashed with malevolent glint. It was truly a second He Lu Lan. Even if I combine all the beast strength phantoms I used back at southern border, they might not be the human strength phantoms match. Fang Yuan's eyelids twitched. He had extraordinary judgmental ability and immediately saw the extremely high battle strength that this human strength phantom possessed. It was full of spirituality. Once it was summoned, it could chase the enemy of its own will. This was the strength of rank 5 peak stage. Great strength, true martial physique. Simply terrifying. But how powerful this strength was, Fang Yuan could not estimate it easily, unless he personally went to battle and experienced it for himself. But he was sure this terrifying battle strength had already surpassed mortal realm. It could even be said that Hai Lu Lan was currently at a state that was half a step to Gu immortal realm. 10 extreme physique originally broke apart conventions. They were existences that could shatter opponents at the same realm. Back at Qingmao Mountain, Fang Yuan used the 10 extreme physique to survive an ordeal. But this time, the 10 extreme physique was his enemy. If not for the fact that Gu masters obtain a qualitative improvement in their body's defense when they advance to Gu immortal, Tai Bai Yun Sheng would be in greater danger. Tai Bai Yun Sheng had advanced to Gu immortal just now. He has yet to accumulate the foundation of a Gu immortal. Moreover, he is a healing Gu master, but has to face against this tyrannical and battle-thirsty enemy like Hai Lu Lan. For a moment, thoughts shone in Fang Yuan's mind like sparks. The strongest advantage of a Gu immortal over mortals lies in their unlimited primeval essence. But Hai Lu Lan's main cultivation path is strength path, which relies on primeval essence the least among all paths, and has the lowest primeval essence consumption. This advantage is thus almost non-existent. There is also Hai Lu Lan's killer move. It actually went in an innovative new direction, creating such a sentient human strength phantom. In just a short period, he has already created 5 to 6 human strength phantoms. These phantoms are anything but ordinary, filled with spirituality. They actually flanked and blocked Tai Bai Yun Sheng's retreat paths. This is truly unimaginable. Unleashing human-shaped phantoms was not a surprising thing. The crucial point was that he could create such intelligent human-shaped phantoms. Moreover, all of these human-shaped phantoms had astonishing strength. The might of their strength and wisdom made even Fang Yuan feel apprehensive. No wonder Hai Lu Lan died suddenly in my previous life. So it was because he had the 10 extreme physique. Fang Yuan suddenly realized. Although he had rebirthed, it did not mean he knew everything. Right now, this unexpected twist disrupted his plans. Damn it! Fang Yuan subconsciously tightened his grip on the glass owner token. According to his original plan, he would have gone with Giant Sun's will's train of thoughts, using false emotion fake will Gu to subdue the land spirit and become Imperial Court blessed land's owner. He needed to subdue false emotion fake will Gu first to accomplish this. However, false emotion fake will Gu was one of the ordinary true inheritances, and it contained a portion of Giant Sun's will in it. How could a mere mortal like Fang Yuan refine an immortal venerable's will? Only Gu immortal's will had such a possibility. Thereupon, Fang Yuan used his eloquence to dupe Tai Bai Yun Sheng into become his ally. It was to make use of his will to refine false emotion, fake will Gu. But when he returned to True Yang Building, the situation had already changed beyond his expectations. Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun obtained Frost Jade Peacock's recognition, becoming Imperial Court blessed lands owners. Frost Jade Peacock's condition for recognizing its masters was a Gu master couple who had to have true love for each other. Ma Hongyun was a rank 3 Gu master, but Zhao Lianyun was still a young girl and had not begun her cultivation journey yet. However, she was still recognized as a master. This showed the condition of Gu master was only speaking of aptitude. As long as the person had the possibility of becoming a Gu master, they could receive recognition. In Fang Yuan's previous life, Zhao Lianyun was a wisdom path Gu immortal. She naturally had strong cultivation aptitude. This small details were not worthy bickering over. In Fang Yuan's opinion, what he needed to do were 2 things. First was seizing false emotion fake will Gu. It was on Hai Lu Lan, and Fang Yuan had given this task to Tai Bai Yun Sheng. Second was killing Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun. As long as he killed them, Imperial Court blessed land would return to a ownerless state. After completely these 2 matters, Tai Bai Yun Sheng could help Fang Yuan to refine false emotion, fake will Gu, and take control of the land spirit. Even if Giant Sun's will returns then, Fang Yuan had the capital to contend against him. However, right now, none of these two goals were achieved. Chapter 619. The Might of Overwhelming Fortune. Translator Chibi General. Editor Chibi General He Lu Lan revealed his true trump card, displaying he had one of the 10 extreme physiques and was close to self-detonation. It had shocking battle strength, with him managing to suppress the Gu immortal Tai Bai Yun Sheng, and he was chasing after him. This was quite a shock, but after some consideration it was nothing strange. If he doesn't defeat He Lu Lan, he would not get false emotion fake will Gu. Without false emotion fake will Gu, how will I subdue the land spirit? Damn it! Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. His plan was ruined. Is this the power of fortune rivaling heaven? The moment I wanted to strike, such an accident occurred. Fang Yuan took a look at Ma Hongyun, his expression turning grim. For some reason, the killing intent in his heart intensified. He crossed his arms, standing high up in the tree as his mouth showed a cold smile. It is getting more interesting, fortune rivaling heaven. Now that Hai Lu Lan and Tai Bai Yun Sheng are fighting, if I really want to kill you, what can you do to resist me? This time, Fang Yuan did not go personally, but instead manipulated the tree men. The tree men at the most inner layer raised their hammer-like fists highly in the air. Under Fang Yuan's manipulation, they slammed down at the same time. Bam! With a loud bang, Frost Jade Peacock cried out pitifully as its raised head fell onto the ground. The defensive barrier that it had erected with all its effort was smashed. It turned into golden dust as it quickly vanished into nothingness. Even the last obstacle was removed. The closest treeman took a huge step forward. It stretched out its huge arm as it rapidly grabbed at Ma and Zhao. Zhao Lian Yun shouted shrilly, while Ma Hongyun held her in his arms, his back facing the treeman's palm. Die, Fang Yuan muttered, completely ignoring the black coffin luck above his head that was rapidly growing. The treeman's palm was towering over Ma and Zhou. It only needed to squeeze lightly, and Ma and Zhao would turn into meat paste. But at this moment, a huge tremor occurred in 88 True Yang building. The entire place was shaking. Scoundrel, you dare to chase me out. Quickly accept your death. A loud voice could be heard, piercing heaven and earth, and causing Fang Yuan's eardrums to feel slight pain. Hearing this familiar voice, Ma Hongyun raised his head in joy, saying, "It's old ancestor. Old ancestor did not die. He is back again." Hai Lu Lan expressed joy similarly on his face. Tai Bai Yun Sheng's expression was pale. If Giant Sun's will returned, 88 True Yang building would display the might of a rank 8 immortal Gu house. It could definitely trap a Gu immortal. This was no joke. How can this be? Even though I spent some time inside Hu immortal blessed land, but 15 minutes was far from over. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk to the size of a pin. He was very stunned. He quickly used the glass owner token and checked the situation. Outside 88 True Yang building, there were layers and layers of golden sand-like light particles. That was the colossal Giant Sun's will. He was still growling furiously as he resisted the assault of the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. He constantly exerted pressure and attempted to barge into 88 True Yang building. The Giant Sun's will that is outside did not come in. Then who is this Giant Sun's will here? Where did he come from? Fang Yuan was very perplexed. But this Giant Sun's will that just appeared did not want to give him time to think. Heaven and earth shook, those which were running, those which were helping Tai Bai Yun Sheng, those which were standing in place, those which were trapping Ma Hongyun. All the treemen stopped their actions, standing still like statues. Fang Yuan's face was red. The glass owner token in his hand was hot like fire. Cracks started appearing on the owner token. In just a moment, the glass owner token was on the brink of collapsing. Damn it! Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. This mysterious Giant Sun's will was getting rid of the Central Continent Gu Immortals arrangements rapidly. The third arrangement that Central Continent Gu immortals made was extremely hidden. It was not easy for Giant Sun's will to find it, but right now, Fang Yuan had completely unleashed it. There was no way to hide it. This mysterious Giant Sun's will found it easily. Once the glass owner token breaks, the third arrangement would lose effect, and the Giant Sun's will outside would be free to enter and exit True Yang Building. By that time, even if Giant Sun's will did not use 88 True Yang Building, he could easily kill Fang Yuan using his own ability. An unprecedented danger had descended upon Fang Yuan. Don't tell me I need to use Spring Autumn Cicada. No. The risk of using Spring Autumn Cicada is too high. I am not at that stage yet. I have to persevere. I can still go on. Fang Yuan growled angrily. He sent his will into the glass owner token. Bam! The next moment, through the glass owner token, his will clashed with the Giant Sun's will that had appeared out of nowhere. Ugh! Fang Yuan's body shuddered. He spurted out a mouthful of blood as the will he injected was completely obliterated. His head hurt intensely, like it was going to break apart. His mind suffered a huge blow, as Mo Yao's will screamed continually. Fang Yuan's body shook. He felt dizzy and could not stand. After enduring for a few breaths, he fell from the tule tree branch. Swoosh! Wind blew as the three closest treemen suddenly stretched out their tree vine hands, grabbing at Fang Yuan with ill intent. Fang Yuan lost the contest. Giant Sun's will had regained control of this round. Thus, the treemen also became Fang Yuan's enemies. They would not rest until they killed Fang Yuan. Because of this sudden event, Ma and Zhou escaped death. Under the influence of their will to live, they started escaping blindly among the chaotic tree roots. At the moment of danger, Fang Yuan was barely able to regain awareness. He shouted lightly, injecting his primeval essence into his goo worms, mustering his strength and punching and kicking the large tree hand that was coming for him. Bam, bam, bam. After 3 explosive sounds, the fists were shattered as Fang Yuan adjusted his balance in the air, landing hastily. The aftermath of competing against Giant Sun's will remained. His ears were buzzing and his hearing was nearly completely gone. But Fang Yuan had no regret. In fact, he opened his mouth, laughing loudly. Excellent! The earlier clash of wills was not elegant in the least, but it not only allowed Fang Yuan to keep his glass owner token, he even found out the truth about Giant Sun's will. This newly appeared and mysterious will was not as powerful as expected. He did not expect Fang Yuan to make such a choice either. This will was split into 3. The largest portion of it was dealing with the third arrangement. A small portion was busy fighting for the control rights of this round, while the last portion was victorious in the contest against Fang Yuan through the glass owner token. In the end, Fang Yuan's injected will exterminated the victorious Giant Sun's will, and combined with the third arrangement, although his will was wiped out, he successfully caused harm to that large portion of Giant Sun's will. Thus, Giant Sun's will was only left with a small portion that was controlling this round. Giant Sun's will fell into extreme anger. He did not expect this tiny mortal to have the guts to challenge his will directly. He did not expect that this mortal had stored so many wills in his mind either. This was all thanks to Mo Yao, honestly. In order to deal with Mo Yao, Fang Yuan stored large amounts of wills in his mind as a backup. He had special will, play will, deliberate will, keep will, heart will, and others. He had a variety of many wills. Giant Sun's will greatly underestimated Fang Yuan's capacity, and as he was anxious to save the situation, he was counterattacked by Fang Yuan and in the end was caught off guard and suffered a great loss. Scoundrel! I will decimate your corpse! Giant Sun's will was angered to his boiling point. He continued to manipulate the treemen to attack. Fang Yuan dodged left and right, using all his effort to heal his injuries. These treemen had thick skin and flesh. Even if their branches, arms, and legs were broken, they would not die. They had very strong vitality. It was not a good idea to fight them head-on. While he dodged, Fang Yuan's injuries recovered rapidly. He quickly realized that the treemen were not only attacking him, but also Tai Bai Yun Sheng and even Ma Hong Yun. More accurately, they were attacking Zhao Lian Yun, who was beside Ma Hong Yun. Ma and Zhao escaped under the pursuit of the tree men. They were in a dangerous situation. They frantically escaped without a goal, but they actually got near to Fang Yuan. "Please save us!" Ma Hongyun finally saw Fang Yuan shouting loudly for help. So naive. Fang Yuan laughed sinisterly, immediately going closer to him. As the two sides got closer, Fang Yuan shouted loudly, "Giant Sun's will is trying to kill you. We have a common enemy. Come here." "Be careful." Zhao Lian Yun, who was running, showed hesitation and worry, but the current situation was only Fang Yuan could protect them. They were unable to hold on much longer. If they stayed, they would definitely get killed by the tree men. If they went to Fang Yuan, they at least had a chance of survival. "Save! Of course we'll save them. Quickly, save them!" In his mind, Mo Yao's will suddenly shouted. "What?" Fang Yuan thought he heard wrongly. Mo Yao spoke quickly. "Do you still not understand? Giant Sun's will is a huge special will. He knows the power of fortune rivaling heaven gu. His intention is not to deal with Ma Hong Yun. But when he was first formed, his main body had placed a rule on him. That was to exterminate any otherworldly demon he sees. She's an otherworldly demon. Don't tell me you are not interested. But the most important thing is, if you save that Zhao Lian Yun, it will be the best weapon against Giant Sun's will. Since Ma Hong Yun and Zhao Lian Yun are truly in love, they will definitely be enemies with Giant Sun's will. By then, Giant Sun's will would be dealt with using the power of fortune rivaling heaven gu. Mo Yao's words were very moving. At once, the hidden killing intent that he had towards Ma Hong Yun shrunk. Wait, Ma and Zhao are in grave danger now. They might get squashed or trampled by the tree men at any moment. If I appear now, wouldn't I be saving them? Fang Yuan suddenly thought of this, becoming stunned. Although Ma Hong Yun was rank 3, he was too hard to kill. The first time Fang Yuan's killing intent appeared, He Lu Lan showed his trump card. He unleashed his extreme physique and chased after Tai Bai Yun Sheng. The come time he had killing intent, Giant Sun's will came out of nowhere and gravely injured Fang Yuan. And now, his ears were buzzing, and his mind was weakened by at least 30%. Even though he protected the glass owner token and caused harm to Giant Sun's will, he lost control over this round. Now, Fang Yuan had his third wave of killing intent, and Mo Yao was the one who stopped him. But the problem was, she made perfect sense. Even Fang Yuan himself was convinced. The reason Fang Yuan wanted to kill Ma Hong Yun earlier was to change the land spirit's ownership. But now that He Lu Lan showed his true battle strength and protected the false emotion fake will gu, thus Fang Yuan did not have it. What use was there in killing the two? Don't tell me that this third time, the one stopping me is actually myself. As he was struck by reality, Fang Yuan was tongue-tied. Chapter 620. Stopped by himself. Translator. Chibi General Editor. Chibi General, the Fang Yuan truly experienced the might of fortune rivaling heaven gu now. This was a form of helplessness, like being played by destiny, where one would not know whether to laugh or cry, and the more they struggled, the deeper they would fall into despair. Forced by the situation and in order to avoid calamity, it seemed Fang Yuan could only choose to maximize his benefits. The distance between the two sides rapidly shortened. To save them or not to save them? Mo Yao repeatedly screamed in Fang Yuan's mind. Save! Save them! Reason also told Fang Yuan that saving Ma Hong Yun would make him stand on the same side as fortune, rivaling heaven, and he could borrow its strength to deal with Giant Sun's will. However, there was a voice in Fang Yuan's heart. This voice growled, shouted, and roared. Save! Am I going to surrender? Am I going to lower my head? I can kill him with one slap. What am I afraid of? Afraid of these two trash. Even fortune rivaling heaven cannot obstruct me. Fang Yuan's ears were buzzing non-stop, but this voice kept on getting louder, gradually suppressing every other sound. He felt bursts of intense headaches. He felt his mouth go dry in front of these choices. That voice in his heart, however, was getting louder and clearer till his heart started to tremor. Every howl, every roar, every shout seemed to throw a bundle of firewood into the fury in Fang Yuan's heart. The burning flames surged. That was the fire of ambition, his fighting spirit, his unyielding, obstinate spirit of challenging the strong. The flames soared. Fang Yuan's eyes turned bloodshot. His blood boiled and surged like the surging waves. "Come, let me send you off personally." Fang Yuan spoke, his voice hoarse like sand gritting on iron. He did what he would normally not do, going against his style of prioritizing benefits. With a malevolent expression and eyes shining with sharp killing intent, he smashed apart the giant treeman in front of him, tearing the countless twisting and coiling vines. He reached Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun. Then, he lifted his fist. Before his punch even struck out, the terrifying fist ore already condensed into solid. The brutal killing intent almost solidified even the air. "Ah!" Ma Hongyun's eyes opened wide, never having expected Fang Yuan to have such resolute killing intent. He turned pale with fright, and in his panic, he unexpectedly stumbled and fell to the ground. Ouch! Zhao Lianyun had been holding hands with Ma Hongyun, and was thus also pulled down to the ground. This unforeseen event shocked Fang Yuan. He was already extremely vigilant because of the repeated accidents, but he soon found that this small accident only prolonged the time he struck them by a little. At the same time, two giant tree men also reached Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun. No matter which treeman it would only need 1 foot to crush these two to pieces. But Giant Sun's will truly did not want to harm Ma Hongyun, and could only mobilize vines to scuttle to Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun to separate them, and then kill Zhao Lianyun. 5 treemen suddenly pierced out of the ground at this moment and coincidentally blocked Fang Yuan's way. This strong defense required Fang Yuan to waste at least a dozen breath of time. Giant Sun's will was using his previous tactics again. At present, the extremely weak land spirit was already booted from the playing field. False emotion fake Will Gu was safe as it was being protected by Hai Lu Lan. Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun might have become the owners of the blessed land, but as long as Zhao Lianyun was killed, this connection would be cancelled. At that time, it would not be too late to salvage the situation by using false emotion, fake Will Gu, to make Hai Lu Lan and Ma Hongyun the owners of Imperial Court blessed land. Thus, Giant Sun's will was obstructing Fang Yuan from killing Ma Hongyun. Damn it! This kind of feeling again, always at the crucial place and at the crucial time. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth and used all his strength to forcibly break through the defensive line. Thud, thud, thud. Thunder-like collisions occurred one after another. Fang Yuan was like a tiger let loose, his fierce offense directly breaking the treeman's defense. The whole process only lasted less than 10 breaths. However, Fang Yuan also had to pay a heavy price. 3 enormous wounds were added to Fang Yuan's body. One ran through his chest, another pierced his back, and another formed a bloody hole on his stomach with the size of a baby's fist. His right forearm was severely fractured. His left leg was twisted grotesquely to the side. Ha ha ha! Fang Yuan, however, howled with laughter. He could not use his hand and leg for a while, but he still had movement. Gu, he could still fly. He rapidly chased after Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun through the air. Ma Hongyun hunched over, protecting Zhao Lianyun tightly under him. Vines were coiling around them from outside. These vines wanted to separate the two without harming Ma Hongyun. Ma Hongyun faced off against the vines, but naturally he was weaker and looked on as he and Zhao Lianyun were forcibly separated. He bit his lips and glared with furious eyes, but he was powerless. No! He roared with bloodshot eyes. Despair and pain filled him as he saw his lover about to die in front of him, appearing like a beast forced into a corner. Save him quickly. Now is the best time to save him. As long as you save them, Ma Hongyun will definitely feel grateful to you. You can then borrow the strength of his fortune that rivals heaven. Just think, why is Giant Sun's will not killing Ma Hongyun? It is to use his luck, Mo Yao shouted again, persuading Fang Yuan. Update by, you really speak a lot of nonsense, Fang Yuan replied with ruthless coldness. Success was in front of him, but he instead calmed down. He had no expression on his face, not even the previous malevolent look. Die! When Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun was in his range, Fang Yuan immediately struck out with a fatal attack. This attack had earth-shattering power, bursting all the air in front of it. The incomparably violent power was like an evil dragon rising to heaven, as it shrouded over Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun. No! This time, it was Giant Sun's will who let out a helpless and desperate shout. He immediately mobilized the surrounding treemen to use their own bodies to protect Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun. The tree vines no longer separated the two. Instead, they attempted to rapidly evacuate them. But Giant Sun's will was still feeling dejected. He knew all these would be of no use. This strike filled with Fang Yuan's pent-up wrath. How could it be so easily blocked and avoided? The treemen's trunks were smashed apart. The vines also did not have enough time to evacuate Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun. In the end, the attack that still had its peak offensive power was about to directly smash them into pieces. Even though there were countless treemen filling the vast forest, it was all too late. Fang Yuan was resolute, erupting with all his strength to break through the defensive line and succeeded in grabbing the crucial moment. The treemen's movement was slow, and they were not good at providing swift reinforcement. Ma Hongyun was definitely dead meat. At this moment, not only Fang Yuan, even Giant Sun's will also thought this so. Not only did they think so, even Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun did not have any hope of surviving the attack. Any factors that could influence the situation had seemingly already played their part. Halo Lan, Tai Bai Yunsheng, 88. True Yang Building, Giant Sun's Will, Frost, Jade Peacock, Fang Yuan, Mo Yao. All these people or things had shown all their strength by this point. Time seemed to slow down. Fang Yuan's lips curled up to reveal a smile. Now, is there anything left that can save Ma Hongyun? However, at the next moment, rumble. A loud sound rang out, causing huge tremors and making countless trees creak. Dazzling golden rays of light shone over the whole round. Has Giant Sun's will entered True Yang Building? Fang Yuan turned grave, but soon discovered that was not the case. Giant Sun's will was still taking a beating outside the building. Central Continent's Gu immortals had planned for countless years to create the third method. It could never be underestimated. If not for this, Central Continent's Gu immortals would not have been able to overthrow 88 True Yang Building and return victorious in Fang Yuan's previous life. The enormous golden light lump moved like a meteor, and before the sound even registered in one's ears, it crashed onto the ground, instantly destroying the surrounding treemen and protecting Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun within it. Isn't this that luck path supreme true inheritance? Mo Yao was so shocked she involuntarily screamed out. What's going on? Shouldn't this supreme true inheritance be in true inheritance secluded domain? How did it suddenly crash into this round and throw itself towards Ma Hongyun's body? With no choice, Fang Yuan could only stop his footsteps. He had already experienced the might of a supreme true inheritance in true inheritance secluded domain. This was not something he could touch. But why Ma Hongyun is covered by this light? But why has nothing happened to him? For a moment, Fang Yuan could not help but feel extremely dejected. He had used all his strength in his third attempt to kill Ma Hongyun. He had even seen hope a moment ago. The success had seemingly been right in front of him, but he still failed in the end. Why did the supreme true inheritance move to Ma Hongyun? Impossible, this is impossible. Mo Yao completely lost self-control as she scratched at her head, causing her long hair to become messy, resembling a crazed woman. This was not surprising. She had suffered untold hardships, expended all her energy and effort, but was only able to open a crack in the luck path true inheritance, from which fortune rivaling heaven Gu escaped. Finally, she had no choice but to refine calamity beckoning Gu. But this calamity beckoning Gu was not able to assist her husband Bo Qing, causing her and Bo Qing to perish. But at this moment, she was watching this luck path supreme true inheritance, throwing itself at a rank 3 mortal. Even if you had fortune that rivaled heaven, isn't this going overboard? Why was it not me? I put in so much effort, paid such a huge price, why was it not me? Why was it this mere mortal, a fool, a kid? It is a comparison that could make one die from anger. Fang Yuan forcibly calmed down and tried hard to remove the unneeded emotions, reflecting on this event. A bright flash of inspiration seemed to roam around in his mind, but was extremely hard to get a grasp on. I understand. Suddenly, Fang Yuan's body shook as he grasped this flash of inspiration and understood this seemingly impossible event. This supreme true inheritance recognized Ma Hongyun and not others as its master of its own accord. This was because Ma Hongyun had the power of fortune rivaling heaven Gu on him. Fortune rivaling heaven Gu was the true essence of giant sun immortal venerable's luck path, the quintessential crystallization of luck path. To the supreme true inheritance, it was the leader and the emperor. But why did the supreme true inheritance not come earlier or later, but chose this exact moment? Luck path supreme true inheritance was located in true inheritance secluded domain. How could it come here for no rhyme or reason? These two questions actually pointed to the same factor: giant sun's will. Chapter 6. 121. Fighting. He Lu Lan. Translator, Chibi General. Editor, Chibi General. In the true inheritance, secluded domain, all of the true inheritances had giant sun's will in them. Otherwise, how could all these fated individuals succeed in taking these inheritances, especially those immortal Gu? It was just like charging through rounds in 88 true Yang building. In every one of the rounds that had Gu worms as rewards, these Gu worms were all refined by giant sun's will in advance. When these Gu masters succeed and obtain the Gu worms, they are able to refine these Gu worms instantly and keep them in their aperture, because giant sun's will was purposely letting them have the Gu. Because of this reason, as long as a Gu master is willing to give his Gu worm away to someone else, they can always create a phenomenon of instant refinement. Earlier, when giant sun's will was slumbering, the refinement of wild Gu worms was extremely slow. When Fang Yuan first ventured into true Yang building, he made use of this loophole. Every true inheritance was governed by giant sun's will. The reason why the luck path supreme true inheritance did not fly towards Ma Hongyun earlier was due to this. But now the true inheritance flew into Ma Hongyun's arms and made him its master. This was not giant sun's will's intention. What giant sun's will wanted was to control Ma Hongyun. Why would he allow him to grow stronger and become more uncontrollable? Thus the truth was revealed. Within the luck path supreme true inheritance there was no giant sun's will. Giant sun's will retreated on his own. This allowed the supreme true inheritance to act on its own. Thereafter, the newly created wild Gu will went towards Ma Hongyun. This created another question. Why would giant sun's will retreat for no reason? Fang Yuan thought about the second time he struck and was about to kill Ma Hongyun, but out of nowhere, giant sun's will appeared. At this point, it was no longer a mystery. Fang Yuan used the third method, temporarily expelling giant sun's will out of true Yang building. Afterwards, he entered true Yang building and successfully convinced Tai Bai Yun Sheng to revive Dang Hun Mountain. After that, he came back, attempting to control Imperial Court-blessed land. During the second attempt, when he tried to kill Ma Hongyun, he was obstructed by a sudden burst of giant sun's will. At that point, Fang Yuan was very confused. But now, he understood. This mysterious giant sun's will was pulled out of those true inheritances. Giant sun's will was anxious at that time. In order to salvage the situation, he took this step. He almost succeeded by doing this, but unfortunately, Fang Yuan was too resolute. He directly faced off against him. Eventually, this forcefully extracted giant son's will was left with a final small portion that controlled this round. This means the Luck Path Supreme True Inheritance was able to save Ma Hongyun because of me. If I did not expel Giant Sun's will out of the tower, if I did not face off against Giant Sun's will, why would this happen now? To think that this third attempt was thwarted by myself after all. Thinking so, Fang Yuan sighed deeply as his killing intent towards Ma Hongyun vanished without a trace. The current Ma Hongyun was protected by the Luck Path True Inheritance. As a mortal, it was impossible for Fang Yuan to break through this defense. Sigh. I told you to save him earlier. You refused to listen. In his mind, Mo Yao calmed down and sighed in pity. Her tone carried some grievance. If you had saved them, you would gain Ma Hongyun's recognition and become protected by the Luck Path True Inheritance, just like Zhao Lianyun. The current Luck Path True Inheritance is a newborn wild will. It is like a baby without any internal defenses. If you are inside the Luck Path Inheritance, you will be able to learn about the details of this true inheritance. This is an immense opportunity, but you gave it up. Helping Ma Hongyun would result in benefits. Dealing with Ma Hongyun would result in Fang Yuan's current heavy injuries. Fang Yuan snickered. He already did it. There was not a bit of regret in his heart. He quickly retreated while healing his injuries, meanwhile replying to Mo Yao. Even if I cannot do anything to this Luck Path True Inheritance, do you think Giant Sun's will would do nothing? This Luck Path True Inheritance is one of the 3 supreme true inheritances inside the True Inheritance secluded domain. Why would Giant Sun's will allow it to acknowledge a new master like this? In Giant Sun's will's heart, it was not unacceptable to pass this Luck Path True Inheritance to Ma Hongyun, but Ma Hongyun's heart was with an otherworldly demon. That was a huge taboo. Giant Sun's will was a special will. When the main body first created it, he assigned a special meaning for it to do its best to slaughter any otherworldly demon it comes into contact with. Now that Zhao Lianyun was protected by the Luck Path True Inheritance, if Giant Sun's will wanted to kill this otherworldly demon, he would need to remove the Luck Path True Inheritance's hindrance. Thus, the entire forest flew into a rage. Countless treemen were uprooted, encircling the Luck Path True Inheritance. Large numbers of treemen were entangling with each other. All of their roots and vines were coiling around each other to form huge tree men. Each were at least 300 meters tall. Their aura was shocking to Fang Yuan. Giant Sun's will put in all its effort in order to kill Zhao Lianyun. Fang Yuan managed to retreat successfully. Exterminating the otherworldly demon was Giant Sun's will's most important mission. With the appearance of the Luck Path True Inheritance, his attention was drawn over. Fang Yuan was a threat that ranked much lower than them. Giant Sun's will also knew that he could do nothing to Fang Yuan now. Weighing the two sides, and because Giant Sun's will had limited strength, he decided to focus solely on dealing with the Luck Path True Inheritance. Very soon, Fang Yuan got close to the place Tai Bai Yunsheng and He Lu Lan were fighting at. Tai Bai Yunsheng was suppressed, but He Lu Lan had no ability to claim victory either. Tai Bai Yunsheng was a healing Gu master and a flying master. The former allowed him to specialize in drawn-out battles, while the latter allowed him to escape like a slippery eel. He was hard to pin down. The two's battle had turned into a stalemate. The two fought from the sky to the ground. Their attacks were fierce and the battle brought disaster to the nearby trees, causing the surroundings to be full of fallen trees and debris. "Senior brother Tai Bai, let me help you," Fang Yuan shouted. Senior brother. These two words triggered He Lu Lan as he immediately thought of Central Continent. That was because in the 5 regions, the other 4 regions were overwhelmingly family-based inheritances. Only Central Continent was dominated by a sect-based system. He Lulan's eyes were staring wide as he screamed like a bear. "You are a scoundrel that had planned for a long time indeed. You two sect brothers have hidden yourselves deeply. Right now, since you are seeking your own death, I will grant you your wish." Saying this, he aimed at Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yun Sheng and sent 4 punches at them. The fist chi burst out, transforming into a human strength phantom in mid-air, having He Lulan's appearance. The 4 fist shadows split up. One of them charged towards Tai Bai Yun Sheng, while the other 3 went towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was immortal. Tai Bai Yun Sheng was a Gu immortal. Targeting the weakest link was a common strategy. 3 human strength phantoms attacked Fang Yuan, and the last one was to prevent Tai Bai Yun Sheng from reinforcing him. "Quickly retreat!" Tai Bai Yun Sheng was shocked. He gave a quick warning. He was very familiar with this strength path killer move's power. He had obtained a lot of defensive Gu worms in Hu Immortal Blessed Land thanks to Fang Yuan's gift. But after battling for so long, Tai Bai Yun Sheng's defensive Gu worms were mostly dead. He even suffered heavy injuries several times. It showed the power of He Lulan's strength path killer move. 3 human strength phantoms flew over with an imposing aura, whipping up a fierce wind. What a strong killer move. Even Mo Yao's will in his mind praised upon seeing this. "Be careful. He Lulan's strength path killer move definitely surpasses your 4-arm Earth King killer move." Fang Yuan snickered. He showed no fear, but instead oozed with battle intent, ready to fight. "Of course I won't use 4-arm Earth King because I have an even stronger strength path killer move." Saying this, he paused for a while before shouting, "Come, 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King." Bam! A formless aura burst out. The horrifying pressure flooded the surrounding area. Intense pain could be felt. Like surging waves, they attacked his heart. Fang Yuan, however, felt immeasurable pleasure. His body expanded rapidly. His skin lost its gloss and moisture, becoming dark and hard. His defense rose rapidly. In just a moment, he transformed into a 6-meter-tall giant. On his back, 6 huge, monstrous arms grew out. The fingers were thick and scary, each having their own distinctive appearance. It made people feel fear upon seeing them. 3 human strength phantoms arrived before Fang Yuan. "Good timing," Fang Yuan muttered, facing them head-on with no fear. As fists and legs clashed, they fought directly. Bam, bam, bam. Thunderous explosions occurred endlessly. Be it Fang Yuan or He Lulan's 3 human strength phantoms, they had great power, and each of their blows tore through the air. Tai Bai Yun Sheng had a worried expression, but after watching for a few breaths' time, his eyes expanded. Fang Yuan was a mere mortal, but he could face off against 3 human strength phantoms at once. The 2 were evenly matched, but the 3 human strength phantoms had sentience. After failing to take him down, they started cooperating, pincer attacking Fang Yuan from his front, upper left corner and lower right corner. "Be careful," Tai Bai Yun Sheng shouted to warn him. He had previously suffered greatly due to this. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, displaying his grand demeanor. He had previously activated his killer move, growing 6 monstrous arms. With his own 2 arms, he had 8 arms. The 8 arms moved in a circular motion. The punches were executed like a fierce rain. It defended him tightly. He managed to completely block the 3 human strength phantoms attacking from all directions without a single weak point. He actually blocked it, this killer move. He Lulan's heart jumped. His expression turned grim. Sigh, half an immortal's battle strength, this guy is a monster. Tai Bai Yun Sheng saw this and sighed. He was surprised, and yet not surprised. Thinking of his master, everything could be explained. Thus, Tai Bai Yun Sheng's heart was at ease. He could concentrate on dealing with the human strength phantom fighting against him. He waved his sleeve and countless lights flew out from it. Chainsaw wind blade, flame sword flash, azure blue water python, golden silk net. Up to 100 goo worms were activated at once. They gave off a dazzling rainbow light resembling fireworks. The human strength phantom was covered by the smoke. Its speed became slower. Thus it immediately changed directions and shot out like lightning. But Tai Bai Yun Sheng's attacks followed after it. It was unceasing. A fireworks-like display of attacks were unleashed endlessly. The human strength phantom had the ability to think. It knew how to fly in an arc, attempting to get close to Tai Bai Yun Sheng. But Tai Bai Yun Sheng also retreated at the same time, while his attacks showed no signs of slowing down. He was a goo immortal with near limitless primeval essence. If not for the fact that he had just become a goo immortal and had not made any accumulations, resulting in a low quantity of goo worms, he would have hundreds and thousands of goo worms once used together. They would create a terrifying attack. Human strength phantom could block most of the attacks, but under the flurry of attacks, it continued to be weakened, and the phantom was turning lighter and more transparent. But Hai Lu Lan's motive had been achieved. Tai Bai Yun Sheng did not have a strong attacking method. He could only weaken the human strength phantom slowly. He was old and wise, but because he was vigilant and had never charged ahead courageous, it was difficult for him to be an effective reinforcement for Fang Yuan. This was because of his nature. Otherwise, back then, he would not have chosen the as-before time path inheritance from the 3 immortal inheritances. However, even though Hai Lu Lan achieved his goals in this battle, he was unable to be happy. That was because he realized Fang Yuan did not need reinforcements. Over there, Fang Yuan was fighting 3 human strength phantoms at once. Both sides used attacks to counter attacks. The 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King's defense was truly astounding. Ha ha ha! Fang Yuan got more ferocious as he fought. His punches and kicks were lively, and their speed was increasing. In the end, his fist shadows turned into a black afterimage from his sheer speed. The 3 human strength phantoms were expended greatly in the battle. Bam! 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 3 explosions occurred. The 3 human strength phantoms could not sustain themselves anymore and were smashed to bits, turning into fist ki and vanishing. Hai Lu Lan's pupils shrunk, but the battle intent in his heart surged like raging tides. Interesting. This killer move is very powerful. It is almost on par with my killer move. But most importantly, he has such rich battle experience. His physical combat skills can be said to be at a master's level. If it were others, they might not be able to unleash the power of this killer move to such an extent. Hai Lu Lan licked his lips. His eyes were shining with ruthlessness and excitement. The earlier attack was not his full strength. He was only probing. The battle with Tai Bai Yun Sheng was very annoying, because Tai Bai Yun Sheng was escaping most of the time, while Hai Lu Lan could not catch up to him. Thus, he could not use any of his strength. Now that this Fang Yuan, who was a tough opponent, appeared, his battle intent naturally surged. After destroying 3 human strength phantoms, Fang Yuan did not attack rashly, but instead floated in the same spot. The 2 were about 1,000 steps away, and their vicious gazes were colliding. "Stop fighting. Come over here and help." At this time, Hai Lu Lan heard Giant Sun's will's instructions. "But old ancestor..." Hai Lu Lan hesitated. His battle intent was wavering, but Sun Immortal Venerable's status in his heart was still very high. This was not about personality, but because he had been influenced to feel the pride of his bloodline since he was young. This was a significant element in Hai Lu Lan's self-worth. Forget about them. Killing the otherworldly demon and taking back the Luck Path true inheritance is most important. Giant Sun's will replied quickly. This is the only record of this Luck Path true inheritance that I left behind in the entire world. Even in Longevity Heaven, I did not leave behind any details regarding it. I am about to open the entrance to the true inheritance secluded domain. You will go and help push this Luck Path true inheritance into the secluded domain. This round was already controlled by Giant Sun's will. The tree men filled the area like a sea. However, Even though Giant Sun's will had the ability to break apart the luck path true inheritance by force, he could not do so. Firstly, it took too much time. That could lead to unexpected consequences. Secondly, breaking apart the luck path true inheritance was the same as destroying the supreme true inheritance. Chapter 622. Grasping the biggest flaw. Translator, Chibi. General Editor, Chibi. General, the situation in 88 True Yang Building twisted and turned with no end in sight. Once the invincible being dominating the entire world, the ruler of an era, the rank 9 immortal venerable giant sun, the terrifying will that he had specially left behind to take charge of 88 True Yang Building. The winner of the last Imperial Court contest, the current tribe leader of a superforce, He tribe, possessing the great strength. True martial physique of the 10 extreme physiques, He Lu Lan. Standing tall above the center of northern plains as countless years of change were experienced, and yet imprisoned for hundreds of thousands of years. The land spirit Frost Jade Peacock. A living legend helping the injured for almost all his life, his benevolence and his name renowned far and wide, owning a Gu immortal inheritance, advancing to a rank 6 Gu immortal, possessing 2 mysterious immortal Gu, Tai Bai Yun Sheng, as well as the owner of Spring Autumn Cicada, ranked 7th amongst the top 10 mystical Gu, the owner of Hu immortal blessed land, a mortal who has possession of multiple immortal Gu, a reborn 500-year-old demon, Gu Yue Fang Yuan, favored by rank 8 fortune rivaling heaven Gu, a Gu immortal in Fang Yuan's previous life who had successively inherited Giant Sun's inheritance, and an opportunity left behind by thieving heaven demon Venerable, becoming a great hero of northern plains who resisted the invasion of central continent, Ma Hong Yun. Viewed as an otherworldly demon by Giant Sun's will, Ma Hongyun's wife in Fang Yuan's previous life who became a wisdom path Gu immortal and provided innumerable amount of assistance to her husband, the legendary woman Zhao Lian Yun, and also the former rank 7 Gu immortal, a refinement path grandmaster, the 36th generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House, Mo Yao, who had schemed against 88 True Yang Building, the mysterious will she left behind following her death. All these existences had their own thoughts with their respective goals, and on this platform of the collapsing Imperial Court-blessed land, they collided and contended with each other. They had their own advantages, abilities, and also had their respective weaknesses and flaws. These were all individuals overflowing with talents. They were elites or heroes of their generations. They were either proficient in scheming and strategizing, being master tacticians, or had immense strength or absurd luck. The intense stimulation of life and death, the enticement of enormous benefits, caused these existences to perform to their full strength, using all their abilities and trump cards, perhaps betting it all and risking everything in a single moment, or strategizing to control the situation. Thus, the state of affairs became clear from time to time, while turning indistinct at the next moment. They had contended till now, but the situation was still chaotic. Only Frost Jade Peacock was pulled out of the game, while the others could tilt the whole set of circumstances with their every move, and were not existences that could be underestimated in their influence to the final outcome. Now, the main part of Giant Sun's will had been forced out of 88 True Yang Building for the moment by Fang Yuan's trump card, suffering the intense assaults of the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. Giant Sun's will was the most powerful existence among those present. On one hand, his main portion tried to return to 88 True Yang Building, and on the other, he took the risk of drawing out the sub-wills from true inheritances to seize back the control of the round, and then wholeheartedly tried to eliminate the otherworldly demon, Zhao Lian Yun. Ma Hong Yun and Zhao Lian Yun had become the masters of Imperial Court-blessed land by some twist of fate. They were also being protected by the luck path true inheritance and were safe for the moment. Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yun Sheng had made a temporary alliance, engaging in a round of probing confrontation with He Lu Lan. He Lu Lan's battle intent soared violently, and he was just about to fight Fang Yuan head-on when Giant Sun's will asked him to leave and deal with Ma Hongyun to take back the Luck Path True Inheritance. He Lu Lan hesitated, but chose to listen to Giant Sun's will in the end. "I will let you guys off for the moment." He glared at Fang Yuan before turning around and leaving quickly. Fang Yuan looked on as He Lu Lan left, floating in the sky without giving chase. Huff, huff. Tai Bai Yun Sheng let out a breath of turbid air, flying towards Fang Yuan. He might be a Gu immortal, but he only specialized in healing and lacked large numbers of mortal Gu. His battle strength compared to ordinary Gu. Immortals still had a great discrepancy. Through a prolonged battle, he had slowly worn down that human strength phantom to death. He Lu Lan is going to deal with Ma Hongyun to retrieve the Luck Path True Inheritance. Should we intervene in this? Mo Yao's will immediately suggested. This Luck Path True Inheritance was a supreme hidden treasure left behind by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Back then, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable used it as part of his journey in becoming the ruler of an era, invincible within the world. This Luck Path True Inheritance held extremely large temptation to any Gu master. Fang Yuan's gaze slightly flickered, but he did not move, instead turning his sight to look at his left. Not far from him, a whirlwind was forming. Careful, He Lu Lan's fist chi can still condense back even after being destroyed, Tai Bai Yun Sheng warned. Fang Yuan snorted, and with one step, appeared before the hurricane, punching it. Boom! A muffled sound rang out, and the fist chi was scattered again. The first aura was mostly dissipated, but the remaining fist chi still persisted in condensing back. But this quantity was rather small and was not able to condense into form. This Strength Path killer move. Fang Yuan's expression was heavy. Strength Path Phantoms were the long-range attacking method of Strength Path. However, this was the first time Fang Yuan had seen human Strength Phantoms possessing such spirituality. This seemed to be an innovation of which no records existed in all the Gu master history Fang Yuan knew of. It could be even called as He Lu Lan's Strength Path Phantom. More importantly, this He Lu Lan's Strength Path Phantom could condense back even after being destroyed. This gave the feeling of a never-ending source of harassment. He Lu Lan has certainly not used his full strength. If he can attack with 20 human strength phantoms at the same time, and the remaining fist chi can condense again, that power would be terrifying. If he can send out 30 human strength phantoms, then this Strength Path killer move can absolutely contend with your 6-arm heavenly zombie king. Mo Yao's will evaluated with a grave tone. What killer move is this? Do you have any impressions of it? Fang Yuan asked. Mo Yao's will slowly shook her head. I am not a Strength Path Gu immortal. This killer move also greatly involves Soul Path and Chi Path. In addition, it has other pivotal mechanics. It should be a modern innovation, as it is greatly different from ancient styles. I am guessing that this is an innovation of the current generation. 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King was researched by Fang Yuan and perfected by Mo Yao. But there were no lack of geniuses in this world. It was not just Fang Yuan alone who could innovate a Strength Path killer move. Of course, Fang Yuan specialized in Blood Path in his previous life, and had only cultivated Strength Path on the side. Treemen flocked one after the other, forming a majestic green wave that attempted to drown Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun. However, Giant Sun's Luck Path True Inheritance was like a giant golden egg that firmly protected the two. Giant Sun's will was concerned about the consequences of his actions. He truly wanted to kill the otherworldly demon Zhao Lianyun, but also wanted to protect this unique existence that was Giant Sun's Luck Path True Inheritance. When he saw He Lu Lan near, he hurriedly transmitted his voice. I will open the passage to True Inheritance secluded domain. Help me push the Luck Path True Inheritance into it. He Lu Lan nodded. His whole body shook as he punched out with both his fists. Fist chi surged out violently. Boom, boom, boom. Muffled explosions rang out in the air non-stop, the fist key condensing one after another into He Lu Lan's strength path phantoms. 10, 20, 30, 40. Fang Yuan's pupils could not help but shrink upon seeing this. Tai Bai Yunsheng's expression turned pale, revealing intense fear in his eyes. 40 of He Lu Lan's strength path phantoms moved down together and surrounded the luck path true inheritance in just a moment. A dark crack slowly appeared in the air above the luck path true inheritance. The crack enlarged till it formed a large and round passage. This deep, dark passage was directly linked to true inheritance secluded domain. Strength path phantoms shouted together before actually lifting Giant Sun's true inheritance slightly. The surrounding tree men also moved their large hands to help. The python-like green vines coiled around together to assist in this. Giant Sun's true inheritance erupted with an intense and dazzling light. The treemen melted like snow. The coiling vines could not even last for 2 breaths before being destroyed completely. Strength path phantoms also continued to crumble but condensed back a short while after. He Lu Lan stood at the outer periphery. He was like an endless source of strength, striking out with large numbers of strength path phantoms one after another. Under his effort, Giant Sun's true inheritance slowly left the ground. At the same time, the round passage in the air also erupted with an intense force of suction, like a giant mouth attempting to take back Giant Sun's true inheritance into its belly. He can actually form so many strength path phantoms simultaneously. What kind of killer move is this? Tai Bai Yunsheng cried out involuntarily at this astonishing sight. Mo Yao's will also said to Fang Yuan, "Your strength path killer move is specialized for close combat. He Lu Lan's killer move, however, is the exact opposite of yours, specializing in long-range combat. This killer move is equally matched with your 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King. But in He Lu Lan's hands, the strength it can erupt with far surpasses yours by several times." He Lu Lan was the possessor of great strength true martial physique of the 10 extreme physiques, and Fang Yuan was not. In the legends, Gu masters who had great strength true martial physique not only had immense strength, their stamina would also never run out. At the same time, their self-recovery ability was also extremely astonishing. Any strength path killer move would erupt with strength that far surpassed their usual strength under the hands of great strength true martial physique. What should we do now? Tai Bai Yunsheng stood beside Fang Yuan, fixing his gaze at the contest of strength between He Lu Lan and Giant Sun's true inheritance. He continued with a regretful tone. This is a supreme true inheritance. Giant Sun's will is taking it back to true inheritance secluded domain. Unfortunately, He Lu Lan is there, so we cannot get a share of the action. His tone contained the meaning of not being able to contend with He Lu Lan. This was not surprising. Tai Bai Yunsheng had a passive nature. A wise man looks after his own hide. He would not take extreme measures unless forced into a corner. Fang Yuan looked at Tai Bai Yunsheng and smiled. "What to do?" he asked and answered himself. "Of course we go to true inheritance secluded domain." Tai Bai Yunsheng was surprised. True inheritance secluded domain? Mo Yao's will shook before reacting, almost slapping her own thigh at the sudden realization. Right. There is no more of Giant Sun's will remaining in true inheritance secluded domain. Those true inheritances have become masterless objects. Previously, these true inheritances contained Giant Sun's will. Thus, one could only obtain the qualifications for the true inheritances by using an owner token. But it was different now. Giant Sun's will had moved away all the sub-wills. Young Wild Will grew soon after in the true inheritances, and they only needed to be manipulated appropriately to refine them easily. But you don't have much time. Giant Sun's main will outside the tower is going to return soon. You will only be able to choose one true inheritance in this time. Mo Yao's will reminded, Fang Yuan, you must quickly consider which inheritance you are going to choose. Tai Bai Yunsheng also realized this and asked another crucial question. This round is already controlled by Giant Sun's will. How do we enter true inheritance secluded domain? He had not even finished speaking when Fang Yuan took out fixed immortal travel, immortal goo. Tai Bai Yunsheng had held this immortal goo for safekeeping before, thus he was not surprised. But his gaze turned serious as he looked at Fang Yuan. If I am not wrong, fixed immortal travel can only carry one person, right? You are right. Fang Yuan nodded. So open up your immortal aperture and let me in. I will send you the image of true inheritance secluded domain through thought's transmission. Tai Bai Yunsheng suddenly realized, I almost forgot that I am a goo immortal. The immortal aperture of rank 6 and rank 7 goo immortals was called a blessed land. Imperial Court Blessed Land, Langya Blessed Land, and Hu Immortal Blessed Land were immortal apertures. They had vast space and were akin to a small world. Tai Bai Yunsheng's Tai Bai Blessed Land was naturally not an exception. Fang Yuan lent fixed immortal travel to Tai Bai Yunsheng and entered his immortal aperture, then sent his thoughts that recorded the image of true inheritance secluded domain. Tai Bai Yunsheng activated fixed immortal travel. Giant Sun's will had no spare energy to stop him, and could only let him go to true inheritance secluded domain one step earlier. Within the true inheritance secluded domain was a scene of chaos. The dozens of true inheritances were ruled by new wild wills and were like headless chickens flying around chaotically. From time to time they collided with each other, letting out sparks and causing unceasing wear and tear. Mo Yao felt great heartache at this scene. Make your choice quickly. These true inheritances are destroying each other. If the situation gets worse, even if you can get an inheritance, it might have already lost its essence. Fang Yuan did not have much time left and could only pick one true inheritance. He had already made a plan for this. He said in a deep voice, Mo Yao, I need your help. Speak quickly. Point me the location of the final supreme true inheritance. Mo Yao was stumped at Fang Yuan's words. Soon, her eyes and mouth opened wide. Her mind was greatly shaken. 88. True Yang Building contained 3 supreme true inheritances. Mo Yao was extremely clear about them, and she had introduced them to Fang Yuan when he had charged into true inheritance secluded domain before. The first supreme true inheritance was rank 9 Wisdom Gu. The second supreme true inheritance was Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's Luck Path inheritance. The third supreme true inheritance was 88 True Yang Building itself. That is to say, the one who obtains this true inheritance could control 88 True Yang Building. Why did I not think of it? Mo Yao mumbled in a daze. Giant Sun's will had transferred all the sub-wills away. Now is the best time to seize the authority over 88 True Yang Building. Right. Giant Sun's will had neglected this in fulfilling his desire to deal with Zhao Lianyun, thus exposing his greatest flaw and giving us the opportunity to turn around this crisis. Fang Yuan's eyes shone with a sharp brilliance. He looked at his surroundings, the fire of ambition soaring ever so high in his heart. He acutely grasped the flaw in the enemy. Win or lose, it all depended on this move. As long as he could take 88 True Yang Building for himself, he would have the territorial advantage. By that time, even if Giant Sun's main will were to be more formidable, he would only be a despondent dog locked out of the house, standing at the door and barking helplessly. Chapter 6. 123. Refining 88. True Yang. Building Translator, Chibi. General Editor, Chibi. General Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng moved forward in the true inheritance secluded domain. In the dark, true inheritance secluded domain, there was no more of the order and serenity from before. Because Giant Sun's will had been extracted fully, the dozens of true inheritances here were ownerless inheritances. Wild wills formed in them within a short time. These true inheritances were like shooting stars of all colors. Flying extremely quickly in this dark space, they weaved a beautiful, huge net with their trails. Swoosh! Another true inheritance flew quickly past Fang Yuan's left side. This true inheritance was only the size of a bowl. It was giving off a silvery light and was very dazzling. It almost touched Fang Yuan's body as it flew past. The silvery light shone on Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng's faces. Their expressions were quite ugly. Their gazes were full of anxiety and nervousness. These true inheritances were powerful and had special abilities. Most of them had immortal goo among the goo worms in them. Be it Fang Yuan or Tai Bai Yunsheng, they could not endure an attack from them. Especially now, when the true inheritances were guided by the newly birthed wills, who knew when they would display their immortal goo abilities. This could not be predicted. Moving around this place was like walking on a tightrope above death. These true inheritances are getting faster. Have you found the target yet? Tai Bai Yunsheng shouted at Fang Yuan. His voice was trembling. Soon, Fang Yuan answered. He also felt the pressure intensifying. Even though he was a flying master and had exceptional skill, the pressure now was tremendous. Bam! Just at this moment, there was a loud explosion. Oh no, quickly dodge! In Fang Yuan's mind, Mo Yao reminded. Not far away, two true inheritances collided. From the intense sounds produced by them, several goo worms were destroyed on the spot. Tai Bai Yunsheng had yet to feel pity at this, when his expression paled. The collision changed the two true inheritances' directions. One of them, which was bright yellow, flew towards them. During the moment of crisis, Tai Bai Yunsheng quickly activated all of his defensive goo, setting up 100 lines of defense around him and Fang Yuan. The incoming true inheritance came with a strong force, destroying all of the defensive lines without any difficulty. But during this period, Tai Bai Yunsheng managed to earn some precious time for him and Fang Yuan to escape. The shrill sound almost burst their eardrums as the meteor-like true inheritance flew away with a blazing tail. In the blink of an eye, it was more than 10,000 steps away from the two of them. My defense goo were almost all destroyed. Tai Bai Yunsheng's expression was pale. Where there is life, there is hope. We should retreat. Tai Bai Yunsheng had the intention of leaving already. Fang Yuan frowned. He was very clear on Tai Bai Yunsheng's nature. The older one was, the more cowardly they become. Tai Bai Yunsheng lacked the enthusiasm and spirit to take risks now. It was fine to ask him to heal others, but he was not an expert at putting himself into life and death situations. Just as Fang Yuan was thinking of what to say to spur Tai Bai Yunsheng's fighting spirit, Mo Yao screamed in his mind. Quickly look, just above you guys, we found it. Fang Yuan's mind became sharp. He quickly looked up. Indeed, a supreme true inheritance was flying slowly. The speed of the light lump was not fast. It was a stark contrast to the other ordinary true inheritances. It was the size of an adult person, glowing with an orange and red light, giving off the feeling of warmth. The surrounding true inheritances, when they got close to it, took detours and changed their directions. Between goo worms, there was absolute authority when they had a difference of 2 ranks. The authority of a supreme true inheritance was not something ordinary or unparalleled true inheritances could offend. Go! Fang Yuan was overjoyed. He shouted at Tai Bai Yunsheng before flying over. Hold on! All of you hold on! Ye Lui Sang's eyes were red. He shouted loudly as he activated his goo worms, emitting fierce flames. The flames burned, quickly spreading. The golden horn leopard group that was attacking them had good resistance to high temperature. But Ye Lui Sang's flames used the power of an immortal goo. The golden horn leopard group quickly melted in the flames, turning into puddles of golden mud. Seeing this, the surrounding goo masters cheered loudly. Lord Ye Lui Sang is incredible. Thankfully, Lord is here, otherwise we would be dead meat. Ye Lui Sang breathed roughly. He was exasperated, helpless, and angry. Damn it, what is going on? First, Tai Bai Yunsheng became an immortal. Next, Imperial Court-blessed land was facing destruction, ravaged by the once-in-10 years blizzard. Now even 88 true Yang building has come into the picture. I thought we could leave the trap, but the building's rounds suddenly triggered. If I knew this, I would not have entered the last Imperial Court contest. Ye Lui-Sang was scolding in his heart. Not just him, Ma Yingji, Luo Bojun, Gu Guolong, and the other survivors were all kept in the dark. They did not know the truth. These people were all Northern Plains Gu masters who had entered Imperial Court, Blessed Land. After Imperial Court Blessed Land was torn with several holes, the once in 10 years blizzard entered and wreaked havoc, killing almost all the mortals. Large numbers of low-rank Gu masters were injured or dead, but later, Giant Sun's wills found some time, despite being busy, to save some of the blood-related descendants. Ye Lui-Sang and the others were placed into the Golden Leopard round. When Fang Yuan activated the final trump card and sent Giant Sun's will out of 88 True Yang building temporarily, without Giant Sun's will controlling the round, the large Golden Horn Leopard group started attacking Ye Lui-Sang and the others fiercely, outside 88 True Yang building. The golden sand-like Giant Sun's will was covered the building like a thick layer of armor. Meanwhile, the terrifying heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity had combined into one, fusing to connect heaven and earth. It was pure white like snow, like a giant cocoon, enveloping the entire 88 True Yang building and Giant Sun's will in it. Outside the cocoon, wild winds blew. Sharp blades made of ice were flying around everywhere. Inside the cocoon, lightning flashed and the snow poured like a storm. Crack! A snow-white lightning flash was formed abruptly in the shape of a trident. The strange lightning descended from heaven, stabbing into Giant Sun's will. Snow War Tribulation Lightning! Giant Sun's will howled. This attack destroyed a large portion of Giant Sun's will. There was a huge injury appearing on the golden, sand-like armor. This Snow War Tribulation Lightning had amazing strength. It was extraordinary. Even Gu immortals would be moved when they see it, because it was one of the publicly recognized top 10 catastrophes. Just this hit alone destroyed countless numbers of Giant Sun's thoughts. But Giant Sun's will was left behind by an immortal venerable. Its foundation was immensely thick. The will that was like a golden sand armor quickly repaired itself. But other than the Snow War Tribulation Lightning, there were also Flying Needle Rain, Explosive Thunder Hail, Cruel Wind Scythe, and others. These did not exist earlier. They were formed from Tai Bai Yun Sheng's heavenly tribulation, chaotic lightning balls and earthly calamity restraining smoke, fusing with the once in 10 years blizzard. Heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities continued to rain down, carrying the intense rage of heaven and earth. Giant Sun's will resisted them desperately. His losses were great. Soon, very soon, in just several minutes, I will be able to break free of this obstacle and enter 88 True Yang building again. You actually dared to expel me from the building and keep me outside. I will tear your tendons and bones out. I will grind you to ashes. I will make you suffer a fate worse than death. Giant Sun's will had already transcended anger when he thought of Fang Yuan. Said this the 88 True Yang building. There was still a small portion of Giant Sun's will. Right now, he was controlling the Tree Men round, manipulating them and trying to push Giant Sun's inheritance back to the true inheritance secluded domain. Softly. Don't be too rough. This is the only one in the world. Giant Sun's will paid close attention to He Lu Lan. He Lu Lan was extremely irritated, but he could only reduce his strength. This was the one and only record of this luck path true inheritance that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had left behind. Once it was destroyed, it would be irrecoverable. Precisely because of this consideration, Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun, who were inside the luck path true inheritance, were able to survive. The two of them were hugging each other closely. They had no choice but to watch the giant light ball that was the luck path true inheritance slowly push towards the round tunnel. Even though they were famous and powerful characters in Fang Yuan's previous life, both Gu immortals right now, they were still too weak. One was a newly advanced rank 3 Gu master, while the other was a mortal who had not even started her cultivation journey. Tai Bai Yun Sheng and that Chang Shan Yin have gone missing. Success was at hand, as He Lulan could not control it anymore, saying, ever since Fang Yuan vanished, he had felt a vague sense of unease. Forget about them. In just a moment, my main will is going to return. By then, even if 2 or 3 more Gu immortals come, they cannot do anything. The important thing now is to get this luck path true inheritance into the true inheritance secluded domain. Most luck path Gu worms are formless and ethereal. Only that place can contain these Gu worms. Giant Sun's Will's voice resounded in He Lulan's ears. He Lulan nodded, shouting lowly as he mustered his strength. At once he unleashed 50 Strength Path Phantoms. These Strength Path Phantoms had superior wisdom. They quickly rushed towards the Luck Path True Inheritance. Enduring the blazing light, they pushed. The Luck Path True Inheritance was finally completely pushed into the True Inheritance secluded domain by this force. The tunnel closed. Success. Giant Sun's Will breathed out a deep sigh. Almost at the same time, the giant main will charged into the building. Giant Sun's Will, which was controlling the tree men round, fused with the main will, sharing their memories together. Fang Yuan, where are you? The main will screamed loudly with deep hatred. Greetings to old ancestor. He Lulan bowed deeply, showing great joy. The main will was like a small sun. It shone brightly and was very domineering. It could be said that He Lulan had helped Giant Sun's Will in many ways. Giant Sun's Will was just about to praise him, but suddenly shouted in anger. You are all courting death. You dare to refine my 88 true Yang building. Inside Giant Sun's secluded domain, Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yun Sheng stretched out their palms, pressing the true inheritance light lump forcefully. Their expressions were pale and their bodies were shivering. Quickly, just one last bit and we would succeed. In his mind, Mo Yao's will shouted anxiously. Chapter 624. Shameless and devious scoundrel. Translator. Chibi, General Editor. Chibi General. In true inheritance, secluded domain, Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yun Sheng were firmly holding a supreme true inheritance from its left and right. Thanks to the guidance of Mo Yao's will, along with Giant Sun's will being emptied out, Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yun Sheng were able to get close to the true inheritance. The most crucial point was there was no primeval energy in true inheritance secluded domain. Wild Gu worms could absorb primeval energy directly from the surrounding air for their use. Without primeval energy, most Gu worms would lose their threat. This was also one of the reasons Giant Sun's will was trying to push Giant Sun's luck path true inheritance back into true inheritance secluded domain. The supreme true inheritance had been letting out a warm orange light before, but in Fang Yuan's and Tai Bai Yun Sheng's hands, it let out 3 colors. Silver-white light occupied the bulk of it, caused by the refinement from Tai Bai Yun Sheng's Gu immortal will. The second color was gray from Fang Yuan. The third was black light from Mo Yao. Silver-white light was the most abundant, gray came second, and black was in the least amount. 88. True Yang building was a rank 8 immortal Gu house, formed from extremely large numbers of Gu worms. Fang Yuan's group had to use all their strength to quickly refine 88 True Yang building. It could be said, whether it was Fang Yuan or Tai Bai Yun Sheng, they had both spent all their strength. Just a little left, just a little more effort, Tai Bai Yun Sheng anxiously yelled. The main portion of Giant Sun's will had returned to True Yang building. The 3 had heard its furious roar. The round light lump with the size of an adult had only a final trace of orange left on it. As long as this light was eroded, 88 True Yang building would completely change its master, and the situation would greatly incline towards Fang Yuan's side. However, Giant Sun's will furiously made his move at this final moment. The will left by an immortal venerable could not be looked down upon. And this will was the original master of 88 True Yang building. Thus, in just an instant, the final trace of orange was replaced by dazzling golden light. Fang Yuan's group immediately felt gloomy at this color. This color meant that Giant Sun's will had refined the final remaining trace of the supreme true inheritance's will. Juniors, you are really audacious. You dare to go after my 88 true Yang building. I will make you pay the most terrible price in the world. From within the light lump, a roar from Giant Sun's will sounded out. Quick! There is only a meager trace of Giant Sun's will. We need to move together and destroy it. Spare no energy, Fang Yuan shouted. Tai Bai Yun Sheng's forehead was filled with sweat. He did not need any reminder to be aware of the utmost importance of this matter. The two gave a deep shout and moved together, mobilizing their wills to form a huge army of thoughts that unfolded a fierce assault towards the last trace of will. Giant Sun's will's roar stopped abruptly as he poured all his energy in defending against the assault. Its main body was enormous, but it had only refined a trace of the true inheritance and controlled the smallest portion. Even if it possessed majestic strength that far surpassed the allied thoughts army of Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yun Sheng, it did not have the room to display its might, and the power it could let out was an insignificant fraction compared to that of the main body. The newborn wild will that had been born just recently in the supreme true inheritance had already been thoroughly extinguished. The tranquil true inheritance light lump became an unconventional battlefield that pitted Fang Yuan, Tai Bai Yun Sheng, and Giant Sun's will. Contest between wills involved profound techniques and skill. But be it Fang Yuan or Tai Bai Yun Sheng, they were not truly Soul Path Gu masters. Fang Yuan could be considered to have started it just recently, while Tai Bai Yun Sheng was truly a novice, relying on nothing more than the instinct to move his thoughts. As for Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, his soul path attainment was definitely out of this world. Unfortunately, the one confronting the enemy was only the special will he had left behind. Thus, in this battle of wills, there were no fancy skills. It was only a head-on collision, a bloody fight. After a dozen or so breaths later, Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yun Sheng's wills suffered disastrous losses. The quantity of Giant Sun's will might be small, not even filling 1% of the true inheritance light lump, but it stood lofty and majestic. The main Giant Sun's will was vast. Its power flowed without pause. Every bit of loss it suffered was immediately replenished. By contrast, Fang Yuan's group might have occupied the advantage of vast quantity, but they did not have high battle strength and were soon lacking the fuel to continue. Damn it! We can't expel Giant Sun's will. The situation has gone south. Tai Bai Yun Sheng was deathly pale. The combined attack earlier was their most powerful method, but it showed no effect. Giant Sun's will was laughing heartily. Fang Yuan and the group lacked the energy to continue the attack, and after Giant Sun's will had resisted their most intense attacks, he began to expand his territory. In the true inheritance light lump, the part occupied by golden light began to expand bit by bit. Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yun Sheng looked on with wide eyes. They staked all their energy, but were only able to slow down Giant Sun's will's speed of expansion. Giant Sun's will was truly terrifying. Even when it was schemed against repeatedly before, and most of its will was outside, suffering the deathly attacks from the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity, the remaining part was still a tall, mountain-like barrier to Fang Yuan's group. This enormous difference in their strengths was like a gulf between heaven and earth. "We are going to lose." Tai Bai Yun Sheng's tone was grave. "This is just a will Giant Sun Immortal Venerable left behind. I really can't imagine how powerful he was when alive." Damn it, only one last step was remaining. Mo Yao's will grabbed her head, her voice mixed with a tone of sobbing and extreme regret. "If only we were a step earlier. As long as we had 3 breaths of time, we would have succeeded." "Never mind." Fang Yuan gnashed his teeth, his expression heavy. He had not given up yet, speaking with ruthless intent. "In this situation, we are unable to get our hands on 88 true Yang building. We cannot exterminate Giant Sun's will. Sooner or later it will swallow the space we occupy. But we have yet to lose. Don't forget, There are still the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities outside True Yang Building. Are you saying? Tai Bai Yunsheng's expression changed, blurting out. His nature was benevolent and passive, but he was not stupid, and immediately realized when Fang Yuan mentioned it. That's right. If I can't obtain it, no one else should think about getting it. Since I can't get 88 True Yang Building, I would rather destroy it. A ruthless glint shone in Fang Yuan's eyes. His tone was so cold it could make the listener shiver. But this is 88 True Yang Building. Mo Yao resounded, but her tone was wavering. She had no choice but to accept this was the best method to escape their predicament. Giant Sun's will finally stormed into True Inheritance secluded domain. You two tiny ants. You actually forced me to this extent. You scheming scoundrels, your good days have come to an end. Your sins are so great that even death would be letting you off cheaply. I will give you a punishment worse than death. I will peel off your skin, pull your tendons and let blood flow. I will burn your souls in flames and let you taste incomparable suffering for all eternity. The golden will roared like a furious sea and whipped up huge waves with it, schemed upon time and time again by Fang Yuan, suffering the unrestrained bombardment of the calamities. Giant Sun's will's fury had already reached the summit, swearing to kill Fang Yuan, the main culprit. Compared to the golden wave, Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng were as small as ants. The flying True Inheritances were swallowed by the golden wave, resulting in splashes, but they stopped moving soon after. Giant Sun's will had once again taken control of these inheritances. However, most of the goo worms required primeval essence or immortal essence to be activated, and just Giant Sun's will could not activate them. At present, most of 88 True Yang Building was controlled by Fang Yuan's group. As long as they did not let Giant Sun's will obtain Giant Sun's immortal essence, these goo worms could not be used. Start! Fang Yuan gave a soft shout, his gaze flashing with sharp intent. Giant Sun's will's powerful approach also dispelled Tai Bai Yunsheng's hesitation. He was already completely tied to Fang Yuan's side, and could only choose to forcibly advance together. 88 True Yang Building originally shone with an aurora, but with the actions of Fang Yuan's group, the aurora rapidly dimmed until it dissipated. The furious golden sea suddenly stilled. The next moment, Giant Sun's will's furious roar reverberated. Bastards! You dared to make 88 True Yang Building stop its operation. You damned scoundrels. You damned devious, shameless scoundrels. 88 True Yang Building might have had wild will before, but it had just been born. Thus it had still automatically operated as normal. However, Fang Yuan's group had refined most of 88 True Yang Building, and they forcibly made it stop its operations. Even the strongest fort would find it hard to resist an internal collapse. Although 88 True Yang Building had not collapsed, its operations had stopped and just its shell had no might. Without any might, how could it resist the terrifying heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities? Fang Yuan's group could neglect 88 True Yang Building. In any case, they would not be able to obtain 88 True Yang Building if this situation progressed. However, Giant Sun's will could not neglect it. This was an inheritance from Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, left behind for the benefits of his descendants. It must not be destroyed. Giant Sun's will was left behind by the Immortal Venerable to manage 88 True Yang Building. How could it just watch as the True Yang Building was destroyed? Just you wait. The golden sea of will swiftly retreated. The vast will of Giant Sun surged out of the tower like water, forming a golden armor as a defense around it. Giant Sun's will had no choice but to suffer the ravaging bombardment of the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities to protect the weak 88 True Yang Building. However, it still left behind a portion of will which surged towards Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng like a furious river. Fang Yuan, however, let out a breath of turbid air. Compared to the majestic, furious sea from before, this will might be strong, but they could deal with it, albeit with difficulty. Fang Yuan reluctantly took out a goo from his pocket. It was flying bear phantom goo. Fang Yuan's will moved and threw the goo casually. The flying bear phantom goo flew forward, blossoming with beautiful white light. The white light dissipated and a giant flying bear protected Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yun Sheng, obstructing the river of will. "Damn it, flying bear phantom goo!" Giant Sun's will cursed. Flying bear phantom goo was rather special. It was an immortal goo, but it could be activated with just one's mind, without requiring immortal essence. Refining it was difficult, and feeding it was not easy, requiring the fresh flesh of the desolate beast flying bear. Fortunately, Fang Yuan possessed Hu immortal blessed land and could feed this immortal goo with the help of treasure yellow heaven. Even so, he had to pay an enormous price. Train an army for 1,000 days to use it in one fight. Now, it was time for flying bear phantom goo to show its worth. Chapter 625. Remaining Trump Card. Translator, Chibi. General Editor, Chibi. General, the flying bear phantom's battle strength, almost not at the level of the desolate beast flying bear. It had at least half immortal battle strength. Most importantly, it might look bulky and slow, but it was very agile. The river of Giant Sun's will swirled to its left and right, attempting to get past the flying bear phantom, to directly attack Fang Yuan and the others, obtaining victory. But he was still obstructed by the flying bear phantom. The flying bear phantom, even without Fang Yuan's manipulation, had some intelligence and was quite crafty. It could battle entirely alone. Swoosh! The fat and large bear paw slammed down, carrying the sound of the wind with it. Bam! The golden, sand-like Giant Sun's will was smashed into bits by the bear paw, turning into golden dust as it dissolved in the air. But this was just a subsidiary. The golden river that was Giant Sun's will was like a huge python coiling around the flying bear phantom tightly. At the same time, countless subsidiaries were created, attacking many areas of the flying bear phantom. The two were fighting closely, at a stalemate. Neither could do anything to the other party. Giant Sun's will could fuse and split at will. It had the freedom to change forms. Flying bear phantom could not take it down. But Giant Sun's will was tangled by the flying bear phantom and could not deal with the most crucial person, Fang Yuan. Giant Sun's will had inherited a portion of the immortal venerable's wisdom. It knew from the situation after some thinking. To kill Fang Yuan, it needed to use at least half of the river's will. But the remaining half was not the flying bear phantom's match. If he attacked forcefully, it was like he was handing the initiative over. If Fang Yuan retreated with the true inheritance light lump and dragged for time, after flying bear phantom destroys the Giant Sun's will that was left fighting it, the situation would become dangerous. He had already suffered a loss from splitting up earlier when he drew his will out of the true inheritance secluded domain. At that time, Fang Yuan had used the glass owner token to challenge a small portion of Giant Sun's will resolutely. In the end, both suffered injuries and eventually led to Giant Sun's will taking a huge risk and paying a huge price, but only managing to regain control of the Tree Men round. Fang Yuan's expression was grim. He sustained the true inheritance light lump, slowing Giant Sun's will's expansion progress while observing the situation and current battle state. If Giant Sun's will would split up again, that would be great. Unfortunately, it will never make the same mistake twice. Fang Yuan observed for a while, seeing Giant Sun's will fighting the flying bear phantom so intensely, but yet it did not think of splitting up. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. The opponent was not making a mistake. Thus Fang Yuan's predicament was getting more dangerous. Right now, most of Giant Sun's will was outside the building enduring the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. To protect 88 True Yang building, only 2 portions were left now. A portion was fighting with Flying Bear Phantom. The other was competing with Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yun Sheng, trying to refine the 88 True Yang building. The supreme true inheritance that represented 88 true Yang buildings' ownership only had a trace of golden color originally, but now this trace had grown to palm size. Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yun Sheng had already squeezed out all of their potentials. They were shivering, and their expressions were pale. They were sweating profusely, but could not resist the expansion of Giant Sun's will's refinement. Giant Sun's will was simply too great. Tai Bai Yun Sheng felt like he was facing a valley and mountain during the resistance. He was helpless and felt hopelessness. Even Fang Yuan, a demonic head with an iron will, felt a strong sense of dejection growing in his heart at this point. If he allowed the situation to develop like this, one day, when Giant Sun's will successfully expands, he would regain control of 88 true Yang building. By then, Fang Yuan and the others would be dead meat. He had to do something. Despite so, Fang Yuan had already been too deeply involved in this supreme true inheritance. He could not do anything else. His greatest battle strength now was the flying bear phantom Gu, but it was already in use. Tai Bai Yun Sheng was a temporary alliance mate that he obtained through swindling, but similar to Fang Yuan, he was already here engaging with Giant Sun's will. He could not do anything else. It could be said that other than the Spring Autumn Cicada, Fang Yuan had used all of his trump cards. Don't tell me. I really have to use the Spring Autumn Cicada this time. A thought flashed in Fang Yuan's mind, but immediately after, he rejected it. Spring Autumn Cicada is not an immortal goo that has a guaranteed success rate. I could fail. The Black Death bad luck on me right now is so thick. Once I self-detonate, my remaining consciousness would enter the Spring Autumn Cicada and travel upstream in the river of time. There is a high chance of meeting my end. My chances are probably lower than 1 out of 10. How could he resolve this situation? Sigh. Fang Yuan, we have no hope of success. Let's retreat. Using fixed immortal travel, we can return to your blessed land. Tai Bai Yun Sheng suggested. Should he really retreat? At this point, if he gave in, Giant Sun's will would immediately regain control of 88 true Yang building. By then, through his obstruction, would fixed immortal travel Gu still activate successfully? Even if he succeeded, would this satisfy him? Fang Yuan was indignant. He had planned this for so long, he schemed so hard. Victory was almost in sight. An immense fortune and benefit was right before him. He was just one step away. Just one tiny step. I am really indignant. Wait. Fang Yuan's expression changed. He thought of Ma Hongyun. I have no trump cards, but I can make use of this chess piece. Inspiration flashed in his mind as Fang Yuan had no more hesitations. He flapped his wings and flew up with the supreme true inheritance. Where are we going? Tai Bai Yun Sheng asked quickly. Just follow me, Fang Yuan replied curtly. Fixed immortal travel Gu was in his possession and was refined by him, even if Tai Bai Yun Sheng wanted to retreat. Without Fang Yuan's cooperation, he could not escape. Don't think of running away. The river-like Giant Sun's will growled, splitting up and forming back into one entity again, passing the flying bear phantom and charging towards Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yun Sheng. The flying bear phantom reacted quickly. It followed after them. Fang Yuan snickered, changing his direction. After moving in many directions, flying bear phantom returned to Fang Yuan's side. Fang Yuan fled while battling, as the two sides fought and stopped many times. Sometimes the river-like Giant Sun's will was in front. Sometimes Fang Yuan took detours, using the flying bear phantom to fight back. The road was filled with shocks, but no real danger. Although there were true inheritances of all sizes flying around chaotically, because of the supreme true inheritance's aura, none got close. Using flying bear phantom as a shield, the river-like Giant Sun's will could not stop Fang Yuan's movement. He could only slow him down. But Fang Yuan's circumstances were the same. He and Tai Bai Yun Sheng could not do anything to the portion of Giant Sun's will that was refining the 88 true Yang building. In the contest of will, Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yun Sheng were heavily suppressed. The golden light was expanding steadily. The two were bound to lose eventually. So you are here! When Fang Yuan saw the luck path true inheritance in his vision, he laughed loudly. "What are you trying to do?" The river-like giant son's will felt something amiss. He screamed out in panic. Tai Bai Yun Sheng looked at Fang Yuan with similar confusion. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. "Tell me, what will happen when two supreme true inheritances collide?" The color on Tai Bai Yun Sheng's face changed. Fang Yuan's insanity made his heart jump. But thinking about it, he realized this was an amazing and brilliant plan. He and Fang Yuan were unable to turn back now. The true inheritance light lump in their hands were extremely troublesome. If they let go, they would die. But if they did not, they would die sooner or later. But if the two supreme true inheritances collided, the results would be unthinkable. The consequences were so severe, even Giant Sun's will lost his composure. "You don't come over," Ma Hongyun shouted. Zhao Lianyun was tightly held in his arms. But on this stage, the two of them were simply the weakest. If not for their extreme luck, they would have been grinded to dust long ago during the intense battles. Under the influence of luck and coincidences, the luck path supreme true inheritance became their guardian angel. But it had been pushed into the true inheritance secluded domain. After entering the true inheritance secluded domain, the threat of the luck path true inheritance hit rock bottom. It was almost a guaranteed success for Giant Sun's will to deal with the otherworldly demon. If not for Giant Sun's will being careful about protecting the luck path true inheritance, and was forced by Fang Yuan, thus he could not leave, and had to deal with him, he would have dealt with Ma and Zhao long ago. Ma Hongyun was safe and sound here, in a way. It was all thanks to Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yun Sheng. But now, Fang Yuan was dragging the supreme true inheritance and rushed here on his own. What is he trying to do? Zhao Lianyun's body was shuddering through the translucent barrier. She was frantic and could see Fang Yuan's cold smile. "No, you cannot do this. Quickly stop. Stop it!" The river-like Giant Sun's will was shouting insanely from behind him. He was anxious. Once these two supreme true inheritances collide, they would definitely suffer great damages together. By that time, not only would the last remaining luck path true inheritance get damaged or even destroyed, 88 True Yang building would even suffer immense damage that would be hard to imagine. The river-like Giant Sun's will underwent intense thoughts. All of the thoughts that formed its will started self-detonating. The golden sand-like will in the shape of a river burst out with an eye-piercing light. His battle strength surged by at least half. Flying Bear Phantom growled angrily, but was suppressed thoroughly. Fang Yuan's brows were tightly locked. The situation was very dangerous. He had to put a portion of his concentration on the Flying Bear Phantom, manipulating it to battle personally. 500 years of battle experience was nothing to be scoffed at. Under her manipulation, Flying Bear Phantom moved more agilely. It ignored the injuries on it and blocked the river-like Giant Sun's will completely in the end. "Fang Yuan, you are courting death. You want to deal with Ma Hongyun, but do not forget the overwhelming power of fortune, rivaling heaven Gu that he has. As long as you carry ill intent towards him, your luck will decrease drastically. Even if you have half immortal battle strength and is able to resist it temporarily, how long can you last?" The river-like Giant Sun's will saw that he could not break through and started shouting. "Fang Yuan, Giant Sun's will is absolutely right. You need to be very careful." Mo Yao's will also said. Fang Yuan snorted, without a bit of hesitation in his heart. Seeking fortune amidst danger, to Fang Yuan only by emerging victorious amidst chaos could he have a chance of survival. Seeing that the two supreme true inheritances were less than 1,000 steps away from each other, at this moment there were ripples in the air, as dozens of figures were transported into the true inheritance secluded domain. They appeared ahead of Fang Yuan's flying route. They were almost all familiar faces. Ye Luisang, Gu Guo Long, Bian Si Xuan. The leader was a brawny and muscular man, with hammer-like fists. He laughed ruthlessly towards Fang Yuan. "So you are called Fang Yuan. Old ancestor Giant Sun has already exposed both of your crimes to the outside world. Your schemes have been exposed. It is all over. Your life will be over here." Who else was it but He Lu Lan? Tai Bai Yunsheng's expression changed abruptly. He could not free himself now as he was using all his strength to resist Giant Sun's will, who was refining the supreme true inheritance. The appearance of He Lu Lan and the others was simply too devastating. At the final juncture, this was akin to a fatal blow. "Ha ha ha!" The river-like Giant Sun's will laughed loudly behind them. "You are all just in time." He praised He Lu Lan and the others fervently. This was definitely the act of the main will, who took some time to inform and mobilize this bunch of reinforcements. If this was during normal times, He Lu Lan and the others contained battle strength that was insignificant in Giant Sun's will's eyes. But at this time and place, they became a life-saving chess piece. They were the best bet in toppling the balance between the two sides. "Fang Yuan, Tai Bai Yunsheng, you are all dead meat." The river-like Giant Sun's will growled, slowing down and attacking. The initiative was grasped by Giant Sun's will's side once again. "We lost." Tai Bai Yunsheng heaved a long sigh, turning over to look at Fang Yuan, mustering his spirit. "Junior brother, enter my aperture. We will retreat. I have immortal essence, and you have fixed immortal travel. Now that Giant Sun's will is being troubled by the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity, we have to retreat now before it is too late." Fang Yuan, however, shook his head. "It is already too late. Once we let go, 88 True Yang building will fall into the control of Giant Sun's will. This building has the ability to suck in immortal goo, and the range extends to the whole of northern plains. Even if we use fixed immortal travel, there is a high chance of failing in the end." "Of course I know this." Tai Bai Yunsheng's tone was anxious. "But we can only take a risk in order to fight for that slim chance of success. If we drag any longer and lose this last opportunity, we would not even have this slim chance of success left." Fang Yuan's gaze was flickering in hesitation. He looked at the supreme true inheritance in his hand once again. In the true inheritance light lump, the golden dazzling light had occupied a third of the light lump's capacity and was expanding at an increasing speed. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply. "I did not think that we will still get to this point. Sigh. If not for the circumstances, I would not want to do this." "Junior brother, you still have a method left?" Tai Bai Yunsheng heard this and was shocked, overjoyed, and suspicious. Chapter 626. Immortal Ascension. Translator. Chibi General Editor. Chibi General, at this moment. In True Inheritance secluded domain, Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun, who were mutually dependent on each other and under Luck Path Supreme True Inheritance's protection, looked with panicked expressions. Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng were in control of the supreme true inheritance that represented 88 True Yang building. The two sides were cut off by He Lu Lan and the others, forming a firm defensive line. Behind Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng, the river-like Giant Sun's will and the Flying Bear Phantom were fighting. Going even farther outside, the main Giant Sun's will covered 88 True Yang building, forcibly resisting the terrifying heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity, protecting the inheritance treasure of Giant Sun. Hearing Fang Yuan still had a method left, Tai Bai Yunsheng was naturally overjoyed and immediately urged, "Junior brother, what method do you have left? Quickly use it." Fang Yuan gave a bitter smile. "Senior brother, honestly, because of this desperate situation, I have no other ways but to use this method. I hope you will ensure my safety at the crucial moment." "That goes without saying. We are fellow disciples after all," Tai Bai Yunsheng immediately guaranteed. Fang Yuan nodded and instructed, "Senior brother, Giant Sun's will originated from Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. You must never underestimate it. Next, if it tries to sow discord between us, I won't be able to talk and defend myself. You must never believe it," Tai Bai Yunsheng muttered. Junior brother, we are of one family. You do not need to say anything and can rest assured. But from your tone, it seems you have a lot of concern and reservation towards using this method. If you are not too sure, we can still use fixed immortal travel and leave immediately. Fang Yuan smiled lightly, revealing a confident expression. Ha ha, senior brother, rest assured, this method has unparalleled might. Even the main giant sun's will cannot leave unscathed. Just watch. The two had not used any goo worms to conceal their conversation. The experts present could not help but reveal shock and doubt. A method that can harm the main giant sun's will. What exactly is it? Hai Lu Lan frowned. He might looked crude, but was actually astute, and did not carelessly move forward to fight. Under everyone's gaze, Fang Yuan closed his eyes, slowly withdrawing his palms that were tightly grabbing the supreme true inheritance. This action immediately increased the pressure on Tai Bai Yunsheng by several times. Tai Bai Yunsheng was shocked, but fortunately, Fang Yuan had reminded him before, and he was able to quickly exert all his strength to resist the fierce encroachment of Giant Sun's will. Junior brother, use your method quickly. I cannot hold on for long. Tai Bai Yunsheng shouted, beads of sweat dripping down his face. In just a few short breaths of time, the golden light on the supreme true inheritance light lump wantonly expanded, becoming the size of a washing basin. The speed was quick and violent. Let me see what deceit you are pulling. Looking at this state, Hai Lu Lan and the group did not dare to rashly charge ahead at this juncture. However, they had waited for a dozen breaths, but still did not see any terrifying offense from Fang Yuan. This battlefield had sunk into a strange silence. The two sides did not speak. There were only the swoosh sounds of the flying true inheritances and the occasional collisions of the true inheritances. Damn it, we were tricked. Ye Luisang was furious. This thief that disguised as Chang Shan Yin is truly crafty. He is already at a dead end and has exhausted all his methods, but is still pretending that he has an unfathomable and profound trump card. Everyone, let's go kill this audacious conspirator. Gu tribe's leader Gu Guo Long shouted from the side. The leader, Hai Lu Lan, however, did not move. Not only was he not moving, his expression even turned grave. Could it be? Tai Bai Yunsheng looked at Fang Yuan with bewilderment. He was the nearest and thus felt a formless heavenly power suddenly forming around Fang Yuan, gently lifting him up. Tai Bai Yunsheng had an extremely deep impression of this heavenly power. After all, he had personally experienced it not long ago. Junior brother, you are shattering your aperture and ascending to immortal at this moment. Tai Bai Yunsheng's words startled everyone present. The journey of a Gu master crossing the mortal realm and ascending to an immortal was extremely dangerous and risky. To think Fang Yuan actually recklessly shattered his aperture at this dangerous moment, charging towards Gu immortal realm. Does this guy have a screw loose? He can't even understand his situation. Is he stupid? Did he see no chance of success and use this unusual method to die? For a moment, Ye Luisang and the others were filled with heavy doubts. But the next moment, Giant Sun's will's furious roar reverberated over the whole of the true inheritance secluded domain. Fang Yuan, I curse you to have a terrible death. You actually shattered your aperture at this moment to attract the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. You are actually so bent on destroying true Yang building. Everyone, kill this sinner quickly. The heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity are already showing changes. This roar was different from before. Besides the overflowing fury, Giant Sun's will's voice now also contained panic. The fusion of so many heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities would not be a simple addition of 1 + 1 = 2. The once in 10 years blizzard wreaked havoc over the whole of northern plains. Its range might be large, but its might was not great. Even mortals could rely on some special places to forcibly resist it. The chaotic lightning balls and restraining smoke, left from Tai Bai Yunsheng's ascension, were mostly targeting wills and were only troublesome for Giant Sun's will. But these two merged together and formed Snow War Tribulation Lightning. This was one of the 10 great catastrophes. This tribulation lightning had terrifying power, and Giant Sun's will had to pay a large price to resist it. Now, if a new heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity was added on top of Snow War Tribulation Lightning, and if these two heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities merged together, the resulting change would have unparalleled power. Even Giant Sun's will felt fear. It was, after all, only a special will left behind by the immortal Venerable, even if it could kill Gu immortals. But under the might of heaven, it paled in comparison. "Quick, old ancestor has spoken. We need to attack together. Follow me, kill these two. Heroes of northern plains, crush these two outsiders to meat paste." Hai Lu Lan and the rest were startled awake and started acting according to Giant Sun's will's command, fiercely charging forward. Before they even neared, their respective goo worms were already activated, forming a majestic offense. Strength path phantoms, malevolent fiery snakes, terrifying swordlights, pure white snow. All kinds of attacks converged together, seemingly forming beautiful fireworks. The fatal crisis was approaching him, but Tai Bai Yun Sheng did not spare even a trace of his thoughts to it, and used all his strength to resist the encroachment of the portion of Giant Sun's will in the true inheritance light lump. Fang Yuan opened his eyes, maneuvering the flying bear phantom as well as activating his killer move. 6-arm heavenly zombie king. He turned into an 8-armed monster. His aura erupted and his will to fight flared. The flying bear phantom gave a miserable howl before using its gigantic body as a meat shield, blocking the attacks. The river-like Giant Sun's will was free to move, immediately attacking Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan protected Tai Bai Yun Sheng and welcomed the river-like Giant Sun's will without evading. Boom! The two sides fiercely collided. The resulting explosion let out brilliant golden sparks everywhere. Large numbers of special will shattered and dissipated. Fang Yuan also suffered heavy injuries. 6 of his arms broke apart, his chest caved in, his right lower leg was completely gone, and one eye was blinded. Fang Yuan, your death is certain this time. You dared to ascend to Gu Immortal at this moment. Who do you think you are? A reincarnated immortal venerable? Since you are seeking your own death, I shall help you with it. The river-like Giant Sun's will formed a python shape that coiled around into a circle, accumulating its power, its whole body radiating with dazzling golden radiance. Fang Yuan snorted, not replying. The terrifying injuries on his body rapidly recovered at a visible speed. He had transformed into a heavenly zombie. The feeling of pain was completely gone, and death energy replaced his life energy. His recovery speed was thus greatly amplified, having no need for any rank 5 healing goo. Boom, boom, boom. The intense collisions erupted repeatedly. Fang Yuan and the river-like Giant Sun's will carried out an intense battle. Thief, come down now. Giant Sun's will suddenly transformed into a giant hand and fiercely clawed at Fang Yuan's back, with a tearing sound. The eagle wings on Fang Yuan's back were directly torn apart, forming 2 enormous wounds that revealed his bones. Eagle Rise Gu perished. Fang Yuan was heavily injured, but he did not budge a bit. Instead, he fiercely twisted his waist. Crack. He moved with such strength that he actually broke apart his waist. Disregarding the injuries on his body, Fang Yuan swung his hammer-like fist straight into Giant Sun's will. Boom. In an instant, fierce wind surged, and fist shadows flew with unstoppable momentum like a dragon overturning the river, like a fierce tiger leaving the mountain. The giant hand that Giant Sun's will had condensed into had no time to split apart before it was struck by this vicious strike. The massive will was bombarded by the attack and shattered, suffering huge damage. Amidst the drizzle of golden sand-like will, Fang Yuan took the chance to pull back like a bolt of lightning. Giant Sun's will had been waiting for a counterattack, but could only roar in fury as Fang Yuan was already far away. Fang Yuan was not a battle maniac and was as cool-headed as ice, never letting himself be overtaken by the heat of the fight. As the injuries on him rapidly healed, Fang Yuan gasped for breath. The pressure on him was as heavy as a mountain in this battle with Giant Sun's will. He had already used all his strength, but there was no doubt this was the strongest opponent he had faced since his rebirth. The two organized themselves again, and after a few breaths of time, they charged at each other again. So what if you are an immortal goo? Go and die. On the other battlefield, Hai Lu Lan's violent shout could be heard. Tens of Strength Path Phantoms suddenly retreated and entered Hai Lu Lan's body. Hai Lu Lan's body merged with the Strength Path Phantoms, transforming into a giant phantom within moments. The giant reached a height of over 100 feet. The muscles on it were bulging and vivid, and its appearance was exactly similar to Hai Lu Lan. "Feel my killer move!" The giant Strength Path Phantom's voice rumbled like thunder. It headed straight towards the Flying Bear Phantom and smashed its right fist at the Flying Bear Phantom's skull. The Flying Bear Phantom was being held under control by Ye Lui Sang and others. Caught unprepared, it was sent rolling down. Smash! The giant Strength Path Phantom showered the Flying Bear Phantom with punches. The Flying Bear Phantom was heavily injured after suffering the continuous attacks, and angrily counterattacked. However, the giant Strength Path Phantom was nimble and displayed a master-level attainment in close combat. After a while, the Flying Bear Phantom's body was beaten into such a mess that its original appearance was indistinct. The final strike! The giant Strength Path Phantom raised its right leg and smashed down like an axe. Boom! A huge rumbling sound echoed. The Flying Bear Phantom could no longer endure, and its stout giant body disappeared, turning back into goo form and flying away shakily. The giant Strength Path Phantom grabbed the immortal goo and smiled malevolently towards Fang Yuan. Hai Lu Lan's true strength has reached such a level. Too terrifying, he can almost destroy an immortal goo. My loss in this imperial court contest was not unjust. Ye Lui Sang and others looked on with wide-open eyes. Hai Lu Lan's battle strength was absolutely not inferior to Fang Yuan's, and was even higher in certain aspects because of his great strength true martial physique. Flying Bear Phantom was an immortal goo, but without any goo worms as assistants, and Fang Yuan not maneuvering it personally, it was normal for it to be captured by Hai Lu Lan. The Flying Bear Phantom was destroyed, while Tai Bai Yun Sheng was using all his strength to contend with Giant Sun's will for the supreme true inheritance. As such, Fang Yuan, who was in an intense battle with the river-like Giant Sun's will, was alone and facing danger. "You have a good head on your shoulders. I will take it as my victory trophy and preserve it." Hai Lu Lan's voice came out from the giant Strength Path Phantom. It slowly flew towards Fang Yuan. "Fang Yuan, give up resisting. You no longer have a way out." The river-like Giant Sun's will spoke. Although it had fought with Fang Yuan only for a short time, its size was already less than half of before. One could say Fang Yuan, being able to force the immortal Venerable's will to this state, had tremendous battle strength which was not inferior to Hai Lu Lan's. Unfortunately, he was shrouded in a black coffin luck aura, and his circumstances were extremely bad. Even if he was greatly resourceful and extremely brave, it seemed that he would be unable to reverse this situation. "Ha ha ha!" Fang Yuan threw his head back and laughed loudly. His laughter resounded through the battlefield, displaying a matchless bravery. "Giant Sun's will. You want to break my spirit by every possible means, but my heart is like iron and my will is like steel. Our battle has just begun." The river-like Giant Sun's will did not retort, instead falling into silence. The giant Strength Path Phantom Hai Lu Lan had transformed into also stopped its movements. Heaven and earth chi manifested around Fang Yuan. Goo Masters shattered their aperture to ascend to Goo Immortal Realm, which would attract heaven and earth chi. Fang Yuan was inside 88, True Yang building, which delayed this for a moment. That short moment was the most dangerous and most difficult time, but Fang Yuan was able to hold on by exerting all of his methods. In the vicinity of heaven and earth qi, ordinary goo worms could not be used, and their activation would cause a backlash. In severe cases, even immortal goo could also perish. He Lu Lan was only using mortal goo and had no choice but to stop. The process of Fang Yuan's immortal ascension had officially begun. Chapter 6, 127. Top 10 Catastrophes. Chaotic Branching. Teeth. Clear and glorious heaven qi. Golden earth qi. More and more of them surrounded Fang Yuan. He Lu Lan and the others retreated. The river-like giant sun's will growled endlessly, but did not dare to charge in abruptly. After the intense battle with Fang Yuan, its mass was reduced by more than half. It was anxious internally. Damn it! Unless the main will sends reinforcements over, I alone cannot take down this Fang Yuan. The battlefield turned silent temporarily. Fang Yuan saw that the situation had progressed just as he expected, breathing out a huge sigh of relief. In the contest for 88 True Yang building, after several twists and turns, the current situation was becoming clearer. Fang Yuan's situation was like walking on a tightrope. Intense wind was blowing, and he was almost blown away several times, losing his initiative. If not for his brilliant schemes and endless trump cards, he would not have lasted this long. Especially this time, Fang Yuan gambled his life, bravely going for a mutual defeat, finally managing to get back the initiative. My Northern Plains trip has reached the most crucial climax. Next, my immortal ascension is extremely important. It can almost decide victory and loss in this battle. Fang Yuan concentrated his mind, just as he had said. The real battle was just beginning. Junior brother, don't be too careless. Tai Bai Yunsheng's tone was solemn. His gaze was anxious as his heart was full of worry. He had just become an immortal. He was extremely clear about the difficulties of immortal ascension. He knew, if not for Giant Sun's will's help, he would not have succeeded, even if he had his life's accumulation and that deep foundation. Sigh, junior brother is too young and daring. He should not have made this choice. Had I known earlier, I would not have let him take this step. Sigh, hopefully he had received Master's guidance and can succeed luckily. Tai Bai Yunsheng sighed in his heart. Fang Yuan made eye contact with Tai Bai Yunsheng, nodding his head. Next, he closed his eyes, his mind entering his aperture. Ordinary Gu Masters and Gu Immortals, in their entire lives, they can only have one aperture. But Fang Yuan had once taken a major risk in Three Kings' blessed land, obtaining an immense opportunity. Thus, after using the second aperture, Immortal Gu, he now had two apertures. After the Imperial Court contest, both his apertures were rank 5 peak stage, crystal purple primeval essence. There were 3 steps in immortal ascension. The first was to shatter the aperture. Fang Yuan shattered the second aperture. When Gu Masters shatter their aperture, they can only advance with no way of retreating. That is because they only have one aperture. But Fang Yuan had 2. That means, even if Fang Yuan fails this tribulation, he would lose one aperture, but he would still keep another aperture. Keeping one aperture could preserve his life. This was one of the benefits of second aperture Gu. Tai Bai Yunsheng did not know this secret. If he knew, the worry in his heart would dissipate greatly. Crack, crack, crack. Lightning bolts shot down endlessly, targeting Giant Sun's will. Fang Yuan, you scoundrel, you will die a terrible death. Giant Sun's will howled. He resisted the tribulation lightning as his golden sand-like will exploded time and time again. This lightning bolt was extraordinary. It had the appearance of a trident and had great power, as one of the 10 great catastrophes. Originally, Snow War tribulation lightning did not strike at such close intervals. One bolt would form every tens of breaths' time. But now, when Fang Yuan shattered his aperture and drew in the heaven and earth qi, a new heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity were formed. The heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity fused with the once-in-10 years blizzard, increasing the power of the snow disaster. Snow war tribulation lightning acted like it was on drugs. In its excitement, several bolts were shot down with less than a breath's interval each time. Every time he resisted it, Giant Sun's will paid a heavy price. But he could not leave. 88. True Yang Building needed his protection. Now that 88 True Yang Building had lost almost all its functions, it was like an empty shell. If Giant Sun's will's protection was lifted, in just a moment, the entire 88 True Yang Building would be crumbled under the terrifying might of the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. 88. True Yang Building was an inheritance treasury that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had left behind, with Giant Sun's will as the controller of this building. Its main objective forced Giant Sun's will to resist the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity head-on. This way, he had become Fang Yuan's protector during this tribulation, protecting his sworn enemy and helping him to ascension to immortal realm. Giant Sun's will, who was forced by circumstances and had to do this, could feel an immense humiliation and rage in his heart. Fang Yuan, you scoundrel! Once I survive this heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity, I will tear your tendons out. I will drink your blood and eat your flesh. Giant Sun's will howled, even though there was the sound of thunder. It could not mask his rage. Very soon, his howling came to an end. It turned into shock. This is the chaotic branching teeth. Only to see that in the air filled with lightning and thunder, 18 spirals appeared. The spirals spun faster and faster as they expanded rapidly. In each of these black spirals, there was a large, snow-white beast tooth forming slowly. A total of 18 beast teeth, each white as snow, with a huge size like that of ancient trees, over 30 meters tall. The beast teeth were waiting to strike, and an intense feeling of danger struck Giant Sun's will's heart. Chaotic branching teeth was also one of the top 10 catastrophes, ranked higher than even the snow war tribulation lightning, and had greater might. I cannot allow all 18 chaotic branching teeth to strike at the same time. At that time, even I cannot resist it. I must destroy them in advance. Giant Sun's will was full of battle experience. He chose to strike immediately. He had no hesitation, creating 10 wills in the form of dragons, flying about and charging towards the heavenly tribulation in the sky with no fear. However, along the way, there were wind blades, icy hail, and snow war tribulation lightning that attacked non-stop. The 10 dragon wills suffered heavy casualties along the way. Only 5 made it to the spirals. In fact, the result of their attacks was not very evident. Only 3 succeeded, destroying the spirals. The remaining 2 dragon wills suffered too much damage. The spirals that they charged towards flickered for a bit before recovering. The tribulation lightning crackled, the speed of attacks becoming even quicker than before. It was like a wordless mockery towards Giant Sun's will. Damn it! Despicable! Giant Sun's will was helpless. He split out another 10 dragons and charged again in desperation. Within true inheritance secluded domain, it was a scene of serenity. Fang Yuan shut his eyes. His expression was calm, and he breathed in relaxation. His mind was mostly focused on the shattered second aperture. My first aperture is my vital goo Spring Autumn Cicada. This goo is incomparably important. If I ascend to immortal realm with it, I will be a time path goo immortal. But my knowledge of time path is too limited, and to undergo tribulation with immortal goo, I cannot take this risk without any experience. Only the second aperture, with the vital goo all-out effort goo, I can become a strength path goo immortal. Since Rebirth, I had studied strength path intensely. Although it is not on the level of blood path, I still have the foundation to become an immortal. This second aperture had already shattered into a mess, forming a hole and sucking in the heaven key and earth key. Tai Bai Yunsheng was less than 100 years old, but he had the foundation and accumulation to become a goo immortal. Fang Yuan had 500 years of experience, and his knowledge surpassed Tai Bai Yun Sheng, who had an immortal inheritance. It was definitely more than sufficient for him to rise to immortal. Except that now, it is still not the best time to ascend to immortal. Fang Yuan laughed bitterly in his mind. Fang Yuan's strength path cultivation had not reached its limits. He had only 100 June of strength, and his bones were impermanence bones. His skin was turtle jade wolf skin, and his strength path goo worms were not all rank 5. All these affected his future potential after becoming an immortal, as well as the size of his immortal aperture. It would be best if he could perfect them. Fang Yuan's original intention was to accumulate his foundation to the absolute limit before taking the risk of immortal ascension after making ample preparation. Unfortunately, plans do not keep up with changes. Forced by the situation, Fang Yuan could only do this, as the heaven and earth qi entered his body. At the same time, Fang Yuan's body was emitting a thick white human qi. The thickness of the human qi was like a huge balloon, completely covering Fang Yuan's entire body. He Lu Lan saw this, and his pupils shrunk. Ye Lui Song said in disbelief, "How is this possible? He has such thick human qi. This is even greater than Tai Bai Yun Sheng." To think that Junior Brother's foundation is so deep. I can see that Junior Brother had made preparations for this immortal ascension long ago. He is not taking an impulsive risk. Tai Bai Yun Sheng looked with a surprised gaze, his heart settling. The clear and unrestrained heaven qi, the golden and heavy earth qi, together with the pure white as snow human qi, the three merged and formed a multicolored lump. At this point, he had reached the second step of immortal ascension, taking in the qi. Damn it, the scoundrel has started taking in the qi. Why are the reinforcements not here yet? The river-like giant sun's will was burning with anxiety. He did not dare to act rashly. Once he was stained by heaven qi, he would melt into air. If he was corroded by earth qi, he would turn into rocks and die. Fang Yuan, who was the intersection point of the three qi, faced dangers after dangers even more so. He had to balance the three qi at all times. If there were too much heaven and earth qi, he would die. Even human qi, if the balance was off, would cause him to self-detonate. However, fortune is found within danger. The greater the risks, the greater the opportunities. The balance of the three qi, the fusion between them, was bringing Fang Yuan an unceasing amount of inspiration. Heaven and earth were the foundation stones that nurtured all life. The fusion of heaven and earth. Qi filled Fang Yuan's mind with the grand mysteries of the great Tao. The three qi were fusing intensely as Fang Yuan was inside, returning to his usual appearance after recalling the 6-arm heavenly zombie king killer move. His injuries were rapidly healing. The healing speed was faster than his healing during 6-arm heavenly zombie king mode. The three qi cleansed his body, not just his flesh, but his soul, mind, and will. They were being elevated. He felt like a baby, being cleansed and returned to a pure state. Fang Yuan's eyes became clearer. The contrast between the black and white parts became more evident. His muscles were reconstructed one by one. The scars on his body fell off and new skin grew on him. Even his hair started growing wildly. It grew longer and longer. When they were waist-long, they broke, before growing again, and breaking, repeating the cycle. Be it his body, his bones, his organs, or his face, they were undergoing a magical transformation. At the same time, the experiences in his previous 500 years, as well as the events since Rebirth, flashed in his mind rapidly. In just a short amount of time, Fang Yuan revisited his entire life. A complex feeling that was indescribable, his memories that were deep within his mind all resurfaced, filling Fang Yuan's heart. In his memories, all those cultivation questions that could not be answered obtained perfect answers like the work of a deity. At this moment, heaven and earth were impartial. They were generous and imparted the mysterious of the great Tao towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had to deal with his emotions while cherishing this opportunity to learn more about the mysteries of the Great Tao, and in the meantime, balancing the three qi. Should he lose balance, he would die. Countless Gu masters failed at this step during their ascension. Chapter 628. Formidable He Lu Lan, translator. Chibi General Editor. Chibi General. In true inheritance. Secluded domain, Fang Yuan was surrounded by the thick lump of the three-colored qi, his body completely hidden. Junior brother, you have to control yourself. I am not concerned with you having to deal with the emotional turbulence, but I'm afraid that you are young and brave, and might be greedy towards the mysteries of the Great Tao, forgetting your limits and taking in too much heaven and earth qi. Tai Bai Yun Sheng's gaze was filled with worry. Heaven and earth qi had already spread to his surroundings. He had to flew away from Fang Yuan slowly. Giant Sun's will, who was fighting with him over the control of the supreme true inheritance, slowed his steps. Tai Bai Yun Sheng's pressure reduced, and his situation turned for the better. This accursed scoundrel, he actually has so much human qi. Damn it, why hasn't he lost balance yet? The river-like Giant Sun's will gritted his teeth and cursed. He was not the only one hoping for such a result. Hai Lu Lan and the others were having the same thoughts. This guy is so young, yet he can balance the three qi for so long. He and Tai Bai Yun Sheng address each other as disciple brothers. They must have some extraordinary origin. Don't tell me he is really going to become a Gu immortal. No way. Is becoming a Gu immortal so easy? Do you think Ancestor Giant Sun is useless? Everyone conversed in secret, not daring to make a move. With such intense heaven and earth qi, once they suffer a backlash, it would be no joke. Fang Yuan was inside the lump of qi, but his calm face showed a faint smile. Incredible. Simply incredible. His eyes were shut tight as he mumbled. All sorts of great Tao mysteries were flowing into his mind like a warm spring. In his previous life, Fang Yuan underwent immortal ascension and became a blood path Gu immortal. This was his second ascension. With this valuable experience, he was much calmer than any other Gu master in the world. Compared to usual Gu masters, he also knew the truth behind this event. Man is the spirit of all being. They have the greatest spirituality. Gu are the essence of heaven and earth. They are the carriers of the great Tao. Any path to longevity was a path of transcendency. To transcend, one needed accumulation, and the most basic method of accumulating one's foundation was to learn. Gu masters use Gu, nurture Gu, and refine Gu. From Gu, they learn about the mysteries of heaven and earth indirectly. But when a Gu master undergoes ascension, they were directly conversing and interacting with heaven and earth. This interaction was extremely precious, most likely. Each person only had one of such an opportunity in their life. Fang Yuan treasured this opportunity greatly. He grabbed onto it and tried his best to make use of it. The mysteries of heaven and earth were even deeper and more profound than the depths of the sea. Fang Yuan knew his limits. He did not venture into it aimlessly, but instead steered towards strength path, deepening his understanding and feeling the true essence of this path. He had, after all, only cultivated strength path on the side in his previous life. Even though he cultivated strength path directly in this life, it was only for a short time. His original attainment in strength path, strictly speaking, was only quasi-strength path master. But making use of this opportunity, his understanding of strength path surged, bursting through the sky. Very quickly he got past the barrier to strength path master, quickly surpassing master realm and charging towards the realm of grandmaster. Fang Yuan had no choice but to do this. The second aperture that he shattered had the rank 4 all-out effort Gu as its vital Gu. This Gu was of the strength path. If it was put in first during the third step, it would help Fang Yuan become a strength path Gu immortal. But this Gu was not rank 5. With a lower rank, Fang Yuan could only use a higher strength path attainment to compensate for the difference. Otherwise, the third step of putting in Gu would be extremely risky. If the immortal aperture could not be created, this immortal ascension would end in failure. Outside True Yang Building. Intense winds were blowing. Tribulation lightning was striking. The heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities formed a cocoon chi lump. The chi lump was extremely huge and completely covered 88 true yang building within it. After Fang Yuan shattered his aperture, the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities underwent a new terrifying change. In order to protect 88 true yang building, Giant Sun's will had no choice but to resist it. Now was the crucial moment. Bam! Following the intense sounds of the wind, 9 snow-white chaotic branching teeth shot out together like lightning. Their speed was so fast only 9 shadows could be seen, resembling flashes of lightning. Giant Sun's will was already mentally prepared. He had been waiting. The will armor that was shielding 88 true yang building increased in thickness by many times, becoming 10 meters thick. At the same time, Giant Sun's will split out dozens of will hands, opening the palms and creating a barrier in the air. 9 chaotic branching teeth shot down at once. During their descent, they collided with each other, causing their directions to change randomly. Turning left and right, it was unpredictable. The will hands flew around following them, defending desperately. The chaotic branching teeth pierced many of the will hands, stabbing the main Giant Sun's will and causing 9 deep holes to appear on the thick will armor that was 1,000 times tougher than steel. Giant Sun's will grunted. The will's main body was only chaotic for a moment before calming down. Looking at his injuries, Giant Sun's will could not help but feel shocked. 9 wounds of varying depth, 2 were 6 meters deep, almost piercing into 88 true yang building. It was really a dangerous scene. Thankfully, I spared no effort in destroying half of the chaotic branching teeth earlier. Otherwise, if all 18 moved at once, their trajectory would be even harder to predict. How would I be able to weaken them while in the air? Giant Sun's will felt some relief, but his hatred and anger towards Fang Yuan also intensified. This accursed scoundrel Fang Yuan, I am actually shielding him during his immortal ascension. As long as I recover sufficiently, I will definitely... Giant Sun's will stared at the 18 spirals forming in the air in a daze. There is actually a second wave of chaotic branching teeth. Seeing this, Giant Sun's will was fuming with anger. To defend against the chaotic branching teeth earlier, he had expended 1/6 of his thoughts. But now there was a second wave. Wait, this is? Among the 18 spirals, another 18 spirals started forming. Seeing this, even Giant Sun's will felt suffocated. The third wave of chaotic branching teeth came together with the second. He howled at the sky. The armor-like main will shook intensely, almost breaking apart. If he could vomit blood, he would have vomited a river by now. Earlier, when defending against the 9 chaotic branching teeth, Giant Sun's will had already used his full strength. Right now, there were a total of 36 spirals, 36 chaotic branching teeth. This fearsome power could not be calculated by simple addition. This scoundrel Fang Yuan, I curse you to die. Giant Sun's will almost wanted to discard 88 true yang building at this moment, directly going to Fang Yuan and killing him without considering the consequences. But he was not an anger will, but a special will. He had to think of the big picture. He had to protect this inheritance treasure, which was 88 true yang building. He had to contact the other subsidiary wills and gather all his strength in order to resist these heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. What? The main will wants to send me to defend against the heavenly tribulations? Within true inheritance secluded domain, the river-like Giant Sun's will was still waiting for reinforcement, but the reply from the main will caused his heart to turn cold, like he had fallen into an icy river. God damn it! Giant Sun's will, which was contesting with Tai Bai Yunsheng over the supreme true inheritance, felt great regret. But he had to divert most of his strength to the main will. But to prevent 88 true yang building from being taken by Tai Bai Yunsheng, a portion of Giant Sun's will was still needed to maintain the situation inside the true inheritance light lump. Tai Bai Yunsheng felt his pressure decreasing all of a sudden and heaved a sigh of relief. Giant Sun's will has finally stopped expanding. Junior brother, your plan has worked perfectly. It seems that the fusion of 3 heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities creates terrifying might that would force even Giant Sun's will to defend against it with all his strength. Junior brother, you are worthy of being Benefactor's disciple. You need to survive this. The 3rd step of putting in goo is the most important of all. Success or failure will all depend on this. As time continued to pass, the 3-colored chi lump surrounding Fang Yuan started shrinking, until it completely went into the area of Fang Yuan's broken aperture. He actually completed the step of taking in the chi. He is at the final step. Hai Lu Lan and the others were watching by the side, seeing Giant Sun's will retreating. They panicked. What do we do now? Do we just watch him become a goo immortal? Ye Lui-sang screamed. Fang Yuan has no more heaven and earth chi around him. We should go and kill him now, Bian Si Xuan suggested, but she made no movement. Everyone looked at each other. They were shocked, suspicious, and in a difficult spot. Fang Yuan still had the goo immortal Tai Bai Yun Sheng supporting him. Tai Bai Yun Sheng's pressure was lifted. He held the true inheritance light lump as he faced Hai Lu Lan and the rest of the gang, showing an unyielding attitude. Tai Bai Yun Sheng is not a problem, but once the immortal ascension succeeds, our problems would be endless. He is not a weak healing goo immortal like Tai Bai Yun Sheng. Hai Lu Lan clenched his fists, a fierce light shining in his eyes. After thinking about it, he made up his mind and shouted, "Attack!" Saying so, the Strength Path Phantom Giant took huge strides forward, attacking. Tai Bai Yun Sheng was crying in his heart. He did not dare to take on Hai Lu Lan's attacks directly. He shouted, "You dare! As long as you come, I will throw this supreme true inheritance at the Luck Path True Inheritance. Let's see how you account to Giant Sun's will then." Everyone's fighting intent evaporated after hearing Tai Bai Yun Sheng's threat, their morale sinking. Don't listen to him. We'll leave a few people to protect the Luck Path True Inheritance. The rest will come with me. Hai Lu Lan snorted, immediately saying. Tai Bai Yun Sheng's heart sank. It was difficult for him to handle the situation. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Fang Yuan laughed wildly from behind him. He had already opened his eyes. Never mind, come and chase me. Let's see how many of you are flying masters. Eagle Rise Gu had already been destroyed, but why would the vigilant him not have spares? Fang Yuan owned Hu Immortal Blessed Land and could connect to Treasure Yellow Heaven. He did not lack any mortal Gu. This sentence was even more demoralizing to the gang compared to Tai Bai Yun Sheng. Once they thought of Fang Yuan's flying master attainment and the huge space that was available in True Inheritance Secluded Domain, all of their morale almost hit rock bottom. Hai Lu Lan's gaze shone for a bit, but he was unmoved. He was the lord of the imperial court for this round. He had exemplary talent and a ruthless nature. He would not become dejected with just a few words. We will chase him, even if we cannot catch him. I want to see how he can undergo immortal ascension under such pressure. Hai Lu Lan's words lifted the morale once again. Fang Yuan's expression turned grim. He did not speak anymore. Hai Lu Lan hit the main point. During an ordinary immortal ascension, the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity would be all around him. If his enemies wanted to obstruct him, they would face the might of the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. But now that Giant Sun's will was blocking the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities outside, it gave Hai Lu Lan and the others an opportunity to intervene. Although in this True Inheritance Secluded Domain, there was still heaven and earth chi left that could cause backlash in mortal Gu. But Hai Lu Lan and the others were just like Fang Yuan. They were all using mortal Gu. Thus, they all faced the same backlash. At once, the situation changed again. Although Giant Sun's will left to resist the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities wholeheartedly, Fang Yuan's predicament did not become any easier. Hai Lu Lan was indeed a formidable character. He was an outstanding person and knew the perfect timing to strike. Fang Yuan's immortal ascension was stuck between the second and third step. The situation had turned dangerous yet again. Chapter 629. Formless Hand. Translator, Chibi. General Editor, Chibi. General, Fang Yuan, why are you running? You cowardly scum. Are you afraid? Do you have the guts to fight me for 300 rounds? You are unworthy of disguising as Changshan Yin. You don't even have 1% of his bravery. Inside True Inheritance secluded domain. Fang Yuan was flying away rapidly while the others chased from behind, taunting him endlessly. These insults and provocations fell on deaf ears. Fang Yuan's expression was tranquil without any emotions. He was closely observing his surroundings. True Inheritance secluded domain was vast, but it was not a flat area, and many True Inheritance meteors flew around in disorder, even colliding occasionally. Giant Sun's will had taken control of many True Inheritances just before, but there were still many masterless True Inheritances left in True Inheritance secluded domain. If Fang Yuan was unfortunately obstructed by these True Inheritances, the group of Gu Masters behind him would be able to near him. Once he was encircled, the situation would turn much more dangerous. Right at this moment, a dark red True Inheritance meteor flew towards Fang Yuan when Flower Gu. Fang Yuan, however, had a slight smile on his face as he inwardly willed. A gust of wind condensed into a giant flower which suddenly appeared beside him. The wind flower nimbly changed its direction, carrying him with it. Swoosh! A sharp, ear-piercing wind breezed past. Fang Yuan brushed past this unparalleled True Inheritance light lump. The unparalleled True Inheritance shot forward directly towards the group of Gu Masters behind. The group was caught unprepared and panicked for a moment, dodging and fleeing. Taking advantage of this time, Fang Yuan increased his speed and rapidly pulled apart the distance between him and the group. He Lu Lan's group naturally was not willing to see this situation. Each of them was an elite. They immediately reacted and sent out countless long-range attacks. Fang Yuan sneered, using the primeval essence in his first aperture, Flashbug Gu. This was a rare space path movement Gu, and under its effect, Fang Yuan immediately disappeared from the spot. When he appeared, he was already 500 steps ahead. The attacks from Hailu Lan and the others thus landed on nothing. Fang Yuan stopped Flashbug Gu and changed to Eagle Rise Gu. Flashbug Gu was a rank 5 Gu, but its speed was not great, and it also expended a lot of purple crystal primeval essence to move forward by 500 steps per use. Its main usage was to make sudden movements to avoid attacks. To truly speed up and fly for a long distance, Eagle Rise Gu was still a lot better. Eagle Rise Gu might only be rank 4 Gu, but there were 6 wings on Fang Yuan's back. He had simultaneously used 3 Eagle Rise Gu. Eagle Rise Gu's speed was very impressive and rapidly transported him away, while also consuming less primeval essence. The group of Gu Masters chasing Fang Yuan could only gnash their teeth as he rapidly flew away. Damn it! This guy is truly slippery, only focusing on running away. He has not even a bit of bravery. Didn't he shatter his aperture to ascend to Gu Immortal? How come he still has so much primeval essence left? There are many methods for Gu Masters to preserve primeval essence. So what if the aperture is shattered? One just needs to have Gu that can store primeval essence like Fish Bubble Gu, Beggar Moth, or Grave Yam Gu. My movement Gu can't endure it. The backlash from heaven and earth chi is really terrifying. He Lu Lan sneered. We are suffering backlash. He is also in the same situation. We will continue chasing without stop. The enemy is a flying master. It is normal for us to not be able to reach him. But as long as we chase closely and not give him time to advance to a Gu Immortal, we will have fulfilled our objective. Fang Yuan glanced back, and seeing that the pursuers had no intention of giving up, the anxiety in his heart deepened. Without doubt, he had to admit that He Lu Lan was striking at his weak point. Bursts of pain spread from his second aperture. The second aperture was already shattered. forming a hole which was occupied by a lump of three-colored qi at this moment, waiting for the vital goo to be put into it and reach the final step, accumulating its foundation till the immortal aperture is born. If the immortal aperture was not created, Fang Yuan would perish from the backlash of heaven and earth. Key. If the immortal aperture was created, no matter which grade it was, Fang Yuan would have to concentrate on it fully at that moment, causing him to enter a period of weakness where he would be defenseless. This time could be long or short, depending on the person. If the enemies took advantage of this time, Fang Yuan's situation would be bleak and was very likely to die in a tragic end. At present, Hai Lu Lan's group was firmly blocking Fang Yuan at this step. Fang Yuan did not dare to place in his goo, and could only look on as the extremely compressed three-colored lump of qi started to vibrate. I can't continue like this. If it is put off any longer, the three-colored lump of qi will disperse, and all my accumulations used in advancing to goo immortal will vanish into thin air. Fang Yuan kept on thinking of one solution after another to get out of this predicament. Rumble. Right at this time, True Inheritance secluded domain started shaking. Rumble. Another tremor soon spread, causing everyone to panic. What is going on? What happened? Is True Inheritance secluded domain collapsing? Hai Lu Lan, Ye Lui Sang, and others had a worried expression, realizing fully well in their mind. This was the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities outside, starting to affect 88 True Yang building. Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yun Sheng were instead overjoyed. This signified Giant Sun's will had already staked all its strength, but the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities was so terrifying that even it had reached its limit. Damn it, I barely endured it. Giant Sun's will gasped for breath with fear and joy. It did not even have the energy to curse Fang Yuan. The 10-meter thick golden armor created by Giant Sun's will that had covered 88 True Yang building tightly was now left with nothing but a thin layer with its luster dimmed. 36 chaotic branching teeth attacking together was not a simple matter of addition. Their overall might was amplified by close to 10 times. During this whole process, Snow War Tribulation lightning attacked crazily like the attacks were free. The lightning which flashed in intervals before had almost become unending like sunlight. One could see the terrifying frequency of Snow War Tribulation lightning. Giant Sun's will avoided death narrowly, but there was not even 1% of the original will remaining. He used all his strength and put in all of his effort to destroy 11 spirals in advance. The remaining chaotic branching teeth erupted together. Giant Sun's will used all his ability and blocked most of them, but he could not block 7 of them. 7 scars appeared on 88 True Yang building. 4 scars even directly penetrated through True Yang building, opening up 4 passages. The tremor Fang Yuan and the rest felt in True Inheritance, secluded domain originated from this. My 88 True Yang building. Giant Sun's will's heart bled at the sight and almost howled out in grief. The losses were too severe. Not only were the numbers of goo worms destroyed extremely huge, 2 immortal goo were also destroyed. Who knew how long it would take to replenish these goo worms and restore 88 True Yang building to its complete form? Fang Yuan, you insufferable bastard. You are undergoing the tribulation, yet I was the one who bore the consequences. I will make sure you regret being born into this world. Giant Sun's will cursed fiercely in his heart. The giant cocoon formed from the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities had already thinned. Several rays of light pierced through the layers of dark clouds and shone down on the damaged 88 True Yang building. Heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities were slowly dissipating. Giant Sun's will felt a huge stone lifting off his heart and was joyous to the point of crying. The heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities have finally ended. I managed to endure it. Although 88 True Yang building suffered heavy damage, the fundamental goo worms haven't been lost, and the mortal goo might have been destroyed in large numbers, but they can be replenished. The destroyed immortal goo are rather troublesome to obtain, but they also can be refined again. Even if others refine them first, I can use other goo worms to replace them. The situation is set. Now I shall get rid of the otherworldly demon, then teach that scum Fang Yuan his place. The heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities were dissipating in front of his eyes. Giant Sun's will saw the time to take revenge was here, and his mood took a turn for the better. However, right at this time, a light blue giant hand gradually appeared in front of Giant Sun's will. This is... The remaining Giant Sun's will trembled intensely, even more frightened than seeing 70 or even 80 chaotic branching teeth at once. This is Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's killer move, Formless Hand. This accursed Fang Yuan. How was his luck so bad that he attracted this disaster? Like 9 goo immortals were invincible under the heavens and could leave behind unique traces in the whole world. Even after death, some of their killer moves could emerge again during heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. I got it. This Fang Yuan is too audacious. He was set on killing the child of luck Mahong Yun, and suffered the backlash from fortune rivaling heaven goo, causing his luck to be completely messed up, thus attracting such terrifying a heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. Giant Sun's will felt extremely agonized when he realized the cause. Going to the bottom of this, it was Giant Sun Immortal Venerable who left behind fortune rivaling heaven goo. Under an absurd combination of different factors, Giant Sun's will was actually suffering a loss from his own arrangement. Back then, the whole world was helpless when Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable used Formless Hand to rob countless goo worms. Fortunately, this Formless Hand only has 5 fingers. Thus, at most, it can only seize rank 5 goo. Oh heavens! Giant Sun's will's pitch suddenly rose an octave higher, crying out in shock. The heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity slowly dissipated. Large numbers of formless hands appeared one after another. 2, 3, 20, 30, 200, 300. Innumerable formless hands appeared, covering the whole sky. Among them, 1-finger to 5-fingered formless hands occupied the majority. There were 16 6-fingered formless hands and 9 7-fingered formless hands. There were even 3 8-fingered formless hands. Impossible! Even if Fang Yuan was targeted by fortune, rivaling heaven goo, and his luck became terrible, it could not have gotten to this extent. Giant Sun's will shouted in an incredulous tone. It's over! Everything is finished! Giant Sun's will howled. If he could cry, his face would be filled with tears right now. Instantly, the large number of Giant Sun's will dispersed and fell down from 88 True Yang building like sand. This was the self-collapse of a will. There was not even a trace of fighting spirit left. It could not endure such an impact. The heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities had not ended, but were transforming into this final tribulation. Formless hands. The remaining Giant Sun's will curled up into a lump, exposing 88 True Yang building. Inside True Inheritance secluded domain, Fang Yuan and the others were still in the dark, not knowing anything that occurred outside. The chase was still continuing. Due to the backlash of heaven and earth chi, the loss of goo worms on both sides had reached the hundreds. But they were still persisting firmly. Fang Yuan had almost no movement goo left, but he had already found a way to resolve this predicament. He led the pursuers to make a large detour before suddenly changing direction and flying towards Tai Bai Yun Sheng. Senior brother, quickly open your immortal aperture and let me in. I can evade these pursuers and smoothly advance to a goo immortal there. Fang Yuan secretly transmitted his voice. This... Tai Bai Yun Sheng could not help but hesitate. The immortal aperture was the foundation of a goo immortal. If Fang Yuan was let in and he failed, the resulting destruction would have to be endured by Tai Bai Yun Sheng. Senior brother, what are you hesitating for at such a crucial moment? Once I advance to a goo immortal, we will have the strength to survive this danger. Don't worry, I have complete assurance in advancing successfully, Fang Yuan shouted. Chapter 6. 130. Chaotic and dangerous situation. Translator, Chibi. General, Editor, Chibi. General Tai Bai Yun Sheng was already bound firmly on Fang Yuan's chariot, and thinking of the fixed immortal travel that was with Fang Yuan, he had no choice but to accept Fang Yuan's request. Fang Yuan was overjoyed and charged into Tai Bai Yun Sheng's immortal aperture. Damn it! The pursuers paled at this sight. This scum is too crafty, actually hiding in Tai Bai Yun Sheng's immortal aperture. We can't hunt him now, Ye Lui Song helplessly shouted. Then we shall slaughter an immortal. Kill Tai Bai Yun Sheng. He Lu Lan's eyes glinted ominously, killing intent pervading from his body. The strength path giant phantom he had turned into charged towards Tai Bai Yun Sheng with overwhelming momentum, like a bear pouncing at its prey. Tai Bai Yun Sheng was scared witless, quickly fleeing with the supreme true inheritance light lump. Don't forget that I am also a flying master, Tai Bai Yun Sheng had learned from Fang Yuan and shouted loudly while flying away. The pursuer's momentum was involuntarily destroyed. Someone powerlessly cursed, "Fuck." 2 flying masters appeared in this imperial court contest, and both of them had to be these 2. Only He Lu Lan was provoked by the remark. His battle intent soared to an unprecedented level. Looks like I have to use my full strength as well. His expression was solemn as he made a resolution and punched fiercely. The fist chi surged majestically like a mountain peak. Tai Bai Yun Sheng nimbly dodged it without receiving any injury. But the barrage of Grand Fist Chi suddenly transformed into Strength Path giant phantoms. Tai Bai Yun Sheng was caught unprepared, and in a short moment was completely surrounded by these Strength Path giant phantoms. What bad luck! Tai Bai Yun Sheng's face turned pale white. Who could have thought He Lu Lan's strength had actually reached such a powerful level? 16 Strength Path giant phantoms. This strength can truly slaughter an immortal. Ye Lui Sung and the others were greatly shocked at this scene. Huff, huff, huff. He Lu Lan gasped for breath. The Strength Path giant phantom on him had already dissipated. This move clearly used a lot of his energy and strength. Even great strength true martial physique of 10 extreme physiques could not endure its usage. His fat body flickered with a layer of faint black light. That was the power of immortal Gu Dark Limit, helping him to suppress and conceal great strength true martial physique. What a close call. I almost broke the seal of Dark Limit Gu. He Lu Lan rejoiced inwardly, a vicious gaze flashing on his eyes as he looked at Tai Bai Yun Sheng. Your death is assured now. My grand plan of revenge will start from you, Tai Bai Yun Sheng. However, a change occurred right at this moment. Giant light blue hands suddenly appeared in true inheritance secluded domain. The dense giant light blue hands soon attracted everyone's gazes. What is that? What kind of thing? Whoosh. An ordinary true inheritance that was flying like a meteor collided into a giant light blue hand. The giant light blue hand opened its palm and grabbed this true inheritance, holding it so tightly the true inheritance could not even budge. The giant light blue hand paused for a breath of time before flying away swiftly. Under everyone's gazes, it left behind a trail of gorgeous blue light while its speed kept on increasing. After it moved thousands of steps away, it suddenly disappeared without a trace. Even the true inheritance it was holding was gone. Everyone's pupils involuntarily shrunk at this sight. These giant hands are so terrifying they easily subdue the true inheritance. I know this is definitely Ancestor Giant Sun's ability. Haven't you noticed these giant light blue hands are similar to the flying snow hands? Ha ha ha! Ancestor Giant Sun has made his move. It seems the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity has already passed. These 2 scoundrels are finished now. Some people made guesses which were quickly approved by everyone. However, right when they were cheering, a miserable shriek spread to their ears. Everyone looked at the source of the voice and saw that a Gu master in the outer periphery was grabbed by the giant light blue hand. Shortly after, the giant hand seemed to have grabbed something, flying far away with a clenched fist. That goo master let out a miserable howl. That hand seized all my goo worms. What? There was a commotion. Soon, the second victim appeared. My vital goo was actually seized. Puff. He spurted a mouthful of blood. Vital goo was closely related to the goo master's life, and when it was forcibly seized by the giant hand, the goo master immediately suffered backlash. The hands fell down like rain, beginning to wantonly seize goo worms. Run away. Everyone dispersed in confusion. Isn't this ancestor giant son's ability? Could it be that this is a heavenly tribulation, an earthly calamity? Many cried out in shock. What kind of heavenly tribulation is this? It can actually seize goo worms. Someone shouted in bewilderment. The importance of goo worms to goo masters was self-evident. Quick, store your goo worms into your apertures, someone reminded in panic. However, everyone soon discovered, even after storing in the aperture, the goo worms were still being seized. The giant light blue hands were formless. They did not inflict the slightest injuries and only captured goo worms. Once the goo worm was captured by them, the goo worm would immediately lose connection with the goo master. What kind of tribulation are these giant light blue hands? Can it seize even immortal goo? Tai Bai Yun Sheng could not make out any details on these giant light blue hands and was very nervous from the scene unfolding in front of him. At this time, 3 giant hands moved towards him. He evaded in panic. Even as a flying goo master, he was soon in danger, his face perspiring heavily. The giant hands were very fast and extremely nimble. The crucial point was they could sneak attack like flashbug goo, making it very hard to defend against them. Even Tai Bai Yun Sheng was cutting out a sorry figure. There was no need to mention other goo masters. There seems to be information of this in the tribe records. Hai Lu Lan frowned. He could not dodge in time and was grabbed by a 4-fingered giant hand. For a moment, he could not budge. The giant light blue hand seemingly had no substance, and like wind brushing past one's face, it caused no harm to Hai Lu Lan's body. However, Hai Lu Lan felt his head go dizzy, instantly losing connection with a rank 4 goo. Oh no! Hai Lu Lan inwardly exclaimed. The goo that was seized might only be rank 4, but it was very important. It was one of the necessary goo worms to use his strength path killer move. Roar! Hai Lu Lan suddenly let out a beastly roar. Rank 5. Fixed. Sound. Goo. A formless sound wave rapidly chased after the 4-fingered giant hand and locked it in place like a formless iron chain. I don't care what all these hands are. I'll destroy them. Hai Lu Lan gave a loud shout to raise his spirits and turned into Strength Path Giant Phantom once more. The giant grabbed the giant light blue hand with its house-sized fist and clenched. The giant light blue hand flickered twice before shattering apart like glass. Hai Lu Lan immediately sensed that crucial goo worm. The shattered giant light blue hand fell apart like ice melting into water. Hai Lu Lan smoothly grabbed the goo worm and was just feeling joyous when 5 formless hands suddenly appeared behind him. His face turned pale instantly. He fiercely turned his body and delivered a horizontal strike with his arm. He used all his strength in this strike. Wind erupted, and sound waves burst out like thunder. But when the strike touched the formless hands, the giant arm directly passed through like they were image of the moon in the water. Hai Lu Lan was stupefied. The formless hands quickly moved and grabbed specific parts of the Strength Path Giant Phantom. Hai Lu Lan was paralyzed once more. Next moment, the Strength Path Giant Phantom collapsed with a loud sound. His killer move was broken. My goo worms. Puff. Hai Lu Lan spurted out large amounts of blood. His vital goo was seized, which was the core goo of his Strength Path killer move. Besides it, 4 other crucial goo worms were also seized. What gave Hai Lu Lan the most heartache was false emotion, fake will goo, and wooden chicken goo, 2 immortal goo, were also seized. Stop right now! Hai Lu Lan exerted all his strength to chase the hands, the matter of Fang Yuan thrown out of his mind. The giant light blue hands moved everywhere, seizing goo worms. The goo masters fled and evaded in disorder. A rumble erupted in True Inheritance' secluded domain. Threads of light shone down as the True Yang building began to crumble. No, I absolutely can't let 88 True Yang building perish. Formless hands cannot be attacked, but when they grab a goo worm and clench their fist, they can be destroyed. As long as I can protect the several rank 8 core goo worms with enough time, I will be able to rebuild True Yang building. Outside the tower, the remnant giant sun's will curled up in a ball and was accumulating its energy. The enormous True Yang building was like an old man with a foot in the grave, letting the formless hands fly in, grab the goo worms, and fly away. The beautiful and grand True Yang building soon turned into a nibbled giant corn. Its surface was a mess, filled with holes. The formless hands continued to rain down endlessly. True Yang building's complete destruction was not far away. Inside Tai Bai Yunsheng's immortal aperture, Blessed Land, however, was a scene of tranquility. Fang Yuan waited for a while before carefully transferring his second vital goo. All-out effort, goo had a beetle-like shape with an oval body and an arching carapace. The majestic horn on its head appeared dignified and powerful. It had 3 pairs of strong legs, and its entire body was brown, which shone with a metallic luster. Fang Yuan obtained this goo back in southern border. Later he refined it rank 4, which allowed him to casually strike out with beast-strength phantoms. "Go," Fang Yuan softly spoke. All-out effort, goo obeyed Fang Yuan's intent, charging towards the extremely compressed 3-colored chi lump. Boom! Fang Yuan's body shook intensely as lightning seemed to have burst in his mind. The chi lump exploded loudly, and like the process of creation after destruction, it gave birth to an immortal aperture. The sky in the immortal aperture was orange-yellow, and a white mountain stood tall on the earth. Since the immortal aperture was newly born, the space inside was limited, but it soon rapidly expanded all around. Like a newborn baby, it demanded nutrition intensely. The immortal aperture's nourishment was the heaven and earth, Qi. "Senior brother, let me out quick," Fang Yuan immediately sent his voice. "You succeeded." Tai Bai Yunsheng was overjoyed before warning. "You need to be careful when you come out. The situation now is quite dangerous." Fang Yuan's vision changed as he was let out of the immortal aperture by Tai Bai Yunsheng. The next moment, he appeared beside Tai Bai Yunsheng. This is Formless Hand." 500 years of experience was not for show. Fang Yuan immediately recognized the origin of the giant light blue hands and turned pale with fright. Feeling his aura, a 6-fingered formless hand suddenly appeared above Fang Yuan and grabbed. Chapter 631. Striking a Fortune. The 6-fingered formless hand's appearance was so sudden that Fang Yuan only had the time to raise his head. The light blue radiance shone down on his face as his sight was filled with the giant light blue hand. The formless hand did not show any notions of stopping, grabbing towards Fang Yuan, completely shrouding over his body. "Junior brother," Tai Bai Yunsheng shouted in fright. The next moment, however, this 6-fingered formless fist loosened up and spread open. Fang Yuan's figure showed up 500 steps away. The 6-fingered formless hand had grabbed at nothing. Flashbug goo. This goo was a rare rank 5 spacepath movement goo. Fang Yuan had to spend a lot of efforts to purchase it in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Huff! Tai Bai Yunsheng let out a breath of turbid air. A giant stone lifted off his heart. Tai Bai Yunsheng knew Fang Yuan was unable to react properly because he had just came out. In truth, it was nothing difficult for flying masters to evade these formless hands. Close call. Fang Yuan's body let out cold sweat from the fright. He had much more understanding of formless hands than others. As such, he knew their threat level clearly. Formless Hand is Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's killer move. It can range from 1 finger to 9 fingers, respectively able to seize rank 1 to rank 9 goo worms. They can even seize the vital goo without any problems. If that 6-fingered formless hand succeeded in grabbing me, I would have definitely lost either Spring Autumn Cicada or fixed immortal travel. My luck is too bad. It actually provoked such a catastrophe. Fang Yuan rapidly flew, dodging the pursuit of the formless hand while observing his surroundings. True Inheritance' secluded domain had already fallen into complete chaos. True Inheritance meteors and formless hands filled one's sight. Goo masters flew around in disorder. Some were evading the formless hands, some cried out in grief after their goo worms were seized, while some used all their strength to attack the formless hands. It seems that they have found out already. Once a formless hand captures a goo worm, it will clench its fist. This is the moment it can be attacked. When it is in its spread-out palm form, it is almost completely immune to all attacks and can only be dodged. Fang Yuan recalled the relevant information on formless hands. He was very familiar with the formless hands. In his previous life, Ma Hongyun had successively obtained a portion of a giant sun. Immortal, venerable, and thieving heaven demon venerable's inheritance, also obtaining a similar method of capturing goo worms. He had used this method many times in the Great Battle of the 5 Regions, resulting in the disastrous loss of many strong enemies and making them flee. Fang Yuan had thus researched a lot on this. Fang Yuan continued to dodge, use flashbug goo, windflower goo, eagle rise goo, and so on before he was able to pull apart a huge distance, making the 6-fingered formless hand chasing him to change its target. He immediately sent a portion of his consciousness to inspect his immortal aperture. There were remnants of heaven and earth qi in True Inheritance' secluded domain. Ever since Fang Yuan came out, his immortal aperture had been crazily absorbing these heaven and earth qi, growing rapidly. In just a short while, his immortal aperture had expanded to over 2,000 square kilometers and was still growing. At the same time, the time flow inside the immortal aperture was starting to become faster than the outside world. From a 1-to-1 ratio, it increased to 6 times as fast. Damn it! Fang Yuan suddenly frowned and his face paled. The change in the immortal aperture was going smoothly, but the problem appeared in the first aperture. More accurately, the problem was the Spring Autumn Cicada. Spring Autumn Cicada was recovering rapidly, and the first aperture was already showing signs of being unable to bear the huge pressure from it. Oh no. When an immortal aperture is born, not only does the space enlarge, the time flow also changes. The change in the time flow is the main reason an immortal aperture can turn into a small world and attract a tributary of the river of time. Spring Autumn. Cicada feeds on the water of the river of time, and now being so close to the source, it is able to drink a lot and accelerate its recovery speed. Fang Yuan was able to instantly understand what was going on. Since the last activation of Spring Autumn Cicada, which had fortunately succeeded, it had been slowly recovering. It has been a long time since Fang Yuan arrived in Northern Plains. Spring Autumn Cicada was gradually recovering, causing the pressure on the first aperture to increase day by day. The first aperture was already at rank 5 peak stage and should have been able to endure for some time according to Fang Yuan's estimation. But this unforeseen event had greatly shifted the time limit to an earlier date. Since Rebirth, Spring's Autumn Cicada had been a hidden danger to Fang Yuan. Now that Fang Yuan was advancing to a goo immortal, this hidden danger had expanded to a serious danger that directly pushed itself to Fang Yuan's sight. Damn it! Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. He suddenly descended. A formless hand passed by his hair, grabbing at the air. For now, Fang Yuan had no way to deal with this situation. The immortal aperture must be successfully created, otherwise all his efforts would go to waste. Without a goo immortal's strength, it would be impossible for him to continue contending. However, Spring Autumn Cicada also could not be ignored. Crack. A huge sound echoed in True Inheritance' secluded domain like some important thing had shattered, causing palpitation in everyone's heart. Everyone paused and hurriedly looked up. Like an eggshell that was smashed, countless cracks appeared on True Inheritance' secluded domain. The cracks rapidly enlarged and let the outside world's light flow in. At the same time, many formless hands also squeezed in through the cracks, a 7-fingered formless hand among them. The Gu-masters let out shocked cries at the sight of so many giant light blue hands. Why are there so many giant hands? This is bad. Look, a 7-fingered giant hand has actually squeezed in. With the endless giant light blue hands flying in True Inheritance' secluded domain, everyone's situation had become even more perilous. Hai Lu Lan's expression was grave, and even Tai Bai Yun Sheng felt an intense suffocation. Flying masters were not omnipotent. With so many formless hands, the difficulty in evading them increased greatly. Moreover, the longer they spent, the more likely it was for them to make an error under such a strained state. This is turning worse. Tai Bai Yun Sheng was gloomy. What he was afraid of came. He made a mistake in the crucial time. His sole remaining escape path was blocked by 6 formless hands. At this moment of crisis, Tai Bai Yun Sheng gritted his teeth and directly crashed towards a 3-fingered formless hand. The formless hand grabbed him. Tai Bai Yun Sheng was immediately paralyzed. But this time period was extremely short, and soon the 3-fingered formless hand flew away with a clenched fist. Out of danger, Tai Bai Yun Sheng immediately burst out with his greatest speed and escaped through this gap. Tai Bai Yun Sheng's back was soaked with cold sweat from this thrilling situation. Even Tai Bai Yun Sheng was in such a predicament, let alone others. All the Gu-masters met with calamity. At worst, not even one of their Gu-worms remained. Without Gu-worms, Gu-masters' battle strength plunged down to the very bottom. And even if they had a lot of primeval essence, it would be of no use. "Save me!" A Gu-master looked on with fright, a True Inheritance that was flying right towards him. All his Gu-worms were already seized by the formless hands. At this moment of life and death, he cried out for help while swinging his arms crazily to speed up his flight, but his movement speed was no faster than a snail in comparison to the True Inheritance. The surrounding Gu-masters heard his plea for help, but right now they had no way to help however much they wanted to. Thud. There was no unexpected event. The unlucky Gu-master was directly crushed into meat paste by the True Inheritance. This blue-colored True Inheritance did not stop after crushing the Gu-master and kept on flying away. On its way, formless hands kept on obstructing its path while it kept on evading. The wild newborn Gu, Will in the True Inheritance, also sensed the deadly threat of the heavenly tribulation formless hands, and did its best to escape. However, the will of Gu-worms was not as intelligent as humans. The blue-colored True Inheritance evaded several formless hands before it was finally grabbed by a 5-fingered formless hand. The formless hand clenched its fist tightly but did not stop at the place. The True Inheritance light lump speed was too fast. The formless hand was pulled in its inertia, except that the speed was greatly reduced. The 5-fingered formless hand flew away with a Gu-worm, but even more formless hands pounced down and covered the True Inheritance light lump. One hand was not enough. Another came followed by the next. Soon, 10 formless hands were tightly grabbing the True Inheritance light lump. The True Inheritance light lump continued to slow until it came to a stop. The formless hands suddenly separated and flew in all directions with clenched fists. There was nothing left at the spot. The blue-colored True Inheritance was already robbed clean. At this moment, Fang Yuan snickered and flew towards the target he had his eyes on, and started attacking fiercely. A formless fist was broken by his attacks and revealed the Gu it was holding. Fang Yuan immediately reacted and grabbed it. This was a rank 5 mortal Gu, and after he refined it, he stored it in his pocket. Flashbug Gu. He disappeared from the spot and suddenly appeared 300 steps away, right beside another formless fist. Bam, bam, bam. He punched heavily and broke the formless fist in 3 punches, leaving after grabbing the Gu. It was an immortal Gu. Almost at the very next moment, A formless hand pounced at him, and naturally it was in vain. Fang Yuan moved like lightning, occasionally soaring like a sparrow and occasionally piercing forward like an eagle. He was dodging the formless hands while also taking any chance to strike a fortune, grabbing many goo worms of the true inheritance. However, the formless fists were very fast, and the opportunity to destroy them was fleeting. The blue-colored true inheritance was a good opportunity Fang Yuan ran into, but he only had enough time to break 3 formless fists, obtaining 2 mortal goo and an immortal goo. While Fang Yuan was occupied with breaking the formless fist, the other formless fists had already flown far away, and Fang Yuan was not able to chase after them. Suppress! Fang Yuan transferred his will into the goo worms to temporarily suppress them. He did not have the time to refine these goo worms, let alone study their uses. Suddenly, Fang Yuan's sight was covered with blue light. Maybe it was because Fang Yuan was too active and attention-drawing. 8 formless hands attacked him together. Fang Yuan's heart jumped and he quickly evaded. He moved and stopped at times, changing his directions madly. His vision kept on changing intensely. One moment he was above, while the next he was below. He almost made himself go dizzy. He spent tremendous effort before he was able to get rid of the formless hands. He had just stabilized his breathing when suddenly there was the sound of wind. A formless hand was flying right towards him. Fang Yuan was just about to dodge, but his pupils enlarged rapidly the next moment. This was a formless fist. He laughed heartily and flapped his 6 wings, directly punching towards the formless fist. He obtained a rank 5 goo after breaking the formless fist. The goo worm was vibrating in his hand and struggled intensely, attempting to escape. Fang Yuan sent a portion of his will inside, but was not able to suppress it. He immediately frowned as he realized this goo was not a wild goo, but a goo master's goo worm. Because the goo worm had someone else's will, the difficulty in refining it was several times greater than refining wild goo, and even temporarily suppressing it was difficult. "Let go of my goo," a familiar voice sounded by Fang Yuan's ears at this moment. Fang Yuan looked at the source of the voice and immediately smiled. He saw He Lu Lan flying towards him, hurriedly and furiously, his gaze fixed on the goo in Fang Yuan's hand. "Chibi General Yoink, this is mine now." Chapter 6. 132. Coexistence of Pain and Joy. Translator, Chibi. General Editor, Chibi General He Lu Lan poured incessant grievances in his heart. He had outstanding battle strength along with an extremely powerful strength path, long-range killer move. It was just that they were not enough to cover his weakness in the movement aspect. More accurately speaking, He Lu Lan cultivated strength and dark path, which were not impressive in movement ability. But in the present situation, only flying masters could barely survive. He Lu Lan's weakness was thus completely revealed under the pursuit of the formless hands. The formless hands wantonly seized the goo worms in He Lu Lan's body. He had destroyed many formless hands and chased after many, but at the same time, new formless hands would appear to grab even more of his goo worms. Right now, He Lu Lan was flying fiercely like a berserk bear. His expression was one of malevolence and anger. He knew Fang Yuan had big advantage in this situation, but he could not give up. The reason was that the goo worm Fang Yuan had captured was, very unfortunately, He Lu Lan's vital goo. The vital goo was closely interlinked to the goo master's life. Once it was destroyed, the goo master would immediately suffer heavy injuries. By grabbing this goo, it was akin to Fang Yuan controlling a huge weakness of He Lu Lan. Mentioning this vital goo, it had gone through many difficulties as well, being seized by the formless hands many times, while He Lu Lan seized it back again. Counting the number of times, this was already the 6th time this vital goo had been seized. Only this time, an accident happened. It landed in Fang Yuan's hand. His vital goo was with the enemy. This was a very serious situation, and it needed to be retrieved. Fang Yuan's eyes shone with a cold light. He did not know the rank 5 goo in his hand was He Lu Lan's vital goo, but he could tell the huge importance of this goo from He Lu Lan's behavior. You want to take back this goo? Keep on dreaming. Fang Yuan moved the 6 wings on his back and rose up, flying far away. He Lu Lan had hunted down Fang Yuan again and again before. The hatred between them was already very deep. But this moment was not a good time to kill He Lu Lan. There were more and more formless hands. Fang Yuan was already feeling difficulty in dodging them. If he fought under this situation, he would surely have to pay an extremely disastrous price even if he succeeded. It was more so when He Lu Lan had great strength, true martial physique. If he was forced into a corner and self-detonated, Fang Yuan would have to suffer the terrible consequences. Let's see how long he can continue chasing me. Fang Yuan snorted and forcibly suppressed the restless goo worm in his hand. Soon, he shook off He Lu Lan. While dodging the formless hands on the way, he sent a portion of his consciousness into his immortal aperture. The immortal aperture was growing without stop. Ever since Fang Yuan exited Tai Bai Yun Sheng's immortal aperture, his immortal aperture had been continuously absorbing heaven and earth qi. Now, it was already over 2,600 square kilometers. The sky was orange and yellow, while the earth was rugged with steep white stone mountain ranges that stood tall and lofty. The terrain of the immortal aperture was related to the Goo Master's paths: accumulation, temperament, and comprehension. This was the first time Fang Yuan became a strength path Goo immortal, and he only roughly understood it now, only knowing the general situation. If he wanted to have a deeper understanding, he needed to research in the future. The time flow has reached 1:12 ratio. 1 day in the outside world is 12 days inside the immortal aperture. The growth rate is gradually slowing down, Fang Yuan assessed. By now he had almost absorbed all the heaven and earth qi in true inheritance secluded domain. He was now waiting for the immortal aperture to stabilize completely, which was the most important. Once he possessed a Goo Immortal's battle strength, everything would change. I will let you hold on to my Goo for the moment. I will get it back no matter what. He Lu Lan could only roar helplessly as he looked at Fang Yuan fly further and further away. He was obstructed by the formless hands when he chased and had lost many Goo worms. It was already very difficult for him to evade the formless hands. It was no wonder he would suffer the consequences when he chased after Fang Yuan under such conditions. He Lu Lan helplessly gave up. If he still persisted in chasing, it would definitely make Fang Yuan suspicious. And if Fang Yuan guessed the Goo was He Lu Lan's vital Goo, the situation would turn even worse. I can only rely on my connection to my vital Goo and slowly get near him while dodging the formless hands. Then I will ambush this damned thief. He Lu Lan gritted his teeth till they made cracking noises, while thinking of all kinds of schemes. Formless hands could seize Goo worms but could not refine them. Once the formless hand was broken apart, the Goo worm would be released, upon which the Goo Master would be able to immediately sense the Goo and use his will to recall them. Fang Yuan forcibly suppressed He Lu Lan's vital Goo, but had no time or energy to spare to refine it. Thus, He Lu Lan still had connection with the Goo worm and had hope of turning the situation around. Time passed. The formless hands had completely gained control of the situation in true inheritance secluded domain. Giant light blue hands could be seen everywhere like swarms of bees hovering around. Be it Goo Masters or true inheritance light lumps, they only had the choice of escaping. Spring Autumn Cicada. Fang Yuan's mouth was dry as the pressure in him continued to increase. Following the growth of the immortal aperture, Spring Autumn Cicada continued to absorb the water of the river of time, causing the pressure in the first aperture to continue to increase. There were already many cracks on the first aperture's walls. To decrease the pressure on the first aperture as much as possible, Fang Yuan had already emptied out all the primeval essence in the aperture. He flew rapidly, using tens of movement Goo which had huge demand towards primeval essence. Fortunately, I had already planned and prepared long before this, and bought large numbers of beggar moths. But even so, I need to pay attention to my primeval essence. The consequences will be unimaginable if my primeval essence is completely exhausted. These beggar moths were goo worms used to store primeval essence. They looked like moths, but their wings had round holes. These holes made the beggar moth look tattered, resembling a beggar's clothing. In truth, however, the more holes there were on the beggar moth's wings, the better. More holes meant the beggar moths could store higher rank primeval essence. In the mortal world, these beggar moths were limited in supply. But Fang Yuan possessed Hu immortal blessed land and was able to buy groups of beggar moths in treasure yellow heaven. Fang Yuan directly purchased a group. Although there were not many rank 5 and rank 4 beggar moths, rank 3 and rank 2 were huge in numbers. Fang Yuan had close to 1,000 beggar moths and had brought almost all of them with him. Mortals could not buy them and would also find it hard to bear the expenses of raising goo. But Fang Yuan had a goo immortal's assets in Hu immortal blessed land, and it was easy for him to raise them. Not only beggar moths, he also had a lot of spare eagle rise goo and other goo. Fang Yuan would keep his eagle rise goo after using them for certain time and activate another eagle rise goo. There were 6 wings on his back, and it looked like he was using 3 eagle rise goo, but in truth, he was using more than a dozen eagle rise goo in turns. This was because of the heaven and earth chi. Using goo worms under this situation would be met with the backlash from heaven and earth chi. The goo might even perish if they were used for too long. Fang Yuan's immortal aperture was growing. As such, he was the center of the gathering heaven and earth chi, causing the backlash force on him to be very high. Thus, by alternating the use of goo like eagle rise goo, he could prolong their duration to the greatest limit. It was again thanks to having Hu immortal blessed land, having the help of a goo immortal resources, that he could be such extravagant. The backlash of heaven and earth chi was also one of the barriers for a goo master to advance to goo immortal. When Tai Bai Yun Sheng faced the tribulations in his ascension, his goo worms perished in large numbers. If not for Fang Yuan's support, he would already have no more goo worms to use after using them all up in facing chaotic lightning balls outside 88 True Yang building. If a goo master was lucky enough to advance to a goo immortal, all their mortal goo would normally be destroyed. Advancing to a goo immortal was extremely risky, and there was a high price to be paid. In lots of cases, a newly advanced goo immortal would have nothing on him. Almost all the goo worms they accumulated before would be completely used up. 6-arm heavenly zombie king. Fang Yuan suddenly turned into heavenly zombie form while flying and evading. His 6 wings soared, and he raised his 8 arms. Bam! The next moment, he directly clashed against a formless fist. Fang Yuan did not feel any pain and directly shattered the formless fist, obtaining a goo. Fang Yuan was overjoyed when he saw the goo. This was the 3rd wild immortal goo he had obtained after exiting Tai Bai Yun Sheng's immortal aperture. He was unable to examine it closely, but he stored it in his pocket after suppressing it. Right now, he had the internal danger of Spring Autumn Cicada, while on the outside, there was the formless hand disaster. He had to concentrate completely on flying, as well as pay attention to his primeval essence and the condition of his goo worms. But he could not deny his plentiful harvests. Fang Yuan was deeply realizing what was called the coexistence of pain and joy. His flying master attainment was a great help to him in this situation. Where is Ma Hongyun? Fang Yuan stored the 3rd immortal goo and looked around him with insatiable greed. Luck Path Supreme True Inheritance had all along been of extreme interest to him. Back then, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had, to a large extent, relied on this to dominate the lands and become invincible in the world. Previously, Fang Yuan had no way to do anything about this Luck Path True Inheritance, but now borrowing the strength of formless hands, he could seize the Luck Path goo worms. This was an extremely rare opportunity. However, even after searching all over whenever he had the chance, he did not see even the shadow of the Luck Path True Inheritance. Clearly, Luck Path True Inheritance was also moving around. The supreme true inheritance might be protecting Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun, but it was only an acknowledgement of fortune rivaling heaven, and it was still being controlled by a wild will. It was an instinct for wild goo worms to dodge heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. It was a scene of chaos in the large, true inheritance, secluded domain. There were formless hands everywhere, true inheritance meteors, fleeing goo masters or dazzling attacks towards the clenched formless fists. All these were obstructing Fang Yuan's vision. Fang Yuan also had to evade the formless hands and could not casually search. Both sides were on the move, thus it was actually normal for them to not bump into each other. Crack, crack. The sound of something cracking like the cracking of eggshell started to spread. The cracks in true inheritance secluded domain were enlarging. It was only at one side first, but now the cracks had gradually spread to cover all sides. More and more giant light blue hands squeezed in through the cracks. Time passed. The losses to Fang Yuan's goo worms were also becoming more severe. On one hand, because of the backlash from heaven and earth chi, especially the movement goo worms, even after being used in turn, they had reached the limit and many perished. On the other hand, the quantity of formless hands had surpassed the point of qualitative change. Sometimes many formless hands would appear together and block all escape paths. Fang Yuan was thus grabbed 2-3 times. But every time he was grabbed, he would intentionally choose the formless hand with less fingers, prioritizing his safety and letting his goo worm be taken of his own accord. Chapter 633. Finally becoming a goo immortal translator. Chibi, General Editor. Chibi General. As time continued to pass, Fang Yuan had no more opportunity to go shatter formless fists. He was busy running from the pursuit of the formless hands. Return my goo. By some coincidence, He Lu Lan appeared in front of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan sneered and activated Windflower Goo. A translucent windflower appeared beside him and quickly changed direction, taking him with it. Whoosh! With the Windflower Goo's help, Fang Yuan's speed remained the same when he changed his direction and was able to avoid He Lu Lan. He Lu Lan, however, was very happy. I am finally lucky for once. He actually ran that direction. Fang Yuan had not flown far away before his speed rapidly declined. His expression changed as he sensed that he had fallen into a dark vortex. This was the trap He Lu Lan had set using one-time expenditure goo, specially used to trap enemies. The formless hands were less than 100 steps away. Fang Yuan snorted and, without losing his composure, used flashbug goo. He disappeared from the spot and appeared 500 steps away the next moment. After getting out of his predicament, Fang Yuan immediately increased his speed, but not even a few breaths later, he once again fell into a dark vortex. He again used flashbug goo to free himself, but following that he fell in the third dark vortex again. True Inheritance secluded domain was originally a place filled with darkness, as such dark vortexes were extremely concealed here. Without someone running into them, they would remain still and there would be no way to sense them. But once someone ran into them, they would form a sinking force like one had stepped into a swamp or quicksand. You can't run away. I have placed countless traps all over the surrounding 100 li, He Lu Lan shouted while rapidly flying towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was suffering the consequences of a lack of investigation. He shouted furiously, "You are seeking your own death. Don't blame me." He activated 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King and forcefully freed himself from the vortex, charging straight towards He Lu Lan. He Lu Lan felt a chill before it turned into joy. He was not afraid of Fang Yuan attacking him, but afraid of Fang Yuan fleeing all the time and not give him the chance to fight. New and old hatred overlapped. Both sides wanted nothing more than to kill each other. However, they had not even fought yet, when He Lu Lan suddenly changed his direction and fled. Shortly, Fang Yuan's expression also changed and retreated towards the back extremely quickly. Too horrifying. A large group of formless hands breezed down from above. Their numbers were at least 500 to 600. The light blue radiance dyed the surrounding space into a scene of blue. The formless hand group divided into two, chasing after Fang Yuan and He Lu Lan. Fang Yuan was facing an unprecedented crisis. He did not dare to fly in between the formless hands. There were too many formless hands. Even a light movement could easily seal all his paths. Fang Yuan could only fly forward swiftly, with the large group of giant light blue hands closely chasing him. "No, don't come here," Ye Luisang shouted in panic. He was moving with 3 other Gu masters and coordinating with each other. He was barely able to ensure the safety of his firepath immortal Gu. However, now he suddenly saw Fang Yuan flying towards them. And when he saw the group of formless hands behind Fang Yuan, Ye Luisang's heart nearly jumped out in shock. Fang Yuan not only increased his speed, he also quickly made his move. Long-range attacks sealed the best escape routes of Ye Luisang's group and also greatly slowed down their speed. Next, Fang Yuan turned a little and flew past them, continuing to fly swiftly. Ye Luisang's group was escaping with all their strength, but it was nowhere near enough. "No!" This unlucky Ye Lui tribe leader let out a miserable scream as hundreds of formless hands filled his vision. Like a burst of strong wind wreaking havoc or like locusts passing through the fields, the giant light blue hands plundered Ye Luisang's group and continued to chase after Fang Yuan. Ye Luisang's group stood on the spot with dazed expressions. There were too many formless hands, and in just a few breaths of time, all their Gu worms were seized. In an instant, they had become completely penniless. Although they still had primeval essence remaining in their apertures, there was nothing to use them on. "How will I report to Supreme Tribe Elder when I return?" Ye Luisang's heart was filled with fear and bewilderment. His firepath immortal Gu was lent to him by Ye Lui Tribe's Supreme Tribe Elder Ye Lui Lai to help him obtain victory in this imperial court contest. The value of the immortal Gu was self-evident. Ye Luisang lost in the contest, but to preserve the immortal Gu, he had to bear the disgrace of siding with He Lu Lan, who was also a super tribe leader like him. And now, because of Fang Yuan sending the disaster towards him, the firepath immortal Gu he had protected with his heart and soul was gone. Fang Yuan flew rapidly before glancing behind him. He felt relieved when he saw the formless hands had decreased in number. This was the contribution of Ye Luisang's group. Fang Yuan saw hope in getting rid of this group of formless hands. That was to draw the disaster towards others. He had Flying Master attainment while others did not. That is. While fleeing, Fang Yuan finally discovered trace of Ma Hongyun. Luckpath Supreme True Inheritance was shielding Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun, while dodging and flying away from many formless hands chasing it. Of course, when compared to the group chasing Fang Yuan, it paled in comparison. Without the least bit of hesitation, Fang Yuan immediately flew towards Ma Hongyun. Sensing an even greater danger, Luckpath True Inheritance. Light Lump instinctively changed its direction. However, Fang Yuan chased it relentlessly, and with extremely deft movements, he was able to gradually get closer. "Let us go, I beg you. Please let us go." Ma Hongyun's pleading came from within Luckpath True Inheritance. "Don't come over. Don't come over." Zhao Lianyun was also shivering in fear. Fang Yuan's heart was tough like iron and cold as steel. How could he be swayed? His speed suddenly increased violently as he made a beautiful arc beside the Luckpath True Inheritance. The formless hand group was immediately attracted to the aura of Luckpath True Inheritance and flocked to it. "We're finished!" Both of Ma and Zhao's faces turned as they looked at the hundreds of formless hands blocking their escape routes, attacking like a storm. "Ha ha ha! Luckpath Supreme True Inheritance!" Fang Yuan made a full circle before flying back. "My immortal aperture has almost finished forming. This is truly wonderful. I can use it to store the Luckpath Immortal Gu." Fang Yuan's gaze burned looking at the formless hands shrouding the Luckpath True Inheritance. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Soon, many formless fists started flying away. Fang Yuan immediately started using all his methods to seize the Gu. 1, 2, 5, 6. The number soon crossed 10. Fang Yuan knew he would not be able to catch all luck path goo worms, but he was satisfied at having such a harvest. Wait a moment, a six-fingered, formless fist. Fang Yuan suddenly discovered a major target. The 6 fingers signified this fist was holding a rank 6 luck path, immortal goo. Fang Yuan's eyes reddened and his breathing sped up as he used all his strength to chase the 6-fingered fist. He turned into 6-arm heavenly zombie king and directly pounced towards the fist. His 8 arms burst out with fist shadows as he rained down violent punches. The formless fist shattered and, as expected, revealed a luck path immortal goo. Ha ha! Fang Yuan laughed heartily as he quickly grabbed it. However, right at this instant, a 6-fingered, formless hand flew over and grabbed Fang Yuan. Its timing was impeccable as Fang Yuan's guard was slightly relaxed due to the happiness. The result was extreme joy, turning into sorrow. Fang Yuan felt his mind go blank and cursed out. The time seemed to have stretched out extremely long at this moment. After 2 breaths, the 6-fingered, formless fist flew away from him and Fang Yuan recovered the ability to move. Fang Yuan immediately unfolded his 6 wings and left the spot immediately. He hurriedly glanced behind him and saw 50 to 60 formless hands crashing into each other at the spot where he had just been before. If he had even the slightest hesitation. Fang Yuan's forehead was soaked with cold sweat. He then examined his body, and the discovery caused him to turn gloomy. The goo that was seized was not any of the immortal goo he had seized or Spring Autumn Cicada. It was fixed immortal travel. This damned luck, Fang Yuan cursed. Fixed immortal travel was his primary method to leave this place and return to Hu immortal blessed land. He must get it back. Fang Yuan temporarily suppressed the luck path immortal goo and stored it in his pocket. Then he stared at that 6-fingered formless fist and gave chase. When one walks by the river, how could one's shoes not get wet? Fortunately, his immortal aperture finished stabilizing during the chase. Fang Yuan's risky attempt at advancing to Goo Immortal ended in success. At this moment, he had become a true Strength Path Goo Immortal. His Strength Path Immortal aperture was very huge, with about 3,500 square kilometers of area. The sky was orange-yellow, and there were all sorts of lofty, tall, and straight mountains on the ground made of white stones with not even a blade of grass on them. An invisible tributary of the River of Time was pulled into the immortal aperture blessed land, supporting the normal operations of this small world. In comparison to the outside world, the flow of time here was 1 to 16. The most important point was there were 22 green grape immortal essence beads. This is a medium-grade blessed land. Fang Yuan sighed. When a Goo Master advanced to Goo Immortal, their immortal aperture could be classified into 3 grades. A small blessed land has a size of 2,000 square kilometers at the maximum, can draw in a small tributary of the River of Time and create over 10 beads of immortal essence, while being a land of few resources. Medium grade can have a size of 2,000 square kilometers to 4,000 square kilometers, draw in a slightly bigger tributary of the River of Time, create over 20 beads of immortal essence and has plentiful resources. High-grade blessed land can have a size of 4,000 square kilometers to 6,000 square kilometers. Draw in a large tributary of the River of Time and create over 30 beads of immortal essence. There will be plenty of heaven and earth chi remaining, which can mutually interact and refine a mortal goo into immortal goo during a burst of inspiration. When Tai Bai Yun Sheng advanced to Goo Immortal, he refined 2 immortal goo. No doubt, his was a high-grade blessed land. Fang Yuan's Strength Path Immortal Aperture, however, was a medium-grade blessed land. I might have much more human chi compared to Tai Bai Yun Sheng, but he received the help of human chi goo, and his human chi was able to greatly surpass mine. I received the protection of 88 true Yang building and Giant Sun's will. This was both an advantage and a disadvantage. Large amounts of heaven and earth chi were isolated outside, and only a small part was able to seep into true inheritance secluded domain which was absorbed by me. Thoughts flashed Fang Yuan's mind like sparks. Giant Sun's will was, after all, forced to help Fang Yuan resist the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity due to helplessness. It absolutely would not kindly allow the heaven and earth qi to enter true inheritance, secluded domain which could provide Fang Yuan with more potential. Besides this, there is also another important factor: Spring Autumn Cicada. Spring Autumn Cicada absorbed the water of the tributary of River of Time, which was akin to cutting off the nourishment and greatly weakened the accomplishment of Strength Path Immortal Aperture. Thus, Fang Yuan's Strength Path Immortal Aperture's time flow had 1:16 ratio, which was lower than normal standard.